If Freedom Fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. Call it Oakdale or Springfield, USA. This is how things would be in an ordinary American town if communism took over. This is the story of what happens to religion under a communist regime. The title, The Valley of the Shadow.
The alley's clear, children. After I go, stay in the room for at least 5 minutes. Then go out the front door. Not all together, but in twos and threes. Be very careful. And I'll see you here tomorrow, an hour after school.
I'll see you here right now, Rabbi Hirsch.
Well, what do you want? Who are you?
You're under arrest, Hirsch.
Arrest? For what?
Teaching kids religion.
You've got the wrong man, comrade. My name's Jack Crandall. I know next to nothing about religion.
Save your breath. Your room's been wired for weeks.
If you think I'm Hirsch, go ahead. Take me in. You'll find I'm a school teacher.
You belong to Jameson's underground. You've broken all the anti-religious laws in the book.
Jameson? Underground? I'm afraid I don't understand.
You will.
But I've never heard of Jameson.
All right. Have it your own way. If you want to be a martyr, we'll try to accommodate you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will. When the boys down at headquarters start working you over.
The beer here is no better than the music. So, anything new in the Hirsch case?
Nothing, Comrade Ryder. They've been questioning him for 24 hours.
What's the matter with the police? They gone soft on us?
Comrade, Hirsch is a very stubborn man. The toughest since Bishop Maston. But he'll crack sooner or later.
Well, it better be sooner. Jeffries has been on me all day long. If we don't get a lead on Jameson soon, we're in for it.
Oh? And I figured we were doing a good job rounding up these parsons. It just goes to show you can't please everybody.
Yeah. Well, you may as well have the whole picture, comrade. Especially since your neck's at stake, too.
Oh?
3 weeks ago, Jeffries made his report to Moscow. He went out on a limb, said all religious cults and denominations were cleaned out of the area. A week later, there's this religious riot in Oakdale, and Jameson's letter reaches the Capitol right on the desk of the big boy himself. Yeah, it's a copy of it. Read it.
Dear sir, you have placed millions of Americans in an impossible position. By government order, you have forbidden the worship of God, public or private, confiscated church properties, classed priests, ministers, and rabbis as common criminals, denied the right of the people to religious instruction. Yes, you have even dared to legislate against God himself. Sir, I warn you, an entire nation cannot be plunged into the hopelessness of atheism. If you persist in your persecutions, you can only incite otherwise loyal citizens to rebellion. Give us back our God before his wrath is visited upon those who would deny him. When Jameson signed that, he signed his own death warrant.
And maybe ours, unless we find him.
Cheer up, comrade. Maybe this Hirsch will start singing.
Oh, we can't wait for that. We're supposed to be out after Jameson now.
Well, we could start in Oakdale. Religious activity there means one of those parsons stirring it up. What's this Jameson look like?
Ordinary. Joe Smith sort of face. Out of clerical clothes, he's a typical passerby.
You have a picture of him?
Yeah, and a description and a history of past activities. Now, we've got our work cut out for us. Look at this.
A high percentage of resistance to the people's government among members of Jameson's old congregation. I remember now. Jeffries was all set to arrest him the day we closed up his church. But somehow Jameson got himself tipped off and disappeared 2 days ahead of time. In this picture. If I ever saw an anonymous-looking guy, it's this Jameson.
Yeah, he's going to be hard to spot, Talbot. He's Episcopal. High Episcopal. That's first cousinly Catholic. He may have a cross hidden on him like the priests.
Just a minute. I'm coming.
Hello. What can I do for you?
Hello. Are you Orville Jackson, the carpenter?
That's right. You have a job for me?
My father recommended you highly. Said if anyone could help me, you were the man.
Maybe. Come in and we'll talk about it.
My father sent you these apples from the farm.
Well, that's thoughtful of him. Put them on the table.
Here they are. They're choice. The kind that usually go only to good party members. By the way, my father appreciated the bread you sent him yesterday.
Oh, glad to hear it.
Rye bread. His favorite kind.
Sit down, my friend. Relax.
Thank you, Reverend Jameson. I'm Bob West, Arthur Bennett's son-in-law.
Yes, Arthur's a good friend of mine. He suggested the apples and rye bread code.
Yeah.
I was afraid to use the old code after they got poor Rabbi Hirsch. Tell me you were careful about being followed.
Yes, sir.
Good. And how is Arthur?
Oh, he's fine. Busy with spring plowing. Mary, my wife, and I were planning to stay with him until after the baby.
And you want me to christen the baby, is that it?
Yes, in about 6 months. You see, he hasn't arrived yet, but in one way, he's the reason I'm here. See, a year ago, we were married at the registry office. Well, with the baby coming, it doesn't seem right not to have a church marriage. A real marriage in the sight of God.
Marriage in the sight of God. That's a wonderful thought, to have the Father's approval. What church do you belong to?
We're Methodists.
If you're expecting a Methodist ceremony, I'll have to disappoint you. The Reverend Greg is away carrying on for Rabbi Hirsch.
Oh, Mary and I are Methodists, and you're Episcopalian. But I guess God is the same to all of us. Yes, I guess your ceremony will suit us.
Thank you, my son. I like to think of different denominations as different rooms of the same house. God's house. Now, when would you like to be married?
Oh, today, if you could arrange it.
Can you have Mary here in an hour?
I certainly can.
Tell her she can wear Mrs. Jameson's wedding gown if she wishes.
I wish I'd known that. She's getting one from old Marty Dennis down at the general store.
Fine. Now, remember, 1 hour. And make sure you're not followed.
So far, so good, Comrade Ryder. Commissar Dawson's a very nice guy.
What do you mean, so far, so good? Dawson doesn't know any more than we do about Jameson, and the news from Springfield's all bad. Fool Hirsch, why doesn't he talk?
Man, you gotta give him credit. He's taken everything they could throw at him for 4 days.
Talbot, it's dangerous to express admiration for an enemy of the state.
Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way, Comrade, and you know it. What's the matter with you, anyhow?
I'm thinking of my own neck, and it worries me. Can't figure any way of finding this Jameson except to wait for a break. And Jeffries isn't going to allow much time for waiting. Why doesn't Hirsch talk? Confession from him would solve everything.
I just had a thought.
Yeah?
Well, Oakdale's a small town.
So?
What if it's like most small towns? There are 2 places to pick up information. The post office and the general store right across the street.
Marty Dennis, proprietor, sign says. I wonder why that place hasn't been socialized yet. Make a mental note of it.
Let me take a look through the window before we go in. Just 2 people, comrade. The clerk and a girl. First, they got something big in a big flat box, sort of a suit box. Say, she's not bad looking. Not bad at all.
Come on, let's go in.
Thanks very much, Mr. Dennis.
Oh, not at all, Mary. I'm glad I could help you.
I'll be in again soon. Goodbye.
Hello there. Fine day, isn't it?
Good afternoon.
Say, what's that you're carrying? Looks like it might be a new dress.
Oh, you clumsy ox. You did that on purpose.
Oh, it was an accident, sister. Here, let me pick it up
Come
for
on,
you.
stop it. Stay away from that box.
Oh, I'm sorry. It broke open. Well, what do you know about that? A white satin dress.
Keep your hands off it.
Just a minute, sister.
Get away from me. Get away.
Conrad Ryder, that was a wedding dress.
Wedding dress, huh? I'll follow the girl. You question the clerk.
Right. Hey, you. Clerk, get over here.
You bet I will. What's the idea of coming into my store and insulting the customers?
Go get your boss.
I'm Marty Dennis, the boss. You get out of my store.
MVD, secret police.
You have... Oh, the secret police. Well, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Apologize for what, Dennis? For selling that girl a white satin wedding dress?
No.
They don't wear that stuff at the registry office. She's going to some parson to get herself married. What's her name? Who's she married?
Well,
Where's Jameson? Come on, speak up.
I don't know what you're saying. You're talking
Now,
so
look,
fast.
play
I don't.
dumb,
I
and I'll have
have
a commerce man down here to socialize the store. Come on, talk up. Tell me what you know. And maybe they'll go on overlooking you for a while.
Well, you see, I only know that she's Mary West. Yes, she's Arthur Bennett's daughter. They live south of town, a couple of miles second farm. She's married to Robert West. She's been married about a year.
Met a man near the post office. I followed him to this little house around the corner. A man about 50 let him in.
Oh? He looked like Jameson?
Maybe not. Another one of those Joe Smith faces. I gave him a few minutes to set up the marriage inside, and then I went in through a window. Nobody there. He must have spotted me and gone out the back. What'd you dig out of that storekeeper?
Oh, her name's West. She lives a couple of miles out of town with her old man, a farmer named Bennett. Dennis said she was married, but I think he's lying. What would a married woman want with a wedding dress?
We'll take one of Commissar Dawson's cars and pay Farmer Bennett a little visit.
Bob and Mary, you please stand here with your back to the trees. Arthur, during the ceremony, you keep a sharp lookout.
Yeah, we're all right, Howard. We can hear a car long before it rounds the turn. They see us. And we're parked on the back road, ready to get away fast. We have to.
What if they come on foot?
Then they'll find nothing but footprints.
I'm sure we'll be safe here. This place has a safe feeling about it.
Now, if you will stand here, Bob, and you, Mary, to the left. Now, fine. That's right, Arthur. Slightly behind Mary. And now, if we'll all just glance up at the sky a moment, drink in some of the loveliness of this place, realize that the Father is with us, giving us the strength to withstand whatever the future may hold. Thank you. Now we'll begin. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here in the sight of God and in the face of this company to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony, which is an honorable estate instituted of God, signifying unto us the mystical union that is betwixt Christ and his church, which holy estate Christ adorned and beautified with his presence, and first miracle that he wrought.
Why is it you always have to slap talk out of him? That old man lives on Bennett's farm. We caught him working in the barn, and yet he pretends he doesn't know a thing about Bennett or his daughter.
From what the old gaffer did say, the girl and the two men must have picked up Bennett about a half hour ago.
Yeah, those were fresh tire tracks heading east.
Yeah. Well, we can ride along till we hit the first crossroad, and we'll check for a turnoff.
Those whom God has joined together, let no man put asunder. For as much as Robert and Mary have consented together in holy wedlock...
Excuse me, Howard. I hear a car.
Yes, I hear it too.
I'm almost through. When I say amen, we'll run for the car, and I'll say the final prayer as we go. Now, Robert and Mary have pledged their troth, each to the other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving a ring and by joining hands.
Read it up, Howard.
I pronounce that they are man and wife in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Come on, through the trees.
This way, Mary. Watch those rocks. Hurry.
You see anything, Talbot?
Oh, yeah. Footprints. Plenty of them. Over there, behind those trees. Come on.
Faster, Talbot.
Oh, there it is. Heading down the hill. An old gray sedan.
Now we'll never catch him.
You are listening to The Valley of the Shadow, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town like Oakdale or Springfield, USA.
I wonder if this Dawson ever has any good news. What a dirty break, Hirsch dying on us.
Died without saying a thing, the fool.
I told him to turn state's evidence, but you can't talk sense into those religious crackpots. Something about religion knocks them clear off the beam.
You know what Lenin called it, the opium of the people.
When we got onto that wedding dress business, I figured we were going places. I still think so. If you'd only let me work these people over a little.
Get it through your head we don't dare make a mistake. Suppose I let you beat them into talking. They'll say anything they think we want to hear just to stop the pain. No, comrade. Jeffries wants Jameson, no one else.
But he fits the description.
And so do half a dozen others in this town. All we can do is keep watching him. Maybe we'll be luckier next time.
Comrade, how about using a little fear psychology? You know, let him know that he's being shadowed every minute.
Talbot, I think I've got it. Suppose we pretend Hirsch confessed, identified him as Jameson. It might work. All right, Jameson, we're having a little talk with you.
Back in, comrade, back in the room and close the door.
Not wasting any time, Jameson. Hirsch, talk.
Yeah, spilled everything like a broken jug.
Comrades, I don't understand any of this, except you're mistaking me for
Want me
someone
to
else.
search him, Comrade Ryder?
Yeah. Arms over your head, Jameson. I said arms over your head. See if there's a cross on him, Talbot.
Not around his neck, at least. Nothing on him, comrade. Hey, what's this?
Let me get it for you.
Oh, it's nothing but one of those folding rulers.
Yes, I use it in my trade. I'm a carpenter. My name is Orville Jackson. May I put my arms down now?
Go ahead.
Jameson, lying will make your position more difficult. The state isn't unfair. Honest confession of your guilt will operate in your favor.
But, comrade, I'm not the man you want, and I haven't broken any laws. Look, here's proof. This is my identity credential with my photograph.
It could be a carpenter's face. Or Jameson's.
Could be a forgery.
A forgery? That's impossible. I got it from the proper authorities.
Hirsch was carrying a school teacher's identification. It turned out to be a phony.
Why not confess, Jameson? We'll recommend leniency if you do.
Please, comrades, if you doubt my identity, take a look at this.
A work permit. It could be forged, too.
Commissar Dawson didn't question it. He approved the renewal only last month. That's his signature at the bottom. Comrades, ask anyone in Oakdale about Orville Jackson. They'll tell you I'm a conscientious workman who minds his own business. They'll tell you I'm not concerned with politics or religion.
You deny you're Jameson? You never heard of Rabbi Leo Hirsch?
Believe me, I'm willing to do anything I can to clear this up. All I ask is don't arrest me without checking my statements first. You see, if it were known I was under suspicion, well, nobody would hire me. I'm a poor man. I need all the work I can find.
You're going to have to give us more proof than a couple of papers that could be fakes.
Comrade, you look like just men. I'm sure you wouldn't intentionally arrest the wrong person. You're after somebody named Jameson. Jackson, the carpenter, isn't going to do you any good. Now, please, go to Commissar Dawson. Ask him about me. I'll leave my fate in his hands.
All right, we'll talk to the commissar. But you'll stay under house arrest, Jackson. Don't try to leave.
Why? I expected a call for work. I need the job. I have very little money.
You'll have to turn it down.
Perhaps if I go with you to Commissar Dawson, perhaps we can settle this more quickly.
You'll stay here till you're clear, till we come to take you to Springfield. Come on, Comrade Talbot. All right, Talbot. You called a halt in there. Why?
Because now we got him bracketed for fair. Jackson, or Jameson, if he leaves the house, he's breaking arrest. And we can haul him in. Not even Jeffries can say we arrested an innocent man.
But we still have to make sure he's Jameson, or it's on next.
We will. All we have to do is watch the house.
Who is it? Oh, Bob West.
I know. They're out front.
You look like trouble, Bob. What is it?
Arthur's dying. He's calling for you.
What happened to him?
The tractor broke down while he was plowing. He went around the front to fix it, and then the thing rolled over on him.
What does the doctor say?
All he could do was leave some morphine to make it as easy as possible. You'll come? I know it's risky.
I'm ready to go now.
The car's on the next street behind the house. If we can cross the yard and climb the fence without making any noise.
Yes. Give me a hand to that window. We're lucky it's grass most of the way to the fence.
Wait. I hear something.
Hold it. They're making another circle of the house on the concrete for the benefit of my nerves. Careful. Watch those trash cans.
Okay. Over the fence.
No time. Over there behind the garage till they pass.
Yes. Come on, let's run.
Stay quiet. Behind here.
Stay where you are. Come on, somebody's in the back.
Hold it, Ryder. We've got to split up. You go around this side of the garage, and I'll take that side.
Hear that?
Yes.
Make a break for the fence. Now.
Stop! Stop! Grab him, comrade!
There's your car, over there. That's where they're heading. Watch that patch of light right under the street lamp.
Yeah. Hey, that's Jameson.
Oh, that car. It's the same old gray job we saw out near Bennett's place the other day.
We're going to the Bennett farm, comrade, not hurrying too much either. Let them think they made a clean getaway.
Who is it?
Bob. Reverend Jameson's here.
Oh, Reverend Jameson. He's been calling and calling for you.
Where is he?
This way, Reverend. In the next room.
Is he suffering much?
Quite a bit. But he refused the morphine the doctor left. Says he's got to have a clear head.
You want us to stay outside the room, Reverend Jameson?
Well, not unless Arthur wants it that way.
Who could that be?
Maybe the true commies. If it is Reverend Jameson, you can go out the back.
I'm quite sure we weren't followed. Perhaps it's the doctor. You better answer it, Bob.
Yes, so.
Well, Comrade West, took you long enough to get to the door. What's going on here?
Please, if you could come back in the morning,
We're looking for a man who just violated a house arrest. We happen to know he's here. You brought him, didn't you, Comrade West?
There he is, standing in the doorway, behind the girl.
I'm not hiding from you, comrades.
Here I am. Maybe I can explain this to your satisfaction.
Well, the truth is, we're in the midst of a tragic situation.
You can say that again. It's a serious thing, comrade, aiding and abetting a prisoner's escape.
I'm not talking about that. I'm trying to tell you my father-in-law's dying. He was fatally hurt in an accident this afternoon. Comrade Jackson's an old friend of his. He came just to help out. Surely he can overlook that
I'll
fact.
go back home tonight. You have my word on that.
Comrade Bennett's dying, you say?
Yes.
That's too bad. We'd planned to have a little talk with him.
I think Comrade Bennett's last words might prove very interesting.
Where is he?
We've explained the situation. If you're afraid I'll run away, you can wait outside for me. One of you in front of the house and the other in back, so I can't possibly escape.
It seems to me a man ought to be able to die in peace without strangers.
Shut up.
Watch.
We're here on state business.
Get in that room, all of you.
Who is it? Howard? Howard?
Who do you want, Bennett? Who are you calling for?
A priest. You, who are you?
Ryder, is it necessary to question him now?
Oh, please leave him alone.
Oh, sure. Sure, don't worry. All we want are a few answers, that's all.
Get away from that bed.
Easy, comrade, easy. Nobody's harming you. We'll be through in a minute.
Bennett, I'm going to help you if I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Are you a minister?
Sorry, no.
A doctor? Then you can't help.
Save your energy. Just answer the questions. You want a minister?
Yes.
Well, maybe I can find one for you. Who do you want? Anyone in particular?
Please help me. Get someone fast.
Will a minister named Howard Jameson do?
Howard? Is he coming? Is he here?
He's on his way right now. Talbot, keep a lookout for Jameson. Let us know the minute he gets here.
Yeah. And, Jackson can help us. You know Jameson when you see him, don't you, Comrade Jackson?
Oh, stop it. Get out, both of you.
How's the old man? You think he could hold out a little longer?
He's quiet now. Oh, I wish I could do something.
Jackson, how about you? You remember a prayer? That carpenter's rule you're carrying. Let me have it. I'll make it into a cross for the old man.
Very well, you can stop. I'm Jameson, and this ruler is already hinged so it forms a cross. See?
That's all we need, Comrade Ryder. We can haul him in.
In a few minutes, after I finish. Comrade Ryder, please, will you stand back a little? Mary, come closer if you want.
Howard? Howard? Is that you?
I'm here, Arthur. There's nothing to be afraid of. Remember, have confidence in God's grace, like David.
Comrade Ryder, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Please, let him finish.
We have no intention of interrupting him, comrade. We can afford to wait now.
Take comfort, Arthur. All is well with you, just as it was with David. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen.
Put the cuffs on him, Talbot.
You have just heard a story of what happens to religion under a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen in Soviet Russia. It did happen to the Bishop of Stalingrad for the crime of teaching religion to Russians. It did happen to thousands of Russian clergymen of all faiths. It did happen to Nikolai Naumov, Yanko Ivanov, Vasil Shyapkov, and other Protestant leaders in the communist-dominated state of Bulgaria. It is happening today in communist-dominated countries throughout the world. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Don Randolph as the Reverend Howard Jameson in The Valley of the Shadow. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. The Valley of the Shadow was written for If Freedom Failed by William Tunberg, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. If Freedom Failed. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. a town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a man who betrayed his country because he refused to believe the truth, refused to believe even the things that he saw for himself. J. Carrol Naish stars as Thomas Custer in the story called The Traitor.
Tom, what time is it?
11:05.
Are they all in the church yet?
A few stragglers still. A couple of officers standing outside. I don't know whether they're going in or not.
Well, we'll wait until they start. Is everything set?
Yes, I know my job.
Now, take it easy.
Sorry.
It'll all be over in another few minutes. Well, they're sure giving the old general a fine funeral. That's a shame to spoil the show.
George, do you think we're doing the right thing?
Getting cold feet?
No, just doubts.
We have our orders.
I know, but...
This is the biggest thing we've done yet. All the opposition is across the street there. The army officers, the political leaders, Congressman Phillips, all of them.
And some others besides.
None of our people. We gave them all a warning to stay away.
But there are some who aren't on either side.
Tom, I know that some innocent people are going to be hurt or killed when I press this plunger. You think I'd do it if I didn't believe it was right?
No, I guess not.
It has to be done. Get rid of the opposition and we take over. We'll blame the whole thing on the reactionaries, the isolationists, the fascist police. And the people will believe us. Besides, you and I know that it's for their own good. That's what makes this right.
I wanted to hear you say that, George. That's the only thing that does make this right. It's for their own good. And for the good of the whole country.
What time?
Declare the fifth session of the Central Committee of the Midwestern People's Territory of the United Soviets of America to be open. Deputy Prime Minister Comrade Costa will give the opening report.
Thank you. I should say before reading this that it covers only the last 12 months. As all of you know, in the 25 years since the bombing of the Springfield Community Church, which was really the beginning of our success, in these 25 years, we have made great strides in the communist cause. Now for the report. All non-communist political parties have been disbanded during this period, and all non-communist papers suppressed. Nicholas Peterson, the leader of the opposition in the Territorial Soviet Senate, was hanged in September. In order to further our ideals of communism for the good of the people, it is strongly urged that immediate action be taken against the remaining opposition in the church. Further, it is recommended that some measures be taken to restore Midwestern economy, which has shown a decided tendency toward disruption despite our attention. That concludes the report.
Any questions?
Was a copy of that sent to the Central Committee in Washington?
Yes, of course.
Do you think that was wise?
What do you mean, Cole?
Well, the part about the church was all right, and what came before, but those last points seem to me to be an admission that we're not doing our job. With all apologies to Coster, he's an economist. That's something he knows about. But do you think we ought to let them know about it?
He has a point there. Who do you mean by them, Cole? The Central Committee?
You know very well who I mean.
What do you say, Coster, about all this?
Gentlemen, the 7 of us here in this room now control this whole territory. We are doing what our philosophy has taught us to do, adapting that philosophy right down the line to the problems at hand. Our teachers, Marx and Lenin, have shown us.
And Stalin.
Oh, yes, of course. They have shown us the road to follow. Now we must show our fellow Americans. It is our duty.
Tom, you said the report had gone in just as you read it?
Yes.
Very well, then there's not much point in discussing that angle. Cole, have you done anything on the suppression of the religious organizations?
Yes, I have. Do you want a report?
Please.
I've drawn up several resolutions to be passed on to the Senate. Now, I believe that they will... Why, what they give me, gentlemen.
Who are you? What's the meaning of coming in here?
Oh, Judge Damon, I recognize you from your pictures. You do not recognize me, though, huh? The name is Bork. Alexander Borka.
Oh, Borka, of course. I read about your activities in Europe.
You have credentials, Comrade Borka?
Yes, I have them. You're wise to be cautious, Mr. Damon. Here they are. Look them over, and I'll meet the others here.
Look, Tom, they're signed by the Politburo itself.
Well, you know who he is, don't you?
Yes, by reputation. I never expected to meet him.
I wonder why we had no warning.
We'll find out soon enough.
Now then, if you're satisfied that I am indeed who I say I am, we'll get to work. Please sit down, gentlemen. Now then, let me say first that I bring personal commendations from our great leader to all of you for the fine work you have done this territory. Under your leadership and inspired by your example, thousands of party members have been educated into absolute loyalty to the party. But that is not the only reason I am here. I have a copy of your last report, Comrade Custer.
Yes?
You prepared this?
Yes, I did.
You will explain it, please.
Well, as we said there, all political parties and newspapers have been...
That I have read myself. You will explain only the recommendations.
We recommend that some measures be taken to assist us with our program here, with the dissolution of the church and with readjusting our economy.
Enough. Comrade Custer and the rest of you, too. Do you realize what you have done? You have made recommendations to us. Quiet. No one does such a thing. It is disgraceful. Now you leave, please, comrades, to think this over. Except you, Comrade Damon and Comrade Custer. I have some further instructions for you. It is the feeling in the Politburo that while you have made a terrible error, you are both the loved and respected leaders of the party here in this territory. Therefore, we are inclined to forgive this indiscretion for the time being. I repeat, for the time being. I'll remain here and see to it that nothing like this occurs again.
Mr. Borka.
Yes?
Tom and I have been loyal Soviet Americans for 25 years.
I know that.
We've worked for communism because we believed in it. Things that we've done, many of them on orders from your country, we did because we were told that they were right. Right for our country. These recommendations were made for the same reason.
For a communist of 25 years, you show a remarkable lack of indoctrination to our policy, Comrade Damon. In your last pretty little speech, you made two bad mistakes. First of all, your nationalist spirit is deplorable. Nationalism is the prerogative of the one and only leading power of the world, Soviet Union. Your country is the Soviet Union. And secondly, you will receive complete guidance from the Kremlin. They will not tolerate the slightest sign of independent action or independent thinking, even among the most loyal communist leader in the Soviet satellite states. Is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Borka. Quite clear.
I'm very sorry that our first meeting had to be on such difficult matters, Damon. I have respected your work and your leadership for many years. I want you to know that.
Thank you.
I'm certain we'll get along very well from now on. It's much better to clear the air this way so that we can join together in a friendly atmosphere.
Of course.
Now, would you excuse us, please, if I talk to Costa alone?
Very well. I'll wait for you.
All right, George.
Damon seems to have changed, don't you think?
How do you mean?
I remember one statement he made some years ago. He said, all communist parties form one single communist front under the direction of the Soviet Union. Now he seems to have forgotten his own words. Ah, well, no matter. Now, Costa, let's get down to work. First of all, the Politburo quite agrees with your thoughts concerning the church.
They're certainly consistent with Marx and Lenin.
You were wrong to make their recommendations, of course. But nevertheless, here are the laws to be enacted to correct this corruptive influence of religious bodies. Here you are.
A law guaranteeing the freedom of religion. Article 1. All churches, mosques, synagogues, and other religious bodies of this territory, as well as all clergy and ecclesiastic officials, are remanded under state control. 2. The state assumes power to alter or suppress all church statutes, regulations, administrative rules, and so forth. 3. The state has the power to appoint, dismiss, and remove from their posts all clergy and all church officials.
I think you have the general idea. You will submit this to the Senate and carry through after this passed. Naturally, we'll expect a unanimous vote.
That's why me.
For you? The answer should be obvious. You are now the top man in this territory. Respected, admired, loved by the working class.
Yes, but I'm only the vice premier. How about Premier Damon? Why doesn't he present this?
Comrade Damon? I believe we need to re-educate him. Too nationalistic, too unreliable. He'll leave tomorrow for Moscow. Here are your orders for the eliminating of all unions, Premier Custer. You'll put them into effect at once. It is essential that we expand the territorial police force, Comrade Custer. You will transfer half the funds of the Education Ministry to the Police Ministry. Here is a list of party members to be purged. You will see to it that they are expelled and deprived of civil rights. All equipment from the Springfield rolling mills is to be transferred to Russia. You will order it at once.
No.
What did you say?
You can't be serious about this.
I am always serious.
But half the workers of Springfield are employed at the rolling mills. The whole economy of this territory is based on its production.
I'm aware of that.
If you remove this industry, you'll throw the entire population into chaos through unemployment.
It shouldn't be necessary for me to point out, Premier Custer, that this is an order from the Kremlin.
But it's ridiculous.
Custer, watch what you're saying.
What possible reason could they have for...
It is not up to you to ask for reasons.
But I'm an economist. I know exactly what a thing like this will do to our country.
Our country is the Soviet Union. They need the machinery. Very well. They will get it. Also, as a good revolutionary, you should know that our society prospers in the middle of unemployment and chaos. If you need reasons, there they are. Now, if you'll sign this order.
No, I will not.
It seems that I was as wrong about you as about Damon. Or had you forgotten about him?
No, I haven't forgotten how you sent George to Moscow. How he was reported to be a very sick man. So sick that he died shortly after he got there.
Exactly.
Suddenly, in the last few minutes, I've remembered a lot of things. Things I thought I had pushed out of my mind because I believed in what I was doing. I believed it was right for my country.
Your country is
Yes, of course. My country is the Soviet Union. How many times have you told me that, and I didn't pay any attention to it because, well, I thought, he's a Russian and I'm an American, but we both have the same communist ideals. He's entitled to love his country, and I have the same rights. But now, for the first time, I see that isn't true. I see how blind I've been for 25 years. Blind to everything that was going on around me.
This is treason that you're talking
about. Oh, no. Don't try to tell me what treason is. I have been a traitor to my country. Yes, my country. A traitor since I first took out a Communist Party card. And for the first time in my life, let me be a patriot. Let me stand here and tell you that I know you and the bosses in the Kremlin for what you are. You don't want anything but Russian colonies. A whole world of them, ruled by Soviet marshals like you. Yes, that's right. Press your buzzer, pound the buttons in front of you, and get your police in here. You have a perfect case against me. A man willing to cry out to the world about what a Frankenstein he's created. A blind man who's suddenly been given the power to see.
Premier Custer is under arrest. Take him away. The Premier? You will hold him in isolation. I'll arrange the details later.
Yes, I'm sure you will, Comrade Walker.
Now, don't give us any trouble, Mr. Custer.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. I know what happens to anyone who resists arrest.
Come along.
Oh, one last question, if you please. Comrade Walker, you have succeeded in eliminating me. But how long do you think you can last?
Take him away.
Justice Department, Burns speaking.
Hello, Burns. This is Alexander Borka.
Yes, Comrade Borka.
You'll prepare indictment against Premier Custer immediately, charging him
You say Premier Custer?
Yes, Custer. Can't you hear me?
Yes, sorry.
You will charge him with treason, espionage, and sabotage. Also with nationalistic tendencies and lack of friendship and sincerity towards the Soviet Union. Did you get that?
Yes, sir.
I'll I'll give you the details of the trial later, how it is to be conducted and what the verdict will be. That's all.
You are listening to The Traitor, starring J. Carrol Naish. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Oh, God. You may leave.
Yes, Mr. Burns.
Costa, are you awake?
Yes?
I have something here for you, son.
It's Burns, isn't it?
That's right.
Minister of Justice?
I don't have much time.
No, I don't suppose I have much time either.
Will you sign this now?
What is it?
Your confession.
All this? This thick sheaf of papers is my confession?
Yes, that's right.
May I read it?
That won't be necessary.
No, I know it won't be necessary, but it should make interesting reading. Oh, don't worry, I'll sign it. I was questioned once before by other professional inquisitors, and that's how I got this broken, twisted back. I'll sign it.
Right here. Here's my pen.
Thank you, Burns. Tell me, when is the trial?
December 7th.
A whole week. Your timetable is working out very well. It's taking you almost 8 months to discredit me with the people.
Well,
yes, I got news even in here. June 14th it was that I was expelled from the Communist Party for... What was it? Oh, yes. Nationalistic policies that deviated from the pro-Soviet line of the Soviet-American regime. And for refusing to admit my error of being anti-Russian, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
You can't keep people from spreading news even in a Russian state. And I marked the dates down like any other prisoner, here on the wall. See that long stretch? That's July 20th, the day I was ousted from the Senate. Then there's October the 9th, when they took away my immunity, and now here. Another big mark for another red letter day. The day I confessed in... How many words?
What?
Words there in the confession.
It's 30,000.
Oh, that's a nice round figure. 30,000 words of confession, and I haven't even read it.
Mr. Castro, I shouldn't say this, but I want you to know there's nothing personal in all this. It's my job.
Thank you, Burns. I understand.
I just thought if there's anything I could do.
No, there's nothing.
Well, I guess that's all. Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, Burns.
Yes?
There is something you could do.
What is it?
They'll let you come back to my cell before I'm executed. Now, I can get some papers, some writing materials, and prepare a statement of everything that's happened. The true story of what this Soviet regime has done and what it will do to our country.
But there's nothing I could do with it. No place to publish it or spread it around.
But there will be. Later on, when the people finally come to their senses. All I want you to do now is to take what I write and hide it someplace. Hide it where Barker and his police will never find it. When the proper time comes, you will know it. And you can bring it out then. Will you do it?
I don't know.
Burns, you're not like these others. You never were a sincere communist. I knew that. I even tried to have you purged at one time.
Yes, I remember.
You've seen the same ugly things about this whole business that I didn't see until it was too late. Right?
Yes, that's right.
Then say you'll do it. Not for me, not even for yourself, but for our country. It may help sometime in the future.
All right, I'll do it. I'll come back.
I declare this Soviet court now in session. Thomas Coster, you will please stand. Step forward to the bench. Thomas Coster, you are charged with treason, espionage, nationalistic tendencies, sabotage, lack of friendship and sincerity towards the Soviet Union. Now, do you plead?
Not guilty.
Quiet, please. This court is inclined to agree with the expression of the people, but in the interest of expediting this trial, we request no further exhibitions. Now, Thomas Coster, I have before me your full confession to these acts. What do you have to say to that?
They are not true.
If it please the court... Dr. Dykeman, you're the counsel for defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I should like to ask for a recess.
I have never been a police agent or an imperialist spy.
Be quiet, Coster. I'll handle this. I should like to ask for a recess to acquaint the defendant with the items in his confession.
The court will recess for 20 minutes.
Come along, Coster. We'll go to the judge's chambers.
Now then, what is the meaning of all that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but the defendant...
Coster, I thought you'd been rehearsed for your part in this trial. You signed the confession?
I've lied enough. From now on, I'll tell the truth.
You tell the truth? To whom? Don't you realize that we have 50 witnesses ready to testify against you?
Your Honor, I was informed when they assigned me to this case that...
Keep out of this thing. We've got to get this thing straightened out right now. Coster, when we go back in that courtroom, I want you to plead guilty just as you were instructed.
No, I won't do it.
Very well. Dr. Dykeman.
Yes, Your Honor.
When we reconvene, I will call on you for the opening statement and you will address the court. This trial is again in session. The People's Court will hear the counsel for defense, Dr. Dykeman.
Your Honor, members of the court, I have discussed the charges with the defendant, charges of great magnitude against which there is no defense. These charges have been proved, and the defendant confessed to the truth. Now he chooses to make a mockery of this court by denying them. I have no recourse except to state that as defense counsel, I must assist the prosecution to find objective truth. I apologize for serving in Coster's behalf. In a socialist state, there is no division of duty between the judge, the prosecutor, and the defense counsel. Only if Coster repents will I ask for mercy. If he does not, I ask that the maximum penalty be exacted.
Thank you, Dr. Dykeman. Thomas Coster, do you wish to change your plea?
No, I am not guilty. I have not done the things with which I am charged. It is a pack of lies. Lies. Lies that were prepared under the shadow of a red flag 5,000 miles away. I am guilty only of being blind. Only of helping a cruel machine to gain control of our hearts and minds and finally our country.
Thomas Coster, the People's Court of the United Soviets of America finds you guilty as charged. You'll be taken from this place and within 48 hours hanged from the neck until you're dead. Case dismissed.
And so this true story ends, or will end within a few minutes. To you who read my words, I ask that you remember me. Hate me if you will. I deserve your hatred for what I did. But learn my lesson, too. Open your eyes and your minds. Fill them with the truth. For that is the one and only thing that the enemy cannot destroy.
Guards, stand outside. The committee's coming right in.
Yes, Mr. Burr.
Right behind me, Mr. Coster. You finished?
Yes, quick. Take it.
Get out of my court.
Thank you.
And, Comrade Coster, I've already notified the papers that you made a groveling plea for mercy in the full confession. We explained your defiant attitude in court is due to nervous agitation and the unhealthy ambition of an intellectual.
Ah, Mr. Burns, you have perceived us.
Yes, sir. I was just telling Coster.
Yes, I heard you. May I commend you on your announcement. I particularly like the part about when Coster here admitted that the sentence was just. Excellent.
Thank you, sir.
And now, Comrade Coster, if you are ready.
Quite ready.
Good. I see that you're not going to give it the same difficulty we had in court.
I am ready.
Take him away.
Yes, sir. All right. Halt!
great day for me, Comrade Burns. There goes the last of the troublemakers. Now our own men. Men trained in Moscow are in the key positions. We have no more difficulties with enforcing our regulations.
Yes, sir.
It's a shame about Costa. If only he had followed orders, he might be dying for a cause instead of for nothing. He might have left something behind.
Yes, Comrade Borka. Yes, indeed. He might have left something behind.
You have just heard what happens to justice when communism gains control of a country. You have heard what happens when the rights of the individual are trampled under a communist machine. You think this could not happen? It did happen exactly as we told it. The whole story took place in Bulgaria. Thomas Koster was Traiko Kosta. He was a slave of communist ideology, but he refused to make his country a colony of Soviet Russia. Yes, this is the true story of Traiko Kosta of Bulgaria. Removed from office, arrested, tried, and hanged within a period of 8 months. You've been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring J. Carrol Naish as Thomas Koster in The Traitor. Frank Richards was Borka, Stacey Harris was Burns, and Doug Young was Damon. Others in the cast were Lamont Johnson, Ralph Mooney, Bill Bissell, Marty Warren, Herb Ellis, and Frank Gerstle. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. The Traitor was written for If Freedom Failed by Robert C. Vinson, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Freedom Fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. We'd like to show you how things would be in Hollywood, USA, if communism took over. This is the story of what would happen to the motion picture industry and some of its leading figures under a communist regime. Hans Conried plays the role of Alex Lloyd in The Man Who Died Twice.
didn't think I'd find you, did you?
Tom, please.
Please what?
Let go of my arm. You're hurting me.
What do you know about real pain? The real kind of pain. This is only momentary. This you'll forget. This won't burn holes in your inside like you did to me.
Let's try it again.
Hold everything, boys. We're going for another take.
Dick, I'm not slapping. Let's get to it right after Kate says you're hurting me. It takes a swift to move. And you, honey, you think you fall on the second slap.
All right, Alex.
But it won't give me time for the rest of my lines.
Oh, let's cut them then. The scene needs visual pace. Tell us about a story that way.
Okay, then let's try it again, huh? We ready, Bob?
Reloading the camera, sir. Did you know it's 12:30?
Okay, break for lunch. We'll pick it up in the same setup right after. Okay, kids, lunch.
Hello, Alex. Got a story?
Oh, hi, Mark. Who let you in?
Front office. They obviously don't know I'm a friend of yours.
Have you had lunch?
Nope.
Let's go.
Provided you let me pick up the tab.
What'll it cost me?
A comment for my paper.
For you, yes. For your paper, no.
Pays my rent.
You tell them to go to blazes.
Get me another job.
Since when's the public interested in what I say?
Since the switch in government and general policy.
There's no concern of mine. I make pictures.
Oh, let's face it, Alex. You can't stay cooped up on an island in a changing world.
Who says I can't? Mark, you know me well enough to know that I don't care what color flag the studio's flying. Yesterday was red, white, and blue. Today it's plain red. Tomorrow it may be yellow for all I care.
Well, you can't ignore the party line.
My line is entertainment. Weathered greater storms than this. Ever since creation, man has sought escape from daily toil. Dynasties have come and gone. Empires have risen and crumbled, but, well, if you'll pardon the cliche, through it all, the show has always managed to go on.
May I quote you?
If you like, yes.
I wouldn't, for your sake. Oh, you can't direct pictures in Siberia.
You're wrong, my friend. I can direct pictures anywhere.
You're incorrigible.
Oh, I should hope so. But if it's dirt you want, here comes your man right now. Hey, Leon, you got a minute?
For you, Alex, anytime.
I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Mark Selden of the Evening Herald.
Pleasure.
Mark, this is Leon Forbes, my producer and nemesis.
I do. I've always wanted to meet the man who could keep Alex in check.
Would you care to see my ulcers?
All Mark wants from you is a statement on the studio's change of policy, if there is any.
Well, you can tell him yourself after the meeting tomorrow night.
What meeting?
Haven't you been notified?
Maybe my wastebasket has. That's where all general notifications go.
Oh, but this concerns every one of us. There will be a special address by a representative from the Public Information Bureau. Flew in from the East especially to brief us on the new policies of the entertainment industry. You simply must attend.
Oh, I'm sorry. No can do. I'll be screening the first rough cut of Killer's Toy tomorrow night.
Oh, it'll have to wait.
Are you telling me as my producer, or are you merely repeating what you've been told?
I'm repeating.
Oh, fine. Then I'm sure you won't mind repeating to me what was said at the meeting after you've attended. Look, Leon, policies or no policies, we've got a picture to get out. There's a deadline for Academy Award contenders.
Therefore, gentlemen, never lose sight of the fact that your brainchild will become adult, conscious of its purpose as a citizen of the Soviet States of America, and must be ready to reap the harvest in the field of entertainment. I thank you.
Mr. Ford.
Yes?
May I see you for a minute?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Dixon. I enjoyed your talk. Most informative.
Thank you. It was a pleasure addressing such a distinguished group. However, I must confess I felt a bit cheated when I noticed one of your most prominent members absent.
You mean Alex Lloyd?
Yes. After coming all the way from the East, I certainly would have enjoyed meeting Mr. Lloyd.
Well, we're rushing out a picture, and he simply had to work tonight.
Well, my plane leaves at 1:30 this morning, but while I'm still on the lot, couldn't we pay him a visit right now?
But watching him pick apart each reel with the cutter might prove rather dull for you.
Oh, on the contrary. I'd be fascinated to watch him add that inimitable Lloyd touch.
Good evening, George.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Forbes.
This is Mr. Dixon of the Public Information Bureau.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
The pleasure's all mine.
Alex still in the projection room?
No, we ran only a couple of reels. Got through about an hour ago.
Oh, well, I guess he's gone to the music department.
I doubt it. Said he was going to drive down to the beach for some fresh air.
Wasn't he feeling well?
Oh, fit as a fiddle. Just needed a change.
Oh. You know how it is with these temperamental artists.
No, I don't.
Well, George, while we're here,
You might as well haul the film to a projection room so that Mr. Dixon can see the picture.
No, thanks. I've seen enough for one night.
Hi, Nancy, honey. You busy?
Not too.
Got your pencil sharpened?
Sharp as your wit.
Then make like a columnist secretary. On your mark, get set, go. All of Hollywood once again feels that tingling sensation run up and down its celluloid spine, dash. The annual Academy jitters, period. Far be it from me not to join my fellow columnists' usual cry of predictions. I dare say that in view of Alex Lloyd's masterpiece, Killer's Toy, this year's presentations may be strongly reminiscent of the good old days when Gone with the Wind grabbed all the honors.
No good old days, remember?
All right. Let's rephrase it. I dare say that almost everyone connected with Alex Lloyd's Killer's Toy, naturally including the master himself, will clasp a little golden statue before that memorable evening will be over. And I
Good evening. The United States Soviet Broadcasting System is proud to present its award presentation by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. The presentation of minor awards has already been in progress for some time, and as the main event of this evening is about to begin, we switch you to the stage of the Shrine Auditorium and tonight's MC, Mr. Fred Astaire.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a reason for my being here. It was quite a while ago when I first got out here. I guess the Academy Board thought that was as good a reason as any to choose an MC. Anyway, I am most grateful for the honor, and I'll try my best. During the year, newspapers carried stories on a number of weird and outlandish happenings inspired by the making of motion pictures. For instance, in January, a woman near Lakeland, Florida, told her husband she was going to the movies. She came out of the show, beat up a cop, and shot a drugstore clerk. In jail, she explained the whole incident by saying, "I always get a big kick out of Walter Pitcher." Enough of looking backward. Tonight is Oscar night. The prizes are being given for most distinguished film achievement. The prize itself is a 10-inch statue worth $41. But it is fought for, prayed for, wept over. Believe me, Caesar's legions did not fight harder for the jewel of Gaul. These awards are arrived at by a carefully guarded system of balloting. 12,000 people took part in the voting this year. The nominations were made by the members of the Academy branches assisted by the Hollywood Guild. The final selections were voted by the nearly 2,000 members of the Academy. All ballots were mailed to the accounting firm of Price Waterhouse, where they'd been properly accounted.
Oh, Alex. Alex, I admire your control. I'm all on edge.
Nothing to get excited about. Either I get it or I don't.
But what if you don't?
It'll save me the thank you speech.
Now for the Director's Award. Miss Fay Mallon will make the presentation. Miss Mallon.
Yes, that's right. Everyone I talked to said they voted for you.
That's too bad.
And with our Fay doing the honors.
Thank you. Those nominated for the Best Directorial Achievements: Bert Carlson for Red Soil, Arthur Riley for The Walls of Hell, and Alex Lloyd for Killer's Toy. And now for the award. Mr. Astaire, the envelope, please. And it's Bert Carlson for Red Soil. Bert Carlson.
What could have happened?
Bert's a good boy.
I don't get it. Your picture caught the award in every other department.
Maybe I don't live right. Well, it's been a full evening. And as all such evenings deserve a toast, I'd like to propose one.
Not much to celebrate, is there?
Oh, come now, Mark. This is not my funeral.
I could have died when I opened that envelope.
All right, then. Here's to Fay's great performance.
Still don't get it. To top it all, Leon walked away with a special Moscow Cinema Arts Award as the most outstanding producer of the year.
Well, men like Leon are born to wear laurels. I, for one, look ridiculous with them.
Oh, but Leon is just...
Here he comes. Who's that man with him?
No idea.
Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm late.
Well, as a celebrity, you can afford to be.
Oh, producer's only a bundle of nerves, never a celebrity.
Yeah, but you are tonight.
Well, now we all know where the credit lies.
Your modesty is nauseating, Leon. Pull up a chair and sit down.
Oh, I'm so sorry. All this excitement, I didn't even introduce Mr. Dixon. You haven't met anybody yet, have you?
No, I haven't had the pleasure.
Well, this is Mr. Dixon of the Public Information Bureau, and from left to right, Miss Fay Mallon, Dick Stanton, Mark Sheldon, and, of course, our one and only Alex Lloyd.
How do you do? I haven't shaken this many hands since Starlene paid us a visit.
If you gentlemen will excuse us, Fay and I will join the sardines on the dance.
Well, my excuse isn't quite that feeble. I've got a phone call to make.
Your newspaper men never stop working, do you?
Not if we can help it. Pardon me?
Well. This is indeed a long-awaited opportunity. Mr. Forbes must have told you how long I looked forward to this, shall we say, little tete-a-tete?
Well, I can't imagine why. You must have been warned that I'm not a particularly polite conversationalist.
But that's your charm, Mr. Lloyd. Down-to-earth quality so prevalent in all your work. Incidentally, my heartfelt regrets about the Academy not bestowing you with the honor you so well deserve.
You can't be a winner every time.
But you should be. And a talent like yours should give you even greater satisfaction than the mere winning of a gold statue. It should benefit those who wish to follow in your footsteps. There's no greater satisfaction than to have others seek you as their guide.
Are you suggesting that I teach?
And why not?
God forbid.
Few men have been honored by the Moscow Art Institute with a request for their services.
Have I?
That is precisely the good news I'm here to bear. I was confident it would offset tonight's disappointment.
It's most considerate of you, but I'm afraid it doesn't. You see, despite all its superficial shenanigans, I love this town. I have no intentions of swapping it for Moscow.
Oh, that is a shame. The government had so hoped you'd accept the honor and act as somewhat of an ambassador of goodwill.
When it comes to spreading joy, I can do a better job with a camera.
Don't be too sure. Now, if you're adverse to leaving this town, why don't you at least give the local movie industry a shot in the arm? Teach right here, in the environment you love.
But I won't have time. Ask Leon. He's got a heavy schedule lined up for me.
Have you really?
Well, there's the picture we're shooting right now. And then I've got another one on the agenda directly after that.
Oh, yeah, thicker than water. Well, I'm crazy about the script. Nothing could tear me away from that one.
As you wish, Mr. Lloyd. Can't say I didn't try.
No, you certainly can.
Pardon me, Mr. Lloyd. There's a call for you.
Oh, where, please?
In the cloakroom, sir.
Oh, excuse me, everybody. Probably some more condolences. Call for Lloyd here.
Sure have.
What are you doing here?
Sorry to use such a trite device to get you away from the table.
Why? What's the matter?
I've been doing some checking. I have an inside track on Price Waterhouse.
Well, they've been counting ballots for the Academy for years. What's the matter? Don't you trust them anymore?
Well, that's just it. I do. They turned in an honest count, all right, but someone pulled a switcheroo on them after they delivered the results.
Wishful thinking.
For crying out loud, do you think I'd be sticking my neck out with an explosive setup like this without some proof?
Well, whatever it is, you better keep it to yourself.
I intend to. I just thought I'd better let you know where you stand.
Was my name the only switch?
Yeah. You had the Oscar in the bag.
And all I can say is somebody wasted a lot of good energy rigging up this thing. Because if I had gotten that gold-plated, shrunken Apollo, I probably wouldn't have even used it for a doorstop.
You are listening to The Man Who Died Twice, starring Hans Conried. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what would happen to Hollywood, USA, under a communist regime.
Nothing's ever too late for me. If the clock won't wait, I stop it. And baby, you know what happens when I stop something.
This time you won't. You hear the clock? It's midnight, Chuck. A new day without you.
Well, what do you think?
Well, a couple of rough spots. Nothing some minor retakes can't fix.
Oh, I think it's great just the way it is.
Well, what's the rush? An extra polish never hurt any picture.
They won't show at the box office. Besides, it's high time for your vacation.
Vacation?
Well, now, you know you need a rest. You can't keep driving yourself like this much longer.
Well, work never hurt me, and you know I can't wait to tackle thicker than water.
I meant to tell you. It's been shelved.
Shelved? Why?
Well, the front office felt it to be too grim a subject matter at this time.
What better time is there than now, with all this gibberish about communistic ideology still flying thick and fast? Well, this story does a greater selling job than any flag-waving brass band. What is timelier than the story of a capitalistic father and a communistic son? The clash within the same flesh and blood.
I know it, but it's just one of those things where... come in.
Mr. Lloyd?
Yeah?
Telegram, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Wow. What timing. You have anything to do with this?
With what?
Take a look.
Why, it's from Dixon. It gives me great pleasure to inform you that you have been granted a professorship of cinematography and will begin to lecture at the Southern California University in Los Angeles on the 1st of next month. Respect for yours, J.P. Dixon.
Quite a coincidence, don't you think?
Jupiter, as I live and breathe. Old celluloid brain himself. Where the heck have you been keeping yourself?
What's the matter? Don't you read your own stuff anymore? You were the guy who blabbered about my being a loss to the movies and a gain to the university.
Well, I had no choice.
Who has?
Anyway, that's no reason for you to go into hiding.
A man who has fallen into a manhole is not necessarily hiding.
Oh, it couldn't be as gruesome as all that. I hear rumors that you may make another picture.
Well, I may be permitted to, is more precise.
To rope down that manhole. Grab it, Alex.
What do you think I've been doing? When it comes to craving a camera, my pride takes a back seat. It took some finagling, though.
Yeah?
I'm not much a man for pleading, but I finally gave Dixon a heavy dose of it, claiming that I couldn't keep on teaching without some practical experience keeping me agile.
Mm-hmm. What's it going to be?
Thicker than water.
Your pet project. Some Christmas gift, huh?
The return of what's been taken from you is hardly a gift.
Think they'll put a ball and chain on it?
Maybe. Maybe, but I'll be carrying a file.
Honey, the air's foul in here. Please open that window and let some spring inside, huh?
Sure thing.
Thanks, honey. Well, that smells good.
Does spring make you think of anything special?
Yeah. Yeah, honey, it sure does. We better get this write-up out before summer comes.
You stinker.
When have you run out of names?
When you marry me.
I'll buy you a dictionary. In the meantime, make 2 carbons of this. And get it on the boss's desk as soon as possible. I want to make the evening edition.
But Alex Lodge's picture won't be released for at least another month.
I don't care. Got to start reminding this town early. No one forgets its absentees as fast as Hollywood.
Oh, want me to take it?
No, you better get that out there. Hello, Sheldon speaking.
Listen, Egghead. I want you to get your carcass down here at the studio as soon as possible.
What's up?
I'm going to show you something that should stimulate your corny repertoire of adjectives.
Alex, you're not going to run thicker than water.
What else?
It'll be running projection room 6. It's just over here.
Tell me, Alex, just between you and me, how'd you feel about it?
Like old times. Oh, here we are. Oh, where the heck is the projectionist? Hello, anybody here?
No, Alex, he's gone home.
Home?
Yes, I told him to.
Well, you're crazy. We got a running all set for 2:30.
Oh, there won't be any.
Is this some kind of a gag?
Well, I wish it were. You see, they came by to confiscate all prints, including the negative, just a little while ago.
They? Who's they?
A couple of men from Dixon's local office.
But they can't do that.
I'm afraid they can.
But you mean to tell me you just stood by and did nothing while they carted it away?
Well, what could I do? They had a warrant and certified instructions by Dixon.
Now, who does that man think he is?
But, Alex, I had to do it. They could have shut down the studio. You know how...
Oh, you didn't have to give them the negative. To make some sacrificial offering, why didn't you give him some of this trash? A lizard man, a lawful black please, Alex jockey. You're smashing the later. These contribution to communism. You always like medals. Come on, Mark. Let's get out of here.
Hello.
Hi, you son of a printing press. What you doing?
Sleeping. What else would I be doing at 3 in the morning?
Sleeping the nocturnal waste of mankind, sleeping away the hours of darkness while life's mysteries step out of the shadows.
Huh? What the devil are you talking about?
You put on your clothes and come on over. The time has come to talk.
Okay, I'll be over.
How's about one for you?
No, thanks. Too early in the morning. I thought you never touched the stuff. Since when the change?
Since I haven't been feeling good.
Well, that makes sense. You think a steady diet of booze will do the trick?
It may. Doctor can't help me.
Doctor? You mean you've been seeing one?
No. Can't find anything wrong organically.
I could have told you that. Look, all you need is some rest.
Rest? Rest? That's all I've been getting. Ever since Mr. Dixon decided that thicker than water was unfit for public consumption.
Well, you should take some time off anyway. You know, from lecturing at the university again.
Lecturing. Rapping off some imbecilic theses about the technique of directing, textbook monotony without a soul, a class full of eyes peering at you, searching my face for something that isn't there.
It'll be all right, Alex. You'll feel better about it tomorrow.
Oh, you think I'm drunk, Judge? Well, my tongue may not be glib, but my head's as clear as a lens. They may have tried to shroud the naked eye with complex deception, but I can still think with my eye. I can see all the beauty of life that has been and could be, how the two-legged creature called man has yet not completed its process of evolution. Oh, how a camera could record this struggle for our daily bread, and how the parasites make of this struggle a vicious device for their own personal gain. All right. Now you know my sickness. It's too much thinking.
You're not alone. We still have one last weapon. Truth.
Truth. Look how that failed and thicker than water. I was objective. I showed both sides of a story. Both had their faults, the capitalists as well as the communists. Oh, but no. No communist is ever bad. You hear that? No communist is ever bad. That's a good one, huh? It's a good one.
Hey. Take it easy. You're going to have an accident and choke to death.
No death is accidental. No one dies if he still has something important to accomplish in his life. Physical death comes to an artist only when his spiritual life, his creative power, has run out.
Some more coffee?
No, thanks.
Mark, don't you think you'd better quit? It's 3 in the morning.
I'm sorry, honey. You can go. I'll try to finish this by myself.
I didn't mean it that way. It's just not fair of them to give you this assignment. Any obituary is bad enough,
But Alex's obituary. Yeah. Well, it's more than I bargained for.
Well, you must stop brooding. Make it brief. That's the way he would have liked it.
It's not the length, honey. It's the punch. The punch his entire being had. The punch that's suddenly gone. leaving a vast emptiness. Yeah. Something that only his own words could describe. Yeah, that's it. That's it, his own words. Let's try it. Ready?
Ready.
Did Alex Lloyd foresee his own death a month ago when he told me that physical death comes to an artist when his spiritual life, his creative power, has run out? They said his heart was made of celluloid. But even unbeknownst to him, he was a romantic. And foremost, he was an artist, and as such, he paid a supreme price for his failings. He died twice.
You think it'll get in print?
In this red sheet? Not a chance. Tear it up.
You have just heard what would happen to the motion picture industry under a communist regime. You have just heard how one of its creative members would perish under its yoke. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Russia. It did happen to Sergei Eisenstein, Russia's renowned motion picture director, who was the first exponent of drama through photography. Eisenstein made a picture called Béchamp-Luc, which Stalin himself suppressed. His Ivan the Terrible was banned as decadent and bourgeois. It was Eisenstein who said that no one dies if he still has something to accomplish. Physical death comes to an artist when his spiritual life, his creative power, has run out. He died soon after. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Hans Conried as Alex Lloyd in The Man Who Died Twice. Sidney Miller was Mark, Bill Bissell was Leon, and Don Randolph was Dixon. Others in the cast were Janet Logan, Marjorie Hochel, Ken Allen, Lamont Johnson, Floyd Howard, Joe Cranston, and Leroy Leonard. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. The Man Who Died Twice was written for If Freedom Failed by Peter Brook, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Freedom Failed. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. we'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what can happen to a scientist under a communist regime. Pat McGeehan stars as Professor John Baker in The Lenin Prize.
All right, I'm coming. How can the comrade workers prepare a decent meal if the burger keeps buzzing all the day? Rise up, ye children of privation. Rise up, all ye who are forlorn. Rise up, ye Oh, it's only you, Professor Baker. You're home early.
A little more rising, Eileen, and you'll raise the roof with that Communist International.
Well, you never know who might come knocking at the door. Oh, you've forgotten your hat again. Mrs. Baker ain't going to like that.
I'm not exactly a delicate, doddering old man.
Nor will you see your 40th birthday again, Professor. Now, you got to be more careful fooling around at the Institute with all them bugs and microbes and genies.
Genes, Eileen, genes.
Oh.
The little organisms which gave you those bright Irish blue eyes.
Soviet Irish blue, Professor.
Yes, I suppose so. Soviet Irish blue.
Well, I'll be off to my kitchen. Oh, it's alone.
Oh, Eileen, isn't my wife home?
Oh, she's been upstairs all afternoon mooning at that wardrobe trunk in the hall closet.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Eileen. I'll be upstairs. Mary.
John, I'm so early.
Were you expecting some other lover?
John, you're not early because of some bad news.
Of course not. I just didn't want you to have all the fun sighing at the trunk, so I left the Institute early.
To sigh at it with me?
Mary, do you think we might just take it out of the closet?
To see if the Niagara Falls label's still on?
Oh, yes. Mary, do you remember 19 years ago?
19 years ago this June. Oh, John, you're a romantic fool.
Fool, am I? Dr. John Baker, Chief Biologist of the Ohio Region Biological Institute, and one of the 10, only 10, mind you, honored scientists of the American Soviet Republic. I wouldn't want the Central Committee to hear you calling the latest recipient of the Lenin Prize.
Latest, most likely recipient of the $1,000 prize.
Don't be mercenary, Mary. Let's call it by its name. The Lenin Prize.
Well, it's $1,000, whatever you call it. And without it, we couldn't afford the trip to Niagara Falls.
But, thanks to the Central Committee...
You mean, thanks to your research?
Really, thanks to the editors of the Science Quarterly who chose my theories over Lysenko's.
Chose? Oh, John, is the Quarterly out?
Mary,
And your paper's been chosen for publication. You've won.
Mary, not so fast. Slow down. I didn't say...
But you said chose.
Well, only because Ben Saunders told me it was certain my paper would be chosen.
Oh.
But on his say-so, I went down to the railway commissariat this afternoon and bought our train tickets. We leave a week from today.
Well, I suppose if Ben said so. After all, he is the director of the Institute.
More important, he's the party secretary for the region. He's bringing an advance copy of the quarterly with him.
Oh, John, with your article in it?
Well, I expect so.
John Baker, if you don't stop teasing me, making me go hot and cold like water tap...
Now we can take the trunk out.
Good evening, Director Saunders.
Good evening, Eileen. How's the comrade worker this evening?
Oh, fine as the evening is bright, sir. And there's a bit of anticipation in the household tonight, I'm thinking.
Oh?
That you, Ben?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, glad you finally got here. Mary's been feeling a little worried, you know.
Worried? Worried about what?
She won't quite believe it about the prize until...
Now, we'll soon fix that. Where is she?
We've been waiting in the library for you.
Oh, Ben, come on in.
Did you bring the advance copy?
Mary, your husband's been slandering you. Worried. I don't see a trace of it. You're looking lovelier than ever.
John, you're a lucky man.
Then you did bring the Science Quarterly with you.
Oh, well, now let's sit down, John.
Well, you didn't you, Ben?
The fact is, I didn't.
Then I haven't...
The prize.
But you said the Central
Hold
Committee...
on now, John. Mary, it's only a technical delay. Some of the research papers on genetics haven't been turned in for publication. Professor Miller's, I think, and one or two others. As soon as they are, the presses will roll.
But my paper on heredity...
will be published without a doubt.
And the choice between John's theories and Lysenko's. The prize, I mean.
In the bag, Mary. In the bag, as they say.
We thought we'd be on the train a week from tonight.
You will, John, I promise you.
If the Central Committee prefers John's theory to Lysenko's fiction.
Now, Mary, there's something to be said for Lysenko's side.
What? Why, for purely political reasons, it exalts the forces of environment. It completely denies heredity. And it brands as liars and counter-revolutionaries anyone who speaks up for Mendelian heredity. I wonder how Lysenko would explain, well, Eileen's blue eyes. How insane can a scientist be and still be called a scientist?
Oh, John, please.
Come now, John. No one agrees with you more than I do, but don't let the Lysenkoists get under your skin.
Well, I don't like this delay.
Believe me, it's only that the Central Committee wants to consider all the research that's been done before they reveal that...
Revealed?
You mean the decision's been made already?
Well, I didn't mean to let it slip out, but of course it's made. And in your favor, John, you will be on that train next Friday with the Lenin Prize in your pocket.
Morning, Miss Kimball.
Good morning, Professor Miller. Dr. Goldschmidt was in looking for you.
The Science Quarterly. It wasn't in my mailbox. Was it delivered here?
No, Professor.
No? Oh, what did you say about Dr. Goldschmidt?
Well, he didn't get his either.
He didn't either, eh?
He said he'd be across the hall in the biology library.
What's that?
He said he'd be
yes, the biology library. I'll be right back, Miss Kimball. Goldschmidt?
Here.
Where?
In the alcove.
In the physical chemistry?
No. Here in the biology.
Oh, what is it? Why?
Take this.
Journal of Biology?
Take it. Make believe you read it.
Oh.
You two have not received the Science Quarterly.
No. But why only us?
It is not only us. Not us, not Mazzini. Nobody. It did not publish.
I don't like it, Goldschmidt.
Keep down the voice.
Oh.
Also, I don't like Director Sanders to ask me 20 times why my results are not ready for the quarterly.
Me too. He knows my experiments don't support Lysenko's theories.
Mine also support Professor Baker, not this political foolery.
Maybe it's foolishness, but the Lysenko theory fits the Communist Party line. And if Sanders... Who is it?
I cannot see. Wait. Mazzini. Here. In the alcove in biology.
And Miller, too. I just come from Director Saunders' office. Again, he asked me for my research paper for quarterly. Again, I tell him I am not finishing final form.
Aren't you?
Sure, but Saunders does not want results which support Baker's theory.
What I don't get is, if Professor Baker submitted his paper for publication, what have we got to be afraid of?
Did he? Or does Saunders only say it is
To me, Baker has never said his research paper is given in.
I never asked him.
I didn't either.
Then I will ask.
And if he says yes, he did?
Then Baker or no Baker, I will tell him he is a fool.
No!
I will tell him he digs his grave and helps to bury us too. Professor Baker.
Yes, Goldschmidt?
The quarterly has not come out.
I know. Is something wrong?
It is not out because some of the men have not given in the research for publication.
So Director Saunders told me. Haven't you?
Have you given in yours?
Of course I have.
But don't you see what you have done?
Done?
In opposing the theory favored by the Central Committee.
Nonsense. The Central Committee wants discussion from both sides.
This is what Director Saunders says?
Yes.
You believe him?
Why, of course.
You are crazy to stand up against them.
And perhaps your own mental balance has been affected by your ordeal under Hitler.
So you think my background makes me not to see clear, eh? Then ask your own American Professor Miller.
Miller? What about him?
His eyes are not sleeping to what is going on.
You mean he hasn't submitted his paper on hybrid corn?
Exactly what I mean.
But his research is airtight.
Exactly.
Then why doesn't he?
Because his neck is more important than his data.
He wouldn't suppress his results?
No, he's going to burn them.
You're mad.
Have you seen him today?
No.
Then go see him.
I will.
Mr. Baker.
Put those papers down, Miller.
Yes, sir?
Blow out that match.
Oh, yes, sir.
What's wrong with you, man?
I've got to burn my data. I've got to protect myself. I've worked too hard too many years. I can't start over now. There'd be no place to go, no.
Good heavens, man. Do you want to burn 5 years of work?
I'm saving my life.
You're hysterical.
No, I know what I'm doing. So for weeks, Saunders has been after me to hand in my refutation of Lysenko, to submit it, to publish it. He's kept after Goldschmidt and Mazzini, too.
Mazzini, too?
Yes. If we publish, it becomes public evidence of our opposition to the party line, to the Central Committee.
I've handed in my results for publication, and I've attacked the whole Lysenko's theory.
You're too big for them, Professor Baker.
Get hold of yourself.
What happened to Wilson at the California Institute?
A political scientist.
And to Simpson at New York.
An opposition economist.
Biologists are no different.
Oh, nonsense.
I'm afraid.
I'll vouch for it.
Could he mean my life?
I'll protect
I can't. I've got to burn. Mazzini?
Professor Baker, I look for you.
Mazzini, have you gone mad, too?
Rector Saunders has me in his office 3 times today. Again, he asked for my research for quotes.
Oh, you're all acting like children.
Sure, but with the instinct like a child. Why Saunders wants the paper? Everybody in the Institute know only 4. 4 in 25 scientists are against Lysenko theory.
Yes, only me and Goldschmidt and Mazzini.
And you, Professor Baker. And only after us do Saunders keep asking for research papers. Why? A trap?
Nonsense.
And why not he ask for papers from Lysenko?
Because he favors my theories. He told me so himself.
How do you know? For 14 years, you go from home to laboratory, from a laboratory to home, and read. What do you read? Journal, Biological Chemistry, of Chemical Physics, Journal of Genetics. But do you read Pravda? You read Izvestia, Communist Party newsletter, Ohio Region Party newspaper. Oh, no. You are a great scientist, Professor Baker. But in politics...
Listen to me. I know Ben Saunders. I have known Ben Saunders for 20 years. He was the best man at my wedding. He introduced me to my wife.
Yes, wife. I, too, am married. I, too, have a wife. What you have thought about your wife? You know what I think all day? I think I do not want to put my wife in danger. Into hands of Director Saunders, of Party Secretary Saunders.
But your wife,
Now, finally, you think about people.
But what is your wife to do with...
If I am a perch from Institute, what she do?
But you won't be.
Suppose.
But you're imagining.
Suppose.
Ben Saunders
What
says...
Central Committee says.
But Ben says...
Don't trust him.
I'll go to see Ben Saunders again. Now.
Are you busy, Ben?
Hello, John. That'll be all, Miss Simmons. I'll give you the rest of the letters later.
Yes.
Come in, John. Sit down. You look a little disturbed.
Yes, quite disturbed, Ben.
You're not still worried about the prize money?
No, but it has to do with the quarterly. I didn't know it, but a few men from my section are among those who have not yet submitted papers.
3 of them. Frankly, I've been pressing them. Your job, really, John.
I don't understand it.
You think that scientists would deliberately withhold the results of their research?
They're intimidated by the apparent policy of the Central Committee, and by the fact that you're a party secretary.
Oh, how can they be so intelligent in the laboratory and so stupid outside?
I've tried to reason with them.
John, maybe if we work together, we could get them to be sensible and publish.
Well, anything you say, Ben.
All right. What is there, a little dinner party at your house where they'll feel safe?
Well, Mary's got her hands full getting ready for our trip, getting our clothes clean and ready to pack.
Of course. Well, then, how about just a social evening? Maybe a bottle of wine.
That should be fine. Whom shall I ask? Miller, Goldschmidt, Mazzini?
Yes, and I'll ask Professor Markham, too.
Markham? I don't believe I know him.
The new man in the zoology department. He needs a little reassurance, too, I think.
All right, then. Tomorrow night?
Fine. About 8:30?
Fine. And I'll have a few bottles of Madeira to help put them at ease.
You are listening to The Lenin Prize, starring Pat McGeehan. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Professor Baker, here we are.
Good evening, Goldschmidt. Miller, Mazzini. Go right into the library, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
I'll get it, Eileen.
Is Director Saunders here?
Yes, he's in the library. He bought me a little present, traveling case. You'll find him in charge of the decanter. Oh, Professor Markham?
Professor Baker, am I late?
Not at all. I'm very glad to meet you. The others just got here.
Is Director Saunders here?
Oh, yes, he's here, too. Everyone's in the library. Come right.
Provisions of the Constitution of the American Soviet Republic, which guarantees... Professor Markham. Gentlemen, let me introduce a new member of our zoology department. Professor Markham. Dr. Goldschmidt, Professors Miller and Mazzini.
Pleasure, sir. Pleasure.
Now, as I was saying, gentlemen, our Constitution guarantees in Article 124 perfect freedom of speech and freedom of press. Now, we mustn't let that provision lapse by default.
Is it not Article 125, Director?
Huh? Yes, Markham, quite right. It is Article 125.
Pardon me, gentlemen. May I fill your glasses?
I've been waiting.
Enough, Professor. I will be drunk.
Miller?
Oh, certainly, sir, certainly.
Thank you, Professor, but I never... Excellent. Call her, John. Thank you. Gentlemen, let me suggest a toast. The second honeymoon of Professor John Baker and his wife.
What is this? Yes, what's this about a honeymoon?
Well, now, I don't think it's premature to say that I have every expectation of Professor Baker's winning the Lenin Prize for his paper on Mendelian heredity. It will appear in the coming issue of the Quarterly, and the prize money will nicely finance a trip to Niagara Falls.
I drink cold good stuff. The Lenin Prize.
Very good. Now, gentlemen, back to our Soviet Constitution and its relation to us. Now, we all know that there's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip between a constitutional provision and its everyday application.
Director Saunders, may I...
In a moment, Markham. In short, even in the Ohio Regional Committee of the party, one finds, thick heads which are hard to penetrate. Bear with me a moment, Professor Markham. There is a type of hard head, even in the party, which doesn't understand the right of criticism and self-criticism. Do you follow me, Goldschmidt?
I understand you, Director, but
But you thought that a party member, and especially a party secretary, mustn't even utter a whisper against the rumored position of the party central committee in Moscow.
Well...
Yes, I am surprised. Who did not think you thought that?
No, what I thought.
I beg your pardon, Markham?
I consider it unpatriotic and unworthy of a Soviet scientist to put forward any experimental conclusion which opposes what is desired by the Central Committee.
Oh, you surprised me, Markham. I hadn't thought this of you.
Nor had I thought that our party secretary would voice sentiments which
As the party secretary to a party member, I would appreciate a certain amount of civility.
I consider both what you say and the conspiratorial manner in which you say it as highly questionable.
Well, how close at hand and unexpectedly one sometimes finds the hard heads of which I spoke.
Sit down, Markham. I'm leaving. I consider this meeting treasonable.
Yes. Counter-revolutionary.
Yes, counter-revolutionary.
Then don't.
Deserved it.
Now you may go, Markham. You'll hear from me in the morning.
He'll denounce us all.
To whom? To me.
I will take a little wine.
I'm very sorry this happened, gentlemen, but you all certainly see now how wrongly you interpreted Director Saunders' intentions. With the director on our side, any fear is as foolish
as foolish as Markham is stupid, as he will discover in the morning. And now, gentlemen, need I say more? May I expect all of you to turn in your papers either to me or Professor Baker within the next day or two?
More wine, gentlemen?
Good morning, John. Professor Miller. Here, take this chair.
Thank you.
Now, John.
Here they are, Ben. The research papers ready for publication. Every one.
You don't know what this means to me. Not only as one who desires to see the party flourish, but also as a scientist. Yes. Mazzini's refutation of Lysenko and Miller's fallacy of Lysenko's theory on hybrid corn. Very good, Miller.
Thank you, Director.
And Goldschmidt's paper, too. Well, this means the quarterly is as good as published. You'll see it Friday night. And, John, the name of the winner of the Lenin Prize will be on the cover.
I've borrowed against that, Ben. Mary and I will be taking the midnight train.
Well, why shouldn't we celebrate? A triple celebration. You're winning the prize, your trip, and our own resolve to uphold the spirit of our freedom of science.
A very good idea. Why not at my house for dinner in the evening?
Count me in, John.
Good. Miller, you tell the others.
This time we won't invite Markham.
Till Friday evening. Eileen?
Yes, Professor?
Are we ready for dinner?
I need only the mouths, Mr. Baker.
I'll get it, Eileen. Hello.
Professor Baker?
Goldschmidt?
I am not well.
But you look fine today at the Institute. What's wrong?
I cannot come. I am sick.
Well, have you called the doctor?
The doctor has already come to me. I'm sorry, Baker.
But Goldschmidt...
I am sick.
Mary? Goldschmidt is sick.
Oh? Well, what's wrong with him?
He's not coming.
Was it serious?
Well, I don't know. He sounded very ill. But he did have a doctor.
Oh, what a shame.
Excuse me, dear. Hello?
Professor Baker, this Mrs. Miller?
Yes, Miller. Going to be a little late?
I'm at the Institute.
What, at this hour?
I had a little more extra work to finish up.
Are you all right, Miller?
Of course. Well, of course I'm all right.
You sound a little...
Fine, I tell you, fine.
Oh, then you'll be right over.
No, you go ahead without me. I'll be late.
How late?
Just late, Professor. I can't say any more.
Miller, what's wrong?
Goodbye, Professor Baker.
Mary, something's wrong.
Yes, it is strange.
I'll call Mazzini.
Yes. Oh, well, thank the Lord someone's come.
Baker?
Yes?
Message from Professor Mazzini.
Oh, I'll take it.
I can't come tonight.
Strange.
Well,
His phone's not ringing.
Messenger.
I'm from the Institute. Good night.
Well, wait a minute. John? John?
Mary, did I hear Mazzini's name? His phone didn't even ring.
Why, he isn't coming either. That was a message from him.
I'm going to call Ben.
I don't think that man really was from the Institute.
First Goldschmidt, then Miller, now Mazzini. What's wrong here? Mary, something's happened to the telephone. It's completely dead.
Oh, maybe it's off the hook in the kitchen. Eileen! Oh, There's the kitchen door.
Yeah. Well, that should be Ben at the front door. I'm glad he's finally come.
I'll go see what happened to Eileen. He seems suddenly to be so...
Oh, Ben, I'm so glad to see you. I don't know what's going on here, but...
John?
Yes?
John's here. He's there. Oh, Ben, it's you. Thank goodness.
Now, Mary, calm yourself. These things,
There's a strange man at the back door.
A man?
A man like the one that brought the message from Professor Mazzini.
Ben, no one is coming. What does it mean?
I'm afraid it means that the Central Committee doesn't look with favor on those who oppose their obviously better judgment.
Ben, but you...
I take my orders from the party.
And you, Ben, represent the Central Committee.
At the Institute.
And on the Science Quarterly. And slapping Markham?
A bit of make-believe.
To make the others submit their articles to the Quarterly.
Yes, I brought an advance copy for you. Carries raw paper, and Goldschmidt's, and Miller's, and Mazzini's.
But the prize. Ben, the Lenin Prize.
Mary, dear, it seems that Lysenko has won.
A trip.
Only off for you, Mary. Your husband will be going.
Going? Oh, what do you mean? John, what does he mean?
It's quite plain, my darling. I'm going away. Alone. When, Director Saunders?
Now, you've packed, don't you?
No, Ben. Please.
Let me read you the inscription from the cover of the Quarterly, Mrs. Baker. At least you will understand why your husband must go. It reads, and the color is bright red, "Glory to the great protector and protagonist of science, our deepest source of inspiration and courage to seek the truth, the Communist Party."
Saunders, what's the delay?
He is coming, Comrade Markham.
You have just heard a story of what happens to free scientists under the heel of communism. You think this could not happen? It did happen to Professor N.I. Vavilov, the famed Russian biologist who was arrested and deported to the Siberian Arctic. Why? Merely because he publicly disagreed with a theory of biology favored by the Soviet government. Professor Vavilov died in the deportation center of Magadan on the shore of the Bering Sea. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Pat McGeehan as Professor John Baker in The Lenin Prize. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. The Lenin Prize was written for If Freedom Failed by Arthur Weiss, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. failed. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. Thomas Gomez plays the role of Joseph Maston in The Bishop of Springfield.
My dear brethren, what doth it profit a man if he gain the whole world and suffer the loss of his soul? From Matthew chapter 16, verse 26. In observing the world of today, there can be little doubt of the significance of this question. When Jesus asked it of Peter, it was a direct question. But we must ask ourselves now, if even then, in his infinite wisdom, Jesus did not see a day some thousands of years hence when it could be again asked of a man whose ambitions have dwarfed the plans of Alexander and Caesar. It has been said to us by our rulers that man has no soul, or that if he has, that soul belongs to the state.
Somebody cut that guy up. I can't hear the picture.
He's right. Let's throw the copper out.
Yeah, then let's get the man and start all over again. All right. Why don't you know?
Joseph, what happened? It's not even 11:30 yet.
They were there again.
They?
Yes, they. Who else? The whole local contingent. Every communist in Springfield who wasn't busy plotting some other inspired evil. Oh, Mother, I'm sorry I shouted at you. I hope my soul proves to be stronger than my body.
What happened?
The usual. Nothing direct. Nothing I could throw back at them. Just a mild riot. Mild enough to break up the services.
You couldn't do anything?
I didn't try this time. Where's the Reverend Mr. Cleary?
In the next room, in bed.
Oh, of course. How is he?
Oh, he'll be all right. His rheumatism comes and goes with the season.
I might as well tell him what happened. Come along if you wish. Francis, wake up.
I'm wide awake. Pardon me for saying that not many a man born of flesh and blood can sleep when Bishop Maston blows his top. You'll pardon the expression.
That's right. Calm me down and make me forget my anger.
No, I don't mean to do that.
You heard what happened?
Only too clearly.
Francis, what am I going to do?
You're the bishop. It's up to you. Every churchgoer in Springfield looks to Bishop Maston for guidance.
The communists said we'd still have our freedom of religion when they took over America. We didn't know how all-devouring this new Caesar would be. All up and down the state, they're working feverishly to turn as many men as they can away from God. It's a tyranny. Tyranny that tramples on the most sacred human rights. A tyranny that denies, even in theory, that the individual has a right to develop his abilities, his talents, his tastes. The weaker the opposition, the stronger it grows. I have to fight it. I must.
All right, Talbot, tell me about it. Now, I've been assigned to watch the rectory since Tuesday.
Yes, I know. Get to the point.
Wednesday morning, some people stopped by.
You have all their names?
Yeah, they've all been checked. There were no party members. Anyway, they were each carrying sacks full of shoes. In the afternoon, there were more, and then ever since then, 5 or 10 parties a day have been dropping into the rectory, all of them with more shoes.
For what?
Poor parishioners, I suppose.
How touching. Poor parishioners, you say. Don't be naive. They're for... Hey, the black market. Yes, that's a good one. Maston is collecting shoes to sell on the black market so he can make money to fill his belly.
Bishop Maston, come in. Sit down.
Thank you.
It's good to see you.
That's a dangerous statement, Burton, even for a lawyer.
Living is dangerous these days, Bishop.
That's what I came to see you about.
Living?
Or dying. or something that is neither life nor death.
They've threatened you.
Of course, but that's of little significance. They threatened our whole democratic way of life when they took America over. They've carried out the threat. So what's one communistic warning to one Midwestern bishop?
What happened?
Boss Jeffries paid me a visit.
About the separation?
Yes, seems I'm one of the few bishops in this part of the country still fighting the Comintern's proposal that we liberate the church and have it join the communist fold.
What did you say?
I told him I'd never change my policy or take back any of the things I said against the communist government.
Well, that's as good as hanging yourself. You know that.
I know. But it's something I've said to hundreds of people, my friends and my enemies. I've written it down. I want you to have it. To record it or register it or do something so that it won't die with me. Here, read it.
Be it known by all men that the principles I have lived by to this day are my own and will never be rejected by me. Be it known that any confession that might appear someday over my signature would only be the result of human frailty or diabolical acts through which I might be tricked or drugged. I will never reject my people or my God.
You should be able to take care of that, Burton. You're a lawyer.
No. Oh, I'll do what I can with it, but I'm not a lawyer anymore.
Burton.
Could you go on being a bishop if you had to preach that communism was your God? Could a writer who loved liberty go on writing and exalting the theories of communism? Could a thirsty man enjoy a glass of water when he knew it was poisoned? Nor can I practice law and justice when there's nothing left of it but an unholy version that can be revised every minute to pamper the needs of the state.
But you're giving up. You can't do that. People are still fighting.
Yes, I'm giving up. I'm waiting to die. Bishop Maston, you've got something to turn to, a faith, a soul, a God, something as tangible to you as admittance to the bar was to me when we were a democracy. But they've made a mockery of everything I hold dear. I'm just a pawn in a courtroom when the communists move the pieces. This statement you gave me, well, ordinarily we could buy an advertisement in the papers and print it. We could send it out over the news wires. We could rent billboards. We could hire an auditorium and have you preach it to thousands of people. But what can I do with this statement now? The state controls the papers and the communists control the state. There's only one news wire, the government news wire. There's no such thing as billboards because advertising is capitalistic and opposed to the theories of communism. Auditoriums may be used only by high-ranking party members. The government owns everything. With a possible exception of your soul, Bishop Maston. Come on, I still have an automobile. Only because they had so many here, they didn't know what to do with them. I'll drive you home.
Gentlemen, I called you all here on behalf of Mr. Jeffries. The Maston case has come to a head. As you know, we've been exploiting every possibility in order that his church doesn't look up to him as a martyr. We've had little success. The man is remarkably strong and equally stubborn. More drastic steps will have to be taken. Miss Winslow, will you read the memo from Mr. Jeffries? Just the last part.
Yes, sir. In view of the situation, I am recommending the formation of a Maston elimination group with you in charge. You will begin with an all-out campaign of propaganda and intimidation against the bishop. A full detail of secret police will be assigned to him 24 hours a day, thus supplementing the smaller detail now working on the case. All his mail is to be censored. His telephone's tapped.
That's enough, Miss Winslow.
Measures aren't very strong, Mr. Ryder. Don't you think Jeffries is being too lenient?
Not lenient. Rather, let us say tactful. If we can get Maston to submit without causing a public issue, we'll save the party a great deal of time and money. Making a martyr of him would keep his sentiments alive long after his death. Jeffries is well aware of this. However, you must remember he has given me a free hand. I intend to use it. We will begin by causing a series of accidents. Fires, broken store windows, the stoning of automobiles, especially those of people who still attend his services. That failing, arrests will begin, not with Maston.
Mrs. Chandler, always nice to see you.
Thank you, Bishop. I don't know as how you'll think so after I've had my little say.
Nothing you can say will change the Mrs. Chandler I've known for 17 years.
We won't be at the services anymore, Bishop. They smashed his store this morning. They threw rocks through the window.
Oh, no.
Broke the showcases, stole half the merchandise, and then they beat him up. He's in the hospital now. We haven't done anything to aggravate them.
Except attend church.
Oh, I want to keep attending for the children's sake. To keep the idea of God alive in their mind. But what good is it? They have to attend their school, and since it's been nationalized, any good we try to do is destroyed by the classroom. Bishop, I don't know what to say. Just forgive us and pray for us.
Yes, that's one thing they can't take away from us no matter what they do. Prayer. That is, as long as someone keeps the idea of prayer alive. As long as there's someone to keep it alive.
I want the records for the trial completed within the week.
Yes, sir.
Judge Blackburn is arriving Saturday. He's going to take charge of everything. Conveniently enough, he will also be the presiding judge at the trial.
Then there'll be a trial.
I'm afraid so. I'm sick of wasting time. Everything Jeffrey suggested has failed. One more thing. I want you to arrange for transportation from Moscow for Professor Vasily Gerson. The details are all set. He'll be prepared to leave by tomorrow night.
Yes, sir. Should I know that name, Gerson? Sounds familiar.
Yes, you might know it. He's been active in every major trial which involved a confession. It's Gerson, you see, who will make certain that Bishop Maston renounces everything for which he has stood.
This may be the last time we shall all meet together. If the Lord is willing, I shall be wrong. Nonetheless, I will make the same statement next Sunday and every week until it is so. For I am now certain that the time will soon come when I shall be waiting my turn in a hangman's cell. What turn of events will bring me there, what knowledge you will have of it, I have no way of knowing. Therefore, before you and God, I will say this. No matter what their intentions are for me, life, imprisonment, torture, or death, I will never alter my opinions on communism or deny my opposition to it. For us to survive, the church must survive separately. It must never become an organ of the communistic government. I will never condone that union. I ask Almighty God to be my witness. Don't anybody leave.
You, up there. Your name?
I am Bishop Joseph Maston.
You're under arrest.
You are listening to The Bishop of Springfield, starring Thomas Gomez. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town, a town we call Springfield, USA.
Right down here, Mr. Ryder, into the corridor. The door's locked? Open from the outside. You needn't come any further, then I won't see him alone.
Yes, sir. There's light switch just to the right at the end.
No, I know. Hello, Master. It's so dark in here. What's the matter, Master? Oh, of course, the light hurts your eyes. Well, no need for it. There. Hungry? Thirsty, perhaps? Why is it that the strong type is always silent?
How long have I been here?
About 75 hours. It's raining out. Did you know that?
What do you want?
So brief, so to the point. I thought you'd like to make a little conversation. You must be awfully...
What do you want?
Lonely. All right. I'll tell you what I want. I want to bargain with you. Now, that's a fair enough statement. We try to do things justly. I want to make a trade with you. You give me something, I'll give you your freedom.
Freedom? Why are you so afraid of me?
Oh, come now, Master. We may fool most of the people, the masses, but not your kind.
Then I've been right all along. The state is making certain that the church doesn't have a new martyr.
Of course. Now, about my offer. And before I make it, let me remind you of the last 75 hours, and of the hours, the days, the weeks to come. All right, then. It's this simple. You can go on holding services as long as you wish. Only there will be no more sermons or any public statements. That's the bargain. That's all there is to it.
A bargain with God. That's your offer in return for my liberation from this cell. Mr. Ryder, this room is in darkness. You see nothing here. Not these walls, this floor, not me, not yourself. You may as well be blind. But with me, Mr. Ryder, it's different. I've lived in this darkness now for a long time. Ever since the communists took over this country, I've existed in an ominous black cavern far more oppressive than the darkness of this cell. Yes, Ryder, I'm used to it. I've even learned to see in it, and through it. This very instant, you don't see me, but I see you for what you are and what you're doing to the world. You wish to know what I see? I see a system that's destroying the last vestige of human dignity and integrity. A system that denies man the privilege of his own considered judgment. You're removing from humanity the right to think, to hold an opinion, to look to its own conscience. Your system stamps out the God-given power of love and substitutes the new God-given power of hate and contempt for all that is good and right in this world. You move maliciously and insidiously. You destroy freedom step by subtle step. And now you're trying to press out the one thing we have left to turn to, religion. Today you make an offer to continue services, but no sermon. Tomorrow there will be God, but no services or praise for him. The day after that there will be no God, but the new God. I say again what I've said to all of you before. I will never change my policy toward the communist state. I will never agree to a union between the church and the state.
You're right through here, Professor Gerson.
Good.
You won't want me then, eh?
It will not be necessary.
All right, I'll wait upstairs.
The equipment is all in place?
Just as you ordered it.
All right, good day. Well, you look very comfortable, Mr. Maston. You like the chair I had placed here and the small light?
Who are you?
My name is Gerson, Professor Gerson. You've heard of me, Mr. Franklin?
Maston. Maston's the name.
Huh? Oh, of course. Everybody always says the Professor Kotoff is absent-minded. I guess it's true.
Thought you said Gerson.
Gerson? No, who is he, a friend?
No, you just call yourself Kotoff. I thought your name was Gerson.
Oh, I see, Mr. Gerson. You thought my name was Maston. Is that right, Franklin?
So that's how you work. This is the beginning.
Of course. You see what I'm trying to do. You are perfectly normal now, so I am unable to accomplish very much today. Now, drink this, Mr. Gerson.
No.
It's just lemonade, Franklin. Look, I'll drink it myself. Oh, no, I won't either.
Stop it.
This hypodermic needle, I'll give you a shot. It will help the pain.
I have no pain.
Where does it hurt most, Reverend Cleary?
I was thinking of the Reverend Francis Cleary all of a sudden. He has rheumatism.
You do, Reverend Cleary. Then your legs hurt. What time is it?
I don't know.
Drink this. It will help the time.
No.
What's your name?
Maston.
Strange. That's my name. Bishop Maston. I thought you were Gerson.
You're Gerson. You,
Mr. Franklin. You're confusing me. The needle, it will stop your rheumatism. Stand up. Quickly.
My name is Gerson. You are master, correct?
No, Yes.
You will drink this, all right?
No.
Why not, Franklin? Too dark, perhaps? I'll turn on the light. You're hungry, Professor. You should be. And thirsty. Drink this, Professor Gerson.
No.
And I will. You see, it's good. Try some, Franklin. Franklin? Oh, no. That's not your name. What is your name?
Mass.
Sit down. Stand. Stay standing. The needle, the hypodermic needle.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Father Theory. Why should I stop? What's your name?
Master. No. Yes.
Sit down. Your arm, Mr. Williamson. Give me your arm.
Stop.
What time do you think it is? Who are you? I am Bishop Maston.
Gerson. I'm Gerson. Bishop Gerson.
All right. Sleep now. You're very tired. But first, your arm. This will make it easier for both of us. You will see. In a few days, you will see. My staff is ready to continue.
How's it going?
The biodynamic treatment has never failed, Mr. Ryder. You see, there are two drugs, Actagon and mescaline. They overstimulate and break down the nervous system to the point where the difference between fact and fancy fades out, and memory becomes so plastic it can be molded by any capable operator.
He's a strong man.
Yes. The first day I saw him, no food, no sleep for nearly 4 days, yet it was very difficult to confuse him. It's different now. The drugs are taking their effect. If you wish to observe, we can watch. What you will see under your very eyes is a complete transformation of character.
You're lying.
No.
You preached that sermon, not clearing.
What about the 720 pair of shoes?
For the poor.
Lies. You were going to sell them on the black market.
No, I wasn't going to sell them there.
Then where were you going to sell them?
I don't remember.
Lies. But you were going to sell them. Will you sign a confession admitting it?
No.
Lies.
Don't turn around, face the wall. You said the Communist Party denies the right of human integrity.
Will you admit that's a lie?
These are lies, Maston. All lies.
How much did you make on the black market?
Nothing.
Lies, Maston. Lies. All lies. Lies. All right. Stop it a moment. Spell.
Huh?
How long has she been standing?
40 hours, Professor. This is my fourth shift.
Bring him a chair. Professor?
Yes, sir.
Coffee, quick.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Maston. Give me that, Professor.
Here you are, Professor.
Pour some more. All right, now, Maston. And hold your head. You drink this.
Yes.
Some more. Professor?
Yes, sir.
All right. Drink, Master.
Thank you.
You want some food?
Yes.
Well, after you answer some questions the way we want you to. All right, all of you. Begin again. Continue all night. Maston, on your feet. Face the white wall. Turn the light. Good. Now, begin. And do not stop. Go on.
Do you still oppose the party?
How much did you get for the stool?
Where is this God you talked about? Lies.
Well, what is it? Why so quiet in here?
He passed out, Professor.
Well, finally.
After 66 hours on his feet, it's no wonder.
What happened?
Oh, he had 27 cups of coffee, but there was no effect. Last night, his feet and legs began swelling. Must have been pain. He fell down several times. We took off his shoes, asked him some more questions, and about 10 minutes ago, he collapsed.
Bring him to at once.
Yes, sir.
All right, Master. Come on. Wake up. Wake up!
Some water. That's enough. You'll be all right. Maston, you're hungry, no? You want something to eat?
Food? Eat. What do you want of me?
Come, he's broken. He'll do anything I tell him now. Get the letter.
It's right here, Professor.
Listen to this, Maston. We just want you to sign it, and then we let you rest for a few days. It only says what you have already admitted in this room. Now listen.
I wish to lessen the present tension. Is that true, Maston?
Yes.
I voluntarily admit that in principle I committed the acts in the indictment. Correct, Maston? After nearly 40 days of constant meditation, I consider that the
present tension, I voluntarily admit that in principle I committed the act in the indictment. After nearly 40 days of constant meditation, I consider that an agreement between church and state is necessary. I hereby willingly declare, free from pressure, of course, that I am willing to withdraw from the exercise of my duties for a time. Signed, Bishop Joseph Maston. This confession was given to the court this morning to be read before the beginning of the trial. Will the clerk call Joseph Maston to the stand?
Joseph Maston, take the stand. Place your hand on the book. Do you, Bishop Joseph Maston, by this manifesto of the people's will, agree to tell the entire truth before the people and the almighty state?
I do.
Bishop Maston, did anyone force you to make your confession?
No.
Then how do you account for your firm attitude previous to this trial, and the letter to the clergy of this state, in which you mentioned you would never announce your opposition to our communist state?
I want to say that I see things differently now. I regret my error. I want the letter and all the things I said to be considered null and void.
You offer no defense of your past actions, then?
None whatsoever. If I collided with the laws of communism, I regret it. I am sure while remaining faithful to basic principles, I would do certain things differently in the same situation today. I have never been the enemy of the American people. I have no quarrel with the workers or with the people to whom my family belongs. I can say no more, except to repeat that I regret my error.
This court is satisfied with your confession.
You have just heard a story of what happens to a man of God under a communist regime. You have heard what would happen to any American man of God if communism took over America. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Hungary. It did happen to Cardinal Joseph Mindszenty. In 1949, Cardinal Mindszenty was sentenced to life imprisonment. It took the Hungarian uprising of 1956 to free him, and when that revolution was crushed, Cardinal Mindszenty was forced to seek refuge in the American legation, where he has remained ever since. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Thomas Gomez as the Bishop in The Bishop of Springfield. Sergeant Lloyd Ayers speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what happens to a young man with everyday ideals under a communist regime. Mark Stevens plays the role of Randy Felton in The Heavens Fall.
Randy, can you hear me? It's me, Lois. Open your eyes. Look at me.
The pain.
It'll go, darling, as soon as you take these pills. Here, here's some water.
The woman. The one with the steel rod. Where is she?
What woman?
The build of a wrestler, crammed into a uniform.
A policewoman.
Yeah. That's what she was. Only there were two of them. A partner. Him I could handle. That's when she let me have it. From behind.
You must have gotten away on your own, Randy. Mother found you sprawled out against our back door. I had to help carry you in.
It's a good one. The whipped dog crawling back to his ex-keeper. Good thing your mother likes me.
Don't say that, Randy. She likes you all right. But I love you.
You could have fooled me yesterday.
I didn't want to walk out. You made me. But that was yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday. And look at me now.
I'm looking, Randy. I never stopped looking. Now tell me, how did it happen?
You were around when it all started. Only then I couldn't tell you. It began at the law school when
Randy, my boy, I must say I've been hearing nothing but nice things about you. That is, as far as your work here is concerned. I may even take the liberty to predict that someday I shall boast, there goes Randy Felton, one of my brood, and the most brilliant lawyer in Springfield. But as you know, Randy, success adds to our responsibilities toward the community, and I think you ought to...
I know, sir. It's about my holding down that job at night. The drugstore, I'm afraid
the Board of Education feels, or shall I say was advised, that tomorrow's generation of budding jurists should prepare itself for the task of enforcing law by affiliating with the party.
Since when have justice and the party become bedfellows?
Randy, you've got to learn to watch your tongue. Such sentiments are dangerous.
I seem to remember a slogan I learned here. Something about there should be no sword in the hand of justice.
My boy, these days it's not for us to live by slogans, but by the facts that surround us.
And the facts are that only Communist Party members make desirable pupils.
If you wish to phrase it that way. I only wish you'd understand.
I understand, sir.
Then you will?
Don't have much choice. I've come too far to turn back now. Here you are. One reporter's delight. Good to the last scoop.
Thanks, Randy.
Hello, honey.
Hi.
That's all? Just hi?
It's an accepted form of greeting.
Okay. Pull up a grouch and sit down.
What grouch?
The one you're bearing.
I'm all right.
Suit yourself. Love someone?
Very much.
Someone I've seen?
Whenever you're shaving.
Huh? At least the mercury's back to normal. How about a Coke?
Fine.
Now then, tell me, what's wrong?
Oh, nothing. I should have known better than to listen to those nasty rumors.
Rumors? What rumors?
That you joined the party.
Oh, that.
Randy. Randy, you didn't.
You're not so loud. Besides, what would you do if the dean asked you to?
Well, I'd walk out.
Yeah, sure, and jerk sodas for the rest of your life.
At least you'd keep your self-respect.
There's a pretty phrase, self-respect. I wonder how it'll taste for dinner. Or how many ounces it'll take to pay for our honeymoon.
Springfield hasn't got the only law school in the country. I'll go with you wherever you want.
It's not that easy.
Nothing seems to come easy anymore. Like last night. Like last night when you said you couldn't see me because you had to work late helping Mr. Higgins take inventory. So I came by. Thought I'd keep you company. But the place was all locked up and dark.
So we worked for the seeing eye dog. Just drop it, will you?
I will not.
Hey, Randy, how's about a little service out here?
Yeah, I'll be right with you. Look, honey, I can't explain now. I'll have to wait until I...
Now, there seem to be a lot of things you can't explain. Okay, it's just as well. It'll save me the trouble explaining about the job I've been offered in New York.
The job in New York?
And I was going to tell you about the kick I got in turning it down. But now it looks like I'd better take it. Here, for the Coke. I wouldn't want you to miss a dime the next time you take inventory. Goodbye.
If I only could have told you then about how we were trying to help Sanders.
You mean Sanders is running for mayor against that commie?
Yeah. Needed a push. Had no campaign funds. Probably the last non-red will appear on the ticket in Springfield. Remarkable guy, Sanders. With all the odds against him, he refused to budge. Stood his ground. That's why he needed us more than ever. Then I went to see Bert last night and laid it straight on the line.
It's going to be rougher than we figured. Looks like the party's out for blood. This being the night before election, police patrols are being doubled. Johnson's got an in with a desk sergeant at the 5th Precinct. He found out that most of the patrols are reserves, staunch party members, who managed to get their schedule and are out of their beat.
Got a cigarette?
Huh? Oh, yeah, here. Pay any attention to what I said.
Every word. Easiest layout you could wish for.
Meaning what?
You don't need me. Any half-baked kid could tack up those posters. You figure the time and the place. That's all there is to it.
I'm afraid not. You got to work in pairs now. One just for a lookout. Patrol schedules aren't reliable.
Okay. Where's the stuff and where does it go?
Thanks, Randy. I guess you and Joe can handle Barn Street.
I can handle it alone.
I told you you'll need a lookout.
When I need a nursemaid, I'll ask for one.
Sure, Randy, sure. Only the cops travel in pairs. And if there's trouble, you'll need some extra hands.
There won't be any trouble.
Have it your way. Just time yourself and hurry. Get there before 11, as a patrol due sometime after that.
Like I said, it'll be a cinch. Yeah, cinch. Like putting an elephant into a phone booth. When I left Bird with the posters tucked under my arm, it was already 10:15. I didn't want company, because I was going to look you up first. Might as well have carried dynamite with a lit fuse and hauled that bundle around the streets, and then it started to rain. It was coming down in buckets. The posters under my arm started to get soggy, so I stopped at Paul's newsstand to get some papers to wrap them with. Paul gave me kind of a funny look, like he knew I was up to something.
Lousy night to be running errands.
All I'm running for is home.
Better not. You'd be crossing up Burton Sanders.
You know?
Heck, kid. Been in on it from the beginning. Wouldn't miss helping old man Sanders for all the vodka in Russia. Hey, where's your lookout?
I don't need one.
You need something. Got a gun?
I'm not the type.
This is a tough setup. Can't go walking around naked. Here, put this in your pocket.
Hey, hold on. I'm not figuring on opening any letters tonight.
A kidder, huh? Only this ain't no time for being smart. The town's crawling with goons.
Yeah, I know, but a knife, I've never handled one before. If an icicle could burn, the knife in my pocket felt like one that did. By then, I really needed seeing you more than ever. I went straight to your house. The rain wouldn't let up.
Randy! My goodness, you look soaked to the skin. Come inside before you catch another cold.
Lois in?
She went to a movie. Why don't you take off that red coat and make yourself comfy? She ought to be home soon.
I can't right now. If it's okay with you, I might come back a little later, as long as she's...
As long as she doesn't take off for New York? There are no more trains leaving tonight. Besides, she hasn't even started to pack.
Do you really think she's going?
I don't rightly know. I think that's more or less up to you.
Up to me. Up to me. That's all I could think. I left your house again. The rain had stopped. Whatever move I made from there on seemed to come automatically. My thinking wasn't too sharp. If it had been, I probably would have looked at the clock before I headed for the street corner where Bert wanted me to tack up those posters. I wish it would start to rain again. The night was sensitive. Too sensitive. The air had been washed too clean to muffle sound. The pavement wore that shiny glaze which brightened shadows. And when I came face to face with the wall that was to bear my posters, I felt like I walked onto a stage, with thousands of eyes peering at me out of the darkness. My hands felt clumsy as they unrolled the posters. Then it came.
Stay where you are. Keep those hands up.
There were two of them, both in uniform. One wore a skirt. That was about her only claim to womanhood. She was bigger and rougher looking than her male partner.
Well, well. Out late playing politician, eh, Sonny?
There's going to be an election tomorrow, and I'm within my constitutional rights to advocate our candidate.
That's so. Well, if you ain't the one with the fancy lingo. You hear that, Chuck? Mr. Smarty Pants is dragging out the Constitution again. One of the brain boys, that one. The commissar'd love him.
Let's see your identification papers.
What if I won't show them to you?
You will, or I'll...
You'll nothing. Here they are.
Oh, here now. Let's have that knife.
Stay away.
Oh, Granny's a wildcat. Go to it, Chuck. The kid's bluffing.
Now, you wouldn't want to get hurt, would you now? It'll all be over in a minute. I simply reach over like this and then...
And then what?
To play rough, huh?
Chuck, the knife!
I can't. My wrist, he's got it. Get the pipe. Hit him. Ow!
You little run, I'll teach you to...
The ground under me turned to footing. I had to stay on my hands and knees to keep from sinking into it. I didn't know how I mustered the strength, but I did. And an upward kick with one foot set the big woman reeling against the wall. I heard the lead pipe bounce on the pavement. Then I ran, stumbling, but I ran. Didn't know where, didn't know how, I just ran.
Randy, I wish I'd known.
You said something about going along. Wherever I'd go. You still want to?
Want to? Do I want to breathe?
But we have to go separately. I'll go first. I'll get word to you somehow, through Bert.
I don't care. I want to leave town immediately. They must be looking for you everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah,
Only what?
Nothing.
You mustn't stop anywhere.
Today's election day. If things go well, I might not have to leave.
Darling, let's face it. What are Sanders' chances outside of a miracle?
None. And the age of miracles is over.
Hey, Randy, what are you doing here?
Same as you. Waiting in line to vote.
You nuts, the whole goon squad's looking for you.
They haven't got my name yet, have they?
No, but they can't mess with that description. Got you down to a T.
Next, please. Step forward.
Don't worry. I'm skipping right after this. Yes, sir.
Name, please?
Randy Fulton.
Let's see. Felton. Here we are. Registered as living at 86 Dayton Way?
Yeah, that's right.
Here's your ballot.
Thanks.
Are you familiar with the procedure?
Sure, I voted before.
Well, there have been a few minor changes since then. Now, if you wish to vote for Hollingsworth of the People's Party, you need not even place a cross behind his name. Merely deposit the ballot in this box right here. Now, isn't that simple?
Yeah, very. But how about Sanders' name? It's not on the ballot.
Oh, well, there's an empty space provided for those who wish to fill his name in, but then, of course, you'd have to go to the voting booth over there to do so. But you see, this way we save you all the fuss and bother.
I like being bothered.
Suit yourself, young man. After all, it's still a secret ballot.
Oh, secret ballot, my foot.
Will you please help yourself to the booth? Others are waiting.
Hey, you better oil up these curtain rings. For the use this booth's been getting, they've rusted to the rod.
I'm next. My name is... Just a minute, sir. If you'll excuse me, I'll have to make a quick call. Be right back. Sergeant Cranker? This is Mrs. Decker.
About that young fellow you've been looking for. I've got a hunch he's right here. Yes. Voting.
You are listening to The Heavens Fall, starring Mark Stevens. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Randy, you've got a visitor.
It's that lawyer they've been sending. I don't want to see him.
Some kind of a professor. Says he's the dean from your law school.
The dean? What does he want? Make more speeches?
No, just offer whatever help I can give.
Last rites are usually administered by a priest.
Please, my boy, give yourself a chance. Embittered emotions rarely turn the wheels of justice.
Ah, nuts. The wheels got jammed a long time
You're
ago.
wrong. Examine the facts, my boy. Regardless of what the circumstances may have been, you did attempt to kill a man. He almost died.
Good.
Now then, if I had tried to kill, and justifiably so, would you not have hastened to my side?
Yeah. If the scales of justice were still in balance.
Well, let's trust that they are. As long as you're on trial, you must retain that trust.
Look, Dean, I realize you're my elder. But hasn't it come clear to you yet that all hopes for such support died in our voting booths? The timid clutch their bread and keep their silence. They close their ears to the cries of those that dare to be strong. Me, I'm neither. I'm just guilty of growing up too darn late. Oh, I know you tried. Thanks.
Ready?
Sure. Which is it, court or scaffold? Not that there's much difference.
Court's waiting.
Randy, you didn't want the lawyer they sent you. It's not too late for me to take over your defense. I can get a postponement, prepare a solid case.
Oh, come now, and deprive me of handling my first and last case? I wasn't that bad a pupil, was I, Dean?
May God bless you, my boy. God bless you.
All right, let's go.
Do you mind if I come along?
Well, it's okay part of the way, but I got to turn him over to the marshal out and back.
Back of what? Are we going to the courtroom?
No, it's been booked up for weeks.
I'll bet.
They're taking over the dance hall across the street. Want more room. Seems you're a pretty important boy.
Dance hall? What's the idea, Dean?
Well, I suppose your case is to set a precedent and discourage any further political crimes.
All the dance halls in town, they have to pick the evidence.
Well, nothing deliberate, I'm sure. It's the closest.
Yeah, the closest. The closest to everything.
In what way?
The lowest to me. We got engaged there.
Hear ye, the 12th District Court of the People in the Soviet States of America is now in session. The Honorable Judge Dawson presiding. All those having grievances, draw near.
Gentlemen, I see the first case on the calendar is the case of the People versus Randolph Filton. Are you ready to proceed?
The government is ready, Your Honor.
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Filton, you still wish to proceed without counsel?
I do, Your Honor.
Very well. Will the prosecutor call his first witness?
Well, policewoman Jean Barton, please take the stand.
Those other witnesses, who are they? I've never seen them.
They're supposed to have witnessed the crime.
Remarkable how I managed to escape from a street cluttered with this many witnesses.
And such questions should be placed before the court.
Oh, what good would it do?
You have more friends than you think. Give them a chance to show their faces.
The only face I like seeing kept away.
You mean Lois?
Yeah, sure. I'm glad I asked her to stay away. There's too much of the past clinging to these walls. If you listen real hard, you can hear it. Listen.
Why, is anyone
You hear it? Hear what? Why, the music. It resounds from the rafters. Like it got lost up there, so it could stay. Stay there for always. You can hear it now.
Maybe I can.
Sure. Sure you can. It's just like then. It's flowing, soft and easy. Like heavy colors that made a picture. Some of it filled out those ugly cracks in the wall. Made them look like they belonged there. Everything belonged just as Lois believed. Dance nicely. Hold nicely.
I'm never really danced before. I went through the motions, but never really danced.
I know. It's not the steps. It's that slow beat. The beat of the heart.
Hey, love someone?
Very much.
Someone I've seen?
Every time you powder your nose.
Oh, if all the world were only as safe as it feels in here.
This is our world. Right here.
Maybe today it is. That other world can't come inside. But what happens when we've got to go out and meet it? Tomorrow. What about tomorrow, Randy?
Just stay close, honey. Tomorrow will take care of itself. Tomorrow will take care of itself. Will take care of itself. Take care of itself. Take care of itself. Tomorrow will take care of itself.
Mr. Felton! Mr. Felton, I'm addressing you!
Yeah, but tomorrow didn't take care of itself, did it?
I beg your pardon?
Never mind.
If the defendant finds it within his power to gather his faculties, I'd like to repeat the question.
By all means, do.
Does the defendant wish to question the witnesses?
No question.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to take the stand and subject myself to cross-examination by the prosecutor.
Has the prosecutor requested your testimony?
No, Your Honor, but under the circumstances, I'm sure the prosecutor will have no objections.
Well, this is highly irregular. However, if the prosecutor finds this agreeable, you may take the stand.
I see no objections.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your name?
Benton Caldwell.
Occupation?
Dean of the Springfield Law School.
Are you familiar with the defendant?
Yes, he's been my pupil. And since it has been my task to build his knowledge and shape his destiny, I feel that I share the responsibility of his actions.
So you mean to say that you subscribe to his dastardly deed of attempted murder?
I object, Your Honor.
On what grounds?
On the grounds that the prosecution is trying to incriminate a witness while the testimony should pertain solely to the case in question.
Objection sustained.
Dean Caldwell, you asked to take the stand. Did you primarily do so to make a statement?
Yes. With the court's permission, I would like to quote a Latin slogan and have the defendant translated.
Permission granted.
Justitia fiat, ruat coelum.
The defendant will rise and translate the words.
Let justice be done, though the heavens fall.
Was the defendant requested to translate these words because possibly he did not understand their true meaning?
On the contrary, I wish the defendant himself to remind the prosecutor of his responsibility.
Your Honor, the prosecution objects strongly to having its integrity questioned in this foul manner. I ask that this witness step down from the stand.
Objection sustained. Will the witness please leave the stand?
Without calling the defendant to the stand, I would like to ask him whether he fully understands the meaning of the words that he has just translated.
I do indeed.
In that case, doesn't your belief in justice prey on your conscience? Does it not fire you to seek repentance and admit the wrong of your criminal act?
It took me 5 years to learn how I could best benefit this community, namely by doing everything to rid it of the red pestilence. It would take me another 5 years to find one single reason why I should not have done what I did.
You mean you would repeat your criminal acts were you given the opportunity?
I would not only repeat them, I would multiply them. And I would do it so precisely because justice must be done though the heavens fall. And today, right here in this very place, the heavens have already begun to fall and shall keep on falling until all of us are crushed beneath.
Your Honor, in order to spare the court any further theatrical recitations, I hasten to make my recommendation as to the defendant's deserving punishment. A mentally unbalanced killer is a trivial menace to society in comparison to this cold-blooded, calculated, would-be murderer who admitted right here and now that he would complete the job of killing and keep on killing anyone who would stand in his road of treason against the Soviet government. Nothing but capital punishment could still his thirst for blood. And I thus ask the court to find Randolph Felton guilty of attempted murder in the first degree as well as of high treason, punishable by death.
Randolph Felton, before this court pronounces sentence, do you wish to make a statement?
I do, Your Honor. at the risk of being labeled a dramatist by the prosecutor, to whom sincerity is nothing but an affectation, may I say I consider my life a worthwhile price for freedom. For I am sure this court may put an end to my individual strive for liberty. The new dawn will see thousands of others whose plain, downright sense of human decency will compel them to arise and protest. And protest they will in such growing force that none of the self-appointed few will be able to stem the sweeping tide of freedom.
Order in the court! Order in the court!
Your Honor! Your Honor, if it pleases the court, may I remind the defendant and all those witnessing his underhanded methods of misrepresentation that only recent statistics reveal a conspicuous absence of these thousands that may arise in protest. And where are these thousands? Surely they had no better chance to show their protest than during our recent election. Yet, given that chance, these thousands went to the polls the other day and cast their vote in favor of the Communist Party's candidate for office. Yes, Mr. Randolph Felton. Let the facts and figures speak for themselves. 10,306 citizens voted for the party's candidate, whereby only 10 votes went to his radical and capitalistic opponent.
Correction. Only 10 votes were permitted to go to him.
I repeat, Mr. Felton, 10 votes. 10 citizens protesting. And where are those 10 now? Why aren't they at least here to plead your case? I'll tell you why. They bring to mind a poem about 10 little Indians. In this instance, it would begin, 10 little Indians were standing in line. One of them cheated, and then there were 9. And would end, one little Indian thought killing was fun. He was hanged by the neck, and then there were none. Do you understand, Mr. Felton? And then there were none.
You have just heard what happens to an ordinary, ambitious young man under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any young American if communism ever took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen in communist-occupied East Germany. It did happen to Hermann Josef Flade, who was tried for warmongering and attempted murder. It did happen at the Olbernhau Ballroom in Germany, where Flade openly defied communism. Hermann Josef Flade was to be beheaded, but the execution was delayed. Flade's voice had been heard by too many. He was finally sentenced to 15 years in prison. You've been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring Mark Stevens as Randy Felton in The Heavens Fall. John Stevenson was Bert, Ben Wright was the prosecutor, Stan Waxman was the dean, and Georgia Kirkwright was Lois. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michelle Perrier. The Heavens Fall was written for If Freedom Failed by Peter Brook, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a girl you may once have known, may know now, or might know someday. For this could well be the story of any girl if communism took over America. With Mala Powers starring as Barbara Cooper and Raymond Burr as her father, we offer No Escape.
Comrades, please. This is hardly the way to behave at a people's meeting.
But, Comrade Latkin, to move against a group of Springfield citizens in this manner without rhyme or reason is bad policy. We're trying to win their confidence. Convince them that America under communism is the highest form of living mankind has ever known. At least in Europe, after World Wars II and III, there was some discrimination in the selection of people for the Siberian labor camps.
As loyal members of the American Communist Party, I'm certain we're all aware of what happened before. But this situation is entirely different. Perhaps our guest from the mother country, Comrade Kalenkov, would explain the situation from his point of view. Comrade.
Thank you. You must all realize that there are certain problems in dealing with the Soviet states of America. Here, there is such a hodgepodge of races, religions, and groups that to designate one particular group for some of the more unpleasant tasks that must be performed to better the Soviet world is exceedingly difficult. Such a designation, rather than the plan offered by the Central Committee in Moscow, would be unfair. So, after much deliberation, we come to this conclusion.
Would you give us the details again, Comrade?
Of course. The quota for the labor camps in Siberia from the Soviet states of America has been set. As soon as possible, we will see to...
Comrade, but just what is the quota?
80,000.
Kind of high, isn't it, Comrade?
High? 80,000? Possibly, but you must remember, it has taken many years to complete the organization work that was necessary after communism's victory over imperialist America. To date, this country alone has supplied no personnel for the labor camps. We must make up for lost time here.
How do you break it down? That is, what proportion of men to women?
Oh, that is not determined as yet, but as usual, the majority will be men. There will be something like 60,000 men and 20,000 women.
You must have some kind of specifications, Comrade.
Oh, naturally. It would not take just anyone. The women must be between the ages of 17 and 35. And the men between the ages of 18 and 45. Naturally, no party members will be included.
Of course not.
Also, all people, whether party members or not, who are contributing importantly to the metamorphosis of America from its decadent capitalistic ways to communism, these people, too, must not be called. Only the non-essential people. You understand? Little people who don't really matter to the state must be called. The younger ones will be especially desired.
Comrade Kalenkov, can you tell us the quota for Springfield?
Yes. Only 68 people, according to the committee's breakdown of cities and towns. The first task will be to assemble a complete list of those residents of Springfield who fall into the above classification.
I still say it's not a wise policy. Some sort of segregation must be found. There's always a scapegoat if you look for
Comrade Cooper, are you questioning the decisions of our superiors? Or is it that you have an 18-year-old daughter who might fall into the classification? A daughter who is opposed to your membership in the party?
I don't like that.
Perhaps we are being unfair to Comrade Cooper. Certainly, Comrade Cooper cannot be held entirely responsible for his daughter's inability to recognize the superiority of Soviet methods. Nor can he be condemned for possessing a paternal regard for his daughter. But... needless to say, when he is reminded that this issue transcends personal feelings, that it
involves orders from the supreme authorities at the Kremlin, certainly when that is pointed out, there will be no discussion. Is that not so, Comrade Cooper?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Of course. And let us continue, huh? Any more questions?
Just this. I'm pretty sure we'll find a lot more than 68 people who classify. How do we narrow them down?
Oh? You only fair there, comrade? We will give them numbers, have a drawing. You only fair, eh?
You don't have to throw me over when you come in.
Then don't be standing right behind the front door.
I'm looking for your big flashlight. I thought it was in the hall closet.
On the top shelf. What do you want it for?
I don't want it. The state troopers are collecting them. Suppose they're capitalistic remnants of a decadent democracy or some such thing.
Take my hat. Flashlights belong in the hands of the police. No one else.
Yes, that's what Barbara was saying. They're becoming a symbol of force, raids in the night, knocks on doors.
Oh, stop it.
You're late.
Tell me more.
And even more irritable than usual. What's the matter? Dissension in the rank?
Of course not. No such thing as dissension in the communistic state. Where's Barbara?
Barbara's at school, competing in the swim meet. Susie's out looking for the dog. He's wandered off.
Alice, something's happened.
I thought so. What is it now?
The details on the labor draft have come through. Barbara's eligible.
No. Oh, John, no. No, no.
Don't you tell a soul or I'll kill you. So help me, I'll kill you. If this gets out, it'll ruin everything.
Oh, what are we going to do? Or don't you even care?
Of course I care. But these things have to be. We've all got to make sacrifices.
Oh, we have to do something.
Well, there's nothing definite.
What do you mean?
Well, she's eligible. She may not be conscripted. The only thing is, if it's not this year, it'll be next year or the year after that. There's only one hope. If she'll join the party as a junior member or do something to help the cause.
Oh, she'd never do that.
Can't you persuade her? She won't listen to anything I say.
Oh, she has a mind of her own, you know that. She's headstrong.
All right, let her be headstrong in Siberia. Let her stick to a bunch of rotten principles.
Quiet, here.
Mother, I want to meet it. Oh, hello, Dad.
Go to your room, Barbara. Your mother and I are talking.
Barbara. Yes, sir. Barbara. Wait, don't go.
Alice, I won't tolerate it.
You have something to tell her, John. You're a part of this whole rotten system. You come right from the core of it. You've been working with them all along, even before America fell in their hands. And this is as much your doing as it is the Kremlin's. So tell her. Tell her.
Alice, stop it.
Tell me what?
Go to your room.
I don't feel like it. What's going on here?
Will you tell her, John?
No. What good would it do? Won't change anything.
We don't know that. If she knows now, she might be able to do something about it. Now, you tell her or I will.
Barbara, for the last time, go to your room.
No, this is obviously about me. I want to know what's happening.
It is about you, Barbara. They're going...
Alice!
They're going to draft a lot of the girls...
I warned you.
Oh! Dad, how could you be so...
It's all right, Barbara. And it isn't going to change my mind. They're going to draft people for Siberia, dear. You may be one of them.
I'll never forgive you for this, Alice. I'll never forgive you.
Well, you said I may be one of them. Is there some question about it?
I don't know exactly, dear. But apparently not everyone who's eligible will be called. Now, Barbara, you have to do something. Your friends, people like you, maybe a few of you could get together and plan something. Maybe if you told them about it, you could do something and take Susie with you.
No, I can't tell anyone.
Why not? Why should we respect their secrets?
It's more than that, Mother. I just can't tell anyone.
I don't see why.
Mother! Think what would happen. They'd trace it back to Dad. He'd be labeled a traitor. Then he'd accidentally be run over, and it'd be just you and Susie. What chance would you have, the wife of a traitor?
But, Barbara...
That's worse than just opposing the party. I'll do something. I don't know what. I'll die before I'll go to one of their camps. But right now, trying to plan something while I'm in Springfield is not much use. Oh, but Mother, make up your mind to it. There's no escape. Close your coat at the top, Susie. You're just getting over one of those colds, and this December air isn't going to help any.
That's why I've got it open. Maybe it'll come back, and I won't have to go to school and listen to all that junk they cram down us every day. Honestly, Babs, they're not even logical. I mean, they've been running the school for nearly as long as I can remember. I've practically grown up under their system, but I simply can't swallow it. You know, you've been kind of low lately, Babs. Something I don't know?
No, nothing.
That means something I shouldn't know.
Let's leave it at that, huh, Susie?
No. What's on your mind? Why don't you tell me?
Haven't you noticed anything different lately? On the way home?
Not especially. Oh, you mean all the trucks in town today?
Yes, that's what's on my mind.
I don't get it.
Susie, if I should leave town or go away someplace, would you do me a favor?
Sure, but what's this about...
Don't ask me anything. Just do it.
All right.
Let's stop here a second. I want to say this before we get into the house. There's nothing definite, Susie, but I may be leaving Springfield. If I do, I want you to join the SCL.
What? Me with those student commies? You're crazy.
Just join them. Bluff them. Let them think you're swallowing their line. Go along with them the best you can. It's the only way, Susie, for you and Mother. It'll make things a lot easier.
But I can't...
No buts, huh? They try to fool us enough. You fool them. Let's look at it this way. I'll fight them, and you bluff them. That way, maybe the Cooper family can make up for its father. Trust me, Susie, and promise me.
If you say so, Babs.
I say so. Come on, let's go in.
Oh, hi, Dad.
Never mind the snow on your boots. Get in here.
What's the excitement?
You'll know soon enough. Susie, go upstairs. Your mother's up there.
All right. Sure some funny things going on here.
Barbara, follow me.
Why the cellar?
Never mind. Come on. All right. Sit down. Listen to me. The only reason I'm letting you know what's about to happen is because you won't be leaving here until they come for you.
So I'm one of the 80,000.
Yes. They'll be here in about 3 hours. You don't have to go.
Meaning?
I've made some arrangements. You may not like them, but at least you'll live through them. I talked to Hatton for 2 hours yesterday afternoon.
Hatton?
He's the county head of the NKVD. I showed him your pictures in your bathing suit.
What are you getting at?
You're an attractive girl, Barbara. You can do yourself a lot of good. In 10 years, 15 at the most, you'd be through. You could retire, live comfortably under state protection for the rest of your life. You'd still be a young woman.
Wait. Let me make sure I understand this. You want your own daughter to work for the NKVD? To work for them because she's attractive?
You know the kind of work. Besides, it's not against your political principles. You don't even have to join the party. You'd work exclusively against Russian-born commissars and other high-ranking officials.
Spying on...
I told them you'd hardly do a job on Americans. Besides, these Russians over here like the American girls.
Because I'm attractive.
You'd dance with them, flirt a little, anything you felt necessary, and just report to the state office on their loyalty.
Why don't you come out and say it? Why don't you actually call things by name? Why don't you label it? You want your daughter to become...
Barbara! It's your only chance. If you'd rather die in Siberia, go ahead. I've jeopardized my position in this state just to help you.
Don't, Dad, don't. Don't help me. Don't do anything for me. Just leave me here until they come. Leave me alone. Get out of here. Get out. Get out.
Barbara Jean Cooper, age 18, resident of these premises, 496 Alton Road. She's here. Yes. Yes. I'll get her for you. You have no questions? I'm John Cooper. I'm on the local committee. Oh, of course, comrade. Then there shouldn't be any trouble.
Barbara, come on up here.
Well, she'll be right here.
This picture, it's Barbara?
Yes.
I have to compare it.
Well, here she comes.
My name's Barbara Cooper. You want me?
Hold still, please, while I flash the light to compare the picture.
Yes, this is the one. Thank you, Comrade Cooper. Come along, please. What are you laughing at?
That flashlight. It used to be ours.
You are listening to No Escape, starring Marla Powers. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
We've been crying all the way to the station.
Single file.
We're talking
Single file
here.
there. Open the car, you. In line.
Do you know where they're taking us?
Close number
No,
one
I don't
car.
know. I heard rumors. Some of the men in the truck, they said Siberia. Do you see it? Maybe. I'd rather die.
Open up there.
What's your name? Patricia Ingram. You call me Patsy. I'm Barbara Cooper. Look, let's not talk to anyone else. It's too dangerous. All right. If we can get in the same car, we can talk some more. I'm planning to escape. Oh, I don't know yet. I'll probably get killed, but I'll still try. But together. It's better if there are two of us. All right. Together. So remember, don't talk to anyone else. All right. Quiet. I think they're coming.
Two more. They're over here. Yes, you two out. Out. Follow me.
Patsy, we're stopping. Taking on more people? I don't think so. There's no sign of a town. Food, maybe. Maybe. Can you see through here? Yeah. They're opening the next car.
Now, the women. Take this bucket and fill it with water over there.
Pick two girls to get water, I think. Yes, there they go. Look, just one guard. Can't get very far in those flat, snow-covered fields in broad daylight. Yes, but at the rate this train is moving, it's going to take another week or 10 days to reach the West Coast. Sooner or later, we're going to get some water. But not until everything is just right. What makes you think they'll ask us? They don't have to. I know the way they think. I'll tell you what we'll do. We're slowing to a stop. More people? Not this time. We're not even near a village. Food, then. Feeding us at night. They must be relaxing. Maybe. The countryside's still the same. Hilly, more like mountains. Lots of trees. Rocky Mountains, maybe. Colorado. That's what I figured. Oh, at times like this, I wish I'd paid more attention to geography. That was the one course they couldn't figure out how to twist into some communistic ideology. Quiet now. Remember what I told you. Yeah.
All right, in there. Let's have two of you to get some water.
Ask them over there. We're sleeping. We don't want any water anyway.
No, you two look just right.
Come on, up with you.
We're not taking orders from you or anyone. Get your own water.
The two of you out at once, or else no food for 3 days. Still not taking orders?
All right, you win. Come on, Patsy. Where is it?
By the tank over there, you will find a tap at the bottom.
All right.
Here. All right, everyone in this car, wake up. Food will be brought here. Food and water. Come on, wake up, buddy.
Barbara, I'm scared.
Why?
Because we could start running.
I know. It looks easy.
But that's what's frightening me. I think this is the best chance we'll have, but it looks so easy. They must have a guard watching us.
Sure, but it's a pretty dark night.
But the snow, they have searchlights. They could shine them on us.
I know.
Oh, I'm not backing out, honestly. It just scares me.
We won't have a better opportunity. This must be where we get the water.
Yeah. I can't turn it. It's frozen.
Patsy!
Someone else is trying it. Come on, quick. This is the best chance we'll ever have. Run!
Getting light.
I don't hear them anymore.
I think they're giving up.
Oh, look. Look, down there over that other hill. You can just make out a train.
Yes. Yes, I see it.
It's ours. It's moving. They gave up. We got away. Patsy, we got away.
Well, good morning. You two girls are the first in this morning. You are the two who escaped, aren't you?
Yes, and we've watched you come in. We know you're alone, so don't try anything.
Are you crazy? Look, I just run this little beauty parlor. I could have been in the same boat you are. Quick, come in back here.
How'd you know about us?
You kidding? You two are famous. Been on the government radio every few minutes for the last 3 days. Complete description.
Where are we?
Just outside of Colorado Springs. Anyone see you yet?
No.
Oh, you came to the right place. I can feed you, give you some clothes, dye your hair. You're Barbara Cooper.
How do you know?
Brunette, 5'5". I could even tell you about your birthmark and operations. Those descriptions are pretty complete.
I could go blonde and she could go red. I'll wear your glasses, Patsy.
And we'll cut Patsy's long hair. Don't worry. In 3 hours, your own mother won't know you.
She'll have a chance to find out.
You're not going back there.
I have to. I want to let her know I'm all right. Besides, we both decided it'll be the last place they'll look for us.
Don't worry, kid. You'll get home. After that, I don't know.
Someone there? Hello. Did someone just come in? Hearing things now.
Mother!
No.
Mother, are you alone?
Oh, yes. Yes, Barbara. Oh, Barbara, baby, is it you?
Yes, Mother, it's Barbara.
Oh, dear God. Dear God, my baby. Oh, Barbara, let me hold you. Oh, baby, you're all right. Oh, Barbara, all these months not knowing whether you were alive or dead. Oh, God, thank you. Thank you for this one thing.
Come on, Mother. Get a hold of yourself. I'm all right.
Oh, but darling, the hair. You're so thin and glasses.
You are alone?
Oh, yes, always. But you don't know. You don't know what's happened.
I don't know anything. I've been watching the house for 2 days trying to figure out when Dad or Susie would be away, but I haven't seen either one of them.
Baby, how can I tell you?
What?
What is it? Susie. What did they do to her? About 6 weeks after you escaped, they took her.
Oh, no.
No. You mustn't blame yourself, darling. You didn't know. No one knew.
But she was only 15.
Oh, that didn't matter. I pleaded with him to take me.
But Dad, didn't Dad do anything?
No, he couldn't. He was already dead.
What? Dad? He's dead?
He knew about Susie before it happened. I guess it was too much for even him. They've been accusing him of being responsible for your escape. He finally broke under the pressure. He threatened to tell everything that was supposed to be held a secret. The next day there was an automobile accident. There are so few cars on the road.
I always felt I'd be glad when he died. But now I'm sorry for him. Why? Why is that?
It's the difference, Barbara. The difference between us and the communists. We're human beings. But you must be hungry, dear. Now let me give you something to eat and tell me what's happened to you. What about that other girl?
We separated about a month ago. She's going to try and make it into Mexico. She has some influential friends down there. Mother, I don't want...
All right. Don't move. You're coming with me.
Oh, Barbara.
Hurry up.
How'd you know I was here?
You don't give us much credit, do you? Nobody escapes from us. We caught the other girl. We made her talk. Come on, I have no time to waste here.
But you can't. You can't. You took her sister. You can't take them both.
No, of course not. We have our quota for the labor.
Oh, no.
That's what you're interested in. Comrade Hatton wants this.
Hatton.
It seems your father gave him some pictures. Comrade Hatton. Hurry, the NKVD office doesn't like to be kept waiting.
You have just heard a story of what happens to free people when they are ruled by a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen to the family of Hans and Maria Rotbacher. It did happen in the city of Bucharest in the country of Romania. 80,000 people were herded into trucks and trains destined for Siberia. Only 2 escaped. It did happen to 19-year-old Sultana Rotbacher, prominent as a diving and ski champion. Sultana Rotbacher experienced the same events depicted in this story. Her present whereabouts are unknown. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Mala Powers as Barbara Cooper in No Escape. Raymond Burr was her father, and Ann Morrison was Alice. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. No Escape was written and directed for If Freedom Failed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what happens to freedom of thought under a communist regime. Mercedes McCambridge stars as Anne Bishop in Tears for Miss Bishop.
Where are you at?
Out in the garden, Father.
An old friend of ours is here to see us.
Oh, Dean Maxwell.
Hello, Anne.
How nice to see you again.
And you?
Sit down, Tom. Will you have a drink?
No, nothing, thanks.
And how is my favorite educator?
Oh, a little grayer, a little older. That's about all.
Anne, Dean Maxwell has some interesting news for you.
Yes, Anne, and I won't keep you in suspense about it. I put in the request for you to join our teaching staff at Midwestern, and it's been approved.
Oh, wonderful.
Here's your certificate and the note of approval from the communist leaders in charge of education.
Oh, when do I begin?
3 weeks. The start of the fall term. May God have mercy on your soul.
Oh, Dad doesn't have much confidence in my ability as a teacher. But I have to be doing something.
No, it's not that. You know it isn't. But
what?
Anne, honey, I've tried to protect you from what's going on. I've been pretty well able to do that up until now. But now, for almost the first time in your life, you're going to be on your own. You'll see things and you'll find out about things that...
Henry, I'll give our girl all the help I can. You know that.
Yes, I know. If it weren't for you being there, I'd be a lot more frightened.
Well, I, for one, don't understand what all the fuss is about. I speak 5 languages and speak them well, thanks to you, Father. I can certainly teach them to others. So stop pulling those long faces, you two.
All right, then.
And now I have 1,001 things to do to get ready. So if you'll excuse me, Dean Maxwell.
Certainly.
I'll be upstairs if you want me for anything, Dad.
All right, dear. Tom, please take care of her. Promise me you will.
Yes, Henry. I promise.
What is it?
Good morning. I'm Anne Bishop. I believe that I...
Oh, yes, Miss Bishop. Dean Maxwell is expecting you. My name is Anderson.
How do you do?
Now, there are a few questions I want to ask, Miss Bishop.
Oh, but my appointment
These questions come first. Your full name, please.
Anne Marie Bishop.
Other names by which you are known?
I beg your pardon?
Other names, aliases, names used in party work, etc.
No. None.
Now, your party number.
I'm not a member of the Communist Party.
Really? Well, this is most surprising. You have your certificate, do you?
Oh, yes, everything's in order.
But I don't understand. We've never permitted a non-party member to teach here. Does Dean Maxwell know about this?
Yes.
Did he have anything to do with securing your appointment here?
I believe he put in the initial request.
I see.
My language experience has been entirely practical. My father and I traveled a great deal before the communists. That is, before travel was restricted.
Your father? Miss Bishop, are you related to Commissar of Culture for this district? Henry Bishop?
He's my father.
Oh, well. Well, of course, that explains a great deal. Please go right in, Miss Bishop. I'm very sorry that this took so long, but you know how it is. Rules and regulations and everything.
Yes, I know how it is. Thank you, Miss Anderson.
Miss Bishop, to see you, Dr. Maxwell.
Come in, Miss Bishop.
Thank you.
Please take a chair there. There are several things that are required of me in meeting a new teacher at Midwestern People's University. First, in the name of the people and of the Communist Party, may I welcome you to this school of learning. Second, I have a statement to read. Here it is. Every teacher in this institution must study thoroughly the broad, many-sided, and extremely significant science of society, which is communism, in order to work with maximum consciousness and clear purposefulness for the cause of communism. This is the society of the laws of the development of society, of the laws of the development of the proletarian revolution, of the victory of communism. Above all, remember, political orientation and loyalty to the work of communism are the principal traits of the good teacher. Now, Miss Bishop, do you understand everything I have said so far?
Well, not quite, Doctor. You see, I thought that I was...
Miss Bishop, I will repeat the question. Do you understand everything I have said? And answer yes.
Yes, Dean Maxwell. I understand.
Very well. And now, Miss Bishop, this concludes our initial interview. If you will come with me, please, I shall show you your office and classroom.
All right.
Miss Anderson?
Oh, yes, Doctor.
I'm taking our new teacher on a personally conducted tour. I'll be back within an hour.
Oh, but have you forgotten
I'm
about...
sure that rules and regulations would require this action for the daughter of Henry Bishop. Don't you agree?
Of course.
I thought you would. Come along, Anne. Let's get some fresh air.
I'm all confused with what's going on. I don't make head or tails of it.
Confusion is the order of the day, Anne. That's why I wanted to talk to you out here. It's the only way I can straighten you out before you make a mistake.
Mistake?
Any little error, any departure from the prescribed methods could mean your ruin here. I've known for quite some time that my secretary is a member of the secret police. Every word spoken in my office goes down in the records. Oh, yes. Miss Anderson is very efficient.
Oh, that's terrible.
You'll learn to live with such things, to make the best of them. Like I have, and like your father.
Could we sit down here for a minute?
Certainly. Right over here.
So, what did you mean by like my father?
I went to school with Henry Bishop, roomed with him for 4 years. I guess I know him about as well as anyone could. We're a great deal alike in many ways. We're both old men now with not much to look forward to except death.
It's not true.
I know what I'm talking about. Your father had the same reasons for joining the Communist Party that I did. It was the easiest way to keep living. He follows directions just as I do, for the same motive. Certainly he can do some good as Commissar of Culture. I can do some good as the Dean of the Language Department. But we're still afraid. Afraid to show any independence of thought because that's dangerous. We obey blindly in constant fear of being called down for deviations. And you must learn to do the same, my dear.
I'll try, Doctor. I'll try very hard.
I'm sure you will. Now, let me tell you about a few institutions we have here at the school. There's what we refer to as the triangle. It consists of 3 people who spy on teachers and students alike in every department. They're the ones to watch out for. First, there's Frederick Lodge. He's the organizer for the Communist Party. Second, Stanley Tortel, organizer of the Communist Youth. And third is our own Miss Anderson, my secretary.
I'm beginning to understand what you're up against.
Yes, it makes it all very cozy. Various triangles in the campus are joined together in the PTA.
You mean the parents are involved?
No, I forgot to tell you. The PTA exists, but not as the Parent Teachers Association. Now it is the People's Triangle Alliance. Clever, don't you think?
Yes, very clever. It's frightening, too.
Yes. And just one more thing to say, Anne. I know how much you think of your father.
Oh, yes, we're very close. We have been ever since my mother died.
I know that. But remember this. Your father is a big man as far as the communists are concerned. A man with an important position. They need him because the people respect him. His name alone will help you a lot. But anything that you do will reflect on him also, for good or bad. If you make a mistake, he'll have to answer for it along with you. Do you understand?
Yes, Dean Maxwell. I understand a lot more now than I ever did before. And thank you.
Well, then, let's show you to your classrooms now.
You have the report in
Yes, I do.
Read it, please.
Subject teacher does not display proper political orientation. On 4 September, she made the statement in front of the class that the French textbook was outmoded, backward, and ridiculous. On 27 September, she claimed to find an error in the German grammar, and with complete lack of discipline, substituted what she claimed was the correct facts. That's the end of it.
You've been very thorough, Miss Anderson.
I have one more thing to report. One day in Dean Maxwell's office, the subject made this statement. I have the recording, too, if you want it.
No, just read it, please.
She said, I know these textbooks are prescribed, but does that mean that they have to be adhered to as rigidly as if they are government edicts?
Yeah. Very inflammatory. What a criminal answer.
I didn't get the answer. They left right after that.
Together?
Yes.
Obviously working together. I think we'd better be careful about this one. Her father, you know.
Yes, by all means.
I'm going to have Miss Bishop meet with this triangle and see if we can straighten her out. You have a chair, please, Miss Bishop.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Tuttle. I'm Frederick Lodge, and I believe you know Miss Anderson.
Yes, I do.
Out of consideration for your father, we've decided to admit you to appear
The
in person
story
to
of
answer certain grievances which are held against you.
So may I ask exactly what these grievances are?
We're informed that in some of your classes, you no longer use the textbooks that are recommended. That instead, you're using your own methods of teaching.
That's true.
Can you explain this?
When I find a mistake in a grammar, it's a mistake. No matter... Communism? A truth, then?
Only as long as it is ordered. If tomorrow the leaders disown communism and adopt something else, then that will become the only truth.
Now, wait just a minute. This is getting entirely out of hand. Miss Bishop, we want to give you every consideration, as long as you contain yourself within the borders of considered judgment. We're bending over backwards to be reasonable. Perhaps you've forgotten both your responsibility to your leaders and to your father?
I'm sorry. I apologize if I have been reactionary. I shall try to conform in the future.
No, that's more like it. Your remark just now shows an entirely different spirit. We'll be examining your future work with interest, Miss Bishop.
You are listening to Tears for Miss Bishop, starring Mercedes McCambridge. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Traduisez l'exercice, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur Martin.
Oui, mademoiselle. L'histoire américaine.
La traduction, je vous prie.
Pardonnez-moi. The American history. The colonies were settled as an outthrust of capital, of British capitalism. During the colonial period, 2 exporting classes.
C'est correct?
2 exploiting classes appeared in the new land. The capitalists of the North and the slaveholders of the South. Thus, at the time of the War for the Independence, the War of Independence, the people were subjected to a triple exploitation by the English bourgeoisie, by the northern capitalists, and by the southern slaveholders.
Très bien. La phrase suivante, mademoiselle Turner, s'il vous plaît.
En anglais ou en français?
En anglais, comme Monsieur Martin.
The slave system was deteriorated.
Classe? C'est bien, encore, mademoiselle.
The slave system was destroyed, but the people did not win freedom. Following the death of Mr. Lincoln, or following the death of Lincoln, who was killed by an assassin, bribed by capitalists and slaveholders, the northern bourgeoisie established a dictatorship, which was continued until it was overthrown by the
Communist People's Government.
C'est bien. Enfants, mes élèves. Pardon, mademoiselle. Oui, monsieur. Puis-je parler en anglais? Yes, go ahead. Do you have a question? Well, Go ahead. Well, not about the translation, but about what it says. I have some books at home that cover the same material, and there's nothing in there about a dictatorship of the northern bourgeoisie. It talks about the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and several other things.
Please, sir, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Martin, I believe that you should check with the authorities to see if your books are on the approved list. As you know, times change, circumstances change, things, viewpoints change from time to time. And what we think is right today may prove wrong tomorrow. I know that you have asked these questions because of an honest desire to find the truth. All I have to say is that this quotation on American history is taken directly from an approved book. And I wouldn't think too much about it. After all, it's only an exercise in grammar. And now back to the French. À 75, nous trouverons une promenade dans les rues. Si vous avez souvent visité une ville...
Well, it's about time you came to see your father.
Hello, Dad.
Give me a kiss, huh?
Mm-hmm. How's that?
Then come kiss me again, sweet and 20. 10 kisses short as one long as 20. Shakespeare.
Oh, from what?
12th night, Act 2, Scene 3.
Ah, you old faker. You'd have said anything just to show off.
Oh, no. Can't fool me on my Shakespeare. In fact, you can't fool me at all. What's wrong, Anne?
Nothing?
Yes, there is. Come on, tell me about it.
I feel so helpless. Month after month, watching those students say the words of communist propaganda. Not even knowing that their minds aren't being taught, they're just being trained.
I know.
It isn't a system of education, it's a mass training along the party line. Here, look at these. These are orders for the teachers. Listen to this one. Mathematics teachers will choose or devise problems which involve the application of mathematical knowledge to military affairs. That is an order. Here's another one. Physical education in our school is most intimately related to the cultivation of communist morality and the traits of Bolshevik character in the students. And they have that same sort of thing for every class in the college.
And you can't fight it. There's nothing that can be done. That's the way things are. That's all there is to it.
But there's not even any pretense at real education or freedom of thought or any development of those good young minds. It's a case of teach these things because we say they are true.
And I'm glad you feel this way. I'm very proud of you for realizing what we have lost, what we may never be able to regain. I've been so wrong trying to live with them, trying to compromise with myself just to keep on living.
No, it's not your fault.
Yes, it is. The fault of every one of us who lets this sort of thing go on. They came here last week. There were 16 of them with a truck. They went into my library and took nearly every book. All except a few that were on the approved list. All my beautiful books. All my life went out of that door with them. You see, Anne, they were afraid of the truth those books contained.
Oh, Father, I'm so sorry. I'm so very sorry.
I've made my decision, Anne. Tomorrow I'm resigning my position, resigning from the party. I have only one thing left to do. That's to die as an honest man.
Come in, Miss Bishop. Close the door, please.
I have a note here, Miss Anderson. Does Dean Maxwell
Dean Maxwell will see you in a few minutes. First, I want to see you.
Very well, but I have only a few minutes.
Everything going well in your classes?
I think so.
No complaints about our methods of instruction or what you have to teach?
No.
It will be interesting to see if your replacement likes them, too.
My replacement? I don't understand.
I never liked you, Miss Bishop. Right from the start, I knew you were a troublemaker.
But I've been doing everything...
Every time I tried to get rid of you, the others would talk me out of it because of your dear father, the great Henry Bishop, Commissar of Culture, world traveler and lecturer, and a member of the party.
Miss Anderson, I'm only trying to...
Shut up and sit down. I've sent in 100 reports on you. Every little slip you made was grist for my mill. Every time you tried to put in your own ideas, I reported it. I didn't like you when you first walked in the door. Oh, the others kowtowed to you because you were Bishop's daughter, but that didn't mean anything to me. And now it's paying off. Now I'm getting rid of you, and I'll see to it that you never work again at teaching or anything else. I'll have you followed by the police every hour for the rest of your life. The great Henry Bishop's daughter, all the advantages, money, beautiful homes, traveled all over the world. And now, Miss High and Mighty, little Judy Anderson is going to give you your comeuppance. You're through. Finished. Washed.
I think I've heard enough.
You haven't heard half enough.
I demand that you let me see Dean
You
Maxwell
demand. Oh, that's a good one. That's right.
Yes, I demand it. And I'm sure that when my father hears about this...
Oh, your father. Did I forget to tell you? Your father's dead.
No. No, he can't be.
No. No, he can't be. But he is. He's dead since this morning.
Oh, no.
And with him goes all your protection, little Miss Bishop. You're a nonconformist, a troublemaker, and no good for the party. Well, you're not even a party member. And what's more, Dr. X. Dr. X.
Miss Henderson, did you tell her?
Yes, I did.
Get out of here.
This is my job, and I intend
Get out
to do
of here now. I am an old man. But if you don't leave, I'll kill you with my bare hands.
Well, I'll certainly see that the leaders hear about this.
There. Try it out, Anne. Go ahead. Try it out.
It's true. My father...
Yes, Anne, it's true. Henry died this morning. They sent word to me, and I wanted to tell you myself. I didn't know that...
But I saw him just last night, and he was...
How anyone could be so low.
No, that's right, Dean Maxwell. Don't... How did it happen?
There weren't any details. The state is taking care of his funeral.
Well, they should. They ran his life for him. They killed him. He was going to resign, and so they killed him.
I don't know what to say, Anne. I can't think straight anymore. If there were only
Dean Maxwell, for the first time in months, I am able to think straight. Maybe you'll understand this, maybe you won't, but I feel as if a heavy weight had been taken off my brain. My father is gone. But he's where no one will ever be able to hurt him again. Or make him do things that he knows are wrong. I almost envy him.
Yes, Anne. I do understand. But what will you do now?
Something I should have done a long time ago. Tell my class the truth. Class, please. Please, I beg you to listen carefully to what I have to say. And to remember it well, because I have only a few minutes to talk to you, and then you'll never hear my voice again. This is my last lesson with you. During the months that I have sat in this chair and watched you progress in your studies, some of you have become my friends. And others of you are my enemies. You are spies in a police state that is ruled by fear and treachery.
Miss Bishop, that's treason that you're talking.
Anyone who wishes...
Are you out of your mind?
Anyone who wishes to leave may do so now.
You'll get us all in trouble. I'm going after the authorities. And the rest of you had better leave, too.
Please. If you want to leave, if you're afraid of hearing what I have to say, I'll understand that. Good. And listen to me carefully. The hope of the future is in the same place it always has been. In the minds of young people like you. in the students of today. But today you are not students. You are only workers in a school. Your books are filled with lies. You know that. Or you've suspected it. And you've seen how simple truths have been twisted into immense lies through communist propaganda. Your parents may have told you some of the truth, and you yourselves have noticed other examples of contradiction. You have seen how every class is filled with what they call Marxist morals. But this is all I have to say to you. It's a simple thing. If you are students, then study what is going on. Study life as you are living it. See how communism has brought fear and mistrust and deceit and corruption to every part of this life. Study what they have done to our proud American history. Talk about it among yourselves and with others. Our most priceless possession was freedom of thought. Without that, we're nothing but animals obeying orders of our masters and cringing beneath their whips. But they are afraid, too. Afraid of the truth. Truth is a powerful weapon. They know that. They know that their lies can no longer exist if the truth is told. And you, as students, must search out that truth and let it be known. Only then will the world regain its freedom.
There she is. Miss Bishop, come with us, please.
Yes, Mr. Lott.
Everybody keep quiet and remain in your seats. Well, Miss Bishop?
Yes. I'm coming.
You have just heard a story of what happens to freedom of thought, to the democratic system of education under a communist regime. This is what would happen to our American system if communism ever gained control. You think this could not happen? It is happening right now today in every country dominated by communism. It did happen to Dr. H.C. Burckhardt in Soviet Russia. After living the events you have just heard, Dr. Burckhardt disappeared from Russia as an enemy of the state. You have been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring Mercedes McCambridge as Anne Bishop in Tears for Miss Bishop. Raymond Burr was Dean Maxwell, Lou Krugman was Henry Bishop, and Isabel Jewell was Miss Anderson. Completing the cast were Dan O'Herlihy, Byron Kane, Sam Edwards, Lamont Johnson, and Donna Hayner. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Tears for Miss Bishop was written for If Freedom Failed by Robert C. Vinson. Produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Ayers speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. If Freedom Fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of the enslavement of a group of labor unions and of the way in which this was done. The title, The Union Killer.
Diane, is that it?
Yes, Papa, that's it.
Where does it stop?
At the front of the platform. Come on.
Oh, why did he have to come in the midnight train? It's so...
Oh, come on, Papa. We've got to meet him properly.
What's his name again?
Kerr. Kerr, Papa. But call him Mr. Kerr. Here. This is where the first car always stops. Here it comes. See the headlights?
I seem unable to make his name stick in my mind.
Kerr.
Perhaps because the whole business is so distasteful.
Papa, it's for the good of Springfield.
Springfield labor unions have always gotten along without interference from the state capital.
Well, the government has the right to oversee union elections.
That's none of the state's business.
Of course it is, Papa. I've tried to explain a dozen times.
Please, Diane, no dialectics. I'm tired.
Confused.
Yes, that too. The idea of sending this Communist Party man down...
It's time the party sent someone to teach the union leaders how... Now remember, Mr. Kerr.
In all my 10 years as chairman of the Springfield Trade Union Council, I never thought I'd see the day when the state capital would send someone down to dictate to...
Papa, you mustn't say that. The state... That must be Mr. Kerr. It is Mr. Kerr.
Hunter? Yes. Yes, sir, Mr. Kerr. We're happy to... Oh, my daughter, Diane Hunter. She acts as my secretary, too.
How do you do, sir?
Do we have transport?
Yes, sir.
This way, Mr. Kerr. I suppose you've come down because of the approaching union elections in Springfield.
And because of the possibility of a labor strike, if certain candidates win. I refer to the present leaders.
Oh, but there's no talk of a strike in Springfield.
Well, my information is otherwise. Your major unions
I
are...
tell you, there's no talk...
Your major unions are...
glassworkers. I was president till I retired. Machinists, woodworkers, chemicals, teamsters. The big five. The smaller unions follow their lead.
You're the chairman of the City Trade Union Council, correct?
Yes, Mr.
And you know that under the State Labor Code you may be removed by the State Labor Commissariat, which I represent?
Oh, yes, I know. But about the union elections, Mr. Kerr, there will be, in no sense, a strike vote.
Really?
What Papa means is that the elections are just for union officers. You see, practically all the Springfield unions hold elections at the same time.
The present union officers who are running for office again do say that the right to strike is a fundamental right of labor. Correct?
Yes, but
They do say so, correct?
Yes, sir, they do. This is our car.
When are the elections to be held?
Nomination meetings are in 3 weeks.
And elections the following week.
But they're only ordinary union elections.
The situation is clear. There must be no election of officers who are not responsive to the production plan of the Communist Party.
But free local union elections are fundamental.
Hunter, what percentage of your local industry is government-owned here?
Oh, about 85%.
Have you ever heard of the 5-year plan?
Why, of course.
And remember it. We in Soviet America live, eat, and breathe by that plan.
Of course.
All industry must function to fulfill that plan.
It is sabotage to endanger the plan.
Correct, Miss Hunter. And to strike is sabotage.
But surely...
I will require an office.
There's one next to Papa's in the Union Hall.
And a secretary.
Oh, our
Well, I'll
budget
be glad to act as your...
Very good, Miss Hunter.
I'll be there at 9.
And Hunter, I want you to stay as close to your office during the next 4 weeks as you can. There's work to be done. Trade union work.
You see, Mr. Kerr, your office gets the morning sun, and it faces Park Square.
Mm-hmm. And your father's office?
Through that door on the right.
The Union Hall?
Through the one on the left. Would you like to see it?
Later. Let's get to work.
Yes, sir.
Now, here's a list of 23 offices to be called.
Yes, sir.
Call the number indicated. Say, today is Tuesday.
But it's Wednesday.
Miss Hunter, you will follow orders without deviation or question.
Yes, sir.
Then you will simply say, Mr. Carr is here, and hang up. Clear?
Yes, sir.
And the name is pronounced Carr. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Make those calls in the order indicated. secret police, Communist Party headquarters, and so on and so on. Clear?
Yes, sir.
You will say no more.
Yes, sir.
And no less.
Yes, Mr. Carr. Oh, Papa.
Hunter?
Yes, Mr. Kerr?
Papa, it's Carr.
Yes, Mr. Carr. Good morning, sir.
Sit down. I have a few questions. First, the bylaws of the Big Five unions all provide for secret elections. Hunter, I'm asking you a question.
Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry. I didn't realize you were asking.
Do they?
Yes, secret ballots. Like ordinary municipal and state elections.
And the vote on nominations?
Is open, sir. Both nominating speeches and the vote. The vote is by a show of hands. But, Mr. Carr, I don't think Springfield will spoil its strike rate.
Now then, what are the reasons for the labor unrest here in Springfield?
I hoped we'd get down to cases, Mr. Carr. Now, understand, there's no talk of a strike, but the unions have tried to bargain in good faith with the plant managers and have gotten nowhere. Speed up is killing the men's health. The hours are being stretched without overtime pay. The men are being punished for absenteeism as though staying away from work was a common crime.
It is.
I beg your pardon?
Do I have to repeat my lecture of last night? Just because Springfield has met its production quotas in the past, there's no reason to think that they'll be allowed to fall behind now.
We are producing more
Will
now
you
than...
old line labor men never learn that wages and hours are no longer the measure of correct working conditions?
Correct.
Don't I make myself clear?
But how are we to judge working conditions except by wages and hours and the treatment that the worker gets from the plant manager?
All right. Let me repeat. The function of a trade union is to aid the Communist Party to carry out the plan of production under such hours and such wages and such working conditions and such punishments as may be necessary to secure the fulfillment of the plan.
But how can I conscientiously...
Hunter, what is your salary as chairman of the Trade Union Council?
Well, it's only...
Yes, when's your term up?
In 2 years.
Provided you are not removed by the State Labor Commissariat.
Yes, that's correct, according to the State Labor Code.
You will make yourself available to me at all times.
Yes, sir.
At all times.
Yes, sir.
Today is Tuesday. Mr. Carr is here. That was the last call, sir.
Miss Hunter, I was surprised to learn that your father is not a party member.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. But I am. I'm recording secretary of the Young Communist League. And I'm a candidate for the Communist Party itself.
Miss Hunter, I'm trying to tell you that I know all that. I had your party status carefully checked last night.
Oh, well, I thought...
Yes, I'm merely trying to get your opinion of your father.
I think his failure to join the party is to be condemned.
I think it's despicable.
I think that he should join the party.
Well, perhaps your opinion is strong enough for you to be trusted.
I'm a good party member, sir.
Fine. Then let's get to work. Get me the local chief of secret police.
Yes, sir.
And have the following connections ready for me. Chairman of the Springfield Party. Director of propaganda of the party. Editor of the Springfield News.
He's the same man.
That's fine. Also the director of the local radio station here.
Yes, sir. Mr. Carr calling the chief of secret police.
Also the mayor, the chairman of the board of aldermen, also the head of the Young Communist League. Did you get all those?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Hello. One moment, please. The police, sir. Your number 1 line.
All right. Code word. Monday follows Tuesday. Correct. Now, for immediate action. Complete dossiers on the chiefs of all the following unions. Machinists, woodworkers, chemical, glass, and teamsters. Everything. Political history, moral delinquencies, religious bias, criminal record. For secondary action, dossiers on chiefs of all other Springfield Union locals. Clear? Also dossiers on all relatives to the second degree. Clear? Correct. Next, Miss Hunter.
The chairman of the party local is waiting on number 2, sir.
Fine. Carr here. The assignment concerns trade union matters. You will immediately mobilize all party forces for propaganda and direct action activity. I will address a meeting of all cell leaders and shop workers tonight at your headquarters at 8 p.m. sharp. It is of special importance that all party members with particular influence in Springfield trade unions attend. I want also to point out that this task is of first priority and will take precedence over all other assignments. Clear? Correct.
Editor of Springfield News on number 3.
Miss Carr, prepare for my signature requisitions for extra newsprint and other necessary supplies and labor for a 4-week period. Right. Rough copy in connection with local trade union matters will be supplied to you for your personal attention. In addition, you will be at my office, Trade Union Building, tomorrow night, 8 p.m., for detailed instructions. Clear? Correct.
Director of Station WSPR waiting.
All right, Miss Hunter. This is Carr. You will reserve sufficient Class A airtime during the next 4 weeks to give trade union matters a minimum of 3 hours daily. 3 hours. Cancel all other commitments if necessary. You will be at my office, Trade Union Building, Tomorrow night at 8 p.m. for detailed instructions. Clear? Correct. Young Communist League, this is Carr. Clear? Correct. Board of Aldermen, this is Carr. Clear? Correct. Mayor's office, this is Carr. Clear? Correct. Very efficient, Miss Hunter. There's a place for you in the Communist Party.
Thank you, sir. I hope...
Yes.
Mr. Carr.
Yes, Hunter?
I didn't mean to give the impression before that I oppose.
Yes?
That I am at all unreliable.
Go on.
That I cannot be relied upon to cooperate.
Good. Come on in, then. You and probably Miss Hunter can help me on our next move. Now tell me, of the big 5 unions, which is the most powerful?
The Teamsters.
Well, not quite the biggest, but the most aggressive.
Why?
Because of its leader, O'Malley.
Party member?
No.
Why not?
Unreliable.
What's he like?
Strong. Obstinate.
But a reasonable man.
Intelligent?
Oh, yes.
Shrewd, you mean?
Experienced.
Pre-revolutionary experience.
All right, I understand. Miss Hunter, set up an appointment. I'll see him first. After all, O'Malley, I'm only proposing a procedure that's common throughout the country.
It's not common to Springfield, never has been. I hope never will be.
Well, what's your objection to open voting at union elections?
It's not secret.
Now, let's get to the point, shall we?
That is the point. A man's entitled to keep his vote to himself.
Pre-revolutionary theory.
Well, so far as I'm concerned, the coming elections are going to be secret. That's the American tradition.
All right. Let's take the American tradition. What's happened to the tradition of speaking your mind, of letting the world know where you stand, of saying your piece out loud? What's the difference between talking straight out in the open and voting straight out in the open?
The difference is that if the membership of my union votes in the open, they lay themselves open to retaliate.
Now, you misunderstand me, O'Malley. As a representative of the Labor Commissariat, I'm the last one to want to see that happen. My only interest is to avoid any strike which will endanger production. Production's the thing that concerns me.
And working conditions concern me.
Well, I suggest open voting only because you want to win better conditions from the plant managers. Show them your labor solidarity openly. Don't you realize what a voice vote means at a mass rally and what it can do to persuade the managers that labor's just demands ought to be satisfied? It will be an open, fearless demonstration of strength by open vote.
The answer is still no.
You'll change your mind.
I'm sure I won't.
I'm sure you will. I found your appraisal of O'Malley unfortunately correct, Miss Hunter.
Carl Ebert isn't as pig-headed.
Ebert is the head of the glass workers.
Yes, sir. And he'll probably be early for his appointment. He was... Ebert.
Mm-hmm. Come in, Ebert.
Mr. Carr?
Yes, sir. Now, Ebert, come in. Sit down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Miss Hunter, make a record of our conversation.
Yes.
Huh?
Oh, just for the record, Ebert, nothing official. Say, by the way, have you been in touch with O'Malley since last week when I saw him?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well, then you know generally what I want to talk about here. Let me state my position in case Mr. O'Malley didn't make it clear. Now, my only job is to avert the possibility of any strikes in Springfield. Now, that'd be bad for your union and for our production plan, wouldn't it? My idea is to avert even the possibility of a strike by a demonstration of solidarity here, a tremendous voice vote at mass rallies by the various unions.
But, as O'Malley said, an open vote lays the men
now,
open
Mr. Ebert, American working men afraid to speak out? Really, now? Americans afraid to stand up and be counted? What about our great American tradition of saying your piece out loud?
I didn't think of it quite that way.
Yes, and I'm sure Mr. O'Malley didn't put it that way.
No.
Let me ask you, Mr. Ebert, what's the difference between talking straight out loud in the good old American way and in voting out loud?
You certainly make it sound different than O'Malley does. But, Mr. Carr, I think in this I must agree with the others.
What others?
Well, O'Malley spoke to me and Jenkins of the machinist.
Anyone else?
Yes, and Gilchrist of the woodworkers.
I see. You all went along with O'Malley?
Yes, Mr. Carr. But I don't want you to think that any of us want to slow down on the state plan. Oh, that's the last thing we want to do.
Yes, and the last thing the Labor Commissariat wants to do is to trample on the desires of the local union organizations. You're absolutely right, Ebert. It'd be better to leave the voting procedure as it always has been, secret.
Oh, I'm very glad.
But, did O'Malley tell you that he wants to change the nominating procedure?
Change it? No, he said nothing about that.
Do you think it needs changing?
Of course not.
Well, he wants to make the vote at the nomination meeting secret.
What? He didn't even mention that to me.
No, perhaps O'Malley isn't telling you everything.
But why should O'Malley?
Why shouldn't he trust you, yeah?
Well, no,
you are against any such change in the nominating procedure?
Of course. I see no reason for change. Especially since O'Malley didn't see fit to take me into his confidence.
Did he tell Jenkins or Gilchrist?
Well, I'm sure he didn't.
Now, listen, if I were you, I'd check with Jenkins. He's head of the machinists, you say, and with Gilchrist to make certain that O'Malley isn't trying to put something over on all of you. He's a very...
You are listening to The Union Killer, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
The chairman of the Young Communist League on the line, Mr. Carr.
Oh. This is Carr. I've been here 2 weeks, and I've not seen any action worthy of the Young Communist League from you. You are the Young Communist League, aren't you? Then I expect the following. Identify O'Malley with strike action. O'Malley wants strike action. A vote for O'Malley is a vote for a strike. O'Malley is your primary target. Others will follow. The following organizations will participate. Parent teachers, the Springfield Agricultural Collective, student bodies of Springfield College, high schools and elementary schools. All sports organizations will cooperate. All cultural societies will volunteer. The writers, painters, musicians guilds will be pointedly invited. Everyone. The slogan will be, Forward the 5-year plan.
Chairman of the party is waiting on number 2, Mr. Carr.
Thank you. This is Carr here. I am not satisfied with your campaign. The Springfield News does not carry enough anti-O'Malley copy. Now look, tear down his character. I've given you the material. Use it. Build Ebert up. Play him off against O'Malley. And use the front page, not the inside. Did you learn nothing at propaganda school? Same criticism for WSPR. Hammer the message that O'Malley and his gang are pro-strike and that they don't give a tinker's damn for the 5-year plan. O'Malley is pro-strike. You got that? Repeat it and repeat it and repeat it now. Point 2. Your union infiltration is pitifully, and I say pitifully, inadequate. Have you learned nothing or have you forgotten everything? Till now, comrade, I have thought that only the head of the Young Communist League needed replacing, but believe me, comrades, you're even more dispensable. Now, follow these orders without deviation. During the next 2 weeks, you will introduce into each of the big 5 unions enough party members to accomplish the following. First, to educate a majority of the union membership to the necessity of nominating only anti-O'Malley, anti-Ebert, anti-Jenkins, anti-Gilchrist, and anti-Meany candidates. None of these men or their supporters must be nominated. And if nominated, they must not be elected. Second, the party workers will observe and report the names of all union members who vote for the nomination of those men and their sympathizers. Clear? Correct. Stupid farmer. Miss Hunter, isn't Meany of the chemical workers supposed to be in here this morning?
Yes, in 10 minutes, sir. And Gilchrist of the woodworkers this afternoon at 2.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Carr.
Yeah?
You said, before on the telephone, that party members were to report how the membership voted. Well, isn't the vote in each union by secret ballot?
Of course it is. Well, that is, the vote which will elect or defeat O'Malley, for example, as president of the Teamsters. That'll be secret.
Well, then, how can you observe who...
Miss Hunter, think.
Well, I don't see how you...
Now, look. Let's take O'Malley again. 2, 3, possibly 4 other men, besides O'Malley, want to be president of the Teamsters Union, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But the present bylaws provide that there shall be no more than 3 nominees for each office. And the vote to choose the 3 nominees...
will be open.
Exactly. Just as provided for in the present bylaws.
And those who disclose by their open vote that they wish to nominate an unreliable candidate will be observed.
Correct. And besides your wife, Gilchrist?
Well, 3 children, Mr. Carr. They're 2 boys and a girl.
Oh, really? How old?
Well, the boys are almost ready for college. Mr. Carr, speaking of my boys and my daughter and my wife, too.
Yes, what about them?
Well, there seems to have been some inquiries made at school about my boys and daughter, and, the secretary of the parent-teachers group was questioning about my wife.
Really?
My brother-in-law, he's a party member. He was questioned closely about me.
Well, come on, what's the point, Gilchrist? What's the point?
Well, sir, that's never happened before, and I
well,
thought
perhaps
that,
this is just an inquiry concerning your credit.
No. This is different. The questions are unusual, you know. They're my personal history, political, religious, my family, and my wife's, too.
Is that so?
Mr. Carr, has this inquiry got anything to do with the strike situation?
Yes.
But
Gilchrist, get this through your head. The leadership of the Soviet state is the responsibility of the Communist Party. The Communist Party leads the masses by means of transmission belts. One transmission belt is the trade union, and you, as the head of the woodworkers, will either carry out the orders of the Communist Party or you'll be through. Clear?
With my family.
Correct. With O'Malley, and Ebert, and Jenkins and Meany. I will tolerate stupidity only so far. Tell me, what kind of men do you use for investigators? Morons, idiots, imbeciles? Or perhaps you delude yourself that you are the director of propaganda and not the chief of secret police? Is an investigation a publicity campaign? Must the whole city know who, when, where, and how you are and what you do? Must the very person under investigation be informed of your every question? All right, now. You can forget Gilchrist. I have him in hand. Clear? Correct. Complete your investigations on Jenkins, Ebert, and Meany. O'Malley? No. We'll handle him otherwise. Clear? Correct. However, your report on the O'Malley-Meany conversation may be very helpful.
Mr. Carr.
Yes.
Mr. Meany's in the next office waiting.
Have him come in.
Jenkins and Ebert are with him, and O'Malley, too.
I didn't ask them.
Well, they're here.
All right. Tell them to come in.
Go ahead.
Gentlemen?
Did you think you could get away with it, Carr?
What's that, O'Malley?
With misrepresenting our last conversation?
Well, how do you mean?
Saying that I want a secret vote on nomination.
Well, didn't you say that you...
You know I never mentioned it.
That is a lie. A lie made to deceive and to double-cross.
Who? You?
No, your friend, Ebert here. Jenkins, too.
Well, that's the real lie.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Well, now, let's just test who's lying. Tell us. Where did you spend last Tuesday evening?
What's that got?
Do you prefer not to answer?
Well, no, not at all.
Well, come on, then.
Well,
You were with me, O'Malley. So you're with Meany. Where?
Well, yes, that's right. At his office in the Chemical Workers Building.
What did you discuss with him?
Well, what we would do if and when a strike would ever become necessary.
Nothing else, huh?
O'Malley, you did suggest the idea of a secret vote at the nomination meeting.
So you have discussed.
Well, then not with you, as you told Ebert.
No, huh? Well, why didn't you?
Well, it didn't occur to me then.
And not with Ebert either?
Well, I was going
And not
to.
with Jenkins either?
Well, I was going to discuss it with everyone.
But you didn't with me, did you? Why lie about it, O'Malley?
Well, I didn't.
O'Malley, why with Meany and not with me? After all, I am the senior union leader in Springfield. My union was the first. I have a
Well,
right.
now, Ebert,
What's the difference? What I want to know is why there's something to do about a secret vote for nomination. We've never done it that way.
I'm against it, especially on such short
Well,
notice.
now you don't understand, Ebert.
Why? Haven't I enough experience as a union
Well,
leader?
that's not what I mean.
Well, then what do you mean?
Well, Ebert Jenkins, don't you see why a secret vote in the election is not enough? The nomination vote has to be secret, too, so that the men can nominate without fear of retaliation.
I'm not convinced that there ought to be any change in our established procedure, O'Malley.
Me neither.
Then you, too, have noticed the spontaneous demonstrations all over the city, huh? Gentlemen, I think that your general population is more politically advanced than some of your labor leaders here.
Mr. Carr has been a very busy man since he arrived.
We cannot afford to fly against popular opinion.
Well, I know one thing. That working conditions have broken down to the point where something has to be done. The managers won't bargain. We've got to keep leaders in office who are for the unions and against being controlled by the Communist Party. Furthermore, in order to protect the men, the nomination vote has to be secret. And what's more, I don't believe that the so-called spontaneous demonstrations in favor of the 5-year plan mean that the people of the city won't be sympathetic with our wage and our demands.
Well, Sit down, Hunter. Gilchrist, I'm glad you came.
O'Malley, I'm not too sure that changing procedure is for the best at this time.
Speaking as chairman of the Trade Union Council, I think that we ought to consider our actions very carefully.
Hunter, you weren't talking like that a month ago.
What do you mean?
Nor you, Gilchrist.
I've got a right to change my mind.
Yes, you've also got an obligation to your union membership. And I mean all of you.
You can't say that I don't always act in accordance. When do you have the right to say that
You're
I
a
can't?
troublemaker, O'Malley. You want to rule the roost.
As chairman of the Trade Union Council, I call this meeting to order.
Miss Hunter, would you read that back, please?
Yes, sir. For the personal attention of the State Commissar of Labor, on the basis of my observation at Springfield and other cities, I suggest that the secret union ballot be preserved for propaganda effect.
Right. Now add this.
Yes, sir.
However, the state labor code should be amended to provide that all voting for nominees who aspire to union office shall be by open voting. By this method, we will be able to observe those who desire the nomination of undesirable candidates and to discipline union members where need be. Come in. Oh, right on time. Come in. Miss Hunter, would you step into your father's office for a few minutes? I'll call you when I need you.
Yes, sir.
Now, regarding tomorrow's elections, are your police ready?
O'Malley will be removed tonight.
Correct.
Party observers will be present in sufficient numbers to observe all union voters and will report to me on all pro-O'Malley voters.
Correct. Very good.
But, Mr. Carr, in the event that Meany of the chemical workers, he's strong for O'Malley, and he takes over O'Malley's leadership and carries the nominations and then swings the elections against us, what then?
Don't worry about that. If persuasion fails, there's always the gun.
You have just heard a story of what happens to trade unions under a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen in Russia, where according to the bylaws of the trade unions of the USSR, quote, Soviet trade unions shall conduct all their work under the direction of the Communist Party. It did happen in Poland, where the Communist Party liquidated such democratic trade union leaders as Henryk Ehrlich, Viktor Alter, and Katsima Putzak. It did happen in Romania, where by virtue of law number 52, labor organizations can no longer negotiate labor contracts. This is done for them by federations and Confederation of Labor, a body controlled by the Communist Party. It did happen in Hungary, where by paragraph 45 of the penal law, a person who has not a definite occupation in his hometown must serve at forced labor at a place to be determined by the authorities. You've been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring Jack Webb's Carr in The Union Killer. Lillian Byoff played the role of Diane, and Cliff Barnett was Tom. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Ferrier. The Union Killer was written for If Freedom Failed by Arthur Weiss, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom failed. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. To illustrate what happens to a man of the arts under a communist regime, Gregory Peck plays the part of Charles Reed in A Matter of Fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first of a series of chamber music concerts which is being presented by the Springfield County Museum. Today's artists were the Muse Art Piano Quartet. Future concerts will include the American Art Quartet, the Seidenberg and Rebner Piano Team, the Lillian Stubner Trio, and the Kempinski String Quartet. I hope to see you all here again next Sunday at 3 p.m. Thank you and good afternoon.
Mr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Havenscott. Enjoy the program?
I thought it was simply superb. Magnificent. I just wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed it. Such melody. Such music.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Havenscott, and I'm sure our future programs will be equally as good. Oh, here's Mr. Reed. Afternoon, Jack.
Afternoon, Jim. Nice program.
Thank you. Well, this is Mrs. Havenscott. I'd like you to meet Mr. Reed, the director of the Springfield Museum.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm so happy to know you. You're all doing such wonderful work bringing all this culture to Springfield.
Well, we're happy if our efforts please you.
Goodness knows this is one place the communists haven't tried to interfere with. Everything else in town has to be supervised. Well, do forgive me if I run off. I must talk with you, Jake, sometime.
Good day.
Goodbye. There's appreciation of art for you. That woman knows nothing about music, but she's been here for every series. I'd like to talk about it to her friends, I guess.
Well, that remark she made about the communists interfering, I'm afraid they've finally gotten around to us.
Oh, no. What could they possibly find wrong with the museum?
I'm having a meeting in my office tomorrow morning with the rest of the staff. I expect to have the complete directive by then.
Oh, I don't see what they could possibly want with us. Everything in the museum is... Well, it just is.
We'll know more about it tomorrow. How about coming over for dinner tonight?
Oh, thanks a lot, but not tonight. I'm booked.
Grace?
Who else? Tell Stella I said hello anyhow. See you in your office tomorrow. I'm curious to know about our new directive.
More potatoes, Edward.
No, thanks, Mom.
Charles?
No, I'm finished. What's for dessert?
Ice cream cake. Pour the coffee, will you?
Say, Dad, I heard you and Mom talking about some new directives for the museum. What are they going to do?
Oh, I don't know, son. I'm getting the full information in the morning.
I'll bet they'll do the same thing they're doing to us in history.
What do you mean?
Remember that history book you gave me? The one you used in college?
Yes.
Well, every year when we get our new history text, the facts go farther and farther from what your book says. It's a little confusing.
Here we are. Pass me your plate.
Well, what is it that confuses you?
Well, for example, World War II. I want to read something to you that we were studying today. I'll go get my book.
Poor boy. He's confused.
I don't understand how they think they can twist facts to suit their own purpose. Do they think people will believe them?
Well, look at Edward. All he knows about the war is what he learns in school or what we tell him.
Stella, what are you driving at?
Charles, I really think we shouldn't contradict their teaching.
Stella.
Well, they've put him in work brigades night after night as punishment for his refusal to accept their version of history. He's the one who's suffering.
Sorry to be so long. I couldn't find the place I was looking for. Now, here's what it says. Only the heroic struggle of the Soviet armed forces, which fought fascist Germany single-handed, made it possible for them, without any outside help, to completely smash the Hitler war machine and liberate Europe from the German fascist invaders.
Oh, doesn't it say anything about a little help from us by means of an invasion?
Yes. Here. The main objectives of the landings by the English and Americans was not so much to defeat the Germans as to forestall the complete liberation of Western Europe by the Soviets.
Give me that
Charles,
book.
Dad, my book!
I'm sorry.
Edward, pick up your book. I'll help you in a minute. Charles, I think you'd better rest. You have a meeting in the morning.
Good morning, Margaret. Mr. Reed in?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Fowler. Mr. Reed is in conference with Mr. Davis.
Who?
After the communists took over here, he was appointed to the top position in the Ministry of Information. And from what I've heard, they're going to take over public information services, like libraries and museums.
Well, I can understand why they want to take over the libraries. I suppose there's a lot of material they don't want the public to read, but museums, why, everything here is past history. There's nothing they can change here.
Well, they've been at it an awfully long time in there. You want me to find out if Mr. Reed can see you?
No, the meeting of the department heads starts in 10 minutes. I just wanted to see if he was ready.
You might as well sit down. No telling how long they'll be there.
I don't exactly know how I'm going to break this to my staff. These regulations are quite radical.
Nevertheless, they will be made. They are important. That is why I came here personally to present them. In the future, a member of the ministry will make periodic checks to see that you do not deviate.
I see. Morning, Jim. Now, Mr. Davis, I'd like you to meet one of my staff. This is Mr. Fowler, head of our music department. Jim, this is Mr. Davis of the Ministry of Information.
Morning.
How do you do? It is unfortunate that some of your programming will have to be changed, Mr. Fowler.
Changed? How do you mean?
Mr. Reed will inform you of the changes. I shall see you again soon, gentlemen. Good morning.
What's he talking about?
Oh, I'd better break it to the whole staff at once. Margaret, I'll be in the meeting hall. No calls until I'm through.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
That pipsqueak. That unspeakable moron.
Lord, as bad as all that?
Do you know anything about Davis's background?
A little.
You won't believe some of the things you're going to hear. And coming from that illiterate, that ignorant...
Hey, you'd better compose yourself, son. I've never seen you this flustered.
Well, I've never been this flustered. I didn't sleep well last night. Blew up at home, and now this.
Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Please be seated. Gentlemen, I suggest you prepare yourselves for a shock. Or rather, several shocks. All of our schedules here at the museum have been altered. Music, films, talks, and the art exhibition. We'll start with Fowler and his musical program. What was your schedule, Jim?
We were going to present a series of 12 concerts featuring the chamber music of France. You had the first program yourself yesterday afternoon.
Yes. Effective immediately, the entire program will be discontinued.
Oh, no. Jim, you can't be serious.
I'm perfectly serious. Now for the documentary films, gentlemen. The series of films entitled Fishing Around the World is canceled. An approved film showing the advantages of living on a collective farm will replace the one entitled Speckled Trout Across Canada. I presume that this film is considered subversive. Gentlemen, quiet, please. Now, here are the written regulations governing your various departments. I shall not cover the instructions given us in regard to which paintings we may exhibit, nor on the subjects we may discuss. Your schedules will be altered to conform with these approved programs immediately.
Oh, come in, Fred.
Oh, excuse me, Jim. I didn't know you were using your own.
That's all right. You needn't go. Now, wait till I turn this down a bit. There, that's better. Didn't realize how loud I had it.
Yeah, it's nice. What is it?
Some of the approved music. Shostakovich.
Oh, it sounds okay.
Oh, sure, but how can I put this kind of stuff on in our music rooms? It needs a symphony orchestra, and all the chamber music that's any good is on the kaput list. You can't use it.
I'm having the same trouble with films. I'm going to ask Reed if we can discontinue the series entirely.
Mr. Fowler, Mr. Taylor, would you step out into the hall, please?
Oh, Mr. Reed, I wanted to talk to you. My schedule of films, it seems that... Oh.
Yes. Go on, Mr. Taylor.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were with Mr. Reed. It wasn't anything.
Mr. Davis wants us to accompany him.
Please, I'd like to hear what Mr. Taylor has to say about his...
Well, I wanted to ask if we could discontinue the series.
Doesn't the subject matter appeal to you, Mr. Taylor?
It isn't exactly that. It's just that the attendance has fallen off. It hardly seems worthwhile.
Nevertheless, you will continue to show them. And I suggest that you publicize them a little more than you've been doing. That may increase the attendance somewhat.
I shall be happy to comply with any instructions issued by the director, Mr. Reed. After all, it is his prerogative to determine
Mr. Taylor, I should like to remind you that the cultural activities in this city fall under the Ministry of Information, and I am in charge of that department. Mr. Reed serves only to transmit orders from my office.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Davis. I am director of this museum. I don't intend to be a mere figurehead.
I am not interested in your intentions. I shall remind you of one thing. If there is any further deviation from the orders issued by the ministry, you may be even less than a figurehead. Now, I did not come here to argue with you. Just opened a new exhibit, I understand.
Yes, we have. It's pottery and porcelain from various ages.
That's the one. I wish to see it. All of you will please accompany me.
This is the section, Mr. Davis. What in particular did you wish to see?
All of it. It's quite a large room. Good display cabinets.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reed. Gentlemen.
Now, Mr. Crandall, this is Mr. Davis, in charge of culture for Springfield. He wishes to see your pottery and porcelain exhibit.
Oh, that's very nice. We have a wonderful selection from primitive times to the present day. Now, where would you like to start?
Oh, it's the same to me. This place reminds me of a novelty store.
Oh, but surely you're not serious, Mr. Davis. Well, now, let's start right here with the decorated pottery of ancient Greece and Italy. Now, this one on the lower shelf is a Roman crater or mixing bowl. It bears the design of the seasons and dates back to the 1st century before Christ.
Fine, but I do not have time for you to describe every piece. Let's move more quickly.
Oh, well, now, over here we have English porcelain and here we see some early Chinese pottery sculpture. Notice the horse from the Tang Dynasty and the rare blue clay.
That's enough. Let's get on with it.
But Mr. Davis, you're hardly looking at any of the art objects. Why do you keep looking at the walls and ceiling?
I was thinking that it is a shame to waste such good storage space.
Mr. Davis.
Mr. Crandall, I don't think that Mr. Davis cares to see any more.
On the contrary, I find it quite interesting. Do go on, Mr. Crandall.
Oh? Well, yes. Now, right here. Well, here is our prize exhibit.
You mean that flower pot?
Mr. Davis, this is a 14th century Syrian vase. Notice the metallic luster and the beautiful blue glaze. And
unlock the case, Mr. Crandall.
Sir?
I'd like to take a closer look.
Well, Mr. Reed, I don't think...
Unlock the case.
Do as he says, Mr. Crandall.
Why, yes, of course. Now, please, Mr. Davis, don't take it off the shelf. You might...
Now, what is so wonderful about a piece of dishware?
Dishware? Why, for years this was in the Victorian Albert Museum. We have received hundreds of requests to display it. Now, if you will only look closely at the...
How clumsy of me.
You did that on purpose.
Mr. Reed, I want all of this junk moved out of here. We're going to move the public library in this section of the museum. And, of course, we shall no longer need the services of Mr. Crandall. He's dismissed.
That must be them now, Charles. Will you get it?
All right. Well, good evening. Come in.
Hello, Charles.
Evening, Jack. Here, let me take your coat.
Hello, Grace. Jim, nice to see you. Here, Charles, I'll put the coats away. Give the children a drink, will you?
Oh, children. You make it sound like you two are a couple of old fogies.
No such thing. Here, I have the martinis all mixed. Shall I pour one for you, Stella?
Yes, indeed.
I hear we have a new employee at the museum, Chuck.
You didn't mention that to me, Charles.
Well, he just came to work this morning. I didn't know I was getting him. He was appointed by the ministry. Davis's idea.
Oh, who is he?
His name is Shukov. He's from Russia. Seems they're importing native communists to take over supervision of all the ministries in America. This one's a specialist on museums and art.
Someone else to look out for, though Davis wasn't bad enough. This one will be on our necks all day long.
No, I don't know. I had quite a talk with him today. Doesn't seem like a bad sort. In fact, when I told him about Davis breaking the vows, he seemed a bit shocked. Oh, he didn't say anything outright, but I think he doesn't quite approve of Davis or his methods.
You be careful of what you say to him. There's no telling what he might do, in spite of how nice he may seem.
Well, don't worry. I haven't said anything, mostly listened. We're to meet again in the morning to talk about revising the setup of our exhibits.
If they keep it up, there won't be anything left to show.
Well, we can only hope he won't be too harsh.
Well, there's one thing we can be thankful for anyway. With all the purges and disappearances that have been going on, nothing's happened to anyone close to us.
There's little enough to be thankful for in a land that's occupied by a foreign power. Let's hope it doesn't get any worse than it is.
Now, this is supposed to be a party. Charles, another martini, please.
You are listening to A Matter of Fact, starring Gregory Peck. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
This section is where we have our porcelain and pottery exhibits. We're converting it into a library. Another of Mr. Davis's innovations.
It seems to be another small area for a library.
Mr. Davis tells us that our library will be considerably thinned out by the time it's ready to move in.
I see. I have enjoyed immensely this tour of your building.
Well, this is all of it.
Huh? Well, then I wonder if I might speak to you alone, Mr. Reed.
Surely. Well, Jim Davis is coming in this afternoon to look over our exhibits on inventions. I wonder if you'd mind checking there to see if everything's in order.
Oh, sure, be good.
Well, let's step into Crandall's old office. Get away from this noise. I have a slight headache.
Oh, sorry? It's nothing serious?
No, I don't know. I've been having them for some time. Please sit down. Thank you. Chairs are a bit dusty. Now, what did you wish to speak to me about?
Mr. Reed, some of what I say to you here, I will say at great risk to myself, although I have no notorious revelations to make. You are an intelligent man, and you have a deep appreciation of the arts.
Well, thank you, but what...
In Russia, I held a position similar to that which you hold here. And in Russia, the communists did the same things they are doing here. At first I protested. I soon found that it was safer to do as they said. By following the party line, I became an authority on museum work, although I was not particularly more qualified than many others.
Mr. Shukov, why are you telling me this?
Because I respect you, Mr. Reed, and because I want you to respect me. There will be things, intolerable things, that I must make you do while I am here. Changes in your work that will repulse you. I hate it, all of it.
You know that you could be killed for making a statement like that.
Yes, I know. But I had to speak to someone. You see, I had spent my whole life in Russia until they sent me here to supervise the alterations in the American museums. Always I had heard about how freedom of expression was denied to the American people.
What caused you to change your mind?
I have been impressed by the truthfulness of your museums. There as they should be, houses of truth in which there can be no place for falsification and counterfeits, things that true scholarship cannot tolerate.
Well, so far, we haven't had to falsify anything.
But you will.
I don't understand. What is there in a museum that you can make false? Everything here is simply a matter of fact. You can't change facts.
You would be surprised at some of the facts that communism can change. In fact, you may witness the alteration of some facts this very afternoon when Mr. Davis arrives.
Yes, Mr. Reed. I'm over here in the electrical section.
Sorry I didn't catch you when you came in.
That's all right. I've been enjoying myself browsing through these displays. They're very amusing.
Amusing?
Yes, I don't know who's been doing your research, Mr. Reed, but I've never seen a more flagrant display of misinformation. Take this exhibit right here, the works of Thomas Alva Edison.
Edison was one of America's greatest inventors.
But what did he invent?
What? Everything you see on display here.
Permit me to show you where you're wrong. This card here, for example. It reads, Edison includes among his first inventions in the field of telegraphy the transmitter and receiver for the automatic telegraph, similar to the model displayed here.
Well, he did invent it.
Mr. Reed, I have with me some notes from the encyclopedia compiled by the Communist Academy of Science. In them, you will find that the transmitter and receiver shown here were invented by Jacobi in St. Petersburg in the year 1845. Mr. Edison wasn't born until 2 years later.
Mr. Davis, I don't believe that, and I don't think you do either.
This is just one of the many errors I find here. It seems that your greatest errors lie in the dates of these inventions. The most important advances in almost every field come after the revolution in Russia. Under communism and its resultant freedom, men of science were able to forge ahead in these many fields. Let us consider this carbon telephone transmitter.
Edison worked with Emil Berliner on that. They invented it together.
A telephone was invented in Russia. I see that you have credited Edison with the invention of the first motion picture machine. This was invented by Boldyrev.
What other inventions did the communists inspire, Mr. Davis?
In this department, almost everything you have attributed to these imposters. You know, of course, Vic Stefensky.
No.
Then you are not fit for your job. He invented the photographic method of recording and reproducing sound. Edison had nothing to do with that, nor with sound motion pictures.
I think I've heard enough, Mr. Davis.
There is much more, Mr. Reed. You will see that the proper changes are made. Come with me. Here. A model of the plane in which the first sustained flight was made by the Wright brothers, Poppycock. 25 years before them, Golubev became the first flyer in the world when he flew the first motor-driven plane built by Alexander Mochasky, the father of modern aviation.
May I see those notes, Mr. Davis?
You may. And in your office, you will find a copy of the Academy of Science Encyclopedia to guide you in making the necessary changes in these exhibits.
I see. This is quite interesting. The theory of jet propulsion was originally developed under the Communist Aeronautic League. And the design for the first jet plane was suggested by
Tsiolkovsky.
Yes. Now, this list covers a multitude of subjects. Aeronautics, electricity, transportation, communication.
That is correct. Please see that the guide cards are changed in accordance with the Academy Encyclopedia so that proper credit is given for all these works.
Is that all?
Yes, that is all. Oh, yes. The bust of Benjamin Franklin in the main hallway.
You wish to have the bust removed?
Oh, yes.
Franklin's experiments in electricity was stolen from early Russian scientists.
You knew this all along?
Why, of course. His statue will be removed immediately.
Not removed. Destroyed.
Oh, destroyed, of course. Like this.
Control yourself, Mr. Reed. You will need those notes. You serve no purpose by tearing them up.
Let us play safe. Let us destroy all photographs and paintings and statues and books. Burn them!
I don't think that will be necessary. Just a certain few which we find are not in keeping.
And the names of the artists will be removed from our paintings, and we'll add the name of some communists.
Mr. Reed, you've been working too hard. A little rest will do you.
What about painting in the lobby? The one of Adam and Eve. Shall we have it removed? Or has it been established by the ministry that they, too, were communists?
Don't get excited.
Oh, I have an even better idea. Why don't we just tear down the whole museum, Mr. Davis? This model of the telephone. Edison didn't invent this. Tear down and destroy. Where did communism begin its work of alteration, Mr. Davis? Wasn't it with the churches? All the churches have been closed or destroyed. Like this. What about the symbols of religion? What about God, Mr. Davis? You destroyed the statues and paintings of Jesus Christ himself. And freedom. What have you done to freedom? You've torn it from the people.
You rip the heart and soul out of every freedom-loving country on earth. Rip the heart out as you rip fine tapestry. Destroy. Destroy as you destroy a fragile piece of valuable pottery. Like you destroyed every semblance of decency. Like you destroyed human rights and religion and freedom. Destroy every vestige of decency and honor and faith and life.
Yet on Mr. Reed?
No, I haven't. No one answers at the house.
Well, how about the Ministry of Information?
They said they'd call us if they found out anything. And Mr. Davis said he was coming over this afternoon to see how we were progressing on labeling the new exhibit.
Well, he's going to be unhappy. It's not coming along very well. Nobody wants to put up those lines.
I've been typing a list of the inventions. Listen to what they say. Further information will be forthcoming on other inventions developed under the Communist Academy. These include calculating machines, ice hockey, guerrilla warfare, cobblestone streets, and the bicycle.
Do they actually think anyone would believe that?
Here's another quote. Only in communistic theaters is Shakespeare performed as he was intended to be performed.
Come in, Mr. Shukov. We were just reading about some of the inventions which were inspired by communism.
It's rather ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh, Mr. Shukov, that's a strange thing for you to say.
Not so strange. Being careful is a waste of time. You see, some days ago I had several long talks with Mr. Reed. He knows how I feel about this sacrilege.
Then you don't follow this line?
No, I never have. But it was necessary to appear to be doing so in order to survive.
Still, it isn't wise to air these opinions so freely.
What difference does it make? The communists have altered the laws of nature to suit themselves. They have made a mockery of history. What good is accomplished when one must go through life wearing blinders, seeing only half-truths?
Mr. Reed felt that way, too.
Yes. But he won't have to cope with the evils of communism anymore.
Why not?
He's insane.
You have just heard what happens to a cultural institution under a communist regime. You have just heard how facts can be altered to suit the purpose of the party in power. You think this could not happen? It did happen. It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Russia. It did happen in the Lenin Museum in Moscow. In this museum, in order to hide true facts, the communists destroyed and counterfeited all material unfavorable to their regime. You have been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Gregory Peck as Charles Reed in A Matter of Fact, with Raymond Burr featured as Davis. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist, a town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a communist America and what would happen to a man whose job put him in contact with any representative of a foreign democracy. Carlton Young plays the role of Michael Shepard in Delirium.
Sure thing, Charlie.
Here you are. Working kind of late tonight, huh?
I might as well. I had to kill some time.
At the legation. Some place to kill time.
Well, you know of any better?
Sure do.
I'm afraid my wife wouldn't approve. I was waiting to pick her up at night school.
Oh. Guess that friend of yours over there is waiting to take you over.
Now, what friend?
Been sitting out there in the car, watching the entrance for the last 20 minutes.
That's all? I don't know him from Adam. Besides, I brought my own car.
Must be waiting for someone else.
Yeah, must be. Night, Charlie.
Night, Mr. Shepard. Night, Final. Get your night, Final.
This is ridiculous.
Can I help you, sir?
May I use your phone, please?
We don't have a booth, sir, but you're welcome to use the one behind the counter.
Thanks.
Hampton University.
Mrs. Shepard, please. She's a pupil in medical class.
Sorry, sir. We are not permitted to face pupils during session. Class will be over in 20 minutes, though, and...
Then please give her this message. Her husband was delayed and won't be able to pick her up. He'll meet her at home later.
Any particular time, sir?
There's no telling.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Just tell her I'll try not to be too late.
All right, sir.
Can I help you, sir?
Oh, thanks. Just browsing.
Hello. Give me the police, please.
What can we do for you, Mr. Shepard?
Huh?
You did ask for the police, didn't you? Well, here I am at your beck and call.
16 Precinct, Sergeant Roston talking.
Never mind.
I'm Lieutenant Caden. Here, my credentials.
Police intelligence. Am I to consider myself arrested?
Of course not.
Then why have you been following me ever since I left the legation?
Oh, merely a precautionary measure, Mr. Shepard.
Precautionary against what? I don't seem to recall having asked for protection.
Well, it was our own contention that you require protection.
Well, this is preposterous. I'm perfectly capable of judging
I
whether...
believe it would be easier for you to understand if you were given the facts at the station.
All right, then I'll come down there tomorrow.
Well, we think it would be safer if you'd come along with me right now.
Safer for whom?
All of us, Mr. Shepard. All of us.
The Simpsons are never quite the same.
just as the cause can be traced to a variety of sources. As I said, delirium is primarily a mental disturbance characterized by illusions, hallucinations, and incoherent, rambling speech. Oh, yes, Mrs. Shepard, you have a question?
You pointed out alcoholism or the toxemia of any severe illness as being the primary cause of delirium. Can it be induced only by physical misfunction?
An interesting point, Mrs. Shepard, because only as of late has medical science attributed many physical ailments to a psychosomatic condition, which of course in turn may lead us to believe that even a fever can be induced by marked emotional strain. And as you know, a fever is usually the first stepping stone to delirium. In other words, a poisoned mind can do as much harm as a poisoned body. And therefore, it is interesting to note that... Yes, I repeat, and therefore it is interesting to note that all you lucky people are once again saved by the bell. Good night, everybody.
Professor Bradford, you're getting more devastatingly informative by the lecture. I should have brought an apple.
Well, being the apple of my eye, you'll do nicely. And you may quote me to your husband.
Walk me outside and tell him yourself?
Ah, the eternal triangle. And want to cause a scene, huh?
That'll be a day.
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure Michael is quite capable of a jealous emotion.
Who can tell? With the nervous strain he's been under, anything could happen.
Nervous strain?
Oh, Mrs. Shepard, your husband called and said he wouldn't be able to pick you up tonight.
Ah, what did I tell you? He found us out.
Did he say why?
No, he just said he'd see you at home later on.
No, none of that irate wife pose. He probably had to work late.
Oh, not tonight, Chris. Will you please drive me home?
Well, of course, Kathy. I don't mean to pry, Kathy, but why couldn't Mike be working late tonight?
He had planned a special evening. Today is our 5th anniversary. Chris, couldn't you go a little faster?
Not if I'm to get you home in one piece. Kathy, let's look at this sensibly. Aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill?
I wish I were.
Everyone can be detained once in a while.
Oh, but this is different.
Don't tell me old Casanova Shepard is stepping out of it.
At least that I could fight. But this tension, this fear that's been hovering over us the last few weeks is something out of reach. A day hasn't passed that we haven't talked about it. Always wondering if it'll happen, when it'll happen. How long will they let him do it?
You mean his job at the Swiss legation?
Yes. Oh, I've asked him to quit so many times, but he simply won't hear of it.
That's what makes him the guy you love.
Yes. Yes, but that won't bail him out of Siberia. As long as he's a citizen of the American Soviet Republic, neither will the Swiss legation. Oh, let's face it, Brad. Nowadays, being in the employ of anyone representing a democracy is practically treason.
All right, here we are. Now, look here, Kathy. If things were that radical, Mike would hardly have been allowed to hold on to his job this long. But it's probably nothing to the entire situation. In a couple of hours, you'll be home and you'll be laughing about this. So, why don't you go inside and wait for him, huh? If he doesn't show up, you can always call me. I'll be home.
All right, Chris.
Hey, look over there. Isn't that Mike waiting for you?
Where?
Over there, right next to that fence.
That isn't Mike.
You sure?
Well, he never wears a hat with the brim turned down.
Oh. Maybe I'd better take you to the door. I see our gloomy friend is leaving. Obviously a jilted lover.
I wonder.
Now, there you go again, letting that lively imagination run away with you.
Maybe so. Only remember, we may be ordinary people, but these are no longer ordinary times. Good night, Chris.
Good night, Kathy.
Hello?
Is Michael there?
No, he isn't.
Oh. Well, that's strange. He left here over half an hour ago.
Who is this?
May I ask the same of you?
You may. I'm his wife.
His wife? Oh, I didn't know it. Never mind.
Hello. 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 Hello.
How'd it go?
Like a charm. fell for it all the way.
Good. Call her again in about 15 minutes. Only this time hang up the moment she answers. Keep repeating this every 15 minutes thereafter till I return. I'll be in the next room.
Very well, sir.
How do you do, Mr. Shepard?
How do you do?
I'm Captain Heston. I take it you've already met my aides, Lieutenant Pickman and Lieutenant Caden.
Yes, I've had the pleasure.
Then the gentlemen must have told you why you are here.
No, they haven't.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm quite sure. Ever since I've been brought here, all I've been told was to empty my pockets under the desk.
Rather reasonable, don't you think?
I don't see why. I've never carried any weapons, nor do I have anything to hide.
Part of a man's makeup and being is usually reflected by what he carries in his pockets. And we must know all about you if you expect us to give you protection.
Protection from what?
Foreign influences. You wouldn't like to see your country destroyed by such influences, would you?
I'm an American.
Better yet, a citizen of the American Soviet Republic. Am I correct?
I'm an American.
Do you feel that you're acting in the interests of your country by being in the employ of the Swiss legation?
Yes, I do.
Then how do you explain your activities as a spy for a foreign nation?
I am not a spy.
Now, look here, my good man. We have proof to the contrary. Surely once you embarked upon those activities, you must have resigned yourself to our eventual discovery of same. It's that very resignation which gives most spies such remarkable courage.
I said I am not a spy.
Oh, of course you're not. We wouldn't want that expert training of yours to go down the drain so soon, would we now? I like resistance. It's part of the game. Makes my job more interesting. Lieutenant Pickman, get Dr. Grover and stand by with him in the outer office till I call you.
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Let's have another look at your file. Most illuminating, Mr. Shepard. Most illuminating. Looking at you, one would never suspect this comic strip dash and daring that goes with your record.
Tag?
And such an attractive wife, too.
Leave her out of this.
I can see why. If you cooperate, we may not have to touch upon any phase of this.
Any phase of what?
We're not in the habit of airing our suspects' dirty linen, unless we're given no choice. But I'm sure with the help of Lieutenant Caden, you'll spare us this embarrassment. Lieutenant, please show Mr. Shepard how to take up the relaxed position against the wall.
Mr. Shepard, would you kindly step over to this wall? All right. Now, please face the wall. No, just a little closer, so that the tips of your fingers touch the wall with your outstretched arm. No, just your index fingers. There. That's fine. Now, step back. Now, keep your heels to the floor. There, that's it. Now, lean forward with the index finger of each hand against the wall so that you can support your weight and maintain your balance. There. Now, slide your feet back another foot. There. Now, isn't that easy?
If you say so. And it'll become even easier as you keep answering some questions. As a matter of fact, the sooner you tell us about your espionage operation, the earlier you'll be relieved of this silly position.
I repeat, I am not a spy.
Then how come your wife has already admitted that you are?
You're bluffing.
You trust her?
Implicitly.
Why?
Because I love her.
For a reason. Comfortable?
Yes.
Good. We don't want you to lose your equilibrium when a wife's honor is at stake.
I've never questioned her honor.
Then how do you explain her informing on you?
I don't believe it. It's a lie.
Still comfortable?
No.
Too bad. Especially since you don't seem to understand that we'll consider the circumstances once you admit your guilt. We know that deep down you're one of us. You merely lost your way. The confusion, your inner conflict should be blamed, not you.
I can account for all my actions. They're all clear and above board. I have nothing to hide.
Oh, there now, Mr. Shepard. You can't switch fingers. Just the index fingers, remember?
But they're swollen. So painful. They can't hold me in it.
Of course they can. You'd be surprised at a brave man's physical endurance. Last week I had a friend of yours here. He stood like this for 2 full hours. Naturally, with a few interruptions. For the moment he'd regained consciousness, there he be, stretching out his fingers like a good little soldier. To what do you attribute your wife's actions?
What actions?
How could you have helped but notice?
What are you talking about?
Say, Caden, do you find it warm in here?
Why, no, sir.
Strange. Mr. Shepard's shirt seems to be drenched with perspiration.
I can't anymore. There's a world. The floor is moving.
Caden, the wet towel, quickly. We mustn't have Mr. Shepard faint. Here, give it to me. Just a little cold compress on the neck, Mr. Shepard, and you'll feel better in a jiffy.
That's enough, please. That's enough. I'm fine again. Please.
Now, where were we? Oh, yes, about that friend of yours. He finally told us all about how he collaborated with you.
I have not collaborated with anyone.
You mean to tell me you don't remember Charles Martin?
I don't know any Charles Martin.
Mr. Shepard seems tired. Let's get him a chair.
There you are, Mr. Shepard. Now, let's wake up. Let's stay lively.
Why, what do you want? What do you want?
Have a cigarette?
Yes, please.
Please what?
A cigarette.
I thought you didn't smoke.
Of course I don't. I mean, I do.
You just said you didn't.
I said I don't, but that was because you made me.
How could I make you say something you wouldn't want to say?
I don't know.
That's just it. You don't know your own mind anymore. You may have done some things which you weren't fully aware of.
That cigarette. Could I have it, please?
Certainly. Why didn't you say so to begin with? There you are. Match?
Yes, thanks.
What about your wife?
What about her?
Really, Mr. Shepard, you're a fool, a blind fool. But you did admit that you were spying for the Swiss legation, didn't you?
I said nothing of the kind.
Oh, that is peculiar. It seems to me that only a minute ago a certain position against the wall made you think more clearly. Shall we try it again?
Oh, please. Please, my fingers. They feel like hot iron.
Mr. Shepard, these are civilized times. I wouldn't think of subjecting you to any ordeal without medical attention.
Yes, sir.
Please have Lieutenant Pickman bring in Dr. Grover.
Yes, sir.
Nothing like a doctor's care makes you appreciate the neighborly functions of our modern society. Hey, Mr. Shepard?
Yes, sir.
What did you say?
I said yes.
Didn't you say something else?
I may have said yes, sir.
You may have, don't you know?
I do.
You do what?
I know that I know.
We have proof to the contrary.
You need protection.
And such an attractive wife.
Now please face the wall.
You are listening to Delirium, starring Carlton Young. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
I won't! It's all wrong. I was just doing a job. Just a job.
That's all right, Mr. Shepard. Everything is going to be just fine.
Who are you?
Why, I'm Dr. Grover. I just this minute came in.
I didn't know.
Of course you didn't. You're upset. Now, you'd like to get well, wouldn't you?
I guess so.
So, why don't we just dig deep down to the real root of all this trouble, eh?
You're a psychiatrist.
Naturally.
There's nothing wrong with my mind.
That's precisely what I'm here to find out. Remember now, I'm your doctor.
Yes.
I must have the truth. Why are you worried about your wife?
Not.
You are? Only your subconscious won't let you admit it, eh?
Admit what?
About your wife and Professor Bradford.
What about them?
Calm now, Mr. Shepard. I'm your doctor. We must set aside pride and vanity. You and I both know you're considering
Bradford, your best friend.
Yeah, but haven't...
It hurt to learn about his relationship with your wife, didn't it?
Chris? Oh, don't make me laugh.
But you're laughing already.
What else can I do? You don't expect me to believe this?
There is nothing to believe. You've known it all along. It's been gnawing at your inside for weeks. That's why you couldn't help yourself. You had to seek some reckless adventure, be a figure of importance in an international intrigue. Your ego needed a shock treatment. It had to be bolstered to overcome its wound.
Indeed, Mr. Shepard. That's how spies are born. Only we understand the process of birth. The many circumstances which remove the criminal label. Now, you see this paper here? It merely gives the facts. The only thing missing is your signature. Really nothing incriminating about this. Just something for the record.
What sign it?
Oh, it's your conscience, Mr. Shepard. Your conscience must shed its burden. Isn't that correct, Doctor?
Definitely. This is the kind of confession that shows no malice, just relief.
And only the Swiss legation assumes responsibility. For all you had accepted your job in good faith, never suspecting that they were misusing you to their diabolic advantage.
Yes, easy.
Nothing to it. This is relief.
No.
Do you feel all right?
No.
Your face seems flushed. You're not worried about your wife, are you?
No, I just feel hot. My head is burning. I don't know. It's my eyes that are heating like coal.
Would you like to cool off against the wall?
Yeah,
Here, let me take you over to it. Remember, there's more strength in your fingers than in your mind.
No, please.
But you could do it now. You're strong enough to protect the legation.
1, 2, 3 o'clock. Oh, Chris, what am I going to do?
Please, Kathy, let me give you a sedative so you can get some rest. Nothing else can be done till morning, and I'm sure by then there'll be a very simple explanation for all this.
Oh, I'm so glad you came over. I don't know what I would have done without you.
Are you sure there was nothing familiar about the voice of that woman? It could have been just a gag played by a friend of yours.
No. You know how sharp my sense for voices is. If anything, it betrayed a deliberate, malicious trick. And that's what makes it so frightening. Mike hasn't the makings of a backdoor lover. If there was someone else, I would have read it in his face the day it happened.
Wait. I think I heard the front door.
Michael, is it you?
Hi. Were you expecting someone else?
Oh, Michael, where have you been?
Please, Kathy, not now. My head. I've got to lie down.
Oh, Michael, what did they do to you? I knew it must have been them. It was all rigged up that way.
Rigged up? Who's in the living room?
Chris, we've both been waiting for you.
Oh?
Oh, you had us worried sick.
I bet.
Michael, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Michael, it's good to see you. You gave us quite a fright.
I did.
You look kind of peaked. What on earth happened to you?
The long expected.
Secret police.
Yes, with all the trimmings. The wall and everything. The wall. Tell me, Chris, have you ever faced a wall?
Here, Michael, you better lie down for a while.
Take your hands off me.
Darling, Chris is only trying to help.
Like he's helping himself to you?
Michael, what are you talking about?
Let me see this.
Have your secrets, huh? Even when I'm still in the room.
Oh, darling, you're not well.
Not
please.
well. Suits you fine, doesn't it, Chris? Only I'm well enough to...
Michael! Stop it! Stop it! You're choking him! Oh, Michael, please! Whatever they make you think it isn't true!
What else could you say?
Oh, listen, please! He tried to make me believe you were with another woman. They had her call here! Michael, they had her call here!
Wait. No. Oh, it isn't true. But it is. I don't know. They said it. I signed it. It's a confession. I'm a spy. That's what they said. I signed it. I signed it.
Michael, where are you going?
I don't know. Mike, wait.
Oh, Chris, what are we going to do?
I'll go and try to bring him back. In the meantime, call Dr. Levin. A fever, the hallucinations that has all the earmarks.
Delirium?
Yes, a very special kind. You could call it menticide, a psychological method of breaking down the mind. You heard him talk about confession, didn't you? Well, menticide breaks a man's willpower, makes him confess to almost anything.
Oh, please, Chris, hurry before he gets away.
We're too close on his tail. You better slow down a little.
Driving like a madman. Don't want to lose him.
Wonder why he left home again. I was just getting settled for the night.
Maybe his wife kicked him out. Remember the stunt the chief pulled on her? The dame calling? Right, hold on. Here we go again.
And he must have spotted us.
Yeah. Look, he's no fool. Heading straight for the legation.
What do they want to do that for?
Kind of a sanctuary, like an island. Foreign territory right in the midst of everything.
Okay. We better get him before he gets in.
Yeah. All right. Come on. There he goes. Look. You can't get in the front door.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Hey, he's cutting over to the window. Oh, I'll be. Went right through it.
I gotta hand it to him. That guy wants his freedom in the worst way.
Yeah.
What now?
Oh, nothing much. Let's have a smoke.
A smoke? But you...
Relax. There's a bench. Let's go over and sit down. Here. Want one?
Yeah, thanks. Well, where do we go from here?
No place. He's got to come out of there sooner or later.
You have just heard what would happen to any American under a communist regime if he were employed by a foreign legation. You think this could not happen? It did happen in communist-dominated Bulgaria. It did happen to Michael Shipkov, who was employed by the U.S. legation. Michael Shipkov was arrested and forcibly persuaded by the secret police to sign a false confession of espionage. After the interrogation, he returned to the legation to make a written report of what he had been forced to do. He was later sentenced to 15 years in prison. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Carlton Young as Michael Shepard in Delirium. Don Randolph was Bradford, Dan O'Herlihy was Heston, and Marjorie Hochel was Catherine. Others in the cast were Paul Richards, Fay Baker, Michael Mark, Byron Kane, Jim Nusser, Lamont Johnson, and David Duval. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Delirium was written for If Freedom Failed by Peter Brook. Produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom failed. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what would happen to the little fellow, the average citizen like you and the man next door. Sapphire Anniversary.
Kate. Kate, don't move. Don't move a muscle.
Morning, Dan. Nice day, isn't it?
Kate, I said don't move.
I've got to, unless you want burned toast for breakfast.
Kate, standing by the window with the sun in your hair, making it like silver. Well, it was downright beautiful, and I...
Full of old springtime blarney, aren't you? Ought to be ashamed a man is almost 70 acting like a kid.
Well, maybe I feel like a kid. It's likely when a man's got a wife who looks prettier than the day he married her 45 years ago, come a week from Tuesday.
No.
A talented woman who makes the best popovers this side of the Rockies.
So that's it. I didn't taper off on the poetry because there wasn't enough flour for popovers this morning. You'll have to settle for eggs and plain old toast. Go on, sit down.
Okay. But I meant what I said. I can prove it. I remembered her anniversary. Oh, say, how's the coffee supply holding out?
I guess we can manage a second cup for you this morning.
No, thanks. Better save it for George Morrow. He'll be along soon. Hey, that venison George gave us, how much have we got left?
Enough for a couple of weeks.
Good. You think we could feed 3 or 4 extra for one meal on a certain day come a week from Tuesday?
We'll manage it. I'll be very careful. Even if we have to eat a little less afterwards.
It'll be worth it.
Yes. We'll write John. See if we can bring Viola and little Johnny for the day.
You think we can feed George, too?
I think so.
Oh. Is that you, George?
Nobody else.
Well, come on in. Come in.
Yeah. Looks like I might be in time for a cup of coffee,
There
huh?
you are. What you got in that sack?
Flour. It's for you. Don't ask me where I got it.
Oh, George, that's wonderful.
I always thought Santa Claus was an old fellow with white whiskers, but you shaved this morning.
George Murr, you can use that flour as much as we can.
Yeah, but you can't make popovers with it.
Turnabout fair play. Give me half a dozen eggs every couple of weeks. Besides, we all got to stick together these days. If we don't, we're just as good as dead.
George, what a way to talk.
What other way is there? Say, did you hear about Joe Hawkins?
Well, I know he went to Springfield 3 weeks ago. Is he back?
No, never will be. He died in Springfield. Auto accident, they say. But, I figured that he was murdered.
Why, who murdered Joe? Everybody liked him.
Oh, does a man walk off and leave the best 1,000 acres of farm in the state, stocked and equipped and unattended, all ready for the commies to move in and turn it into one of those, what do you call them now? Oh, yes, state farm?
Maybe it was an accident, George.
Not when Conway takes it over the day before.
I don't want to talk about it. I won't believe it's as bad as George keeps saying.
Oh, now, there's no need to get worked up, Kate. I was just passing on the news.
With your own pessimistic slant. Everybody knows it's too bad the commies got control of the country. So far, they haven't touched anyone but the big people like senators and governors and judges.
Oh, they'll get around everybody in due time.
Well, you make it sound horrible, like they were out to kill everyone.
Well, it is horrible, I know.
Well, maybe. But what about John? He works for them in Springfield and manages to stay happy and raise his family.
Family? Well, maybe that's the reason.
Friend Blackie is waiting for his morning handout, Dan. There's no sugar there. You can get him a carrot, or you'll find turnips in the bin.
There you are, Blackie, old boy. Chomp it down. Okay, now go on back to the field. I'll be out soon. Oh, I get it. You think it's time we got to work, huh?
Now, don't overdo, will you, Dan?
Blackie won't let me. I don't run this place. He does. Tells me when to go to work and when to kid. Well, be sure and turn on the radio, Kate. Catch the news for me.
George Morrow, I could break your neck. I could almost tell you to get out and take your flower with you.
What'd I do?
What'd you do? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. You just changed Dan from a happy, young-hearted man into a heavy-footed old man. Aged him 20 years in just about 2 minutes.
But I don't get it. Dan's old enough to know the score. All his life he's kept up on things. Why, you ought to hear what I heard on the radio this morning. Maybe you can if we missed part of the 9 o'clock news, but turn it on anyhow.
Dan asked me to listen to it.
Well, there ought to be enough news left to give you one hit for it.
Immediate effect, and all farmers are cautioned to familiarize themselves with the new regulations. Comrade Kalinsky said that the unfilled quotas for grain, dairy products, and meats were due to a holdover of wasteful and inefficient capitalistic methods of agriculture. Collectivism and state-operated farms will be increased rapidly, with the prime objective, the elimination of the shameful kulak class. Arthur Nesbitt speaking. This is the People's News Service.
You see, that's only a sample. First part of it was all about another purge of reactionaries for the greater glory of the state.
George, I don't care. Dan isn't going to be touched by it, and neither am I.
Well, now, you can't isolate a man like Dan. It'd be like trying to keep Blackie in a 3-by-5 corral. Dan likes to know what's going on.
There must be some way. There has to be.
Kate, what are you trying to do there? Trying to wreck it?
There. Looks fine, don't it? Looks the same as before. Except when you turn it on, nothing happens. Nothing.
And that's what Blackie did. Kate, that horse is practically human. Next to you, he's the most important member of this household. He's a friend. He's as good a friend as George Morrow.
Well, he's cheered you up. I'm thankful for that. Speaking of George, Dan, you mustn't take everything he says seriously. He always is looking on the dark side of everything.
Let's forget it for now. Did you catch the news for me?
I tried, but radio's gone dead.
Dead? Well, let me have a look at it. Well, it looks all right. The wires are okay. Oh, here's the trouble, I think. Yeah, the power tube is missing. Now, who do you suppose took that tube?
Well, it was burned out. I hope you remember the size, because I guess I got disgusted and just threw it away.
And here we are, miles and miles from town, no way of knowing what goes on. And Blackie and I better get up early tomorrow and ride into Springfield.
50 miles for that? Oh, well, why don't you wait till somebody with a car goes in?
No, I've got it. I have to write to John and get the letter down to the crossroads before night. He can bring a tube along when he comes.
Dear John, I hope this finds you, Viola, and Johnny happy and in good health. You'll have to excuse me for not writing sooner, but since the state suspended our insurance payments, the past few months have been very rough. We've had a big readjustment to make, but I'm glad to say we've made it. I guess you'd call it a shaky sort of economy, since it depends on the strength and intelligence of an animal, but when you figure this animal is a certain horse named Blackie, then it doesn't seem so risky.
It sounds a little frightening to me, John. It means they actually depend on that horse?
Well, honey, there's no choice for Dad. He and Mom have to grow their own food, otherwise they wouldn't eat. Dad's not strong enough for heavy work like plowing and cultivating and hauling, but Blackie is, and that's the economy he's talking about.
Still frightens me. Go on, read the rest of it.
A week from Tuesday, your mother and I celebrate 45 years of marriage. Our sapphire anniversary. While we don't expect you to bring us a pocket full of star sapphires, we would like you, Viola, and Johnny for the day. The country air will do you all good, and it'll mean everything to us to have the family gathered around the same table once more. When you come, please bring along a power tube for the old radio. We need it desperately because radios are only contact with the outside world. Unless you count the news that filters fourth hand through George Morrow. Thank you, and don't disappoint us. Love, Dad. Well, Vi, this time we won't disappoint him. I worked right through the last 2 weekends, finishing those new traffic schedules, and the boss is pleased enough to let me have a free day.
Well, it's sweet of Dan to ask, but Johnny and I can't go.
Can't go? Why not?
Because next Tuesday, Johnny's been invited to join the youth group. That great new organization that replaced that capitalistic Boy Scouts, with all the softness and decadence of scouting eliminated, of course. And Johnny had better be there on time, together with one of his parents. On time so they can start taking all the humanity out of him.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to wonder about parents who are two-faced enough to give lip service to one thing and preach another.
Oh, now, honey, look, there's nothing disgraceful or two-faced in teaching him enough deception to stay alive. We can give him ideals to keep silently in front of himself. So if the chance ever comes, he'll want to free himself.
Well, I guess so. I hope so. But in the meantime, instead of being out in the country with his grandfather, he'll be here with...
Look, Vi, honey, if it'll help any, I'll write Dad and arrange a later date for us all. And I'll go with you to this youth group business. We'll get it over.
No. I can manage it. I'm sorry I spilled over.
Oh. Why shouldn't you? Have to once in a while.
John, I want you to go to Kate and Dan. It's their anniversary, and one of us really ought to be there.
Now, but my place is here with you.
Yes, but they're getting older, and who knows, this may be your last chance to see them. Later, if we're lucky, all three of us can go and have a holiday in the country.
Yeah, if we're lucky.
You write Dan tonight. Tell him you'll be there.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, that radio tube he wants, I'm a little worried about that. Remember the time we had getting a couple of tubes for our radio? You'd think they were solid gold.
Well, at least give it a try. That is, if you won't get in trouble.
Comrade Ward, if it's too much to ask, just forget.
You say a radio is a necessity for these parents of yours, Comrade Proctor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You see, they live 50 miles from town up near the foothills. They're old, but no car, of course. And the radio is their only means of knowing what goes on.
And this particular radio uses a number 6X 5G power tube.
Mm-hmm.
What is your father's occupation, Comrade?
Oh, I guess you would say he was retired. He used to be a logger.
Retired? I'm afraid that'll go against him on the application. He has no work of any kind at the present time.
Well, he does farm his place.
His place. He farms it. I suppose you fill out this form and we'll send it through. Be sure to identify him as a farmer and answer all the questions.
Yes. How long do you think it'll take before he can get the tube?
Comrade Proctor, I can give absolutely no assurances as to that. Your request may or may not be approved. However, we should know that within a couple of days. A couple of days only because of your good record with the traffic bureau, you understand?
Oh, yes, comrade. And I'm grateful to you.
I've checked these applications, Harry, and they seem regular enough. We can send them on.
How many times do I have to tell you not to call me Harry around the office? It's Comrade Hollenbeck. And don't forget it.
All right, Harry. All right.
Not so fast. Where do you think you're going with those?
Just send them on, like I said.
No, you don't. You let one by last week that never should have passed. And I had the boss on my neck yesterday. You just stand there while I take a look.
Stand? Well, can I sit, comrade?
Oh, the boss will be here any minute. You stand. And show the proper respectful attitude, too. This one's in order. Yes, and this. Say, what's this?
What? Which one?
This one, knothead. A farmer landowner?
Oh, that. Well, what's wrong with it? The guy only wants a radio tube.
Only a radio tube. You missed the point completely. He's a kulak. I've told you at least 100 times. Information given by kulaks goes on Form 96. And you send that on to Comrade Malenkov's office.
And I'm supposed to guess these things?
Oh, sometimes I marvel at your stupidity. Sometimes I wonder why I don't get rid of you.
You want me to tell you, comrade?
No, shut up. Listen, I don't propose to get in trouble on account of you. So you just watch your step. Or your number 96 may end up on Malenkov's desk.
You are listening to Sapphire Anniversary, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
What are these, Conrad?
More 96s ready to be processed.
Debbie Kulak property owners, huh? They'll be processed, all right. Dan Proctor, age 68. Occupation farmer. Owner 5 acres arable land, 5-room cottage furnished. 12-year-old black stallion, 10 chickens. No listing of property in Ministry of Agriculture tax records.
Impose non-production and Kulak penalties. Quadruple tax. Call to the immediate attention of the Office of District Commissar Conway.
Oh, if there's John with me looking this way. Answer it, Dan. Give me a second to powder my nose.
Well, hello, folks.
Oh, George.
Hey, something smells pretty fine here.
Put your powder puff away, Kate. It's only George. Oh, pardon me. Oh, it's George in a bottle of something.
Yeah. Happy anniversary, Kate.
Oh,
you see, I was poking around the cupboard, you see, at my place, and I found this. You know, kind of thought it might, I thought it might make me a hug, eh, Kate?
Not only a hug, but a kiss.
Now, break it up. Now, break it up. Say, will you look at this wine? It's from France, yeah, right here. Vintage 1935. George, you're a man of iron nerves. How did you manage to keep from touching it all these years?
Why, I'm as a weak will as next fellow, you know. Just didn't know it was there, that's all.
Well, George, what's new? You've been to town lately?
Oh, haven't been to the city. The farther I keep away and stay, the better I like it. You know, I was down to the Crossroads post office just yesterday. And the news is all very bad. Conway's turned into a 2-bit dictator in the best Joe Stallion
tradition. If the news is bad, we don't want to hear it. Not today.
Oh, yes, that's right. Say, is there anything I can do to help, Kate?
Not a thing. The two of you go on into the living room. You keep an eye out for John. Let me know when you see him coming.
All right, Kate. If you need anything, call me.
Seems like old times, all buzzing around here in the kitchen.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of old times, do you remember how to carve a roast?
Why, sure I do. Let me see now. You cut with the grain of the meat.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't sound right now, does it? Let me see now. You cut across. Why, Dan, I don't rightly know.
I guess it doesn't matter. Probably John won't know the difference anyhow.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, somebody's coming out. Looks like a state car. Oh. It's John. Kate, he's here. Reach for that powder puff.
Hello, Dad. Oh, boy, are you a welcome sight.
Welcome home, Johnny. Welcome home.
Dad, and George. It's great to see you looking so well.
Yeah, that goes double for me, too.
Johnny!
Oh, Mom.
Come here this minute and give me a kiss.
Oh, Mom. Sugar and spice and everything.
I hope so. This came from the kitchen. Well, Johnny, where's Viola? Where's little Johnny?
Well, they couldn't make it this time, Mom.
Oh, that's too bad. I've been looking forward to having them. Oh, but thank heaven you're here. You know, Johnny, for once I've timed a dinner right. I can sit down with the rest of you for a minute. And in the living room, no less. Come on.
Tell me, how's family, John?
All in good health, George. I'm sorry they couldn't be here, but Johnny was scheduled to join a boys' club.
Maybe you can bring him for a couple of days when school's out.
Boys' club? They didn't get little Johnny in that commie youth group.
I'm afraid so. Seems to be no way out of it.
George, nothing unpleasant today, please.
Okay, now I'm sorry.
Hey, I guess I almost forgot to say happy anniversary, you two. I hope Vi and I look as well and happy as you two after we've been married 45 years.
Your mother is one in a million, Johnny. Well, look, just look at her now. Look at her. I swear she gets younger every year. Yes, you does. Yes, you do. And today she looks just like a bride.
Come on, let's go in the kitchen. Sit down.
Oh, Dad, I brought that power tube you wanted here.
Oh, thanks, John. I really appreciate it.
A little thing like that, you'd be amazed at the red tape involved. Forms, requisitions, applications. I think sometimes I spend half my life filling them out.
That's accepted commie technique.
Kate, the table looks wonderful.
Dan, will you ask and bless me?
I certainly will. Father, we thank thee for this evidence of thy bounty. We thank thee for 45 years of happiness. For our son John, our friend George, protect and care for Viola and little Johnny. Amen.
Amen.
Now, well, who do you suppose that could be just when we're ready to eat?
Better answer it, Dan.
Yes, you weren't expecting anyone else, were you?
No. Well, you better start eating before it gets cold.
I didn't anybody drive in, but I guess you can out here in the kitchen.
Well, start in, please. Your dinner's going to be ruined. Wonder why Dan's taking so long.
The rest of the family's out here at the table. Come on, say hello. Kate, here's Paul Conway and Mr. Headley, his assistant.
We've met before.
Good afternoon, Mr. Conway. Mr. Headley?
Good afternoon, Citizeness Proctor.
This is George Morrow. This is my son, John.
Oh, yes. The driver of the state car from the Traffic Bureau.
Yes. I work in Springfield.
Well, won't you both have some dinner? There's enough for two more.
So I noticed. It looks very good. Surprisingly good. But we're here in a matter of business. Your taxes. In accordance with the new directive.
Oh, so that's all. We have that saved, haven't we, Kate?
All $30.
It happens to be considerably more. Your land tax has been increased to $120, due and payable now.
$120? That can't be. It can't be.
Plus the quotas you evaded the past quarter, since they were put into operation by the Ministry of Agriculture. Read the listing, Comrade Headley.
Ministry quotas required and not met. 12 dozen eggs, half the produce of the vegetable plot, 500 pounds of hay, 60 gallons of milk. Penalties for non-production, $400. Rental of state land, $200. Current taxes, $120. Total, $720.
$720? Conway, it's impossible. You must know that I have no...
Comrade, as a worker in the traffic office, I understand these matters. Seems to me you've confused my parents with someone else. They have very little, barely enough to keep themselves alive.
These are the facts, as listed by the office in Springfield. Give me that paper, Headley, Form 96.
Yes. Here you are, Comrade.
Yes. Name, Dan Proctor. Occupation, farmer. Owner of 5 acres arable land, 5-room cottage furnished, 12-year-old black stallion, 10 chickens. No listing of property in Ministry of Agriculture tax records.
Wait, those facts. The exact wording I used. Look, Comrade Headley, how did this investigation start?
This crime of tax evasion was discovered with his application for a radio tube.
Crime? To want to repair a radio? Is that another new directive, Comrade?
Yes, sir, the radio tube that started it.
Comrade Proctor, the $720 is due now. Either you pay or face the consequences of default. Which is it, Comrade?
I told you. I've got $30.
Very well, you won't pay. In that case, we'll be forced to confiscate item 3 on your property listing, the 12-year-old black stallion.
But, Comrade, it's not worth $700.
We'll take the horse.
No, not Blackie. You don't touch him. You hear? Without the horse, we're through. We can't till our land. There'll be nothing to eat, surely. You can see that. And besides, Blackie's like one of the family.
I have no choice in the matter. I am a servant of the state. As such, I'm here to discharge a duty delegated to me by the state.
But you don't have to condemn them to death. They can't get along without the horse.
These people may be your parents, but from the viewpoint of the state, They are capitalist landowners of the kulak class. They have no legal standing.
Conway, as a worker for the state,
We're all workers for the state. Or should be. Headley, go get that horse.
Yes, comrade. No, you don't. You'll have to kill me first.
Stand aside, Citizen Proctor.
Get your paws off that.
I warn you, Proctor, interfering with an official is a crime against the state.
All right, I'm a criminal.
Go ahead, Comrade Headley. Get the horse. The rest of you will all be held as witnesses. Proctor assaulted an agent of the state. Comrade John Proctor, you will testify that the seizure of the horse is legal. Otherwise, your official career may be interrupted.
Johnny, get some water. Cold water.
Yes.
Dan, your head's cut.
Here, I'll hold him.
Little cold water, Forrest.
Key, where is he? Blackie, help me up. The other one, Headley. He's after Blackie. Johnny, you've got to stop
No
him.
one leaves. You'll all stay in this room.
Johnny?
There's nothing I can do, Dan.
Well, then I can.
Dan, wait!
Proctor, stop! Stop where you are. I'll shoot the first one who steps off this porch.
Conway, please, I want you to listen to me.
Hold it!
Conway, put yourself in my place. Maybe then you'll see.
Have you a pet, Mr. Conway, a dog or a cat you're fond of?
Yes, a pet. You see, we love Blackie that way, only more so. He's part of us. He's part of the family.
Dan, just take him back here. Oh, please, Mr. Conway, please.
Conway, you can't.
Stay where you are, Proctor.
No. Look at it this way, Conway. I'm not strong. I can't make a living without that horse. Conway, even you communists use the term comrade. As a comrade, you can't deprive me of my life. Conway, we're two human beings. We can live together as brothers. We each have our rights.
There is only one human right. The privilege of serving the state.
Thanks to you, comrade. We won't be serving for long.
You have just heard a story of what happens to the little fellow under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any American family if communism took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the town of Salsk in Russia. It did happen to the family of a farmer named Vasya Golovachy. Because of non-payment of taxes, the communists took from the Golovachys the one thing that kept them alive, their cow, and thereby condemned them to death. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring John Daner and Peggy Weber as Dan and Kate Proctor in Sapphire Anniversary. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michelle Perrier. Sapphire Anniversary was written for If Freedom Failed by William Tunberg, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. we'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of two people who fall in love in a land where tyranny rules. With Mary Anderson starred as Ellen Grant, we offer No Other Way.
Check. 102.
10 minutes to 11 and only...
Reject.
That's the 23rd one this morning.
Comrade Grant.
Yes, sir.
I was about to say, it's 10 minutes to 11 already. You're behind schedule for today.
Yes, sir, but there have been so many rejects lately.
23 already, comrade.
So we've really tested 125.
Your quota doesn't include rejects.
Yes, sir, but
You know, I don't like to see you girls putting in overtime.
I'm not complaining.
60 hours a week hardly gives you time for your political education classes as it is.
Yes, sir.
So I suggest we all concentrate a little harder and fill our quota in the allotted schedule.
But, comrade, if there were less rejects...
I'm going to lunch now. If the rejects become excessive, I'll call it to the attention of the manager.
Easy, Ellen. Losing your temper won't help.
He must have gotten his training in Siberia. Check.
103.
Let's relax for a few minutes, Wilma.
After that lecture,
We'll catch up.
We better. Come Friday night, I don't want to have to stick in this range 1 minute after that bell rings.
Date?
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry. If we're over, you can go up and I'll do the paperwork.
Well, I'm kind of hoping we'll both be through.
Oh, Wilma, not another double date.
Now, look, Ellen, it was the only way. He has this friend.
Why is it every man you meet has a friend?
Oh, but this one's different. Frank's my date. He says he's tall, very good-looking, good education.
Then why does Frank have to get him a date?
Oh, well, they're new in Springfield. The battalion was just stationed here.
Battalion? Then he's in the Army.
Well, yeah, I thought I told you.
I'm not interested.
Oh, but Ellen...
Look, Wilma, if he's in the Army, he belongs to the party. Now, how many times have I told you I'm not dating communists?
Why not? Will you tell me? Just because a man has a card in his pocket...
Let's not go into that again.
Well, who else can you date? They're the only men who can afford to take you to a decent place for dinner or buy you a drink.
Wilma, there are 83 other girls in this factory. Ask them.
Oh, but you're my closest friend. I'm trying to help you.
Don't do me any favors.
Just give me one good, sensible reason. Will you do that?
What's the use? You wouldn't even know what I was talking about.
Well, you don't have to get nasty.
I don't mean to be, Wilma. It's just that we have different ideas about things. Maybe it's because I saw things when the commies took over America that you didn't see. Maybe you're right and I'm wrong, but I just can't change the way I feel. Wilma, you're not the only one trying to make me see things their way a little. My own folks say the same things you do.
And they hate the commies, which just goes to show how stubborn you are.
Oh, what's the use?
All right, I'm sorry I mentioned it.
Let's get back to work.
Sure. But, just in case you change your mind, will you call me tonight?
I won't change it.
Ellen?
Yes, Dad.
Here, Ellen's home.
All right, Ellen.
Your mother's been holding dinner again.
I'm sorry, Dad. I suppose you're starving.
It's not me I'm worried about. You've put in an extra hour each day this week.
I know. But Ellen Grant has to make sure that the progress of the second 3-year plan for the Soviet States of America is not interrupted.
Over 60 hours a week for a 19-year-old girl.
Right, your congressman, Dad.
That's nothing to joke about.
Well, dinner's on the table. Hurry, you want to bring that chair over.
Yes, dear.
I hope it's not much. I'm not hungry.
It's never too much anymore, Helen. Oh, good heavens, dear, you look so tired.
I'll be all right. It's just being in the firing range 2 weeks in a row.
How did that happen?
One of the girls is sick.
Oh, it's no wonder.
Potatoes?
Thanks. Oh, honey, I just forgot. Wilma called you just before you came in.
My gosh, doesn't that girl ever give up?
Why? What happened?
The usual, a double date.
You two down?
Yes. Can I have a salt, Mother?
Here. Anyone you know?
No, he's in the army.
Oh, then he's a communist.
Yes, he's a communist.
Just how many opportunities like that do you intend to turn down?
Dad, let's not
Now,
start...
your father's right, Ellen.
I know. Everybody is right. I'm wrong.
Then when are you going to wake up? You're young, Ellen. You might just as well get as much out of life as possible.
Dad, please.
And there's only one way to have any normalcy out of life nowadays. If you won't join the party, at least marry a communist.
Dear, things are getting worse, not better. We're old, it doesn't matter. But you have your whole life yet. Helen, what's it going to be like? How long do you think you can stand working 60 and 70 hours a week in order to keep a roof over your head and just enough food to exist?
They've killed everything good, and you ask me to become a part of them.
Because we love you, darling.
Because there's no other way.
Does it mean so much to you?
It's because it's you, darling. It means more than our own lives.
Understand, Ellen. If we thought there were any other way, one in a million, we wouldn't say these things. We just don't want you to live in the anxiety and fear we've known since they took over.
Just try, dear. We don't ask you to marry the first one you meet, but at least get to know some of them. Sooner or later, you're bound to meet a communist who...
All right. Don't go on. Don't say any more, please. I'll try. I promise you, I'll try.
Hey, wait. Where are you going for us?
Wasn't this where she lived?
Well, yeah, but...
Well, I can hardly pick up a girl for our first date by honking the horn, can I?
Oh, but that's the arrangement. A honk, will you, Frank?
At your command. Oh, that's sure to get us up on our right foot.
Oh, you don't understand. It's her parents. They're the nervous type, and, well, you know, man in uniform knocking on the door.
Hey, here she comes.
Oh, well, yeah, that's Ellen.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long.
No, not at all.
Forrest Maine, Ellen Grant.
Hello.
And this is Frank Partridge.
That's enough formalities. Hop in. Hey, we got an hour's ride. So where do you girls get there? The wildest, the greatest hangout this side of the Mississippi. Hold on. Commissar is standing right behind him. Hey, what's the matter with her ladyship? She don't laugh or say nothing.
Yeah, what's the matter, honey? You don't like Frank's story?
They're fine.
Fine?
Well, that Frank, you're ahead with a pretty young lady.
Sure.
Boris, could we leave now?
Oh, what are you talking about, honey? The evening's just beginning.
Oh, don't pay any attention to her.
I know what you need. Waiter, over here. She needs another drink.
No, I don't want anything.
Yes, sir. A drink for the lady.
No, I said I didn't want any.
Oh, honey, you just had one little itsy-bitsy drink. You can't have any fun that way.
I've had enough.
She's a little drunk. Waiter doesn't know what she wants. You bring another one like she had. You remember? Huh? Yes, sir. Right away.
But I don't want anything. Just take me home.
No, that's what I like. People that get in the spirit of things.
When Rome, so it's a Roman.
Sure. The Romans do what the party tells them to do.
Sure, everyone does what the party tells them to do. If person number one is in the party and person number two isn't, and person number two does what person number one tells them to do, is that right, honey?
Yes, that's right.
Sure is.
Boris, I'm asking you to take me out of here.
Everybody's free now. Everybody in the world is free to do what the communists tell them to do. And who's the communist? We're the communists! Yeah.
Oh, Meadowland, my Meadowland.
Maryland.
Stop it, all of you.
Oh,
Stop it.
come on, Maryland. Besides, there ain't no such thing. Mary can't own any land. What's with you, baby? You stupid.
Hey, where's the waiter with Ellen's drink?
Boris, I'm asking you. Will you please take me home?
Oh, listen to her. Yeah, listen to her.
Take your hands off of me.
Oh, we got much better ideas for you, honey.
Meadowland, my Meadowland.
Maryland. No, happiness, Mary's laugh.
Mary's laugh. Hey, did you hear that? Mary's laugh.
Drink, man. Take it away.
Waiter! Another drink. Isn't any shame? A glass drop. Come to waiter.
Forrest, take me home. Take me home.
What happened to Ellen's
Oh,
drink?
Maryland, come on, Maryland.
Take me home. We got plans. We got plans for you, baby. Sure, because everybody's free to do what we tell them to do.
I can't stand it. Let me go.
I think that's enough for one night. Come on, Ellen. Let's get out of here.
But you're all right. You're not
Drunk? Never touch this stuff. Grab your coat, hurry.
Cold?
a little.
Here. Take this.
You didn't see a thing all the way to the beach.
You didn't ask me anything.
Seems to me there's some things that don't have to be asked. I don't understand you.
You have a card in the party?
No.
I didn't think so. You're not like the girls we usually meet.
And what are you like?
I guess I'm two people. One you sought to hang out back there, and the one you see here.
I don't know what to make of this whole evening.
Your parents in the party?
No.
Why not?
They hate the communists and everything they stand for.
And you?
The same.
It's a dangerous thing to say.
I'm careful where I say it.
You are speaking to a cardholder in the Army.
I don't think so. He's still at the hangout. Or am I wrong?
You know, I can say anything I want to you. Because if you reported me, it would be my word against yours. You're not in the party, you wouldn't have a chance.
Then what happened back there?
You weren't like Wilma. I knew that right away. I have to be careful of every move I make. I wanted to get away from that place. Be alone with you. It's the only way I could do it. Frank will never even remember I left. As for my superior officers, where they're concerned, I spent a very routine leave. Got drunk, met a girl. See, we have to report everything we do while we're on leave.
And is there something about being here you can't report?
It's something I can't prove without dragging you into it. Tomorrow, as far as they'll know, I behave like every filthy one of them. They'll be satisfied.
And what are you doing in the Army?
Being young and hopeful.
You always talk in circles.
It's a good idea these days.
You just pointed out you could say what you wanted to me.
I hate the communists. I joined the Soviet American forces for one reason. Not to fight or protect the people that run America, but eventually to fight and protect the country itself. Like I said, young and hopeful. More likely, hopeless.
Well, what is this? Some kind of an underground movement I never heard of?
Not exactly. There's lots more like me, I suppose. Now, what we're doing is hoping that someday a chance will come, an opportunity to overthrow them.
Then not everybody has given in after all.
Well, let's hope not. I had to join the party. You can see that, can't you? Without being a commie, there's no chance at all. It's the same insidious methods they use. That's all I can do.
It's late. I have to go.
I'll be stationed here at least a year.
That's a long time.
Not if I can see you again. Everyone on the dance floor is looking at you.
My slip showing?
You're too modest. Don't you know that you're pretty?
I'm beginning to believe it. You've been telling me twice a week for 3 months now.
I intend to go on telling you for longer than you can imagine. That was a proposal.
I know.
I love you, Ellen.
Let's go somewhere else.
Excuse me, Corporal Maine, isn't it?
Oh, yes, sir, Commissar Hilton.
It is.
I hardly expected to see you here, sir.
Why not? We all enjoy the finer things. The company of a beautiful woman.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. May I present Miss Helen Grant, Commissar Hilton?
A pleasure, my dear.
How do you do?
I couldn't help noticing you from my table. I was about to ask you for this dime.
We were just leaving.
Oh, come now, you can't refuse me this one brief pleasure. Can she, Corporal Maine?
No, sir. I'll be at the table now.
Why is it all the lovely girls are attracted to the young soldiers only? I hardly think it's fair.
I'll get it, Mother. Hello?
Hello, darling.
Forrest, where are you? I thought you'd be here for dinner.
That's a tough break. I got duty tonight.
Oh, and just when we were going to tell the folks.
Oh, tomorrow night's good enough, huh? You haven't mentioned it to them, have you?
Well, not officially, but I guess it's pretty obvious. Oh, guess who called?
Who?
Your battalion commissar.
Hilton?
Uh-huh.
What did he want?
Oh, Forrest, he's more than twice my age. You can't blame him for trying.
What did you say to him?
I was very polite. Thanked him for calling. Told him I was engaged and was having dinner with my fiancé.
When was this?
Oh, about an hour ago.
I don't like this.
Forrest, you're being ridiculous. You don't think he can come between us?
No. I was put on duty just 45 minutes ago.
You are listening to No Other Way, starring Mary Anderson. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Reject.
Number 7. Hey, you're kind of low this morning.
I didn't sleep last night.
Excited about the marriage?
I'm worried about it.
Well, if I'm prying, stop me. But, what's wrong?
Hilton.
Oh, I thought you gave him the brush.
I thought so, too. But Forrest hasn't had a leave in 3 weeks. Everyone else in his outfit has had at least 2 nights a week.
Oh, well, that can't go on forever.
And it's more than that. Commissar Hilton has called at the house. My parents met him.
Don't tell me.
Hilton's an important man. Battalion commissars are political commissars, very influential. This appeals to my parents. They were happy about Forrest, but they're overwhelmed by Commissar Hilton. He's exactly what they've dreamed about.
Oh, well, they can't run your life.
They mean well. But I love Forrest. Oh, Emma, what am I going to do? What's going to happen to Forrest?
Oh, it'll work out. Come on, there's just one more in this batch. Test it.
All right. Reject.
Number 8. Huh. That's funny.
What?
This report calls for 56 guns. We have 57.
Ellen, over here.
Forrest, darling. Oh, it's been so long.
Get inside, quick.
Is something wrong?
No, everything's all right. I finally got a pass. It's only 12 hours, but give us time to get married. Will you, Ellen? Will you marry me?
Oh, yes, darling. Yes. What'll I do to you?
For being 2 hours late? I don't know. But you're mine now. That's all I care about.
I don't want to ever let you go.
Look, if I can't see you, I'll call you every day.
What'll Hilton say?
He'll try and make it rough on me. Not much he can do, though, without it becoming too obvious to his superiors. Look, I better go in. I'll bribe whoever's on duty. Maybe he won't report that I'm late.
Be careful, darling.
Kiss me.
Turn on the lights.
Forrest.
It's Hilton. He's been waiting for this moment.
You out of the car. Don't move. Well, Corporal Maine, Your pass expired at 3 o'clock this morning. It is now 5 a.m.
Yes, sir.
All right, take him to the guard room at once.
Oh, no!
Come along. Miss Grant, you will be in my office at 8 o'clock this morning. I shall have some questions to ask you regarding Corporal Maine.
What are you going to do to him?
It's just routine. The military examiner will draw up an indictment.
Why?
He was absent without leave. A serious offense.
We were married last night. We were so happy.
Were you really? I'll see you at 8 o'clock this morning, Miss Grant. Oh, come in, Miss Grant. Or should I say, Mrs. Maine.
Forrest, are you...
Don't, Ellen.
Are you all right?
There will be no conversation here unless authorized. Now, what happened last night, Corporal Maine?
I contacted my wife. Told her I had a 12-hour pass, and I suggested we be married.
Where?
A small town, 27 miles north of Springfield. Maple Corners.
Well, when the state-approved marital regulations go into effect, these things won't happen. Then what?
We took a room in a hotel there.
What hotel?
It's called the Maple.
You drove both ways?
Yes, sir.
You were aware that your pass expired at 3 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Then there are no extenuating circumstances. No genuine reason for your being late.
Only my marriage, Commissar Hilton.
Hardly be taken into consideration.
Hardly to be...
We have some papers for you to sign. I beg your pardon, Mrs. Maine. Then we'll have no further need for you.
What's going to happen to my husband?
He's under arrest at this moment. The military examiner will prepare the indictment tomorrow. He'll be sentenced by the military tribunal representing the Springfield district.
Oh, Forrest.
Corporal Maine, under Article 193, Paragraph 7, the Criminal Code of the Soviet American Armed Forces, you're hereby condemned to the guardhouse awaiting sentence. Guard.
Yes, sir?
Take him away. Oh, Mrs. Maine, since such matters are not publicized, I will personally see to it that you're informed of your husband's sentence. Miss Grant.
I've been expecting you.
Have you? I'm glad. I admire a woman who's aware of her own charm.
I wasn't thinking of that.
What then?
Your invitation to my parents.
Oh, yes, the officers' party. I thought it would be a nice way for them to spend this evening. Well, aren't you going to invite me in?
Why should I?
Corporal Maine was sentenced today. I thought you'd like to hear about it.
Come in. No, in here. It's warmer in the dining room.
Certainly.
Well?
Corporal Maine was very fortunate. He was condemned to only 3 years' deprivation of liberty to be served in a corrective labor camp. The camp is in this country. It could have been Siberia. I thought you'd like to know I intervened in that matter.
You?
Yes, I recommended leniency. You see, Ellen, you've completely misunderstood me. I don't want you to think of me as you have.
Get out. Get out of here.
At least I can explain. I'm in the military. I have my duty to perform. It was just unfortunate that it had to be Corporal Maine. Believe me, I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I'm too fond of you.
You deliberately did this. You deliberately stopped his leaves last month so he couldn't see me.
That's hardly justified.
It's the truth and you know it.
A man is likely to do many things for a girl like you.
What are you saying?
You know what I think of you. You're not like the other women. You're strong. You have a will of your own. I admire you for it. I admire you enough to go any length to have you for my wife.
You're forgetting. I'm already married.
You were married?
What do you mean?
Your marriage was annulled.
You did that?
I did it for your own good. Your position would have been very delicate. Married to a man in a corrective labor camp?
I could kill you. I could kill you.
Don't speak that way. Don't blame a man for loving someone.
You can say that. You can talk about such things. You don't know what you're saying. Your kind doesn't know anything about love or emotion. You're all alike. You're all animals.
I'm going to make you my wife.
That's very funny. Very funny. You can't make me marry you. You can't make me do anything I don't want to do.
Come here, Ellen. I want you to know I love you. In spite of what you think of me, in time you'll see what I'm like.
Don't come near me.
I don't mean all the things I say and do.
Get away.
It's just my position. I have to appear hard and cold.
I said get away from
But with
me.
you in my arms, you'd see that I'm not that way at all.
Take your hands off it.
Ellen, I want you.
No! Will you get out of here now?
Where did you get that gun? It's not allowed.
It's a reject, Commissar Hilton. Your communist efficiency slipped up. There was an extra one a few weeks ago. Someone else has to account for it, not I. I didn't know then why I took it. But I do now.
Give it to me and we'll forget this incident.
No.
I'm not leaving without it.
I told you to get out of here.
You have the nerve to fire it. I know that.
You're right.
That's what I like about you.
Don't come any closer.
It's a reject, you said. It may not fire the first time. Your only chance now is to marry me. The penalty for possession of arms is severe. Give me that gun.
No!
I told you it may not. That was a stupid thing to do. Know what'll happen to you for this? You could have married me if that gun didn't fire so well. But a reject is grand. I heard gunshots. What happened?
And there. I did it.
You have just heard a story of what happens to free people when they are ruled by a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen to Anatol Borisov, a citizen of the Soviet Union. After serving his 3-year sentence in a corrective labor camp, Anatol Borisov saw duty with the Red Army and later was put in charge of the petrol depot near Prussisch Eylau in East Prussia. It was from here that he escaped and was able to reveal this story. It did happen to Liza Ryabchinkova, the girl whom Anatol had loved. Her present whereabouts are unknown. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Mary Anderson as Ellen Grant in No Other Way. Lamont Johnson was Forrest, Carlton Young was Hilton, and Gene Young was Wilma. No Other Way was written for If Freedom Failed by Robert M. Young, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a poet of the people. The story of what happens to all creative writing under a communist regime. The story is called The Monkey's Cage.
Well, are you sure Ramsey hasn't been there tonight? Okay.
Have him call us.
Tell him to call the magazine if he shows up.
No luck?
No, his brother hasn't seen him.
Have you tried his house?
6 times. His landlady threatens to call the cops if I bother her again.
Oh, this is ridiculous. A man doesn't go away without leaving a message. Somebody must know where he is.
Can't we hold off his story until next month's issue of the Digest?
How? We've announced it for this issue, and Brownfield has already done the drawings for it. This isn't like Ramsey. He's always taken his work seriously.
Yeah, and sometimes he takes it a little too seriously.
Huh? What do you mean?
Did you ever hear him sound off when he's had a couple of drinks?
No.
Well, I have. Just the other night, as a matter of fact. We stopped in at the Blue Moon for a nightcap. One drink led to another, and before I could stop him, Ramsey started popping off about the curse of communism.
That's it.
What?
Look, Bennett, it's been 5 years since the communists took over our country.
You think Ray picked up Ramsey?
When somebody disappears these days, he hasn't gone to the mountains for a vacation.
Yeah.
There's one chance. Call the Blue Moon and ask Joe if he's seen Ramsey lately.
Well, he saw him the other night.
Ask him if he's seen Ramsey since then.
Okay, but I don't think it'll do any good.
It's a chance.
Hello, Blue Moon Cafe.
Hello, Joe.
Yeah?
This is Gil Bennett, Springfield Digest.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bennett.
Joe, have you seen Mr. Ramsey today?
Or yesterday.
Or yesterday?
No, I haven't.
Hasn't been in at all?
No, I haven't seen him for quite a while.
Well, you saw him the other night.
I don't remember.
He was standing at the bar with me.
Sorry, I don't remember.
Now, just a second. I know I was there with Ramsey. And I also know we talked to you. And you talked to us. You even told Ramsey he was drinking too much. Do you remember that?
No. And you'd better forget it.
Look, Joe.
Got to hang up customers.
Hello, Joe! Joe! Hung up.
Of course. He's afraid to say anything.
And they've really got Ramsey.
Yeah. But only Commissar Yeager and his brain trust know what's happened to him. The other night was just the topper. They've probably tailed him for weeks, months. They'll be gunning for all of us before they're through. Yes, they'll get everybody who has any influence in the people's way of thinking. And where's a better place to start than with a literary magazine? They've stopped Ramsey from talking and writing. Who's next is anybody's guess.
What about Lambert?
Charles?
Well, his poetry is read by millions.
Not in 100 years would they find anything in his poetry which could even vaguely be interpreted as anti-communistic.
Well, you never can tell.
I know what I'm talking about. Why, for years, Charles Lambert has been writing about typical Americana, about the people. Even when he won the Pulitzer Award and went to England for 8 years, he still wrote about the things he remembered here in America. No, they'd never touch anybody like Charles Lambert. He's one man who's safe.
Charles, dear.
Judith, come in. I didn't hear you. The rain.
It's late, dear. Hadn't you better come to bed?
I'm almost finished.
Oh, you're pouring for the Springfield Digest?
Yes. I'll read you what I have. I called it The Wheel of Life.
Good title.
These things are real. The rain that soaks the ground. The soil that grows alfalfa, grain, and corn. The crops that feed the cattle and the pigs. The food that fills our bellies gives us life. A fleeting thought, a moment at a time. These things are real, and they are all that count. These things are free. A lover's tender kiss, a baby's smile, the thought, this child is mine, the firm and honest handshake of a friend, the robin's song, the apple trees in bloom, the beauty of the autumn's changing hues. These things are free, and so remember them. That's all I have so far.
Oh, I like it.
It's you remembering all those years back on your father's farm in Iowa.
Is it that obvious in autobiography?
Well, when a woman is married to the same man for 35 years, there's little about him she doesn't know.
Has it been that long?
35 next Christmas.
I'd lost track. I've lost track of a lot of things recently.
We all have, dear.
So unbelievable, Judith. In so short a time to have lost so much. 5 years. Won't be long before every last suggestion of American democracy will be wiped out. Now that the communists have taken over.
Oh, you're tired, dear. Why don't you come to bed?
I will. In a little while. I want to finish my work so I can take it to the digest in the morning.
Well, all right, but don't be too long.
I won't. Good night.
Good night, dear. Oh, dear, I do hope the storm will be over soon. You never know when that lightning is going to strike.
Good morning, Russ.
Oh, Charles, come in.
Here's my latest effort for the digest.
Written in your usual earthy style, of course.
Well, decide that for yourself. After all, you're the editor of this magazine.
Ever been a time I didn't like your stuff?
No, but times have changed, my friend.
Yes, they have.
What's wrong?
Commissar Yeager and the Union of Soviet American Writers insisted that I put a couple of loyal party members on staff to be sure we keep our literary noses clean. Outside of that, all's right with the world. Let's see what you've written.
Judith insists it's my autobiography in verse.
These things are real. The rain that soaks the ground, soil that grows alfalfa, grain, corn.
I'm positive it's innocuous enough to be acceptable, even to the administration of the Union of Soviet American Writers.
This is good.
Think there's anything in it that might offend Commissar Yeager?
Can't see anything. It's a poem about the people. That should please him. What's so funny?
I was just wondering what Yeager's mob would do to some of our other American poets who wrote about the people. Emerson, Walt Whitman, Sandburg. I remember one of Sandburg's poems. The strong men keep coming on. They go down shot, hanged, sick, broken. They live on fighting, sighing, lucky as plungers, the strong mothers pulling them on, the strong mothers pulling them from a dark sea, a great prairie, a long mountain. Call hallelujah, call amen, call deep thanks. The strong men keep coming on.
If Sandburg wrote that today, they'd boil him in oil for advocating the overthrow of communist rule in America.
Excuse me, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, what is it, Fred?
Commissar Yeager would like to speak with you.
Yeager?
Tell him to come in.
Yes, sir.
Yeager here? Think it means trouble?
No, I don't think so. Probably just on a tour of inspection.
Well, I'm leaving. Mr. Yeager and I have nothing in common.
I'll let you know what happens.
Bye. Bye, Russ.
Bye.
Oh, hello, Yeager.
Commissar Yeager, Lambert.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. See you later, Russ.
Right. Come in, Commissar.
I see Lambert hasn't learned yet that we don't accept familiarity between the workers and the administration.
Sit down.
Thank you.
You'll have to forgive him, Commissar. Those poets live in a world of their own.
Yes. That's what I want to talk to you about.
Oh?
The administration isn't happy with some of the writing in the Springfield Digest.
But we haven't printed...
You are popularizing the works of writers whose literary and political thoughts conflict with ours. Your writers have forgotten that the first aim of Soviet American culture is the education of the people to party doctrine and policy.
Where do our writers conflict?
They concern themselves with a form of writing that is empty and foreign to the way in which we are educating the Soviet American people. This Charles Lambert is a good example. His verses are saturated with a spirit of pessimism and melancholy.
But he writes about the people. His poetry is simple, honest, and most certainly not far into the communist line of thought. Here, this is his latest poem. Read it for yourself.
The wheel of life.
Yes, he writes about things we see around us, things which are part of our everyday lives.
This is what you would call art for art's sake.
Yes, I would.
It's filled with words which mean nothing. It speaks of personal pleasures, And property which belongs to the individual. Here, a baby's smile, the thought, this child is mine. Under the Soviet American government, Taylor, the children belong to the state.
But
You claim me rights about the people. But this poem, filled with individualistic thinking, would bring harm to the cause of the education of our Soviet American youth. We can't accept it. Do you understand?
Yes.
The idealistic years of your American literature are over. Finished. You are now living in a true democracy. It is evident that you have been publishing worthless works because you were afraid of offending a friend. But from now on, the Springfield Digest will accept no more pap like this work of Lambert's. From now on, all your writers will conform to the party line. Our literature cannot have interests other than the interests of the state and the people.
The people, yes.
Have I made myself clear?
Only too clear, Thomas R. Yeager.
Why, Russell.
Hello, Judith.
What are you doing here this time of day?
Is Charles home?
Yes, I'll call him. Charles? Oh, Charles?
Yes?
Russell Taylor is here.
Russ? Be right there.
He'll be right down.
Thanks.
You care for a cup of tea?
No,
Or
thanks.
coffee?
Nothing, thanks, nothing.
Something's wrong.
Yes.
What is it?
Wait till Charles comes down.
Didn't you like his poem?
Of course I did.
I thought it was good. It's filled with the things he believes in.
I know.
Well, if you like the poem, I don't see what...
I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. You see, Judith? He's what I call a real friend. Not only does he buy practically everything I write, but he also brings me my check personally.
Charles, I'd like to talk to you, seriously.
What is it?
I didn't bring your check. As a matter of fact, there isn't going to be a check this time.
Why, what do you mean?
But you said you liked Charles' poem.
Sit down, both of you. Sit down. Thomas R. Yeager delivered an ultimatum from the Union of Soviet American Writers this afternoon.
What?
It affects all the contributors to the Digest, particularly you, Charles.
Why, Charles, he hasn't written anything anti-communistic.
No, he hasn't, no. Neither has he written anything to advance the teaching of Soviet American literature to the youth of this country.
Yeager said that?
We said a lot more. He claims your work is idealistic pap, art for art's sake, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. That you've forgotten the primary purpose of Soviet American culture is to educate the people to a party doctrine and policy.
Soviet American culture? Creeping paralysis would be more like it.
Charles!
What else did the noble commissar have to say?
The Digest is to discontinue publishing any works marked by ideological and political neutrality and alien to Soviet American literature.
What does that mean?
It means, my dear, that the personal liberty we've been enjoying is being seriously threatened.
From now on, Charles and all the other writers will have to concern themselves with spreading Soviet culture in their writing and forget anything and everything which even suggests our dead democracy.
The beginning and the end.
Oh, that's impossible. How can they expect Charles to spread Soviet culture when he's an American poet?
Judith, there's no longer any such thing as an American poet. A man is either a Soviet American poet writing to further the educational aims of the Central Committee in Washington, or he's nothing. And an editor of a literary magazine must reject his work as being unsuitable.
You mean you're going to change the policy of the Digest just like that?
Yes.
Hey, you can't.
What choice do I have?
We're the last straw the people can cling to. We let the Central Committee tell us what to write and how to think, then we'll be a completely lost nation. But if we can hold out against them, there's still hope.
Just how do you think we could accomplish that? You can't reason with them. There's no such thing as a compromise. With them, it's all take and no give.
There's no compromise with me either.
Charles, you're just being stubborn. The communists aren't asking you to give up your writing altogether.
Aren't they?
I'm certain they'd allow you to continue writing if you, just temper your writing. Slant it just a little in their direction.
Do you honestly think I could do that?
I don't see why not.
Well, I can't.
Charles!
I can't lead the people into believing something false or into accepting the tinselled promises of the communist ideologies. I can't do it, Judith. For 35 years, you watched me write. You read what I wrote. You also know that I've never written anything which even vaguely suggested the destruction of democracy. How can you expect me to do that now?
Charles, you have no other choice.
Don't I? I know the people, Judith. I know what they once believed in and fought for. And I know that we'd still have those things the people believed in if we'd all fought just a little harder. Maybe I am stubborn, but I can never write a single word the way the communists wanted me to and still remain faithful to the people or to myself.
Oh, Charles. Russell, see what you can do. See if you can't talk some of this stubbornness out of him.
I'm not so sure I want to, Judith.
What? But, Russell,
You see, Charles has made me realize that a drowning man doesn't stop swimming.
What?
He keeps trying to save himself until there's no breath left in him. We've been friends for a good many years, Charles. I couldn't desert you now and live with my conscience.
Thank you, Russ.
What are you going to do, Russell?
If this husband of yours is so determined on fighting Commissar Yeager and his masterminds, he'll need some help, and I'm going to try to give it to him. I don't know how far we'll get, but at least we'll be doing what we both believe in.
You are listening to The Monkey's Cage, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Taylor, I want to talk to you.
Certainly, Commissar Yeager. Sit down, sit down.
This isn't a friendly visit.
No?
Here. I've just finished reading the latest issue of the Digest.
I hope it met with the approval of the Union Committee.
It did not.
I'm sorry. What exactly displeased you?
Charles Lambert's poem.
A visit to the zoo? But why should that displease you? It's just a description of a group of children touring the zoo and their reactions.
Is that all it is?
Yes. Since the primary aim of Soviet American literature is to educate the youth of our country, Lambert felt that a dissertation on a zoo might be an entertaining source of information. A description of the animals, their habits, their homes.
Yes, I know all that.
It's a simple little poem. It was written to amuse, not to offend anyone, Commissar.
Lambert is a clever writer, Taylor.
Yes, he
but
is.
not clever enough. For the past several months, his aims have become much too clear. He insists he's a poet of the people, writing for the people. But that's a lie. He depicts the Soviet American people as loafers, as stupid and crude. He's incapable of finding in the life of the Soviet American people one positive thing, one positive figure. He continually mocks at Soviet American life, Soviet American institutions. Yes, even the very people he claims to be writing for.
That's not so, Commissar. He has nothing but the interest of the party at heart. He's a faithful supporter of the advancement of Soviet American literature.
I don't believe that.
But it's true.
Then how do you explain his description of the monkey's cage in A Trip to the Zoo?
Explain?
It's a deliberately deformed and vulgar caricature of the life of the Soviet American people, written in order to insert into the mouth of a monkey the poisonous anti-Soviet maxiom that it is better to live in a zoo than at liberty, and that it is easier to breathe in a cage than among Soviet American people.
You actually think that's what he meant?
I know that's what he meant.
Oh, but if you can read thoughts like that into Lambert's words, how is he to know what to write? And how am I to know what I can or cannot publish in the Digest?
You won't have to worry about that, Taylor.
What do you mean?
You're no longer the editor of the Digest.
Of course.
You were told to change the policy of your magazine, but apparently you've been unable to do that. So, for the purpose of introducing the necessary order into the work of the editorial office of the Digest and improving the material appearing in its pages, the Central Committee has appointed a new editor-in-chief and an editorial board.
I understand. And Charles Lambert?
Lambert has an appointment to appear before the committee at 3 o'clock.
What are you going to do to him?
Do? We're not going to do anything. We'd just like to ask him a few questions, that's all.
You'll never get him to propagandize his writing.
He might be convinced.
Never.
Nikolai Lenin once said that the Soviet regime rested on a balance of coercion and persuasion. I hope Lambert can be persuaded. You will be quiet, comrades. I ask for quiet. Mr. Lambert.
Yes? Commissar Jaeger?
Lambert, you've been called before the committee to explain why you have refused to recognize the aims of the Union of Soviet American Writers, as stated in the Union's charter.
I have nothing to explain.
We have found no trace of party doctrine or policy in any of your writings. How do you explain that?
I've written nothing either for or against the party.
Then you admit you write for the undermining of Soviet American literature.
I don't write to undermine anything. I write for the people.
The people. I've heard you called the poet of the people. But since it's obvious that you write only because you are well paid for your writing, what can you really know about the people and the way they live?
What do I know about the people? To begin with, I never finished school. When I was 13, I drove a milk wagon. By the time I was 19, I'd been a porter in a barber shop, a scene shifter in a cheap theater, a truck driver for a brickyard, a dishwasher in a Denver hotel, and a farmhand in Iowa. I worked till my hands were so blistered I couldn't close them. I can remember nights when I was so tired I couldn't sleep. Yes, I know the people, Commissar Jaeger, because I was one of them. And we once had a government in Washington where the representatives of the people made laws for the good of the people. Not laws which destroyed their wills and turned them into a nation of cowed and browbeaten slaves.
You have said enough.
I haven't begun to talk. You wanted me to explain why I refused to recognize the aims of the Union of Soviet American Writers. I'll tell you why. You accuse me and the others of specializing in the writing of shallow and empty works, of including subtle propaganda which is designed to confuse and poison the minds of our youth. You accuse our editors of publishing works which are alien to the realities of contemporary life. I agree that these accusations should be made, but they should be made by us. We should accuse you of these things, which you are doing with your enlightened program of communist lies.
Lambert, you will sit down.
You told us that the task of the American Soviet literature is to aid the state, to educate the youth correctly, to rear a new generation strong and vigorous, believing in the cause of freedom, fearing no obstacles to truth. This is also my task, but I'll bring them the real truth, the truth they can believe in as long as they live.
That will be all for the present, Lambert. You will be sent home under guard until the committee has made its decision.
Looks like we're going to have an early spring, Charles. There's a robin out there in the apple tree.
I hear.
Charles.
Yes, dear?
Charles, what will they do to you?
We'll know soon enough.
Oh, Charles.
Please, dear. Russell.
Yes?
Close the window.
All right.
Why did you have to say what you did? Why did you have to say anything?
He said only what he believed, Judith.
And by saying it, he has destroyed himself.
Would you have had me destroy my soul instead?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
If I can no longer give people something to believe in, to hold on to, there's nothing left.
Don't say that.
The Central Committee has already begun to circulate propaganda among the people, telling them that my poetry has been a mockery, that the words I've written actually picture them as uncouth, stupid, narrow-minded, that I wrote only for personal glory.
But that's not true.
The people will believe
They
it.
can't.
I'm afraid they will, Judith.
Oh.
Well, Russell, we tried.
Yes.
Will you take this?
What is it?
My epitaph.
By what odd chance did I go shouting in my songs that I am a friend of the people? My poems are no longer needed here. And I, too, by your leave, I am no longer needed. Bloom, youth, grow healthy in your bodies. You have another life, a new refrain. But I go on alone to the unknown country, my rebel soul forever humbled.
Charles!
I'll answer. Hello? Yes? Yes. Very well. Yes, right away. The committee is ready to give its decision.
Lambert, you stand accused not only of refusing to write according to party policy, but for treasonable utterance against the Central Committee of the All-Union Soviet American Party. Ordinarily, such action is punishable by death or banishment. But in your case, we are making an exception. You're a brilliant writer, Lambert. It's unfortunate that your writings have been filled with words which are empty, unreal. However, it is the feeling of the committee that in time you may still be valuable to us as a writer.
Never.
Never is a long time. You may change your mind. Until you do, you will continue writing.
What?
Oh, not poetry, you understand.
What then?
You have insisted you are a poet of the people, that you are one of the people. Very well. Since you feel it is easier to breathe in a cage than among loyal party members, you will be given your own little office, a desk and a chair. And as the days go by, the months, the years, your job will be to write about the people you love. But you won't write about the things that bring them life. No. You will write their death notices. Hereafter, you will be in charge of the Springfield Digest obituary column. The interview is ended.
You have just heard a story of what happens to a poet under a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen when the communists took over their own country, Russia. It did happen in 1925 when the 30-year-old poet Sergei Yesenin committed suicide. It was his epitaph which ended, "But I go on alone to the unknown country, my rebel soul forever humbled." It did happen in 1936 when Maxim Gorky, the novelist, was poisoned. And it did happen in 1958 when Boris Pasternak was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature. Because communist leaders objected to some of the ideas in his novel, Dr. Zhivago, Pasternak was reviled, expelled from the Soviet Writers' Union, and forced to decline the Nobel Prize. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Walter Kingsford as Charles Lambert in The Monkey's Cage. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. The Monkey's Cage was written for If Freedom Failed by Milton Kahn, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Ayers speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. If Freedom Fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is a story of what could happen under a communist regime to any one of you who has ever nailed a hoop to a wall and shot a few baskets. With Dana Andrews as Stan, this is the story of The Toss-Up.
Stan. Walt. You hear anything? I think I hear something. It sounds just like... You fellas hear anything? No. Oh. Stan.
No. What do you hear, Ben?
It's gone now. But a minute ago, it was real plain in my cell. I swear it was.
I believe you, boy. What did it sound like?
Like a basketball. It was a slow dribble, as if it was coming off the sidelines into center court. You remember how we...
It was just your imagination, Ben. I told you to stop thinking of that stuff. We all got to stop. It was just your imagination, Ben.
Maybe it was at that. But I could have sworn it... Stan.
Yeah, Ben.
You've been keeping track of the days.
What days? Who knows when it's day and when it's night in this place? No, I haven't.
Oh. Walt? Yeah. It's me, Ben.
Don't go on repeating my name and yours all the time. All the time repeating names. There's only 3 of us in this cell block. We've known each other a long time now. You don't have to go on repeating the names. I know it's you, so stop repeating, do you hear?
Okay, well, if that's the way you want it, sure.
Ben.
What do you want, Stan? Huh?
Don't talk so loud. Come over close to the wall and talk toward me. Only talk low, huh?
Sure, Stan, sure.
And look, boy, try to remember not to use the name so much. Now try it, will you?
Oh, all right, Stan. I mean, all right, sure. How's that, huh? Huh, Stan?
That's just fine, boy. Just fine. Walt, are you keeping track of the days?
No, I started to when they first put us in jail here. Had my watch, the luminous dial. The one the People's Committee gave the team. But last week I broke it. I guess it was last week or maybe last month, a year or something. Anyhow, I broke it. I smashed it and I stepped on it.
What did you do that for? You know you were the only one in here who had a watch. What did you do that for?
It was my watch, and what do they do for us? That stinking People's Committee. Where are they now? Why did they leave us in here? Why did they let them put us in here in the first place without a trial or anything? I'm no jailbird. I didn't steal anything or kill anybody. I didn't even say anything against that stinking Communist Party. So why am I here? And why shouldn't I smash their stinking luminous watch? Who cares how many days it is?
I do. I've been trying to find out. I don't know how long. I tried to figure it out from the way they fed us, but I don't think they do it regular. Besides, I keep falling asleep. What else is there to do? Can't even do setups in here. It's so cramped. You know, they shouldn't have put 6-footers like us in small cells like these. What are you laughing at, Wolf?
You bet. You. The three of us rotting away in here, getting crazier than Ben.
Shut up, Walt. Shut up. Now, you, Ben. Relax. Do you hear me? And forget about basketball. Just think about something else.
What else is there to think about, Stan? I don't know anything else. Ever since I was a kid, this is all I know. Basketball. First thing I remember, basketball. My pa all he ever talked about to me. Basketball. I can't think of anything else, Stan. Only basketball.
I'm sorry, Ben. You go right ahead, then.
You didn't have to tell him. He would have anyhow.
Isn't like we're clerks or something. Used to sit in the desks.
Boy, did I call that.
We're used to moving around, aren't we, Walt? We're ball players.
Yeah, we're ball players, all right. Look at us. A couple of more months in this lousy hole we're locked in, and we won't be able to hold our own at ping pong.
Don't talk that way, Walt. They're going to let us out of here. Why should they want to keep us in here? Didn't you say yourself if we played along with them, they'd take care of us?
I don't know. Did I?
Sure you did. I remember it real clear. You came running in one day saying they wanted to make us master of sport.
That's what I said. Master of sport.
What's that mean?
Well, it's going to mean everything. It's going to mean that we
I never heard of it.
Oh, you will, though. Look, it's hard to explain because we never had anything like it here in this country. This is something they started in Russia.
I'm not so sure I want it, then.
Not so loud, Stan. You could get in terrible trouble if somebody heard you. Please, Stan.
All right. What about this master of sport? What do we have to do for it?
Well, nothing, really. Just play ball, what we want to do.
Not for them, I don't.
Well, if you don't for them, you won't for anybody. Oh, you might as well face it, Stanley, my boy. The communists are running things. You play along with them or you become a laborer or something.
Maybe I'd like that better.
Oh, you're out of your head. It isn't like they're asking us to be secret police or something. We don't have to kill anybody or even spy. All we have to do is to play basketball.
Maybe. What else goes with it?
Well, that's all. The rest is gravy. If you're a master of the sport, you're like a high party member. You get an apartment, better rations, and a car. A car, do you hear?
I heard you.
Well, what do you say? They want me to give them an answer. How about you, Ben?
Well, sounds okay. I guess, like you said, we don't have to do nothing wrong. Just play ball. Well, sure, I'll do it.
Atta boy. Well, Stan?
Not me. I don't know much about these things. I can't even figure out yet how all this communist business happened here in the USA. It all came about so sudden. Kind of sneaked up on us. All of a sudden it's here. The guy doesn't know what to do about it. But I don't like the sound of your master of sports business. I don't like all that extra ration stuff. There's a catch somewhere. I don't know where, but there is. No, just count me out.
Well, if you're out, we're all out. That's the bargain they made. You're going to let us down?
It looks that way.
Well, then it's probably a labor camp for us. It'd be like a slap in the face if I turn them down now. They'll punish us. We'll never play ball again. We'll be locked up somewhere.
Oh, Stan, say you'll do it. I don't know about you, Stan, but I don't think I could stand it if I couldn't play basketball. You gotta do it, Stan. It won't hurt nothing to nobody if we just play basketball, will it, Walt?
It won't mean a thing. Like I told you, they only want us to play ball.
Well, all right, I'll play. So all we have to do is play basketball, huh?
Okay. How was I to know we had to come to this training center?
Yeah, that's right, Stan. He didn't know. Besides, it'll do us good to get in shape for the World Championship matches.
Attention, comrades, attention. May I introduce Comrade Johnson, our Commissar of Sport.
Thank you, comrades. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to this National Sports Training Center. Each of you has been chosen and designated a Master of Sports. This is an honor that makes the former decadent All-American titles pale into insignificance. honor has been bestowed upon each of you because of your superior physical abilities in one sport or another. But ability alone is not enough, comrades. We here in America are far behind in achieving the necessary relation between the state and sports, such as the Soviet Union has achieved through its Fitzkultura. Therefore, we must strive hard at this center to bridge that gap. We must demonstrate that communist American sportsmen are eagerly working toward that goal. Thank you, comrades. And now, to your studies, both political and athletic.
Well, what do you think, guys?
I don't know. Yet.
What do you mean, decadent All-American? I didn't think it was anything like that. I was proud when they picked us All-Americans. The Galloping Goons. That's what they called us. Remember what the sports writer said? The one in the Springfield Post-Dispatch. In all my life, I never read anything like that. How'd that go now? You remember how it went, Walt?
Oh, no. What would I be remembering that for?
I remember it, Ben.
Enough to tell it, Stan?
Well, maybe. I memorized it once.
Oh, tell it first, Stan.
If you want.
Sure we want. Go on, tell it.
Well, I don't know how right I got it, but it went something like this. Let's see. Yesterday, our favorite goons went galloping into the Hall of Fame. Yes, Bradley, Rosen, and O'Connor made All-American. And for our money, there never were three guys deserved it more. If you ever watched them, you would know why. They may look like goons, these three, but when they gallop across a court, you know you've seen some basketball players. You watch them. They're poetry in motion. And they're real ball handlers, which is the final measure of a player. They can hook them into the basket from either side or push up the soft, looping ones from straight away, and when they miss, which isn't often, their misses are soft ones that drop down when they hit any part of the rim instead of bouncing away. Go take a look at them when you can, because these three All-Americans, Bradley, O'Connor, and Rosen, these three six-footers are every inch of them American.
Come on, we better go. There's another meeting.
The zone-type defense, comrades, is considered inimical to the people's interest. Therefore, the man-to-man defense is the authorized defense throughout the sports centers of all the...
Hey, what's he talking about?
You got me.
Some point is not clear, Comrade Rosen.
Yeah. What do you mean, inimical?
Inimical means hostile or harmful, Comrade Rosen. In other words, the zone defense in basketball is forbidden now. To continue...
What do you mean, forbidden? Why?
Comrade Rosen, a loyal master of the sport never questions decisions from above.
Yeah, but the zone defense is our specialty. It's been used in this country for years. How come it's no good here all of a sudden? Who says it's no good?
Ben, forget it.
The zone defense, Comrade Rosen, has been forbidden by the Central Rules Committee in Moscow. Do you still wish to contest it?
Moscow? What do those jokers know about basketball?
My dear Comrade Rosen, you seem to forget that basketball is, after all, a Russian game.
A Russian?
Huh?
Hey, now, wait a minute, friend. A guy called Naismith invented it back in 18-something. A good 25 years before you guys invented Soviet Russia. You must be thinking of something else you invented. Crossword puzzles or something.
I warn you, Bradley.
Well, warn me all you want, but don't go on telling me about basketball. Did you hear that, Stan? Ben, tell him. Go on, set him right.
What's the difference who invented it, long as we get to play it, huh? Isn't that right, Ben?
That's right, Walt. Doesn't matter that much.
It does matter. I want to play basketball as much as anybody. But when they start telling me some Russian invented the game, that's too much. I say it's a lie. What do you say to that, comrade?
What do I say? I say you are under arrest.
You are listening to The Toss-Up, starring Dana Andrews. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Come in.
Come on, all three of you.
Dear me, you are tall ones, aren't you? I expect you know who I am.
Sure. You're Commissar of Sports.
Very good. O'Connor, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So, you're the famous galloping goons, eh? I take it the one with his mouth open is Rosen.
Yes, sir, that's me. Center.
Center, of course. And that leaves Bradley, doesn't it? Bradley, the malcontent. Bradley, the stickler for the truth. You know, there's no need for you men to be under arrest. Absolutely no need at all.
Then why are we?
A good question. Because you haven't yet learned acceptance.
What does that mean?
Quite simply, it means this. Either you play the game our way, or you don't play it at all.
That's okay by me. Maybe I just as soon work on a farm or something.
Farm? Your alternative is jail.
What?
Why,
what are you talking about?
You
can't
hear?
do that to Walt.
And Comrade Rosen, never, I say never tell a commissar he cannot do something. Ordinarily, you understand, I wouldn't put up with this. Not for a moment. I'm doing it now only because of the championship matches, because we're to play Russia, and because I want us to look good. For that reason alone, I am being so charitable. Now, which is it to be, basketball or jail? I repeat, which is it to be? The apartments, the cars, the extra rations, or a cell, hard labor and slop? Well, all right, Commissar. All right, what?
I guess the Russians did invent basketball at that.
Well, I knew you would see the light. Now, let's forget this whole nasty business. The important thing now is the championship matches.
Out of courtesy to the challengers for the World Championship, our esteemed comrades from the Soviet Union, the referees for this game will be the eminent Russian experts, Comrades Rosov and Lysenko. Attention, comrades, attention. Another such outburst and we shall be forced to clear the audience of all but Communist Party workers and Youth Front members.
Stan, what do you make of it?
I don't know. But even playing man-to-man, these cows can't touch us. What do you say, Walt?
You're the boss.
Tell the others we play as planned. Well, that's it. Hop to it, then.
And you hop to it. I'm going to set you up for a score right on the tip-off. This guy looks like a pushover. Here it comes, Stan. Hey, time!
Well, O'Connor, what is it? You can't call time like that just as the play begins.
I can if I get a ball like this.
What's wrong with the ball, may I ask?
Well, it isn't regulation.
Well, let's see it, Stan. Hey, what is this, a bowling ball? Feel this, Ben.
No, it's not a ball for bowling, comrade. It's a regulation ball.
Well, maybe in Russia, but not here. Either we have a ball like we always have, or we...
What's all about? What's going on?
Well, they slipped us an oversized ball, Commissar. Yeah, look for yourself.
Is this true, referee?
I don't know what they're talking about, Commissar. As you can see, it's printed clearly on the ball itself. Regulation USSR. The real difficulty, I suspect, is that our American comrades are merely seeking excuses for their poor playing ability.
What? That's enough of that. You'll play with this ball or not at all?
Okay. Come on, fellas.
We start again from the toss-up.
Don't worry, Stan. I'll still get it to you.
Atta boy, we can beat these elephants using a medicine ball.
Not so loud. I might bring one into the game.
Okay, Ben. Get him, boy, Ben.
O'Connor scoring for America.
They never knew I'd hit him. What do you say to that, you Ruski?
Foul? You must have made a mistake, Ref. Who fouled who?
You did, Comrade Bradley.
Comrade O'Connor's score will not count.
Foul against America. Bradley.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I never fouled anybody.
You want to be thrown out of the game, Comrade Bradley?
I might as well be if this goes on. Stand.
Forget it. Let him have it. The game's just begun. Okay, Ref.
Soviet Union 1, America nothing.
Well, they're ahead.
Not for long. Come on, let's go.
All right.
Now what?
Hey, who fouled this time?
Foul against America. Bradley.
Again? Hey, what is this, a conspiracy? I got a reputation. Listen, you...
Hey, Walter, get thrown off the court. We want time, referee.
You can have it.
Thanks. Do you think you can spare it? Well, what do we do now? Looks like they're going to send us out on personal fouls 1, 2, 3. No wonder they're European champs.
Sure. Now we know why they insist on the man-to-man, too. It's easier to call fouls. No wonder the zone is inimical to the people's interest.
So what do we do about it?
There's not much we can do but give them the game.
You mean throw it to those mutton heads? We never did that, Stan. Never. We can't do it now. Oh, we can beat them, Stan.
Not with these referees. We're 3 chumps as long as they're out there, so let's forget it.
No, wait. Oh, we can whip those guys even with the refs against us. You can figure out something, can't you, Stan? You're the captain. Oh, come on, Stan, please, let's whip them. Let's beat the pants off them.
Well, I don't...
How about it, Walt? You with me?
Oh, I don't know, Ben.
You gotta be. You can't just say you don't know. There comes a time when you gotta stop taking their fancy apartments and cars, Walt. There comes a time when you stand up to them and tell them black's not white. That's right, Stan. Doc Naismith invented this game, and we're here to play it, nothing else. And I don't know about you guys, but that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play basketball, play it the way I want, and the way the fans want it. I don't care about the refs or the people's interests or anything. There comes the time, and that's all.
Well, all right, Ben.
Sure, Ben. Now, listen. We go into a shifting zone. I'm front man. We get the ball. I'll break fast, ready to score.
You'll score.
And how? We'll show those dumb commies. They're going to see some bold players. Come on.
Okay, Ref, let's go.
What's wrong now? You're playing contrary to the rules, Comrade O'Connor.
We're playing international rules like we always have. What's wrong with them?
We don't accept them, Comrade. They're outmoded capitalist rules.
What you mean is we might win with them and you don't like it.
Comrade Bradley, you're disqualified. Leave the floor.
You'll make me. Yeah, make it.
Rosen, you two are disqualified.
What about me, flat nose? Aren't you going to disqualify me, too?
No, Comrade O'Connor. I place under arrest. Dart!
You can't do that to Stan. He's the captain. You got no cause to arrest Stan.
Shut up, Rosen.
Forget it, Ben. I know the only other way to stop Stan from scoring is to break his leg. And it can't be that obvious. Not just yet.
Shut up! You're all under arrest. Take him away.
No, you got no cause to do this. All we want to do is play basketball. We don't know anything about the party or any of that stuff. We just want to play. Why don't they let us? Why do they always have to win? Why don't they just play ball, win or lose? But play it. That's all we want to do is play basketball. Play basketball. Play basketball.
There was no cause for them to throw us in this jail. How come they did it? All we wanted to do was play basketball. How come they did it?
Aren't you going to answer him, Stan? You're captain. Tell him, Stan.
What am I going to tell him? It don't even make sense to me. We made mistakes, you and me, by giving in and selling out to the commies. But I don't know what to tell Ben. Like he said, he only wanted to play basketball. But he still got caught in this thing.
Well, you better do something before he gets another in the fruitcake. And while you're at it, see if you can think of something for me. What are we going to do, Stan?
I don't know. I guess we'll just sit here and wait.
Dan.
Yeah, boy.
I keep trying that exercise you told me, but it doesn't help. Charlie horse keeps coming back.
It does, huh?
Yes, Dan. You know any others?
No.
You know any, Walt?
No. No, I don't. And stop calling me by my name. Tell me, What's going to happen to us?
Stan.
Yeah, boy. What?
What'll I do now?
I don't know. Maybe lie down.
It's not easy. I'm 6'7", you know. Oh, this cell's just too small. I can't stretch out. I get my Charlie horse worse.
And just sit there.
Oh. They shouldn't have put us in here, Stan. Not 6-footers like us. We're gonna get out of shape. Gonna get flabby. How we gonna play basketball again if we're out of shape and flabby, huh, Stan? Stan. Oh, Stan, speak to me, Stan. You all right, Stan?
Yeah, I'm all right. Now listen to me, boy. Listen to me good. We're not going to play ball again. Not ever. We're going to get out of shape and flabby, and we're going to have Charlie horses. You got that?
Yes, Stan, sure. Anything you say. You were always captain. You're calling the plays.
Okay, I'm calling it. Now repeat it after me. We're not ever going to play basketball again. We're not ever going to play basketball again.
I got it, Stan. I got it. We're not ever going to play basketball again.
This is really rich. Could go on saying it now till we rotten it. Oh, boy, Stanley, my boy, you really fix things. Oh, boy, you're a real smart captain.
Yeah. Real smart.
You have just heard a story of what can happen to sports when communism takes over. You think this could not happen? It did happen in Prague, Czechoslovakia, where sports audiences have been purged for objecting to fixed decisions. It did happen in Red China, when a visiting Soviet basketball team played 15 friendly matches in Beiping, Tianjin, and Shanghai, defeating crack Chinese teams by such obvious scores as 95-38. 102-21 and 83-35, using, of course, their own referees, a heavier ball, a new backboard, and their own international rules, as opposed to the American rules by which the Chinese had always played. The Chinese, it seems, have learned that the first rule of Soviet sport is to let the USSR win. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Dana Andrews as Stan in The Toss-Up. Peter Leeds was Walt, Shep Menken was Ben, and Carlton Young was the Commissar. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. The Toss-Up was written for If Freedom Failed by John Vlahos, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. failed. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a boy and his dad. Jeffrey Silver stars as Mike Malloy in Your Loving Son, Mike.
Frank.
Oh, excuse me, Tom. What is it, buddy?
May I see you for just a minute?
You go ahead. Yes, Tom. I'll be right there, buddy. I'll write you the switch.
Okay, Doc. Glad it's nothing serious.
What is it, buddy?
Close the door. That man, Frank. I saw him from the window again. Look.
I don't see anyone.
He was there a minute ago, I'm sure.
Oh, you're letting your imagination.
No, I'm not.
And last time...
That wasn't my imagination either, Betty. I'm sorry, darling.
Maybe you were mistaken again.
I suppose I could have been.
That's better. Now relax. Stop whispering.
If only you hadn't opposed them.
The Springfield Medical Society was glad to have someone speak up.
They're always glad to have someone else speak up against the party.
Well, somebody's got one on this issue. It's one thing for the local Communist Party to decree the hours of work. Oh, and they want to inoculate the whole population with an untried, unproved serum.
But you always have to be the one to read the doctor's oath to them. You've done it before, you know, more than once.
And nothing's ever happened, has it?
Well...
And it won't be any different this time. Stop worrying. Get back to that, apple pie, is it?
I promised Mike pie for tonight.
Let's pull the shade up and come away from the window. See, where is Mike? I didn't hear the usual slam of the back door this afternoon.
Still at school, I guess. Friday's the end of the term, and they're registering for junior high.
Smart kid. Going into junior high already. He'll make a fine doctor someday.
Frank, 11 is just about the average age to start junior high, so don't go exaggerating.
Hey, Betty. Come to think of it, I didn't hear the back door slam yesterday either. His report card. That's it. Has he shown it to you?
Oh, my gosh. No.
So that's why he's making himself scarce.
You don't think he was left back?
Dr. Malloy.
I'll be right with you, Tom. I'll bring the unpleasant subject out to dinner.
Oh, don't be too hard on him.
I'll be tactful. I'll get to it just about apple time.
More gravy, Ma. Please?
Sure, Mike.
A piece of bread to soak it up with?
Oh, thanks, Dad. Gravy's the best part of it, except for the apple pie, I mean.
And milk?
I'll drink it later, Ma.
You know, son, milk's pretty expensive these days.
I'll drink it, Dad.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if your mother didn't go without a few things she needs so you can have enough milk.
Oh.
You know, it's up to you and me to see that Mother gets enough money for herself, too.
Oh, sure, Dad. Ma, you don't think that Dad or that I wouldn't always take care of you?
Well, of course not, dear.
And just how do you
I
propose
want to be a doctor like you, Dad. You know that.
It's a pretty long grind, son. Through school, I mean.
Well, it's been agreed. We always said so.
Now, if you wanted to be a policeman like Roy McClure next door...
He's a plainclothesman, Dad.
Well, detective or cop, he didn't have to go to school for 8 years.
But, Dad, I thought you wanted me to be a doctor like you.
Oh, I do, Mike. But how about that 8 years of school?
I wouldn't mind it, honest, Dad.
You haven't, of course, played any hooky this last month.
Oh, gee, Dad. Pete McClure and me did
Pete
go.
McClure and I, Mike.
Yeah. Him and I...
He and I.
Yeah, Ma. We only went... Hey, Dad, did I tell you that I got 3 E's and 4 B's? Not even a C. You can look at my report card.
May I?
Oh.
They do still give out report cards, don't they?
Yes, Dad.
And this is the end of the term, isn't it?
Day after tomorrow is, Dad. Tomorrow we're all supposed to fill out application cards for junior high.
That is those who have passed will.
But I passed, even though my report card does show that... Well, Dad, gee, I did sort of go to see the Springfield Tigers beat the Red Stars 7-5, and I did see him lose the next 2 games and win the 2 after that.
Now may I see your report card?
Wouldn't it be better if we had the apple pie first, Dad?
I think I'd like to see if 5 games were all you saw.
Yes, Dad. He played hooky 5 times.
I only knew about his going to 3 games.
And you didn't tell me.
Now, you must have known about at least 2. Liz McClure told me about her boy and Mike. She must have told you, too.
Well, I just couldn't tell on him, Frank.
Neither could I. Well, as long as he passed that, I think we can cut the apple pie.
Dad, I want to tell you that I sort of went fishing.
Oh, see who it is, Mike.
Hello, Mike.
Oh, hi, Miss McClure.
Hello, Betty. Frank, can I see you a minute?
Are you feeling sick, Roy?
No.
Oh, what's up?
I've got to see you.
Okay. Excuse me, Betty. You and Mike go ahead with the pie.
Well, Roy, is it anything...
Let's go into the office. Go ahead with dinner, Betty.
The party's tagged you, Frank. I've got orders to arrest you.
Because of my stand at the Medical Society?
I don't know officially, but ever since they took me out of uniform, I've only been making political arrests.
So I'm a political unreliable. I'll give him a fight at the trial.
You don't understand. I take my prisoners to Shark Island.
Shark Island?
In the Caribbean.
But they've got to give me a trial.
For the love of heaven, listen to me. I know what's happening to you. It's a political arrest. There's no hearing, no trial, no appeal. The party's denounced you. Don't. I just got the phone call to bring you in. And my 2 hatchetmen will be here as quick as they can get across town. I just thought I could make it a little easier.
Frank, what is it?
It's that business at the Medical Society.
Are they taking Frank's license away?
Betty, you may as well hear this straight and fast. Lord knows that I'm in their hands as much as you are. But, well, I'm taking Frank away tonight. I don't know when you'll be seeing him.
Oh, Frank.
They're just trying to scare me.
They'll have to let you go.
They won't hold me long, Betty.
Maybe years there have been others.
The others committed political crimes.
Where will they send you?
Roy says it's an island in the Caribbean.
Roy, we've got to do something.
There's nothing to do.
There must be.
The party's got you. They've got all of us.
We can run.
Where? I can't let you. I've got to think of Liz and Pete.
We can go to the party. We can crawl to them. We can beg.
There's no time.
We can scream. We can scream in the street.
Betty!
I won't let them take you.
Please, Betty.
Just let you go.
Remember Mike.
Oh.
You've only got a few more minutes, and they'll be here.
Frank, what about Mike?
I don't know. Maybe I'll go talk to him.
Hurry.
I'll go with you.
No, darling, you stay here. It'll be easier. Just give me a few minutes with him alone. Mike.
Uh-huh. Want some pie?
No, thanks. You think you can hold off on that pie for just a minute? Sit down. Mike, got something to tell you.
Yes, Dad?
Would you come a little closer, son?
What's the matter?
I've got to go away.
Mr. McClure?
Yeah.
Fishing?
No, Mike. It's on business. It has to do with the Medical Society.
Oh, a convention again?
No. This may be a long trip. Maybe as long as a month.
A month? Well, can't Maud and me and I go with you?
No. It might be for longer, son. It could be for a year.
A year? Where?
Well, I've been assigned to clean up an island.
Where?
Well, I can't say. I don't know exactly, but I'm going tonight. And it might even be longer.
Gee, Dad, that sounds kind of bad. But I'd be good. I wouldn't give Ma any trouble.
That's what I wanted to hear. Listen, Mike. Listen hard and remember. Make a promise.
Sure, Dad.
Promise me you'll take care of your mother. Promise me you'll take care of her by going to school and studying hard. I want you to be a doctor, Mike. More than ever, I want you to be one. You're going to have to earn enough money so that someday you can really take care of her. The way I would.
Sure, Dad. Gee, you're so serious.
Promise?
Cross my heart, Dad. I'll go to school, and no more hooky, so I can take care of Mom till you get back.
Go tell your mother that they're here. The people I'm going with.
They didn't give me a blue card. I didn't get an application card to fill out.
For what? What for, dear?
For junior high. All the other kids in my class got blue cards except me. Except me. Why? I'm going to junior high, too. I promised Dad.
Mike, dear, I...
Mike! Hey, there's Pete. He got a blue card. Hey, Mike! I'm going to ask him. I'm going to find out.
They wouldn't dare. I'll go see the principal in the morning. They wouldn't dare.
I can only repeat, Mr. Malloy, your son's name appeared on the prescribed list yesterday. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I ought to do. There's nothing I will do.
But the child has done nothing.
He's your husband's son.
And you'd punish him for that.
Excluding a politically unreliable person from the Soviet school system is not punishment, but a carefully considered policy of the Communist Party.
But Mike's not even a person. He's just a baby.
Policy is clear, the rule unmistakable.
And what will I say to him? Shall I tell him that he's inherited diseased political blood from his father?
Your tongue, like your husband's, is too loose.
Why can't you be fair?
The Communist Party is fair, by definition.
Oh, you must be mad to punish an innocent child.
I can only repeat, the policy is settled and carefully considered. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I ought to do. There is nothing...
Now, Kat, are all junior high registration cards in?
Go ahead, Mike. Ask me something. I'm scared to, Pete. Go ahead.
I won't ask again.
Suppose she says that I can't.
I warn you, this is the last day of the term. Those children whose parents have neglected to sign the applications will be sorry.
Better ask her now.
Now, those who have turned in their cards will form a line.
Miss Douglas!
Yes, what is it, Michael?
I didn't get a junior high card.
I know it.
But I want to go to junior high.
I know it.
And I passed everything.
I know it.
My mother wants me to go to junior high.
I know it. Yes?
Why don't I get a junior high card?
Ask your mother.
She doesn't know.
Then ask your father.
Oh, hello, Mike. Pete's not home yet.
I know, Mrs. McClure. I don't want to see Pete. I want to see Mr. McClure.
Oh, well, he just got home from the office, I mean.
Did I see him?
Well, I suppose so. He's in the kitchen. Roy. Roy, Mike's come to see you.
Mr. McClure, I'd like to talk to you.
Okay, Mike.
I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, just for us men, huh?
Could we?
Of course, Mike. Roy, please.
Don't worry, Liz. Now, what's on your mind, Mike?
Mr. McClure, something's wrong about Dad's going away so sudden.
Why?
Well, it was awful sudden.
He's a doctor.
Oh, I know, but everything's gone wrong.
Like what?
Like Mom sounding so worried, and I didn't get my junior high card. Miss Douglas said if we didn't turn in our cards today, we couldn't get to go to junior high. They're not letting me go. I know.
Well, maybe it's just a hold-up because of that hooky that you and...
No, he got a junior high card. Why him and not me?
Well, maybe, Mike, maybe you ought to talk this over with your mother.
No, Dad said not to worry her. Besides, it's all got something to do with you coming over to the house the other night, hasn't it? Hasn't it?
Well, Mike...
You're a policeman, Mr. McClure.
Yes.
Secret police.
That's right, Mike.
Is my dad arrested?
Mike, you'd better talk this over with your mother.
No.
But she'd know best.
I'm not going to worry her. Dad told me to take care
All
of her.
the same, Mike...
Did you arrest him?
Like I said, Mike, You'd better talk this
Where
over.
is my dad?
You are listening to Your Loving Son, Mike, starring Jeffrey Silver. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
You're Lieutenant of Secret Police, sir?
Who sent you?
Nobody. I want to find out where my dad is.
Who told you to come here?
Nobody. Where is he?
Who is your father?
Dr. Frank Malloy. Where is he?
That's in the secret file.
But I've got to know. I promised him I'd take care of Mom. I got to go to school.
We only take orders here.
And who can tell me?
I'm only lieutenant of secret police. I only take orders.
Who from?
From headquarters. Higher headquarters.
Are you the captain of secret police, sir?
Who sent you?
Nobody. I only want to find out where my dad is. Aren't you the same man as the other one?
Who told you to come here?
I saw the lieutenant of secret police. Aren't you the same man?
Men in uniform are all the same. Who sent you?
I gotta go to school. I just gotta see my dad.
I only take orders from higher headquarters.
Where's that? Where do I find it? Where is it? Tired. You the inspector of secret police?
Who sent you?
I promised my dad to take care of Mom.
Who told you to come here?
Gotta go to school. I gotta be a doctor so I can take care of my mom. Where is my dad?
I only take orders.
You're the same man.
We're all the same.
I gotta go to school.
I only take orders.
I gotta take care of my mom.
From higher headquarters.
I gotta go to school.
I only take orders.
I gotta take care of my mom.
From higher headquarters.
Betty? Betty, are you home? Mike! Betty!
Well, Betty, didn't you hear me?
Oh, no. I guess I've just been sitting here.
Any luck finding a job?
No, not an office job.
Why?
I guess I've been blacklisted. I couldn't believe it at first, but after a week of looking...
Did you try the labor exchange?
That's where I found out.
Oh.
They asked me what kind of unskilled labor I'd like to do. Cleaning, washing, farming. Oh, I'm so tired I could die.
No, Betty, it isn't that hopeless, dear. Why, they might let Frank out as suddenly as they arrested him. And Roy's making the trip again tonight. He wants to know if he can take a message to Frank.
Oh, yes. Tell him everything is all right, that I'm working, that I've got my old job back at the old salary, that everyone at the office has been swell to me, that I'm not going to sell any of his instruments, and that we know he'll be out soon.
Roy will tell him.
And tell him that Mike is doing fine at school. He's been a good boy and he's studying hard so that he can be a doctor. To take care of me, he says.
Guy.
Hey. Oh. Hello, McClure. Want to see the doc?
Yeah.
Bring another pigeon down with you?
Yep. I feel kind of feverish. I thought I'd better get a pill or something.
Plenty of typhoid hereabouts. Yellow fever, too.
Doc? Take it easy now and keep your voice down. Take a look at my throat, Doc. I feel a little unsteady.
Roy, I've been waiting for you to come. How's Betty and Mike?
Okay, both of them. How about the right side, Doc?
Yes, a little red. You sure she's all right?
She sends her love. All her love.
What's she doing? Turn your head, please.
She's working back at the old job.
Mike, he's not playing hooky.
Don't worry, I'm watching them both. Him and Pete. That kid of yours sure is a beaver with the books.
Say, ah.
Ah.
Now say that again about Betty's job.
The old job, Frank. The last one that she had.
The last job she had was secretary to an engineer in the secret weapons commissariat. Say again, McClure.
What's the matter? Tell me the truth. What's she doing? Quiet. You want to sink me?
They wouldn't give her that job back. Now, tell me the truth.
I'm telling me she can't find a job. You want to get me killed? Don't lie to me. She can get unskilled work. She's not strong enough. She's anemic now. Frank, please, keep your voice down. And the boy's the truth. They won't let him go to school.
And does he know about it?
Well, he's trying to find out.
What do you mean?
He's hounding police headquarters, trying to find out why they won't put him in junior high. I'm pretty sure he suspects you've been arrested. On the road.
Mike, are you home?
I'm here, Mom.
Oh.
Hello, Mom. Mom, what's the matter?
Nothing, dear. I'm just tired.
Better sit down. Here. Working in that laundry.
Oh, I'll get used to it. Hasn't even been a month yet.
You're not strong enough, Mom. You're not getting those pills Dad used to make for you. You okay, Mom? What kind of white? Maybe you ought to let me look at your tongue.
Well, I'll be all right. It's you I'm worried about, Mike, dear.
You don't have to worry about
Mike, you've
me.
got to stop going to police headquarters. They don't like it.
I know. They kicked me out today.
You see,
but I'm going to find out why they won't let me go to school. How I can get to be a doctor like I promised Dad and take care of you. Mom, how can I if they don't let me? You all right, Mom?
Sure. Just let me rest a few minutes.
Mom, you sick? Mom, open your eyes.
Mike, call.
Mom, how come Mrs. McClure?
Hey, Mike! Where you going?
Hiya, Pete.
Hi. How's your mom?
In bed.
Oh. What are you doing here?
Gonna see Miss Douglas.
How come?
Gonna find out once and for all why I can't go to school.
Oh. Say, Mike.
Yeah?
I found out something for you.
What?
My pop goes to see your dad.
Where?
I don't know. I just know he does. Hey, here's Miss Douglas's room. You really going in?
Just watch me.
The class will come to order. I said order. Now, children.
Miss Douglas.
Who gave you permission to come in here?
I just want to...
I asked you a question.
Nobody gave me permission. I just want to...
Then leave at once.
I gotta know why.
What's that?
I gotta know why I can't go to school.
I said that you may leave this room at once.
No.
Very well. Class, pay attention. Your first lesson today will be in communist patriotism. Mike Malloy?
Yes'm.
Do you know what Shark Island is?
I think
I'll tell you. It's a prison for traitors to the Communist Party.
Yes'm.
For those who are disloyal to the American Soviet Republic.
Yes'm.
And for those who are traitors to their Soviet profession and to their Soviet responsibilities as husbands and fathers.
Yes'm. But, ma'am...
Shark Island is where your father was sent to prison.
No, ma'am. No. No, ma'am.
Wait. One thing more.
Yes'm.
Because you are the son of a traitor, you may not go to school. That is the rule of the Communist Party.
No, don't say that. My mom will hear you. She's sick.
Because you are the son of a traitor, you may not go to school. May not go to school.
But I've got to. I got to take care of Mama. I promised Dad. I promise. I got to go to school. I got to take care of Mom. I promise. I promise. I promise, Dad. I got something to do. I got a message for your pa to take to my dad.
How does my throat look, Doc? It could use another spraying, McClure. Nurse?
Yes?
We're out of methylate. Would you get some from supplies?
Yes, Doctor.
What about Mike? Have you seen him?
Yeah. He busted into the house day before yesterday. He wrote a letter to
Have
you.
you got it? Where?
Keep your voice down. How long till the nurse gets back?
Good 15 minutes. The letter, Roy.
Yeah. Here.
Dear Dad.
Can't you read it later? The nurse, she's... Oh, what's the matter?
Your loving son, Mike.
What is it, Frank?
God's curse on him. Dear Dad. I'm not allowed. Dear Dad. I'm not allowed to go to school because you are counter-revolutionary. Please, Dad, send me a letter and write that I am not your son. Dad, I shall always love you, and you are my father. But still, I need such a letter, without which they will not let me go to school. Your loving son, Mike.
You have just heard a story of what happens to a family under the rule of the Communist Party. You think this could not happen? It did happen in Soviet Russia. It did happen to Dr. Agayev Sihangir, who was a political prisoner in the Soviet island of Kond. It was this doctor's son who was barred from school because of his father's imprisonment. You have just heard the letter which he wrote. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Jeffrey Silver as Mike and Lou Krugman as Frank in Your Loving Son, Mike. Lillian Bayef was Betty, and Paul Richards was Roy. Others in the cast were Ann Morrison, Paul Frees, Jack Carroll, David Duvall, Ruth Parrott, Joe Cranston, and Lamont Johnson. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michelle Perrier. Your Loving Son, Mike was written for If Freedom Failed by Arthur Weiss, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of the law getting away with murder. It is entitled Trial and Terror.
All right.
Hello, Michael.
Well, Claire, this is a pleasant surprise. Come on in.
Thank you. The others haven't gotten here yet.
Others?
Yes, George Ketchel and Tom Denning are coming over.
What is this? Some kind of a surprise party?
Well, I'd rather wait until the others get here and let George do the talking.
Oh, then this isn't a social call?
No, Michael, it isn't.
Well, I'm disappointed. I was tickled when I opened the door and saw you.
Well, I expect that's Tom and George now.
Oh, excuse me, I'll let them in.
Hello, Michael.
Hello, George. Hello, Tom.
Michael.
How are you? Come on in. Claire said you were coming.
Hello, Claire.
Hello, George. Hello, Tom.
Did you explain to Michael?
No, I left that to you.
Mind if we sit down?
No. Excuse me for not asking you. But you've got my curiosity up. What's all this about?
We've been selected as the committee to ask you to take over as leader for the farm party.
What? Oh, wait a minute. Do you know what you're asking me to do?
Yes, we're asking you.
You're asking me to commit suicide.
Michael, your father gave his life. Your brother gave his life. Are you afraid?
It's not a question of being afraid.
Well, then, what is it?
There's no chance to fight communistic dictatorship.
That's not what your father and your brother thought.
They proved my point with their lives.
Michael, you are afraid.
No. I just don't like to see a lot of people die unnecessarily, including me.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
Well, that's the way I feel.
Good. In that case, you wouldn't want to see unnecessary famine and bloodshed.
Of course not.
And it's up to you to take over as leader of the farm party.
Why?
Tell them, Tom.
Well, very reliable information from the grapevine informs us that since the commies here in Springfield have come into power, they're planning on taking over the farmers.
It's the same pattern they've used in Bulgaria and other countries.
They're making plans to confiscate the farmers' land and reduce them to slave labor.
Are you sure?
Certainly. You don't suppose we'd go off half-cocked on a vital matter of this kind, do you?
The farmers aren't going to take it lying down.
What do they intend to do about it?
They've decided to resort to mass destruction of crops.
Well, that's mass suicide.
Sure.
Michael, you can stop it.
How?
Your father was leader of the farm party. Your brother followed in his footsteps. Well, Peter's at the head of the party will give the farmers a chance to win an election.
And the farm vote might be strong enough to win over the communist vote.
We want you to run for senator.
Michael, please. You have a good chance of being elected.
What assurance have I that I'll live that long?
None.
My father failed. My brother failed. They tried to fight communism.
It's up to you to take up where they left off.
Perhaps, but first I'm going to try another method.
Well, what other method is there?
Cooperation.
What? Are you kidding? You were Peter's cooperating with the commies.
Davies did, and today's lieutenant governor.
He's a traitor to the cause he fought for.
All right, so he's a traitor. But you don't think I'll turn traitor, do you? Well, do you?
No, Michael, I don't.
If I can gain power by cooperating, I can use that power to protect the farmers.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
Let's go.
Wait. Davies was a friend of my father, a friend of my brother. I know him. I can talk to him. Let me try.
Davies is a communist. You can't reason with communists.
But just let me try. If I find cooperation fails, I'll fight.
Sit down, Michael. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies? Sounds funny coming from a Peters. Your father called me George. Your brother called me George, too. What was good enough for your father and your brother, certainly good enough for you.
Including a bullet?
Oh, come now, Michael. Certainly you don't think for one moment that I was in any way responsible for the death of your father or your brother.
They opposed you?
Your father was my friend. We fought for the same things.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I wanted you to know it.
In that case, you wouldn't hesitate to help me, would you?
Certainly not. I owe it to the memory of your father.
I've been asked to take over as leader for the farm vote.
Excellent, excellent.
The farmers are aware of the directives that are to be issued. If those directives are carried out, it will reduce the farmers to slave labor.
Those are the dictates of the party.
Well, it's taxation without representation. The farmers won't go for it. They demand an election, a chance for a voice in the assembly.
Frankly, I don't blame them.
Then you'll arrange an election?
Son, I'm only the lieutenant governor.
Well, let's face it, the governor is only a rubber stamp since the communists took over. You run things.
I'm afraid the governor wouldn't feel flattered if he heard you say that.
Well, it's the truth. That's why it'll be smart for you to listen. If those directives are carried out, your position will be in danger.
My position will be in danger?
Well, yes, of course, because you have to answer for conditions. Conditions are going to be terrible if those directives are carried out.
Why?
The farmers have made plans for mass destruction of the crops. That means famine and bloodshed.
Really? Michael, my boy, you'll be rewarded for this.
Rewarded for what?
Warning me. Warning me in time. Giving me a chance to prevent the farmers from sabotaging the country.
Well, you can't stop them.
Why?
They've taken every precaution. The farmers are desperate, I tell you. If you make one move, the entire crop will be wiped out.
Oh, that's impossible.
Well, that's where you're wrong, all wrong. The plan has been carefully worked out. You don't have the manpower or the facilities to stop it.
Well, what'll I do?
Cooperate.
How?
Arrange a bipartisan election. An election in which the farmers are free to nominate and vote for the candidate they want.
Do you know what you're asking?
I'm asking you to protect yourself, your position. The farmers are desperate, I tell you.
All right. All right, I'll see to it the farmers get the election.
It will take an official announcement of the election to appease them.
Well, I'll see to it that the official announcement is published.
Thank you. Well, I'm anxious to give them the news. Goodbye.
Goodbye, son. Vega?
Yes, sir?
Did you get that?
Yes, sir. The whole thing was recorded.
Good. He's a bigger fool than his father or his brother.
Yeah. What are you going to do about the election?
Do? Farmers will have the election. The fools.
Well, let's get started. I've called this meeting of the campaign committee to make a final check on the arrangements for the election eve rally.
Why bother going to the trouble making a lot of elaborate arrangements? Let's face it, the whole thing will be broken up by the police.
Yes, George is right. The police have started riots and broken up practically all of our meetings.
That's right, Tom. The way things are going, it begins to look like we might run out of candidates.
Yeah. First they refuse to let us nominate candidates for the key executive positions. Then they make wholesale arrests of the candidates they did let us nominate.
I'm beginning to think these meetings are a bad idea from the standpoint of the people. Every time we hold a meeting, more of them get their heads in a sling as a result of being beat up by the police.
I warned you, Michael. Davy's idea of cooperation is coercion.
Now listen to me, all of you. Perhaps I've been a fool. But I did get the farmers the election. Sure, the police broke up our meetings and arrested some of us. But it's given the rest of us a chance to rekindle the hope for freedom in the hearts of a lot of people. A chance to speak the truth, which I don't have to tell you would have landed the whole lot of us in jail for treason, except for the fact that the commies evidently thought we were using their methods of buttering up the public with idle election promises. We not only reached the farmers, but the others who are anxious to break the stranglehold of communism. We're not going to stop now. We're going through with the rally and win the election.
instill courage in the hearts of every one of us, because he speaks the truth without fear. Your candidate for Senator, Michael Peters! Yes, Senator Michael Peters! But first, a message from another popular candidate. Your choice for the Assembly, Edson Stamble!
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, freedom-loving people, this gathering here tonight proves that in spite of being terrorized by the minions of communism, the cry for freedom cannot be silenced. Cannot be silenced.
Please, Claire, please stop crying.
I can't.
Did Stambaugh mean so much to you?
No, but you do.
Me?
Yes, Michael. You're next.
Claire, you surprise me. You're frightened.
Yes, Michael, I'm horribly frightened.
I don't get it. I never saw you lose your nerve before. You were party secretary for my father and my brother. You didn't go to pieces like this when they were killed.
Well, that was different.
Why?
Their deaths were unexpected. But this agony of knowing you're next is awful. I can't stand the thought of seeing you sprawled out at a lift cord.
Violent death is no stranger to you. Why this concern about my life?
Because I'm in love with you, Michael.
I'm sorry. Very sorry for you.
Why?
I can't offer you anything but the prospect of being a widow.
I know. But I had to tell you.
In a way, I'm glad you did. I saw it in your eyes, but I was afraid to recognize it, afraid I'd admit I love you.
But why be afraid to admit it?
Because you don't willingly risk the life of the person you love. If they find out I love you, they'll strike at me through you.
I'm not afraid, Michael.
I refuse to make you a target.
Michael, the report indicates a turnout of voters for this election will set a new record.
Yes, but how many of them will get a chance to vote?
Hey, there's been rioting reported in the 43rd District.
108th District reports scores of voters injured in rioting. 71st District reports riots in progress.
The police are doing everything in their power to keep the people from voting.
Yes. Thank God it'll all be over soon. It's almost time for the polls to close.
Michael, listen to this.
What is it?
The report just came in from the farm districts that the indications are that lines of voters blocks long won't get a chance to vote.
Why not?
The police are asking a lot of unnecessary questions to slow down the voting.
Well, we can be thankful for just one thing.
Oh? What's that?
That they didn't think of it sooner.
You are listening to Trial and Terror, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Farm vote carries 11th District.
Farm vote carries 63rd District.
Farm vote carries 192nd District.
The farm vote wins. The farm vote wins in a landslide.
Well, Senator, here's your first official communique. You won't like it.
What is it?
You'd better read it for yourself.
is to inform you that of this state... My dirty rat.
Easy, Michael.
I'll see about this.
What are you going to do?
Talk to David.
Michael, please. Be careful what you say.
Come in, Michael. Come in. Sit down.
I want to talk to you about the order you issued to seize the farmers' crops.
Sit down, Michael. Take it easy. You'll live longer.
That's a threat, isn't it?
Yes. Matter of fact, it is. Glad we understand each other.
You don't frighten me.
No? Would jail frighten you?
You can't arrest me. Or have you forgotten I'm a senator entitled by your own law to political immunity?
Oh, yes. You did win the election, didn't you? Did a fine job. You're a fine leader. Finer leader than your father was. Also a bigger fool.
If a fool can beat you and your party in an election, just what does that make you?
It was all part of my plan.
Sure. If you were satisfied to lose that election, you wouldn't have had the police fill the hospitals with victims of their beatings.
Those people just happened to be the victims of my squeeze play to save the crops. I pacified the farmers by letting them have an election.
Supposedly a free election. Instead, you refused to let us nominate candidates for a lot of key positions.
Of course. Never give a sucker an even break.
Every one of our candidates who was allowed to run won.
And what have you got? 117 votes in the Senate. Communists retained 233.
It's a moral victory for the farmers. And we have the power of killing a lot of measures that you could otherwise pass.
Granted. But have you considered the price they paid? The election was timed so that the farmers would have the crops harvested, ready for market, and easy to confiscate. Which is now being done.
Yeah.
And you can't do anything about it, Mr. Senator. Assembly isn't scheduled to convene in time to stop action on those directives. The farmers will be reduced to servants of communism.
Slaves, you mean?
Oh, no. Servants. The people serve communism.
There's still a chance that your plan will backfire.
Really?
Yes, the election proved one thing.
What is that?
The desire for freedom isn't dead. It's taken a new lease on life. The people found out that they can fight communism. I'm one of those people. I'll fight communism. I'll use every fair means or foul to weed it out. Tear it out by the roots. And you can't stop me. I'm a senator. I have political immunity. I'll see you in the assembly.
Goodbye, Senator.
Michael, George, look over there in front of the Senate building.
Soldiers. There must be at least 50 of them.
Yes.
Well, what's the idea? You suppose they're going to try to keep us out of the assembly?
I don't know. But the only thing that'll stop me is a bullet.
No, Michael, please. Don't do anything that'll invite a bullet.
Claire's right, Michael. If the old adage is right about death always strikes 3 times, be careful.
Your father was shot down approaching the Senate. Your brother was killed entering the building. Please be careful.
Come on. Let me do the talking.
Michael, if anything happens to you...
Whatever happens, remain impersonal. You're the recognized secretary of our party. If you betray your emotions for me, they'll strike at me through you.
Michael is right, Claire.
I'll remember. But, Michael, please.
Halt! What's the idea? We're members of the Assembly. I'm Senator Peters. This is my party secretary.
Your identification.
Identification?
Yes.
Here it is.
Here's mine.
Here's mine.
Michael Peters. That checks. George Ketchel. Claire Brewster. You may enter.
I wonder what it's all about.
Well, I don't like it. There's something in the air.
Davies is here today. Perhaps he called out the militia to act as his bodyguard.
Yeah. The popular leader of the masses never goes anywhere without a strong bodyguard.
I just thought of something.
What?
It's good we got here early.
Why?
We need every single vote to block a bill from passing by a 2/3 majority.
That's right.
Let's get on the phone, make sure that all our members bring along proper identification.
Yes, that's a good idea.
There are public telephones over there.
Come on. What the devil? The phone is dead.
The telephones are temporarily disconnected.
What?
There's no outside telephone service.
Claire, you'd better go out and find the telephone.
Nobody is allowed to leave the building.
Please, try to calm down. You're so nervous, I doubt if you'll be able to transcribe legibly.
I tell you, there's something going on here that we don't know anything about, Michael. Aren't you nervous?
Naturally. The communist members of the Senate are thoroughly schooled in every phase of legislative procedure. Our members agree. It's going to put us at a considerable disadvantage.
I wonder if all our members are present. You can't tell from here.
So far, so good.
Are they all here?
Yes, I just checked in the last one.
Good.
Look, there's Davies.
Yes, he'll occupy the president's chair.
The Senate is now in session. Lieutenant Governor George Davies will preside.
Members of the Assembly, we're gathered here in the first joint session of the Communist Party and the newly elected members of the Farm Party. The first duty is to introduce the newly elected Speaker of the House for the Farm Party, Michael Peters, and to present his case as the first business of the day.
What did he say? Did I understand you to say my case?
The Assembly has been requested to take action on a court order charging you with conspiracy.
This is unconstitutional.
The court has asked for an authorization for your arrest.
As a senator, I'm entitled to political immunity.
Political immunity can be revoked by a majority vote of the Assembly after hearing the evidence.
Is this your method to eliminate the danger of the farm vote blocking the passage of measures presented before the Senate?
This is an action requested by court order.
What are the charges?
Court charges Michael Peters with organizing terrorist activities to create famine and bloodshed by inciting farmers to engage in mass destruction of crops.
That's a lie.
Treason! Based on signed confessions made by fellow conspirators.
That's a lie. I never engaged in acts of treason.
Unfortunately for you, Michael Peters, the police take precautions to prove their accusations.
With confessions, no doubt. Confessions extracted by physical tortures or psychological tortures.
You have quite an imagination.
Not enough imagination to estimate the suffering some of the victims I know have experienced.
The police, however, do have confessions. They were not extracted by torture, as you suggested. However, the bulk of the proof is in your own words.
That I would like to hear.
Since you're entitled to a fair hearing, you'll hear that proof. It has been prepared to present before the Assembly. If you will be seated, you and all the members of the Assembly will hear it introduced as evidence.
Oh, Michael, I knew something was going to happen.
Control yourself. Remember my warning about displaying emotion.
All right.
Michael, what's he trying to prove?
I don't know.
Members of the Assembly, you will now hear the first of two recordings. Yes, sit down, Michael. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies. That sounds funny coming from a Peters.
I've been asked to take over as leader of the farm group.
Excellent, excellent.
The farmers are aware of the directives that are to be issued. The farmers have made plans for mass destruction of the crops.
Michael, you'll be rewarded for warning me in time to prevent the farmers from sabotaging the country.
That record makes me sound like a traitor to the farmers.
You admit it's your voice?
Yes, it's my voice, but it's a trick. It's a trick to discredit me in the eyes of my party.
You admitted the voice we heard on that record was your voice. That'll be all. Be seated.
It's a trick. Yes, of course it's a trick. They make a tape recording of a conversation, then cut up the tape and reassemble it to give the conversation an entirely different meaning.
Oh, so that's how it's done.
But it almost fooled me, Michael. That's damaging evidence.
I realize that. Wonder what else he's got up his sleeve.
The second record will now be presented to the Assembly in evidence.
The people can fight communism. The plan has been carefully worked out. Mass destruction of crops. Famine can stop them. The farmers can have the power to kill. Weed out communism. Use every fair means or foul. Tear out communism by the roots.
Let's get out of here. There's no use. The place is surrounded.
Michael,
No,
hold me.
don't you
Oh,
understand?
George, I understand. They're going to take you away.
I don't want the same thing to happen to you.
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters now.
Members of the Assembly, those in favor of revoking immunity, say yes! Arrest Michael Peter!
You have just heard a story of what can happen to a political leader under a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Bulgaria. It did happen to the leader of the agrarian party, Nicola Petrov. After being brutally tortured in an effort to get him to sign a confession admitting the false charges he was convicted on, Nicola Petrov, called the bravest Democrat of all, was hanged. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Stan Waxman as Michael Peters in Trial and Terror. Paul Frees was Davies, Lou Krugman was George, Byron Kane was Tom, and Janet Logan was Claire. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Trial and Terror was written for If Freedom Failed by Bill Tilak, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. If Freedom Failed. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a Boy Scout. the story of what happens to youth organizations under a communist regime. The title of the story is The Pledge.
Hey, Gene, see, look at me.
I'm looking, Paul.
Now look at this side. My atom-bound special. Yahoo!
You see me? Do you call that a dive? Sure. Can you do it? Hands behind my back.
Yeah? Well, let me see you.
Nah, I'm going to stay out for a while.
Oh, come on in, Gene. The high school guys will be coming pretty soon.
In a minute.
Well, I'm going down the other end. Okay.
Hiya, Gene.
Oh, hi, Lester.
Won another Boy Scout merit badge, didn't you?
Uh-huh. For first date. Hey, how'd you know?
Saw it in the paper. Congratulations.
Gee, thanks. I'm going to start working on my civics badge next.
You must be a pretty good scout.
Well, I'm the leader of my patrol.
You know something, Gene?
What?
We're looking for kids like you.
What do you mean?
A bunch of us at Springfield High are starting a new club. The Pioneers.
Yeah?
It's the club for fellows and girls. You want to go to the university someday, don't you?
Well, sure I do.
Okay. The Pioneers will help you get there if you're a loyal member.
Yeah?
And if you get to know some of the fellows higher up, get on the good side of them, you're a cinch to get into the university.
Gosh, how can they do that?
Oh, there are ways. Lots of kids are joining us. You don't want to be left out, do you?
Heck no. Well, I'll talk to my dad and see what he says.
You tell him about the other kids, and he'll let you join.
Hey, Gene, come on in.
On, just a second.
That a friend of yours?
Yeah, his name's Paul Gerard.
Maybe he'll join the Pioneers with you.
Yeah, maybe he will. I'll ask him.
Swell. I'll leave an application in the locker room for you. See you at the meeting tonight at the hall.
Yeah, okay, Lester.
Hey, Gene.
Keep your pants on. I'm coming.
Well, son, how'd it go today?
Okay. Call me when swimming over at the high school for a while.
Have fun?
Yeah. Oh, I saw Lester Parker over there.
Parker?
Uh-huh. He said he read all about me in the paper.
What did he want?
He asked me to join a club the fellows in Springfield High are starting.
Oh, what kind of a club?
Oh, I don't know. But it's got a keen name. The Pioneers.
Gene,
He gave me an application for you to sign. I got to get your permission, Dad.
I'm not so sure I want you to join the club, Gene.
Huh? But why?
The Parkers are all loyal members of the Communist Party.
All you have to do is sign the application.
Gene, don't you understand? I don't want you to join the Pioneers.
Won't you let me join the Boy Scouts?
That's different.
Why?
Because everything the Boy Scouts stand for is different.
Well, that's that for another day. Oh, my. What serious faces. What's going on?
Dad won't let me join the Pioneers.
What's that? Something to do with your Boy Scouts? Well, why can't he join, Ben?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with the Boy Scouts, Marion.
No?
It's a new youth movement starting up in Springfield, a communist youth movement.
Oh, you don't think the communists are trying to organize children or anything like that?
Why not? They organized everything else, our industries, our agriculture. They've taken over the government.
But to think they'd organize the children is ridiculous, dear. Well, can you tell me what harm a bunch of 12 and 13-year-olds could do?
They'll think up some way for the kids to work for the party.
Darling, I know how disturbed you've been since they took over. Everybody has. But as long as we can't fight it, why shouldn't we accept it? You joined the party.
Yes, so you and Jean could go on living.
And we are. Maybe not as well as we used to, and maybe we don't have as much freedom as we used to, but we have food and clothes, and you have a job.
Yes, I still have a job.
So, as long as you're already a member of the party, I can't see any harm in letting Jean join this whatever it is they call it.
Pioneers,
Oh,
Mom. They go camping and hiking, and they even have dances.
There's nothing wrong in that, is there?
Well, it sounds all right, but... Oh, I don't know. You've seen how they do things, Marion. Why should this be different?
Well, darling, there's one way to find out. Let Jean give it a try. Then if we decide it's not the right kind of organization for him to be in, why, he can drop out.
Yeah.
I have an idea he will anyhow, what with his scout activities and his school, but... Well, dear, it's up to you. You're the one to sign the application.
Oh, please, Dad.
Can't talk you out of it, can I?
Well, I don't want to be the only one who isn't a pioneer.
Okay.
I'll sign it.
You 10 kids are the first pioneer link in Springfield. You and 4 other links will take your orders from me. I will be your brigade leader. Your first order is to learn the pioneer law and remember it. Here it is. The pioneer is true to the cause of the working class and to the laws of Lenin. The pioneer is the younger brother and helper of the Communist Party. He is a comrade to the workers, children of the world. You will all learn it before the next meeting. Now you'll rise and repeat the pledge after me. I, a young pioneer of Soviet America.
I, a young pioneer of Soviet America.
In the presence of my comrades.
In the presence of my comrades.
Pledge that I will firmly defend the cause of Lenin and Stalin.
Pledge that I will firmly defend the cause of Lenin and Stalin.
The victory of communism.
The victory of communism.
I pledge to live and study in such a manner.
I pledge to live and study in such a manner.
As to become a worthy citizen of my country.
As to become a worthy citizen of my country.
For the struggle for the cause of Lenin and Stalin. Be ready.
Always be ready.
Jane, you asleep?
Oh, no, Dad. Come on in. I was just laying here and looking at the stars. Sure are bright, aren't they?
Yeah.
See that one up there? The one that looks like it's blinking? That's the North Star.
I know. In the old sailing days, the captains steered their ships by watching the North Star.
They did?
As long as they kept their eyes on it, they knew they'd never lose their way.
Gee, where'd you learn that?
Oh, I read it somewhere. Jean.
I'll bet you know all about the stars.
Jean,
Mm-hmm.
how was that meeting tonight?
Oh, keen. Lester told us all about the pioneers and how we were going to be comrades with all the other kids. And we had to take a pledge that we'd become worthy citizens of our country.
I see.
Hey, you know something funny, Dad? The motto of the pioneers is the same one the Knights used to have in the old days. Always be ready. Just like they told us in the Boy Scouts. Isn't that funny?
Yes, it is.
You don't sound like you think it's funny.
Guess I was thinking about something else.
What, Dad?
Do you remember right after you joined the Boy Scouts, you learned the oath of the Athenian young man?
Uh-huh.
You still know it?
Sure. I think so.
Say it for me.
Now? What for?
I just want to hear you say it.
Okay. We will never bring disgrace on this, our city, by any act of dishonesty or cowardice. We will fight for the ideals and sacred things of the city, both alone and with many. We will revere and obey the city's laws, and will do our best to incite a like reverence and respect in those above us who are prone to annul them or set them at naught. We will strive increasingly to quicken the public sense of civic duty. Thus, in all these ways, we will transmit this city, not only not less, but greater, better, and more beautiful than it was transmitted to us. How's that?
That's fine, son.
Why did you want to hear me say it?
I want to be sure you still remember it. And I don't want you ever to forget it.
All right, Dad.
Promise?
Scout's honor.
Now you better go to sleep. Good night, son.
All right, Dad. You shouldn't kiss me.
Why not? You're my son, aren't you? Good night, Jean.
Good night, Dad.
Okay, boys, that's a half. Hey, that was a nice run, Eugene. You better sit down and take it easy.
Okay. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Hanna. There's Paul Gerard. Hey, Paul, wait a sec.
Eugene, second half in 5 minutes.
I'll be right back, Mr. Hanna. Hi, Paul.
Hi.
Hey, what's your big hurry? Where you been the last couple of weeks?
What do you mean? I've been around.
How come you never come over anymore?
Well, I had a lot of things to do around the house.
Where were you last Saturday? I wanted you to go to the Pioneer meeting with me.
I was busy. And besides, I told you before I can't go.
Golly, Paul, I sure wish you'd change your mind about joining. Hey, why don't you talk to your dad again?
I did.
What'd he say?
What you suppose he said? No, like he always does. Even when I told him everybody I know is joining, he said no. He says he'd rather see me be playing all by myself than joining the Pioneers with all the other kids. He says the Pioneers are all a bunch of communists, and fellas like Lester Parker are training the other kids to forget they're Americans and be a red-nose like he is. He also says there's some of us who haven't forgot. This used to be a free country.
Did your father really say all that?
Yeah.
Gee. Oh, gee, Paul, don't get sore.
Well, I will if I want to. Here comes that Lester Parker. Why don't you go play with him?
Hey, wait a minute. Don't go away, man. Hey, Paul. Oh, heck. Why do you have to get so sore? It's because his father won't let him join.
Hiya, Gene.
Oh, hi, Lester.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Paul's mad at me, that's all.
I saw him talking to you. What's he mad about?
Oh, just because his father won't let him be a pioneer. He gets sore. Doesn't have to get sore at me, does he? I didn't do nothing.
Why won't his father let him join?
Well, I don't know. He says the pioneers are a bunch of red-noses or something. They forgot this used to be a free country.
Oh? Where does his father work?
He's foreman of the Springfield Dye and Tool Works. He's our scoutmaster, too.
He is, huh?
Yeah. What you want to know for?
Oh, nothing special. Just wondered.
What's due, Ben?
Thanks.
Oh, what'd you do at school today, Jean?
We played football.
Did Paul Gerard play with you?
Paul. I tried to get him to join the Pioneers with me, but he wouldn't do it. Just because his father says they're a bunch of red-noses. What does he know about it anyhow?
Maybe that explains something.
What's that, Ben?
Frank Gerard was fired today.
Fired? Why?
What do you mean, why? As long as Commissar Chase is plant manager, he doesn't give reasons for firing anybody.
But Frank was foreman.
What difference does that make?
Well, didn't Commissar Chase give any reason at all?
No, only the usual. It had been brought to his attention that Frank had expressed thoughts contrary to those of the party.
Oh, that's terrible. Frank Gerard, of all people. Who reported him?
Oh, you never find out things like that.
Well, do you think it's someone at the plant?
I doubt it. Frank has enough sense not to say anything when he's surrounded by a bunch of communist informers.
Then who could...
Must have been someone else, a friend of Frank's, someone he trusts.
Oh.
Or maybe Paul heard him say something against the communists and innocently told it to someone else who has a communist connection.
Oh, Gene, what's the matter with you?
Nothing.
You want to break that plate?
No, it just slipped. The knife I made.
Oh, dear. Who can that be right in the middle of dinner?
Gene, go see what
Okay, then.
I don't know why people have to ring your bell just when a person's eating. You know, I never saw it to fail.
Wonder what's wrong with Gene.
Wrong?
See the way he jumped up from the table? Ordinarily, we have to talk to him 2 or 3 times before he leaves.
Well, the doorbell rang.
Yes, I know that.
Oh, who it is? Jean, who is it?
Mrs. Gerard.
Phyllis, I wonder what she was.
Ben, you seen Frank?
Phyllis.
You seen Frank, Ben?
No. Why? What's wrong?
I don't know. He said he was going down to talk to Commissar Chase, trying to get his job back. Should have come home hours ago. Called everywhere, but no one's seen him. Where do you suppose he is?
Now, take it easy, Phyllis. He's probably detained somewhere, that's all.
Well, then why didn't he call me? Always has before when he was going to be late. I'm sure you know where he was, Ben.
I'm sorry, Phyllis.
I know something. I just know.
No, he's all right, Phyllis.
I've told him over and over again not to say anything about the communists. I told him someone would report him if he did. He wouldn't listen to me. He hates them so.
Look, dear, come here. Sit here. Now, let me get you a cup of coffee.
He only joined the party because there was no other way out. He never really believed. Oh, Mary!
No, dear, please.
Ben, can't you go out and see if you can find him?
Where would I look? Phyllis said, Joe. Gene, answer the phone.
Hello? Oh, hi, Paul. What are you crying about? No. She's here. Just a sec. It's Paul, Mrs. Gerard. He's crying.
Come on and talk to him. Paul? What is it? Frank's dead.
Oh, no.
They found him in his office. Gun in his hand. Frank's dead.
Marion, you better go with her.
Yes. Come on, Phyllis. I'll take you home.
Frank's dead, Marion.
Yes, dear.
Frank's dead, Marion.
He's dead now. Now, don't think about it, dear. Don't even talk about it.
I'll see you later, Dad.
Jane.
I have some homework.
Jane!
Yes, Dad?
Sit down.
But, Dad,
I want to talk to you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gerard is dead, Gene.
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether he killed himself or someone else did it, but he's dead. Do you know why?
No.
Because somebody talked to the wrong person. Now, do you know anyone who could have done that?
No, Dad.
Think, Gene. Are you sure?
I'm sure.
A scout is trustworthy, Gene.
I didn't lie to you, Dad. I don't know anything about why Mr. Gerard's dead. I don't.
You've always told the truth, son.
I'm telling you the truth now. I don't know anything about it.
All right, Gene. You don't know anything about it. And even if you did, it's too late now.
You are listening to The Pledge, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
And so it is, my friends, that we have gathered here to pay our final respects to Frank Edward Gerard, who has left behind him a myriad of friends. Frank Gerard was a man of unblemished character. He was a good provider. He was a loving husband, a kind and understanding father. He never faltered in his duty to his family, his friends, himself. Those of us who knew him personally suffer a great loss with his passing, and it is with sorrowful hearts that we are now gathered to return the earthly remains of Frank Gerard whence they came. Let us pray.
So the funeral's over, and Frank's gone.
Yes.
Poor Phyllis.
And Paul. Don't forget Paul. Pretty tough on him, too. Don't you think so, Jean?
Yes.
How could they do it to a man like Frank? He never hurt anyone in his whole life. Why would they kill him?
They said it was suicide.
Suicide? Oh, Ben, you know better than that. Frank had never committed suicide, no matter what happened. He always fought for the things he believed in. And that's probably why they killed him. How far are they going, Ben? They have our government, our industries. Now what do they want? Our souls? Oh, those greedy vultures.
Now, take it easy, Marion. Talk like that can get you into trouble.
I suppose it could. Thank God only my husband and son hear me.
That's what I mean.
What?
You're alone with your husband and your son.
You certainly wouldn't inform on me, would you?
No, I wouldn't. But you forget that Gene is a member in good standing of the Pioneers.
What? Dan, how can you think of such a thing?
Oh, I don't say he'd ever do it deliberately. I don't think he could. But they'd find some way to make him turn informer.
I wouldn't do it, ever. Mom, you know I wouldn't.
Oh, of course I do.
And I didn't tell him, Mr. Gerard. Honest, I didn't.
Oh, I know, darling, I know.
Paul thinks I did. He won't talk to me anymore. And Dad thinks I did, too.
Ben, could you accuse your own son of such a terrible thing?
I'm not accusing him of anything, Marion. It's the communists. I wouldn't trust any one of them as far as I could throw an elephant. I know how those pioneers work, and if Gene knew something they wanted to know, you can be darn sure they'd find it out somehow.
I didn't tell.
Look, Gene, I warned you, I begged you not to join the pioneers, but you wanted to do what the other kids did. There was no way I could stop you. Sure, I could have chained you to your bed or locked you in the cellar, but it wouldn't have done any good. Your mother insisted that I let you get it out of your system.
Oh, but I didn't know.
Nothing's sacred to them, son. They'll praise you, make you think you're a wonderful guy until you're not only betraying your friends' families, but your own.
Oh, now, Ben.
I couldn't do anything like that. I couldn't. My scout pledge.
You took a pledge when you joined the Pioneers, too. Which one are you going to be true to, Gene? Which one means more to you?
I don't know.
But you don't have much time to decide, Gene. It has to be one or the other. You have to make a decision now.
I don't know. I don't know.
Ben, wait. You're confusing the child.
Gene, when's the next Pioneer meeting?
Tonight.
All right, go to it. Be a man. Stand up and tell them you're quitting. Remember, a scout has the courage to face danger in spite of fear. This is your chance to prove yourself.
Oh, dear, I don't think he should go out tonight. There's a storm coming up.
This is a lot more important than a storm, Marion. It's Gene's whole future. Tonight he'll know in which direction he's going.
And the last commendation from the Central Committee goes to Pioneer Elsa Hudson, who is responsible for exposing anti-Soviet American action in her father's mill. I have requested that Pioneer Hudson be advanced to the next group.
I knew Elsa was
That takes care of the old business. Now for the new business.
Comrade Parker.
Yes, Comrade Morrison?
I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
I want to know why you made me tell you about Mr. Gerard.
No special reason.
Did you know he's dead?
Well, sure I do. So what?
He's dead because I told on him.
He's dead because he knew he was an enemy of the people, and he committed suicide.
He didn't commit suicide. Somebody killed him and made it look like he committed suicide. And he wasn't an enemy of the people. He was a good man. Why, a scoutmaster couldn't be anybody's enemy.
Yeah? What's so wonderful about being a scout?
Everything is. Scouts are loyal and kind and trustworthy.
No.
Scouts don't snitch on people. And they're worthy citizens of their country.
Only loyal pioneers are worthy citizens of their country.
Scouts wouldn't bring disgrace on their city by being dishonest or a coward.
Forget about the Boy Scouts. Your duty is to defend the victory of communism.
My duty is to God my country.
There isn't any God. God's a fairy tale. Just something that people dreamed up to explain something they didn't understand.
There is a God.
You can't believe in middle-class junk like that and still be a loyal pioneer.
Then I don't want to be a pioneer anymore.
All right, then get out. You're expelled from the Pioneers right now. And the rest of you aren't to have anything to do with him or talk to him. Ever.
I don't care. The pioneers are bad, and everything you tell us is bad. Just like my father said. I should have listened to him when he tried to tell me. He told me the communists aren't any good. He told me nothing's sacred to them, and that they're making a bunch of stool pigeons out of us kids. He knew I told him, Mr. Gerard. And you made me lie to my father. You made me break my scout pledge. But I'm not going to break it anymore. I'm going to be a good scout from now on.
Yeah? Well, there isn't any more Boy Scouts.
You're a liar.
We got a report from the Central Committee this morning. The Boy Scouts have been declared fascist and will not be recognized by the party.
I don't believe you. It isn't true.
It is true. So now you aren't either a pioneer or a Boy Scout. You're nothing.
I'm going home. I'm going to tell my father what you said.
Go ahead. Go home and tell him you'll be reported as an enemy of the people.
No. I want to go home. I want to go home. Everything you told me is a lie. I know it is. I won't listen to you anymore. The Scouts haven't been outlawed. I know they haven't. They'll never be outlawed. You made me tell my father. He said you would. But I didn't want to. I didn't. Now they'll kill him too. I want my father.
Gene, wait.
I want my father.
Gene, it's Dad. What's wrong?
Oh, Dad. They threw me out of the club.
That's all right, son.
Lester said there wasn't any more Boy Scouts. He said there wasn't any God.
Come on, son. We're going home.
And he made me tell on you, Dad. I didn't want to, but he made me do it. And now they'll kill you, just like they did Mr. Gerard.
No, son, I don't think they'll kill me.
But what'll they do, Dad? What'll they do?
I'm not worried about what they'll do to me. But what's going to become of you?
That's right. What's going to become of me?
You have just heard a story of what happened to a Boy Scout who was forced to betray everything in which he believed. You have just heard what happens to any youth organization when communism takes over. You think this could not happen? It did happen in Russia. It did happen to the writer Nina Alexeyeva when the pioneer movement was established and the Russian children were taught to believe that religion is the enemy of the people. It did happen in Hungary when Lieutenant General Sviridov, communist commander, purged several youth groups and ordered the suppression of the Boy Scouts. You have been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Jeffrey Silver as Gene Morrison in The Pledge. Whitfield Connor was Ben, and Ann Morrison was Marion. Others in the cast were Jimmy Ogg, Joel Nestler, Peggy Weber, Joel Davis, Richard Monahan, Joe Cranston, Joe Granby, and Lamont Johnson. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michelle Ferrier. The Pledge was written for If Freedom Failed by Milt Kahn, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. If Freedom Fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is a factual account of communist methods of conquest. The play is entitled Enemy of the People.
Mr. Poole, Poole.
Yes, Mayor?
Is all the city council here?
Everyone except Clayton. He'll be along right away. He just called.
Now, I want all the council to stand here on the upper steps.
Yes, sir.
I'll stand down there where the car will stop and bring the man up here to introduce you. By the way, Poole, what do I call him? Commissar or comrade, or do I use Mr.?
He's an American, isn't he?
Well, yes, his name is Martin. He's an old-time communist, according to what I've heard. Been a party leader for a long time.
Oh, I guess Mr. would be best. He'll probably let you know if that's wrong.
Well, that's just it, Poole. I don't want to do anything wrong. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot. After all, this Martin will be complete charge of the city, and his word will be law. And he'll want a few changes made, I imagine. And I don't want to be one of those changes.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Mayor. We'll just have to learn how to live under the communists. It shouldn't be too difficult. Is the town set ahead there, driver?
Yes, sir, it is.
Good. Take us directly to the city hall.
Yes, sir.
Now, Farrington, your lesson's about to start.
It's a privilege to have my first assignment under a man of your reputation, Comrade Martin.
Ready for your speech. Started almost routine, like something you'd memorized.
I did.
Excellent. I've taken a lot of young communists out with me to indoctrinate them with our methods of taking over a locality. Knuckleheads, most of them. Wide-eyed revolutionaries that were about as subtle as a pratfall. But I don't think you're that way.
No, Comrade Martin, I'm not. I'm going to do big things in the party.
You have a pretty good start already. I believe you're a graduate of the Lenin School in Moscow, aren't you?
Yes.
Then let's see how well you were trained. Describe the locality, please.
Well, Springfield is a town of about 18,000 persons, mostly middle class. 3 wealthy families, principally a farming community with its main income based on the wheat fields which surround it. Other prominent features of the town include the small college, the rolling mills, 2 grain elevators.
Well, that's fine. You have the facts well in hand. But let me tell you something that you won't find in encyclopedias or almanacs. Something about those 18,000 persons. In the first place, right now they're completely dazed, like a punch-drunk fighter. They know that the communists are in control, but they don't know what that means. This is the perfect psychological time to attack, but they're off balance. And remember this for the future. This is an attack, exactly like any military operation. I have my battle plans. Soon I shall have subordinates to carry them out. And I intend to win the campaign.
We're inside the city limits, sir.
You know the way, driver?
Yes, sir. It's on the left there, about 2 blocks ahead.
Ah, yes. I see the tower and the flagpole. But no flag.
There's quite a crowd there, Mr. Martin. Maybe we should have brought a military escort.
For what? I don't need protection. After all, I'm here as a friend, bringing to the people of this town all the benefits of our new democracy. This is a welcoming committee, not a bunch of vigilantes.
Here we are, sir.
Come on, Farrington. Here's where I make my first speech.
Right behind you, sir.
Oh, is this Mr. Martin? Oh, of course it is. I recognize you from your pictures. I'm the mayor of Springfield, and I want
Do you have a microphone here on the steps?
Why, yes, we do.
Where is it?
It's right over here, sir.
Introduce me, please.
Yes, sir. Oh, excuse me, please.
People of Springfield. Fellow citizens, it is my pleasure to introduce a man who has been assigned to help our community achieve prosperity and strength. A man who has come many miles on this mission and who, I am sure,
will grow to love our town of Springfield as we love it.
Introduce me. Forget about the rest of your speech.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the Communist Party leader, Mr. Floyd Martin.
My comrades, my friends, the yoke of reactionary oppression is lifted from your shoulders. Henceforth, you are free men. The victorious communists have brought you to the new democracy, and from this moment, your town will blossom. But you have responsibilities too, my friends. You must expose any nationalist spies who may lurk in your midst. I know you would not willingly hide them within your houses, but if anyone knows where there may be guns or ammunition, you must report it at once. Failure to supply this information is a serious crime against the people, and the people know how to punish their enemies. Comrades, one thing more. We want to know your problems, your complaints. Has anyone hurt you or stolen something of yours? I want to know his name. Our party is determined to banish injustice forever. You must help us by revealing the crimes of the unjust. Together, we shall march forward to the bright sun of the new democracy.
Come on, Farrington, that's enough for a start.
Excuse me, sir. What about him?
Who?
The mayor.
Oh, yes, sure. Bring him along.
I want to offer my services, Comrade Martin, in any way they can be used. I have always been a servant of the people.
Farrington, what time is it?
Just after 2, sir.
Where is your office, Mayor?
Why, it's right down this corridor.
I'll use it as my temporary headquarters. In 30 minutes, I want the city council there. All of them, understand?
Yes, sir. Oh, here is the office.
Very well. Come on in, Farrington, and we'll... No, not you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, but I was only...
You have your orders. Go find a phone someplace and start rounding up the council. Then report back to my office. All right, everybody. Let's get down to work. There are several important things to be done immediately. First of all, we are establishing a workers' league. We want the strong, young people of the city who are willing to carry out the party's orders. These young men are destined to lead Soviet America to its glorious destiny. Membership will be voluntary, but you will see that the ranks are filled.
Mr. Martin.
Yes?
This workers' league, is it a union or a political organization or what?
What is your name?
Clayton, John Clayton, 6th Precinct.
Well, Mr. Clayton, the League will consist of every male between the ages of 16 and 30. We want brave, tough men, good fighters. They alone will be allowed to carry arms. To them will go the fruits of victory.
Then this is a military group.
Of course.
But we've had already so much fighting and bloodshed in Springfield. 5 times the city changed
Mr.
hands.
Clayton, I've been patient about my explanation. I can't take all day to talk to one man. The Workers' League will be established. Is that understood? Now, the next thing. I want a complete list of the property holders in Springfield. Every family will be classified. Well, which one of you has handled the tax assessments?
I have.
Your name?
Oliver Poole.
You get that, Farrington?
Yes, sir.
You will deliver the list to Mr. Farrington Poole.
Yes, comrade.
I also want a complete listing of persons who belong to various organizations which are anti-Soviet and anti-communist. Will you read the organizational names, please, Farrington?
Mm-hmm. First, all capitalist parties, Republican, Democrat, Progressive,
Oh,
Socialist...
excuse me. I need hardly point out that the Communist Party will function alone as the party of the masses. Go ahead.
Next, the Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary Club, American Legion, YMCA, and such fraternal orders as the Masons, Oddfellows, Elks, Knights of Columbus.
Members of those organizations have been declared enemies of the people. Naturally, further meetings are forbidden, and the organizations are hereby dissolved.
And the last group includes persons who had important civil service jobs, former Army officers, policemen, and prison personnel, and prominent and active members of the local home guard.
But, Mr. Martin.
Yes?
We'll have everybody in town on at least one of those lists. Some of them on 2 or 3.
That's right.
Well,
what?
Is that what you want?
That's what I asked for, isn't it?
Yes, but I...
Mr. Martin, what are you going to do with those lists?
Anyone who appears there will be under suspicion. They must prove themselves loyal to the new order.
Then it doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be purged?
Why, of course not. You've been reading too much foolish talk in the anti-Soviet papers. And incidentally, Farrington, inform the editor of the local paper that publication will be suspended until I have a chance to explain the new editorial policy.
Yes, sir.
Now, gentlemen, I am here only as a representative of the Communist Party to organize your community as a coordinated part of Soviet America. In some parts of this country, there is still revolt, the lack of discipline. But here in Springfield, we shall get along very harmoniously, I know. And now, that will be all for today, gentlemen.
I admire your technique, Mr. Martin.
Yes, it's difficult when you have to deal with such as these.
You'll want Clayton and Poole removed, won't you?
Well, you're a jump ahead of me, Farrington. Yes, write out their resignations. Also, I can't stand much more of the mayor. It reminds me of nothing quite so much as a dead fish in a delicatessen window. He'd better resign, too.
All right, sir.
Do you have any questions about this operation so far?
Well, I'm not familiar with setting up this workers' league. What is it exactly?
Oh, yes, I should have explained to you. You see, the Soviet Union is preparing a new assault on the areas in this hemisphere that are not yet under our control. A big army will be necessary, and it will come from these occupied states. Now, the Workers' League is a device which we set up in each community. You notice the age level, 16 to 30?
Yeah.
Well, this will be the nucleus for a disciplined, indoctrinated corps. We'll give them classes from morning to night, both political and military classes. They run errands for us, follow up clues on hiding of arms and spies in the city, and we'll use them for patrolling the streets. Then when the call comes, they'll be ready to be the shock troops of the new democracy.
Very clever.
Yes, isn't it? Yes, our leaders have planned well.
And what's the next immediate step?
Right now?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a very touchy point. Now, we must train the minds of the entire population. We must change them psychologically. To do that, we need a scapegoat, someone they can hate, someone that eventually they will kill. And once you've made men into beasts by having them kill something, then you control them forever. We'll have a trial. Now, let's see, probably next week.
And who's to be tried?
Oh, that's what I'm getting those lists for. I don't know who it'll be. All I do know is that he'll be on the top of the list of the property holders, the richest man in Springfield. That's always a safe bet, a rich man. Because, you see, people envy anybody who's successful. And envy and hatred are twin brothers. It should be easy to secure a conviction. Please, comrades, no demonstration. I shall repeat the question once more, Mr. Henderson. You were the president of the Guarantee State Bank, is that true?
Yes.
Speak up.
Yes, that's true.
And you've heard the testimony given by the members of the Workers' League that you foreclosed on mortgages, forcing families to leave their homes and their fields.
I need some legal advice on this.
You have advice. I advise you to answer the questions.
Yes, I did foreclose, but that's...
Just yes will be sufficient.
But that's how the banks are run. There's nothing different between what I did and what's done all over the country. When someone defaults on a mortgage, then it's only a matter of time until the collateral has been pounded.
Quiet, please. I agree with you here in the court that there is no defense, no excuses. He is an enemy of the people. But let us avoid bloodshed. Now, perhaps Mr. Henderson will repent of his actions and become a good citizen of the new order. Since it is apparently the desire of the people to see justice done, justice tempered with mercy, I hereby sentence William Henderson to 10 years penal servitude for crimes against the state. Next case.
You are listening to Enemy of the People, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Come in. Come in, Mr. Tang. Did you get the court transcript?
Yes, I did.
Good. Destroy them, will you?
Don't you want a record, Cap?
No, I'll turn in a report to the Central Committee, and they'll be satisfied with that. I had to make sure that these test cases resulted in conviction. That's why I took those extralegal measures. No defense lawyer, no jury. And it serves another purpose, too. Those people in the courtroom will be firmly convinced that they, rather than the new government, they themselves were punishing their enemies.
I see.
Now that the first is over, we can speed up the tempo. Oh, did you see those papers I wanted?
Yeah, they're right on your desk, there in the basket.
Oh, yes. Now, let's see. We'll take the officers of the Chamber of Commerce and the rest of the City Council next.
They're pretty much respected in Springfield, sir.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm changing tactics. Instead of making charges of some sort or other, these, let me see, 14 men, these men will simply disappear. Have a squad of the Workers' League pick up each man on this list and take him to the railway station. I've made arrangements for a special car to take them to Caldwell Labor Camp.
That's 500 miles away.
Yes. And I don't believe they'll have any friends or any influence there.
And by the time their location is found out?
By that time, we'll have the city by the throat. It's a simple technique. Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. Put brother against brother. Family against family. Let them make the charges, pass judgment, and carry out the sentence. We confiscate the land, the houses, the money, the tools.
Isn't it true that you made anti-Soviet statements to your children?
Yes. Your land belongs to the state.
Your wife quarreled with the woman next door, who was a loyal party member. Is that not true?
Yes. Your property is confiscated and belongs to the state.
You loaned money to this man and charged him interest, did you not?
Yes. Your house, your furniture, your clothing are taken as restitution. They belong to the state.
You rented houses to these workers at exorbitant rates, didn't you?
No. You are sentenced to death by hanging.
You hid this gun in the attic of your house.
No, I didn't. Death by hanging.
You led a demonstration in front of the city hall, didn't you?
Yes. You will be beaten to death from the city hall steps.
What should I do with these death reports, Comrade Martin?
Oh, file them there. Keep a running report on who participated in these executions. It gives us a hold on the man and his family.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, our only hope of life is to continue to support the Communist Party and the new democracy. Once they're involved in one of these killings, we can assure them that they'll be on the receiving end if the old order should ever come back.
I see.
Well, things have gone very well so far. The indoctrination team has done wonders with the Workers' League. They're so full of the party line, they sound like little dictograph machines, talking when you press a button. Yes?
Mr. Tyler of the Central Committee is on the line, sir.
All right.
Go ahead, please.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Tyler. This is Floyd Martin.
How are you, Floyd? Got an important assignment for you.
All right.
What condition are your recruits in?
Perfect. Politically, physically, in every way.
What do you call them there?
The Workers' League.
Well, there's something in the wind down here. We're calling in the whole lot from every town and city in this area. How many do you have?
Oh, 2,116.
Good. Send them to the training camp at Beckley, and we'll assemble the rest.
Is that all?
Yes, unless you have something to report.
No, not a thing. Everything in Springfield is well under control.
Members of the Workers' League, you have the commendations of the Communist Central Committee for the strides you've made in these few short months. To you will come, eventually, the highest rewards, the best houses, the most food, the highest positions, and all honor. Higher honors await you. And here to tell you about this is your beloved leader, Comrade Martin. Yes, Comrade, your day has come. Your day of glory. You have won much in the past, but in the future lies your destiny.
You must strike directly at the enemy and destroy him. The enemy, who even now seeks to take from you the benefits the Communist Party has given you. High honor awaits you at the front. March off with your heads high, for you are the elite corps, the soldiers of communism, the sharp troops of the new democracy.
Oliver Poole.
Yes? Oh, hello, Clayton. Nice to see you again.
Oliver, is your son with the League?
Yes, just said goodbye to him. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm glad to see him go. He's changed so.
Yes, I know what you mean. Whole town's changed. Springfield's a ghost town now. All the older men of any influence are gone. Almost all the business district and residential property belongs to the state.
Now our children are gone. Our boys, who just a few years ago had bright futures, now they have a future of training camps, battlefields, and eventual death for the communist cause.
Watch out. Someone will hear you.
Yes. By all means, be careful. Don't say a word against the new order. You'll wind up in the Caldwell labor camp. You're lucky. Or is it the lucky ones who get a quick and painless death by hanging?
You know, this is dangerous. Even the two of us standing here in the street talking together can mean trouble.
Something evil has happened to this town. Something that prevents men from speaking their minds, even to defend a man who is falsely accused. You heard about the latest trials?
Yes. Frightful.
We had bad times before. Went through a depression, suffered fires and community problems. But we worked out of them because we had faith. We had faith in our way of life. Now we have nothing but fear.
Careful. Here comes Farring.
Oh, Mr. Poole, I've been looking for you.
Good morning, Comrade Farrington.
Hello, Clayton.
Farrington.
I've just come from the leader's office. He'd like to see you immediately, Mr. Poole.
Even though I resigned from official duties?
Of course, if you refuse to...
Oh, no. I'd rather walk over there than be dragged.
Do you want me to come along, Oliver?
No, I'll be all right.
I'll call your wife.
Thanks, but she's not at home. She left at 5 this morning with the rest of the women to go out and work in the wheat fields.
Good morning, Comrade Farrington.
Hello, Nolan. Are you free now?
You'll be busy for a few more minutes.
Take a seat there, Poole.
All right.
What's you're studying, Nolan?
Russian.
Good idea.
I'm going to night school.
You like it?
Yes, I do. I think it'll come in handy someday.
Could be. I studied it in Moscow when I was there.
I know. I thought maybe you would help me with it.
Sure, I'd be glad to.
Well, you can go in now.
Thank you, Nolan. Come on, Oliver.
Come in. Well, you've been quite a stranger on here, Mr. Poole. Well, it wasn't quite of my own choosing, Comrade Martin. Of course. But you understand, I'm sure. There's always some confusion when we're reorganizing a community. Yes, I understand. Well, sit down. Thank you. Oh, Farrington, would you send down for those reports I asked about?
Yes, Comrade, right away.
Have a cigar, Mr. Poole. No, thanks. I'm happy to see the way Springfield has reacted to our government here. Things are running very smoothly. You have been most efficient. Oh, I'm not looking for personal glory. I'm simply doing a job for the party. And I'll be turning the city over to Farrington in a few days and moving on. But it is gratifying to have people like you around. What do you mean? I've kept tabs on you since your resignation from the city council. The record's quite clean. I'll see. Your son is in the Workers' League. He left today. Yes, I know. And your wife is in the Harvesters Association. It seemed like a good idea when the ration cards came out. Yes. Well, now we have a job for you. Oh? You handled the tax assessments in Springfield for quite a few years, didn't you? Yes. And you're familiar with all the old procedures. Well, we're not changing any of that. Now, it would be most helpful if you take over again
and supervise the job of tax collection.
I see. Comrade Martin.
Yes?
I thought one of the promises that the Central Committee made was that taxes would be banished, or at least cut down.
You know that can't happen while there's still a tremendous military machine to support. As long as conflict exists in this hemisphere, we must do our full share for the brave sons of the front. Yours among them.
Do you have the forms for taxation ready?
Yes, we haven't changed anything.
Could I see one?
Mm-hmm. Right here.
This is the only page I'm interested in. Yes. But this is impossible.
What's that?
Why, your tax rate is 5 times what it used to be.
I know that.
But the people can't stand it. You're taking everything the farmers have. You'll ruin the whole economy.
That's enough, Mr. Poole.
Well, this practically amounts to confiscation.
Boy, it's for your boy at the front.
Yes. My son at the front. What's he fighting for? For a dead ghost town like Springfield that's had every bit of liberty, of freedom, of life itself destroyed? Snuffed out?
Oh, Mr. Poole, you forget yourself.
No, Comrade Martin. I just remembered myself. I just remembered what it was like to be a free man. To say the things that were true for the simple reason that you wanted to say them.
What's going on in here?
You've missed quite an exhibition, Farrington. I don't believe you'll have the opportunity to see another like it. Now, will you take Mr. Poole away, please? Springfield is too well under control to be bothered with this enemy of the people.
You have just heard what happens to a city under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to every city if communism took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen to the village of Chongqia-Chuang, Hunan province in communist China. This was a factual account of communist methods. They were welcomed as liberators of a Chinese village. Then, step by careful step, they revealed themselves as bloody terrorists who turned the village into a ghost town and took from it every last semblance of liberty and freedom. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring George Macready as Martin in Enemy of the People. Paul Richards was Farrington, Tyler McVeigh was Poole, Herb Rawlinson the Mayor, and Don Randolph was Clayton. Others in the cast were Frank Gerstle, Lamont Johnson, Mark Hartman, and Lee Arnold. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Enemy of the People was written for If Freedom Failed by Robert C. Benson. Produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom failed. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of 3 ball players. The story of what can happen to any sport under a communist regime. With James Whitmore in the leading role of Rudy Gans, this is the story of the ball players.
So that was Springfield, huh? Yeah, that was it. What league did you say they played in? Midwestern League. Never heard of it. Any of you guys ever hear of it? You see, nobody else never heard of it neither. What is it, some kind of a sandlot league?
Sandlot? How could it be sandlot? It's where I come from.
That's just what I was getting at, Rudy.
I don't see what's so funny about that.
Come to think of it, Rudy, I once heard of a pitcher in that league, name of Chillicothe Brown.
That sounds like no name to me. I never heard of no one named Chillicothe.
Wasn't his name, boy. It was the place he came from. It was a nickname like Casey. Now do you get it?
No, and I never did get that thing about Casey either. If he comes from Kansas City, then why do they call him Casey? It seems to me they call him Kansas City.
Speaking of the devil, here I am.
Hi, Casey.
Hi, Rudy.
Well, what's wrong? Why is everybody so quiet all of a sudden?
Don't get your curiosity up, Rudy. I don't think they'll tell you. But if you really want to know, they're quiet because I come in.
Oh, I guess that's all right, ain't it, Casey? After all, you're the manager of the team. You should ought to have the respect of the guys.
Yeah, that's right, Rudy. Only I don't think the boys like my communist affiliation too much.
Oh, I don't know, Casey. I guess it's okay. Now, you take me, I'm a Baptist. And the boys don't mind me, do you, fellas? See, it's okay, Casey.
Well, it'll have to be. This is no social call. I got an announcement to make about this series coming up. I guess I don't have to tell you who we're playing. The Soviet Union, having beaten the Japanese champs, is now the Eurasian champion. They're coming here to play us, which makes this a real World Series for a change. Baseball is something more now than a national sport. It's international. It's a people's sport. Some strike you funny, Talmadge. I'd like to be let in on it. What do you find so funny?
Nothing. That's a private.
Yeah, I bet it is. Well, don't think it's going to be a breeze. You're going to have to hustle all you, put a little pepper into it. Maybe those boys from the Soviet Union haven't been playing a game for years like we have in this country, but they're pretty good. They're big boys. They can hit. But that's not what my announcement's about. What I have to say is official from the Commissar of Sports, from Johnson himself. He set down some new rulings for this series. 1, no riding the visiting team. At number 2, we play the Russian rules since they're the visitors.
What kind of rules are they got?
All right, knock it off. I haven't got a copy of their rules, but that's the way it's going to be. Their rules can't be that different, and the chances are they're no different at all. Number 3, they furnish the umpires.
Anything else, Comrade Casey?
Now that you mention it, yeah. In order to set an example for the young people of America, you're expected to address one another as comrade and to uphold at all times the high ideals of the People's Party. Otherwise...
What, comrade?
Otherwise, you lose all these fancy privileges you get for being big league ball players. You don't get a whole apartment to yourself. And that nice automobile you're driving goes back to the state and so on down the line. Just keep that in mind, comrade.
Say, was he being sarcastic?
It wouldn't surprise me if he was, Rudy.
What do you suppose is eating him, Eddie? Casey wasn't always this way. He used to be real funny, remember? What's eating him?
Maybe the same thing as eating us. Maybe he's full up to his craw with communists. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, look, if he doesn't like him, why does he have to do anything with him? Why don't he tell him to go jump?
Same reason we don't, maybe. Baseball's all he knows. Maybe we've been misjudging Casey. What do you think, Mickey?
I'll say the same.
Judging from some of the signs you give us pitches, I can believe that. I'll never forget that bunch you called for in the last game of the playoff. We almost didn't win.
There was nothing wrong with calling for a bunt.
you didn't feel your position like a washerwoman, that man never would have got on. You pitchers are all alike. You got an excuse for everything. If it isn't a sore arm, it's because you didn't get to warm up good. The fielders didn't back you up, but the ball just happened to hit the bat and went over for a base hit. All the time excuses when the truth is...
Yeah, the truth is what?
Hey, call it off. Call it off.
Keep out of this, Eddie.
Keep out of it.
Beef has been brewing a long time.
And it can wait until the series is over. You two are going to be working together probably for the first game, so break it up. Now, you hear?
Yeah, Jim, forget it. Hey, what do you say you come and help Eddie write my letter, huh? I promised my girl I'd write her. What do you say, Jim, huh?
Okay.
Don't think this is over, Dinelli. We'll still settle this after the series.
Hey, you know where to find me.
Come on, Jim, now sit down. You getting the pencil and paper ready?
Yeah.
Rudy, why don't you go to night school, eh? A man your age ought to be able to read and write. Well, I would, Jim, but we play so many night games, now what would be the point of it? Anyway, I only want to write to this gal till she says she'll marry me. After that, it won't matter none. You ready, Eddie?
Yeah, sure.
Well, dear Effie, well, kid, here we are, heading into New York for the World Series. Dear Effie, I'm writing this letter from the hotel, the one I told you we'd be staying at during the series. I'm sorry it took me so long to answer your letter, kid, but you know how it is, getting ready for a series and then all the excitement during the first game. And what a game that was, Effie. I sure wish you could have been here, kid. Of course, I didn't get to pitch, but Jim did. And he really blanked them Russians. You should have seen their faces. I guess they didn't expect to get blanked like that. They was all kinds of arguing going on all afternoon. First they'd argue with the umps, then the umps would argue with Mickey. Oh, he's the catcher, you remember. And then Mickey would argue with Jim. I don't know what's going on between them two. Say, Eddie, hey, what was they arguing about anyhow?
Well, I didn't get a chance to talk to Jim about it, but best I could tell, it was about how Jim was pitching him. I guess they didn't agree on what Mickey was calling for. Hey, you want to write any more?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see now. I think maybe I'll get to pitch the next game, Effie. Hi, Jim.
Hi.
Where you been, boy? I've been worried about you.
I had a meeting with Casey.
What about?
About the game today. I'm suspended for the series. Also, $50 fine.
What? What for?
For not throwing them the way the catcher signed them.
Well, you blanked them, buddy. You're crazy.
I don't know. Sometimes I think maybe I am. You know, I just don't get it. Casey, for instance. All the time he's bawling me out, he's the one that looks guilty, not me. It's like someone else is making him do all this. But who?
Maybe Mickey.
Ah, how could it be Mickey? He's just a catcher.
Yeah. There's your phone, Rudy.
Huh?
Aren't you going to answer?
Oh, yeah. Hello? Yeah, this is Ruth. Oh, hi, Mickey. Yeah. How are you? Huh? Sure, if you want her. Oh? Yeah, okay. All right. He says he wants to talk to me in private. Huh. Well, what do you want to talk to me in private for?
Well, you're probably pitching tomorrow. Maybe he wants to talk the game over with you.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's it. Say, you fellas mind waiting in one of your rooms?
No, come on, Jim. Call us when he leaves.
Yeah.
Rudy, if you shake hands with him, count your fingers afterwards.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Mickey. Come on in.
Thanks. You're pitching tomorrow, you know. Casey just told me that for sure.
Oh, that's good. I guess if Jim can blank him, so can I, huh?
Yeah, that's what I came to talk to you about, Rudy. Jim and I had some trouble today, you see. He didn't seem to get my signs at all. I asked for a fast one outside, I'd get a curve inside.
Maybe his eyes ain't so good. You know, maybe he needs glasses.
What? You're serious, aren't you, Rudy? No, his eyes are all right. He just didn't like the way I called him. He wanted to throw him his way.
Yeah, well, I guess it don't matter none, Mickey. Yeah, we won. That's what we wanted to do, wasn't it?
Yeah, perhaps, yeah. But I was talking to Commissar today, Rudy. He was very upset about the way the game went. Blamed me at first till I explained to him that I called him different from the way that Thornton pitched him. So when we got that straightened out, he said to me that he hoped I'd have an understanding with you, Rudy. Said he hoped you'd pitch him the way that I called him. Said he was sure you would because he knew you really liked to play ball. Said he thought you had quite a future, even though you're a southpaw, Rudy. Said it wouldn't surprise him if you went a long way.
See, that was nice of him. I didn't even think he knew who I was. You know, after all, I just come from the Midwestern League.
He knows, Rudy. He's been watching you, see. So I hope you won't disappoint him, Rudy, because he's a funny guy, the commissar. One day he likes you fine, but you cross him up or disappoint him, and he changes. Just like that. All of a sudden, you're suspended, and the next thing you know, you're working on a labor battalion. Like I said, he's a funny guy, that commissar. He's like a woman. Just don't know how you stand with him, unless, of course, you do like he wants you to.
Yeah.
Well, that's all I wanted to talk to you about, Rudy. Just wanted you to know that you're pitching tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, well, thanks, Mickey. I appreciate it. Night. You can come in now.
Hey, you sure stayed long enough.
What do you want, Rudy?
Oh, nothing. You just want to tell me I'll be pitching the next game?
Nothing else?
No. How about finishing my letter, huh?
Yeah, sure. What else you want to tell her?
Oh, well, I guess you can tell her I'm going to pitch the next one. But just kind of drop it in.
All right, boy.
Look, you don't have to be so down in the mouth about it. I thought you were just itching to get at them Soviets.
Oh, sure.
Well, show a little spirit, boy. A little spirit. You're going to lick 'em, aren't you?
Sure. Now, you can tell her that I'm going to do the best I can. I wish they'd hurry up in there. We ain't wrote my letter to Effie yet.
Oh, Rudy, is that all you think about? Here's the two of us suspended and waiting to see the commissar, and all you can think about is having Eddie write you a letter.
All right, leave him be, Jim. He only wants to write her about the game. After all, she's his girl.
I don't hear no talking in there. Hey, why do you suppose Casey and Mickey Ganelli went in ahead of us? I guess Mickey's telling him, the commissar, how I didn't pitch him the way he signed for, huh? I was all set to, you understand? But when I got on that mound, I began to wind up. Something come over me, and I throwed him like I seen him. Oh, hi, Casey.
Come on in, boys.
Shut the door, please.
Yes, sir.
I believe this is the first time we've met. For your information, my name is Johnson. You may have heard of me. I'm Commissar of Sports. Now, let me see. You there?
Well, who, me?
Yes, you. You're Talmadge, I suppose. I'll take odds you're Talmadge.
You might lose.
No, you fit the description too well. I knew before you came in here that if anyone was to shake his head disapprovingly, it would be you.
Yeah? How'd you know that, Commissar?
Because I'm Commissar of Sports and have to know these things. You're all alike, you big strapping athletes that have just a smidgen of mentality. The Thorntons and the Rudy Gansers don't much trouble me. But you semi-intelligent brutes, you do.
I don't get this. What's he talking about?
It isn't important, Rudy. And don't let that other thing bother you.
What other thing?
The fact that you want to haul off and sock me.
How did you know?
Because, as I said before, I'm Commissar of Sports and have to know these things. That's why I'm not worried about you three lads, in spite of what's happened.
You mean the games?
The games?
Yeah. Us not pitching them the way Donnelly signed for.
Well, I wasn't particularly pleased with your behavior, but that wasn't what I was referring to. Now, I mean this. These charges and allegations concerning you three.
We can't see them from here, Commissar. What are they?
Well, I won't bore you with reading them in toto, but they mostly concern some very nasty business about a payoff.
What kind of payoff? Who pays off to who?
That's right, Talmadge. I knew I could count on you to get us right down to the core of the matter. I like you better all the time. According to these charges, certain gambling elements have paid off you three lads to throw the series.
That's a lie.
Of course it is. There, Casey, you see? What did I tell you? It's a lie. Of course it is.
You're darn tootin' it's a lie. If we was going to throw the series, would we have won 2 games like we did?
No, I expect not. But then, according to these charges, you wouldn't have begun to throw the series until the 3rd game. That would be your game, Talmadge. And you must admit that would be the clever way to do it. Wouldn't it, Talmadge?
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you driving at? All this shilly-shallying and sweet talk makes me nervous. Now, what's it all about?
You do get excited, don't you, Talmadge? I've told you all there is. The details are here with proof. It's another Black Sox scandal. Statements of witnesses, canceled checks, confessions from the gamblers involved. Even a note written by Rudy implicating the 3 of you. It was a big mistake, Talmadge. You're not watching Rudy closer. Here, look for yourself.
I am, Commissar. Only I think somebody else made the mistake. This note isn't in my handwriting.
But naturally not. It's Rudy's. It isn't funny, Rudy.
It is from where we're standing, Commissar. Rudy here, he can't even write X's backwards. Eddie writes all his letters for him. Everybody knows that.
What? I'm sorry, Commissar. I would have told you, only I never figured...
Shut up, Cadet! What are you smirking at, Casey? Get out, both of you! Get out! Get out! It is rather funny, isn't it? Yes, of course. Well, now, we'll just forge a note in your handwriting, Talmadge. That makes it a masterstroke, doesn't it?
What?
Hey, don't force me to call in the guards, Eddie. Then we'd have to go through with this. Think what a blow that would be to baseball. Oh, the game survived the Black Sox scandal. But do you really think it could survive another one? Think of all those kids playing in school diamonds all over the country. Kids that have your pictures pasted up in locker rooms. What are they going to think when they discover that their little tin gods are no more than cheap little tin horns? And what about those women who fill the parks on Ladies' Day, ogling your bulging with all attractive biceps? Or the workers who throng the players' gates and welcome an opportunity to shake your hands? Who will want to shake your hands when this ugly business comes to light?
Okay. What deal do we have to make?
The same one you've had all along. Let the Soviet Union win tomorrow, Talmadge. That will make the series 2-1. 3 wins are required. Thereafter, you two will be expected to follow suit. And it doesn't have to be obvious, you know. You can still make it look good to the fans. I have a question, Talmadge.
Suppose we agree. What happens then?
I tear up this folio. There's no gambling scandal, and we're the best of friends. Eddie?
Okay.
Eddie, you mean you're going to throw the game?
Sure. What choice have we got? What would be the point of a big grandstand play? Who would we be heroes to? Who'd know what we did and why we did it? Once this stuff hit the papers, we'd be bums. This way we just lost the series. Might as well face it, we don't have choices anymore. Gave that all up when we let these communists take over. That was the time to fight back, not now. Or waste it now.
Eddie, you surprise me. You're smarter than I thought. Well, how about you two? Yes or no?
Okay. I guess so.
Then it's done. Would you lads care for the pieces as a souvenir?
No, thanks. You mind if we go now? You interrupted us in the middle of a letter to Rudy's girl, Effie Bell.
Yes, by all means go. Effie Bell must have her letter.
Thanks.
Eddie.
What?
Give Effie Bell my love, won't you?
Sure. Only what would she do with it?
You are listening to The Ball Players, starring James Whitmore. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Hey, Jim. Yeah, Rudy, what do you want? Just wondering if maybe you'd write my letter to Effie. What? Oh, you don't have to. I was only thinking...
jumping catfish, Rudy. Is this any kind of time to be writing letters?
No, I guess not. I just thought it might do something to kind of get our minds off the game, maybe.
Oh, sure. First to the 8th. The score 2-0 in their favor. And you expect a lousy letter to make us happy.
Well, son, at least Rudy's trying. That's more than you say for Talmadge.
Yeah, well, you shut up. You ought to say those things about Eddie. You know that fella. It ain't his fault. It's the way that Danelli's signing. Look, he's always signing for curves when Eddie's best ball is a slider.
Get under it, Ralphie boy. Hey, I don't want to look. What did he do?
Great bagger.
Casey, do we have to have Talmadge in there?
He's held him to 3 runs. He's doing all right.
Play ball, you guys.
Hey, Casey, Danelli and Talmadge are getting into it again.
Yeah, Casey, don't you think you ought to go out and brief him on the Queensberry rules?
Shut up, O'Hanlon. Benny, start warming up. I'm going up there.
Hey, Casey, until I push your Talmadge in, some scouts in the Midwestern League looking him over.
Hi.
don't care what the agreement was. I'm not going to make myself look that bad. 3 runs is all I'm giving him.
Yeah, we'll see about that. You notice Benny's warming up, don't you?
All right, what's going on here? You two want to get thrown out of the game? What's up, Danelli?
Every time I give him a sign, he shakes his head no. Who's supposed to know about these batters, him or me?
Look, Casey, he wants me to walk this one. There's 1 man in and a man on first. I get another man on, who knows what'll happen. Why should I get myself in a tight spot?
What's the difference? So maybe they score again.
Not so loud, you fool.
There's lots of difference. They got 3 runs and just 1 more inning to go. That's enough for them. Why should we look worse than we do, huh, Casey? Answer me that.
Well, all right.
What do you mean, all right?
Look, Danelli, I'm still manager. Eddie's right. Why should we make ourselves look like punks? Go on, Eddie. Pop him out. Thanks, Casey.
I didn't see him kiss and make up, Casey.
For the last time I handed, shut up.
Hey, it's a pop-up. Get under it, Ricky. You don't want any beef from Cohen.
Hey, look out, you guys.
I got it.
That a boy, Eddie. Ricky, look out.
Stand back, all of you. Stand back. Give him some air. Well, don't stand there gawking, Talmadge. Go on back in the game.
You aren't going to yank me? What about Benny warming up?
Oh, it's good for his arm. Go on back, like I tell you. You didn't do this on purpose.
No, I didn't.
Sure, Eddie. Now, don't feel bad about it. It could have happened to anyone. Guys are always running each other. It ain't your fault. He conked himself on a cement. He'll be all right.
Yeah.
Now go on out there and whip them Russians.
Yes.
Hey, we're really rolling now, huh, guys? That's 3 men on. Boy, I wish I could get in that lineup. I got that dumb Russian's number. When a curveball of him begins to break before it leaves his hand. It's so slow I could probably write my name and address on it while it's coming up to me. If I can write.
Rudy.
Yeah, Casey.
I want you to go in and pinch hit.
Me pinch hit? With my batting average? You're not yanking Eddie, are you?
No, you're going in for the third baseman, just to pinch hit. Come on, let's get out there.
Well, okay, but I can't promise you I'll land base it.
I don't want you to, Rudy. All I want is a bunt, a nice bunt.
What? But it don't make no sense, Casey, to go in and bunt when the bases is loaded.
When did they appoint you manager of this team, Rudy? You just go in and bunt, like I tell you.
Okay, Casey. Dance for Brubaker.
Jan, batting for Brubaker.
Okay, Uncle Joe. Better stand back, comrade catcher. I swing pretty wide. Sorry, that wasn't it, comrade.
You're wasting your breath, gang. They don't understand English.
That don't matter to me, Umpire. I just like to hear myself talk. Come on, you big horse. Pitch me a good one. That still ain't it. I like him fast, a little bit slow, slightly outside, and through the middle and up a little bit. Strike something. Between you. Hiya, comrade. So that one landed. Coney Island, maybe? You know, you comrade infielders ought to be playing farther out, so your outfielders can play outside the park. Say there, is it true you're all going to get motorcycles so you can get those long ones? Well, it's the end of the line, comrade. See you in Siberia. Hiya, Casey.
Well, I told you to bunt.
I know you did, Casey. But with all them men on base, I just couldn't do it. Especially the way them Russians was grinning like the game was in a bag. I know you told me, Casey, but I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it.
All right, Rudy.
I hope I don't get you no trouble, Casey.
Oh, it doesn't matter, Rudy. Well, that's the inning. Stands 4-3 now, doesn't it?
Sure, Casey, but why?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking.
Got any instructions for me, Casey?
Oh, no, I guess not, Eddie. You just go in and pitch it the way you feel it.
Okay, Casey, I will.
Strikeout! That a boy, Eddie! That's whipping him! Just 2 more like that and it's our game, huh, Jim? What's wrong, Jim?
Look behind you. We got company.
Cops?
Yeah. Hiya, Commissar. You brought quite a gang with you, huh? They all selling tickets to the policeman's ball?
Shut up, Thornton.
Sergeant, postmen at all the entrances.
Yes, sir.
Commissar, I want to explain.
I should hope so, Casey. Is this your doing? How are you leaving Talmadge in there?
Well, who'd I put in? You said not to play Jim or Rudy here.
You have others?
Well, sure. Relievers, bullpen, or Sunday pitchers, but you think that crowd would stand for it with Eddie going so good? He's their favorite. If you yanked him, you'd need a lot more secret police than you got here.
If I were you, Casey, I'd watch myself. Your position isn't that secure, you know.
No, I suppose it isn't.
What's this all about, Jim?
I don't know, Rudy. But if you still want to ride to Effie, I think maybe we better do it now, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess maybe we better go.
Another strikeout. Did you see that, Jim?
Yeah, I saw it.
I'm all set, Rudy.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, dear Effie, this is going to be a short one. But I wanted you to know something. I don't know how to write, Effie. Or read even.
Rudy, you sure you want to tell her that?
Yeah. Now just put it down, please, Jim, like I say.
Okay, Rudy.
Someone else been writing these letters for me. But I didn't mean nothing by it, kid, honest. I was just doing it so as I could lead up to asking you a certain question. But, well, who knows, kid, what's going to happen.
Rudy, he did it! We win, boy! It's our series!
Yeah, it's our series. It's our series, all right, Effie. But I guess you'll read all about it in the papers. So long, kid.
Is that all, Rudy?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, Commissar, it's over, ain't it?
I'm afraid it is, Gans. Casey, clear the rest of the team out of here. I want to have some words with your pitching staff.
Sure. Sorry, Rudy and Jim. Sorrier than you know.
That's okay, Casey.
Forget it. A very touching scene, gentlemen. Oh, here comes the conquering hero.
Eddie, boy, you did it, didn't you?
Yep, I did it. Hello, Commissar. Glad you could make the game. Hope you weren't disappointed.
Frankly, Talmadge, I was. I had great many plans for you. I was beginning to like you, Eddie. I don't understand. What did you hope to gain by this?
Not a thing.
Then why did you do it?
I just wanted to see what it was like to make a choice again.
Well, I hope it was worth it, because you leave me no choice at all. The three of you are far too unreliable politically. I expect you've all heard of Leavenworth, the penitentiary?
No, Commissar. They got a ball team there?
Always the joker, Thornton? No, I don't believe they do. But very shortly, I think they will have quite a pitching staff. All right, take them away.
Yes, Commissar. Come on.
Oh, Commissar.
Yes?
Would you mind mailing my letter to Effie?
Why, no, Rudy. Not at all. Not at all.
You have just heard what happens to an athlete under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any American athlete if communism took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen to the forward line of a world champion amateur hockey team. It did happen to three Czechoslovak athletes, Vladimir Zabrodsky, Stanislav Konopashek, Václav Rosina. These three athletes were arrested and thrown into prison for being politically unreliable. You have been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring James Whitmore as Rudy Gans in The Ball Players. The Ball Players was written for If Freedom Failed by John Blehost, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. If Freedom Fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of an oil company. The story of what happens to industry under a communist regime. Lloyd Nolan is starred as Elliot Vickers in Danse Macabre.
Yes, Miss Stevens.
Ralph Burke is here, Mr. Vickers.
Tell him to come in. Yes, come in.
Want to see me, Mr. Vickers?
Yes, sit down. Ralph, you've been with Consolidated Oil for quite a while now, haven't you?
Going on 6 years.
Started as a clerk, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you're still one.
Yeah.
Did you ever wonder why?
Sure I have. Lots of times.
This is a big organization, Ralph, one of the biggest oil companies in America. We employ quite a number of people. Each of us has a job to do, and every job is important.
Sure.
Every job is important, even yours. If one of us falls down on his job, the rest of the organization suffers.
Did you call me in here just to tell me that?
That, and the fact that you were an hour late this morning.
Oh.
What's your excuse this time?
I overslept.
Now look, Ralph, I'm not going to stand for much more of this indifference of yours.
No? Then why don't you fire me?
You know why. Because the party-controlled trade union won't let me. Now get out of here.
Okay, Mr. Vickers.
All right, but let me tell you one thing. As long as you're with Consolidated, you'll be nothing but a clerk.
Don't give any odds on that, Mr. Vickers.
Get out.
Come in, Mr. Andrews. I was just leaving.
Dirty little... For 2 cents, I'd gladly wring his dirty neck.
What was the pride of the dance hall's doing here? He been giving you trouble, Elliot?
Yeah, that's all he has been giving me. Ever since the communists took over the trade unions, guys like Ralph Burke have become the untouchables. You can't fire them for anything less than murder. Oh, John, isn't there anything we can do?
Elliot, look. Consolidated isn't the only account I handle as consulting attorney, and Consolidated isn't the only industry that's been having trouble. Believe me, you're all in the same boat, and I'm afraid there isn't a thing any of you can do about the situation.
Surely you've been able to find out some way to beat them, some loophole.
There is no loophole. That's what I came here to tell you. I've gone over the trade union contract with a fine-tooth comb, and there's no way out.
There must be.
There might have been at first, when the trade union was formed, before the communists got their hooks into it. In the beginning, if management had trouble with any of our employees, or if the employees had any beef, you could sit down together with a representative from the trade union and iron out your difficulties. Put your cards on the table. Since the communists took over all the unions, they play a different kind of a game. They always win.
Well, then what are we supposed to do?
Nothing. You go on producing oil the best way you can.
Oh, sure. Sure, and hand 75% of it over to the Central Committee.
You have no other choice.
Whatever happened to the thing we used to have called free enterprise?
Haven't you heard? We all share everything.
Yeah. How can we share what we don't have? Sure, they claim we're living in a classless society. No rich, no poor. But the distinction is greater than it ever was. What little we're allowed to earn barely covers food, rent, and fuel. The communist aim is to beat us down into slave labor standard. They're sure heading in the right direction.
Yes, they sure are. And there's an ugly rumor going around that some of your key men are going to join the Communist Party for protection.
They can.
Why not? Elliot, the idea is certainly logical. Maybe they're still hanging on to their democratic ideals, but they have to live. And certainly, immediate salvation under communism looks a lot better than a vague hope of some distant, brighter future.
Would you join the party?
Well, I don't know.
John!
I wouldn't want to, Elliot, but the time is coming when I'll have little choice. When any of us will have a choice.
Yes?
Mr. Winston's on the phone, Mr. Vickers.
Put him on. Hello, Frank. Yes. What? But we've told them that we can't do that. We'll kill it if we do. Yes. Oh, I of course you have. I'm sorry. Uh-huh. Well, maybe I better come down and see if there's anything I can do. Is Albright still there? Well, tell him to wait. Well, they're at it again. Comrade Albright's at the field insisting that we aren't producing enough oil. The Central Committee wants more.
What do they want to do, run the ground dry?
Well, it looks like it. And when a geologist like Frank Winston can't make them understand it, I'm going down to the field and see if I can make Albright listen to reason.
You're wasting your time, Elliot.
I know, but enough's enough. Oh, in the meantime, John, go over the contract again. Go over it with an X-ray if you have to. There must be some way to beat them at their own game.
Here's Mr. Vickers. You better talk to him.
Hello, Frank.
Elliot.
Hello, Albright.
Hey, Vickers.
What seems to be the trouble?
Oh, there's no trouble. The Central Committee just sent me down to see what's holding up production of oil.
I explained to Mr. Albright that when we try to withdraw the oil too rapidly, the overproduction upsets the balance between the gas and water pressure. And that forces the oil up through the ground, and the water and gas gets to the well before the oil. I also told him when that happens too many times, the oil still in the ground may be lost.
Yeah, that's right, Albright. If we try to increase the production, there's a danger that the wells will run completely dry.
Well, I don't get any of that technical stuff. All I know is there's plenty of oil in the ground. The faster you pump it out, the more you get.
But practical experience has shown us...
Hold on, Winston. Yesterday I got a letter from the Central Committee. They don't like the condition of our national economy or the Treasury. They want to speed up the production of oil here at Springfield. You see, our other nations will buy all we can produce. That way we can build up the treasury.
I still say you're asking us to do the impossible.
Look, I don't care what you say. I've got my orders. And you've got yours.
Be reasonable, Albright. The men have been working for Consolidated for many, many years. This is the only job some of them have had. They know it's their bread and butter. And they're not going to do anything that might put an end to their source of income.
We're not asking them to stop working.
No, but you're asking them to overwork the pumps. And I don't think that they'll do that.
Some of them might. Hey, Newman! Joe!
Mr. Albright.
Hey, come over here now, will you?
Newman?
That's right.
But he's our field engineer.
He's a party's engineer, too.
What's up, Mr. Albright?
Haven't had a little argument with Mr. Vickers.
Yeah.
He seems to think your men are overworking the pumps.
We're getting the oil, ain't we? There's a lot more where it came from.
But you can't speed up production, Newman. You know that. Before long, there won't be any oil left at all.
Winston's right, Newman. From now on, you'll keep the production level where it is.
That an order, Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
Sorry. I take my orders from the trade union.
As long as you work for Consolidated, you'll take orders from me.
Now, see here, Vickers.
Just a second, Mr. Albright. Look, Mr. Vickers, it's about time we had a showdown. I've been taking orders from you and the rest of the Consolidated's big shots for a long time. I've watched new guys come in and grab jobs I should have had.
They got the jobs because they were more competent.
That's your opinion. The party leaders seem to think I'm okay. Right, Mr. Albright?
Right, Joe.
From now on, Mr. Vickers, if you've got any complaints, tell it to the party. I'm too busy to listen.
As I was saying, Vickers, Commissar Post wants your oil production speeded up. I'll leave it to you to figure out how. Tom, I'll see you soon.
It's funny what a little power can do to some people. I remember Sam Albright was councilman for the 14th District. He was a pretty nice guy then. Of course, he was ambitious even then. Knock himself out for anybody in Springfield if he thought it'd help him politically. Yeah, Sam always played along with the right people.
Looks like he still is.
Yeah. Well, there he goes.
I don't like it. I have a feeling that something's brewing.
Maybe. Well, what do we do about the Central Committee's order for more oil?
I don't know. I don't know, Frank. I'll try to think of some way to get around it. Right now, I'm going home and have some lunch. Maybe it'll give me strength to take all this.
Mr. Vickers, I've been trying to reach you. I called your house, but you'd already left.
What is it? Where is everyone?
In the boardroom upstairs.
In the boardroom?
Mr. Walker and two other trade union officials came in just a little while ago and said they wanted everybody on the office staff in there. Mr. Vickers, what does it mean?
I'm not sure, Miss Stevens. I just hope it doesn't mean what I think it does. What's this all about, John?
I'm as much in the dark as you are, Elliot.
All right, what is Ralph Burke doing here? I thought this was a staff meeting.
Search me.
I don't like it.
All right, quiet down. Now, this meeting has been called for a special reason. Most of you are probably wondering why. Well, the president of our trade union is here to tell you all about it. Here he is, Comrade Roy Walker.
Oh, so that's it. Burke's a member of the party.
I'm not going to take up much of your time. Just one thing I want to talk to you about. Most of the people you got working for you here at Consolidated are members in good standing of the trade union. Most of them, I said. But I got information that some of them are antisocial. Some of them are anti-worker.
Quiet! Go ahead, Comrade Walker.
Like I said, there's some people here who refuse to recognize the party in America. And the time has come for us to expose them. This is a list of those people. Comrade Burke has done a good job of bringing their names to the attention of the trade union. I'm going to ask him to read the list.
Martin Goodman, pumper. Carl Eaton, oiler. Alan Geiser, payroll. Howard Finley, accountant.
Finley? Hey, just a minute. What's Finley accused of?
You're out of order, Mr. Vickers.
Finley has been an accountant with Consolidated for 15 years, and we have no complaints.
So what? Anybody can do the work he does. It doesn't take any brains to be an accountant. In 2 or 3 weeks, I could learn enough about Consolidated to take over the whole accounting department.
Just a minute, Burke. What right have you to talk?
Comrade Burke will continue with the list.
Where does he get off getting up to...
Comrade Burke will continue.
Howard Finley, accountant. Vernon Lambert, gauger. Ruth Seeley, refinery. Dorothy McKee, distillery. Paul Miller, gauger. Shirley Smith, personnel. And Jim Cobert, superintendent of pipelines.
The people Comrade Burke just named are dangerous to the future of the party. The trade union refuses to recognize them as members. And we suggest they be dismissed from Consolidated. Any objections?
Any objections?
If there are no objections, we'll...
Yes, I have an objection.
Oh?
Are these people to be fired without being given a chance to defend themselves?
Since they're not recognized by the party, they can have no defense.
Oh, probably not, according to party ethics. But in a civilized democracy, they'd be allowed to state their beliefs and plead their innocence.
I see. What's your name?
He's John Andrews. He's consulting attorney for Consolidated.
Well, Andrews, all I got to say is if you're smart, you'll stick to your law books and stay out of things that are none of your business. Are there any more objections? Okay. If there's no more objections, it's the will of the workers that the people on this list be fired from the Consolidated Oil Company. That's all.
There's no reason to get upset over this thing, Finley. Now, if you and the others on the list will just sit tight, we'll see if there isn't something that can be done.
Please don't try to help us. It won't do any good. It'll only make matters worse.
But the trade union has no legal right to take such action.
What difference does that make? They have the power.
But Finley,
please, don't call me in here again. If Burke or any of the others see me, they'll report me.
Hello, Davidson.
Hello, Mr. Vickers. Sorry, I'm due out in the field now.
No, wait. I want to talk to you. I haven't seen you for a couple of weeks.
I know. Mr. Vickers, I don't have time to talk right now. I'm sorry.
Wait. What is it, Davidson? Have you joined the party, too?
No, not yet, but... Look, I got 4 kids. One of them taking treatments for polio. I got to make a living. The job I have is the only one I'll ever have. They'll see to that. They got us all dancing to their music.
You are listening to Danse Macabre, starring Lloyd Nolan. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. a town we call Springfield, USA.
It's maddening, Edith. They've got the employees completely paralyzed with fear. They can make the most outlandish request, and all you hear is, yes, comrade. Right away, comrade.
Please, dear, your dinner's getting cold.
Oh, dinner? I can't even think of food.
Elliot, you haven't eaten a decent meal in weeks. You can't go on like
Can
this.
any of us? Already we've had 3 purges. You know what that does to morale? The people come to work, but they can't concentrate because of worry about the future. Then they work because of fear. The fear is certainly no incentive to efficient work, so we try to offset the deficiency by drive. And again, urging people to work is no substitute for their will to work. So what happens? Production falls off despite everything we try to do.
Is it really that serious?
Yes, Edith, it is. The whole atmosphere around the plant is poisonous. If the communists and informers see anyone associating with us or even talking to us, they're branded as possessing ideas contrary to the thinking of the people's democracy.
Joining the Communist Party is such a terrible thing.
Edith!
Well, after all, the people keep their jobs, even if they do join.
Oh, you don't understand. They aren't the same people after they've joined. There's no longer the friendship of men working together on a common job. It's evident that they're being influenced, instructed. They fear what'll happen if they don't toe the line. And not only that, every man has his eye on the next man's job. Every one of them is a potential informer on others that they once considered close friends.
But how can the communists exert so much influence over the people? For that matter, where did they get such power in the first place? I always thought America was the most powerful country on earth.
It could have been. It could have been if we had stamped out this evil while we had the chance.
Well, what's going to happen, Elliot?
I don't know. But I have a feeling that it's going to happen soon, whatever it is. As Davidson said, the communists have us dancing to their music.
On this Easter morning, in a time of great suffering and shaken faith, we must look back to another Easter season, to a tomb cut in stone. We must remember the great promise bound round with rope and guarded against intruders. On that other Easter so many years ago, there were those who traveled the countryside to speak words of hope. Today, the travelers are few, but the words of hope remain. They must remain. For without hope, we are like the chaff which is scattered by the wind. We cannot despair in this dark
John,
hour.
what is it? Come on, I must talk to you. Well, can't it wait until... No, come on. All right.
Elliot, where are you going?
I'll see you later. Pardon me. I'm sorry.
This above all, to thine own self be true.
What's wrong, John?
Wait a minute. All right, get in the car.
All right. Now, what's all the mystery?
The communists have come out into the open, Elliot. They're taking over all industries, employing more than 100 people.
What?
Yes, they've already started to replace managers and the office staffs in about 600 plants.
Consolidated?
I don't know, Elliot. That's why I came and got you.
How did you find out about
Somebody called me on the telephone, refused to give his name.
I knew it. I knew this was coming, but I didn't think it would happen so soon.
Well, nobody did.
That's pretty clever on their part. Strike us when we're in church praying for a strengthening of hope and faith.
They know what they're doing.
Lord only knows what other plans they have up their sleeves. We'd better get down to the office as fast as we can.
That's where I'm heading. I have a hunch we're going to run into trouble.
Well, so far everything's all right.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Look, Elliot.
What?
Somebody else must have found out about this. They've called the police to guard the front door.
It'll take more than 2 policemen to keep the communists out.
Just a second. Where do you think you're going?
Oh, that's all right, officer. I'm manager of this plant.
Who's he?
He's our consulting attorney.
I don't know. I got orders to keep everybody out.
All right, now, look, officer, I appreciate your doing your job, but since I'm manager here, I can't see any reason why I should be kept out. Or Mr. Andrews.
It's like he said, mister. We got our orders.
Orders to do what?
To do whatever Comrade Walker tells us to.
Walker?
Sure. We're working with him now. Maybe you haven't heard, mister, but the party's taken over this place. Matter of fact, Comrade Walker's in your office right now, going over the books.
What? I want to see him.
Think it's okay to let him in, Charlie?
Yeah, sure. Why not? They can't make us any trouble.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you, officer. Come on, John.
So it's come.
Yes.
Now what?
First, we talk to Walker.
Won't do you any good. He's holding all the aces.
Maybe he is. But I'm not giving up without a fight.
We haven't got a chance, Elliot. They're in, and they're going to stay in.
Maybe. But first, I'm going to find out just what goes. I wonder if we should knock before we go in.
Bring over those other 2 ledgers with you, Burr.
Yes, Comrade.
Oh, Vickers, Andrews, climb in.
Comrade Walker, I want to talk to you.
Close the door.
All right, Walker, what's going on?
I'm going over the books with Consolidated's new accountant.
You mean Burke?
Yeah. He means me. You see, Vickers? I told you I wouldn't always be a clerk.
Well, you lousy little...
All right, Vickers. None of that. Get back to the books, Burke.
Sure.
He'll ruin those books.
I don't think so. Comrade Burke's a loyal member of the party.
You know, Walker, legally you have no right to take over Consolidated.
You're wrong, Andrews. You were told you weren't meeting the Central Committee's request for more oil.
You mean their demand?
No, we're taking over to speed up production.
I told you once you can't speed up production. You have to control the rate of production or you dissipate the underground pressure and lose the oil forever.
Isn't it a fact that you gave out instructions from time to time to decrease the production rates?
Yes, I did, but it was only because such a move was good engineering. It was necessary for efficiency.
That's your explanation. We believe the decreases were political, for the purpose of sabotaging the 3-year plan.
That is not true.
We think it is. There are other examples of mismanagement we're going to correct. For one thing, the wages you've been paying are too high.
They're too... Well, coming from the head of a trade union, that's very funny. Just how do you figure that?
Your books prove it. Out of their wages, the men are able to give contributions to social welfare expenses, gifts for births, marriages, maintenance of employees' clubs.
Well, they've never complained about it.
If they pay for these unnecessary benefits, they're obviously making more money than they need. So these benefits will be eliminated, and the wages cut accordingly.
No, wait. How will the men meet their living expenses if you cut their wages? They have rent to pay, food to buy, autos.
Autos are a worker's luxury. They'll be confiscated. We'll show the workers that savings can be made, even though they earn less money.
That's impossible.
Not if they're conditioned to accept the savings.
You don't have to condition workmen against fair treatment. And what you hope to save at the expense of the workers, it's chicken feed. It's detrimental to their morale.
We're only interested in building up party doctrine and policy.
You'll make slaves of the people by depriving them of their rights.
Rights? It's only right if the party says so.
And their freedom?
Freedom to do what? From now on, the only freedom in this country will be the freedom to work for the party.
Let go of me! Let go of me! I'm going in!
David, what's going on?
Davidson, the guy says he has to talk to you, but we told him, come on, you're getting out. No! Let go of him.
What? All right, Sergeant, you can let him go. Now, what do you want?
I've been fired.
Why? Why?
What's your name?
Davidson, Henry Davidson.
He was on the last list, Comrade Walker.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Bert.
I demand to know why I was fired.
We don't have to give you reasons, Davidson. You're through, that's all.
Oh. How about the money that's coming in my severance pay?
Forfeited.
But it's mine. I need it. My son, the hospital, his treatment.
You've been declared a fascist, an enemy of the party.
Therefore, your severance pay is
My
canceled.
son's going to die if I don't get that money.
Then let him die.
No.
Go on home, Henry. I'll see what
I can't
Take
see
him
die.
out of here.
All right, get going.
I can't do anything for him. He'll die. Look, if he dies, there's nothing left. Nothing.
Is that an example of what the party hopes to do for the people?
He's weak. There's no place for the weak in the party.
What was that?
You better come out here. That crazy guy just grabbed my gun and shot himself.
John, let's get out of here. I think I'm going to be sick.
Horrible, Elliot. Horrible.
They've gone mad, Edith. They've seized all the big industries and they've closed down the little ones. They've started their reign of terror. The people are joining the party because they have no other choice except to kill themselves or to try to get out of the country.
Where will it end?
They aren't going to stop with the workers themselves. There'll be more purges, and still more. They'll get everybody. No one will escape.
Not you.
There's no way out for me either. I'll never join the party. I'm not weak enough to do what Henry Davidson did, but the light has been shut out, Edith. All we can do now is hold fast to our faith and hope.
Don't answer it.
Oh, it's all right, dear. Yes?
You, Elliot Vickers.
Yes.
You're to come with me.
Where are you taking? What are you going to do to him?
Don't worry, Mrs. Vickers. We only want to ask him a few questions. We'll be back in an hour. All right. Let's go.
Goodbye, Edith.
You'll be back soon, Elliot?
Yes, dear. But, don't wait dinner.
You have just heard a story of what happens to industry under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any American industry if communism took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen to the Mayort Oil Company in Hungary. It did happen to the manager's secretary, the chief geologist, and the consulting attorney who were arrested. It did happen to the field superintendent who jumped to his death from an oil derrick. It did happen to the chief engineer who got 4 years in prison, to another executive who got 10. It did happen to the manager of the company who was tortured into signing a confession and sentenced to life imprisonment. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Lloyd Noland as Elliot Vickers in Danse Macabre. Stacey Harris was Andrews, Lou Krugman was Albright, and Tyler McVeigh was Walker. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Danse Macabre was written for If Freedom Failed by Milton Kahn, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of an average American family, like the family who lived next door. What would happen to this family under a communist regime? Carl Brady is the name of the father in our family as we tell the story of Springfield Revisited.
It's 3:15.
45 minutes to go for you.
What time do you get to Midland?
Oh, about 6. You glad to be getting back?
Yeah. It's been over 2 years. Wonder if it's changed much.
I suppose it has. Any country been occupied by a foreign power is bound to show some change. What are you going to do when you get in?
I'm going to look up some old friends. You've met them, the Bradys.
Oh, I remember.
Hey, they're a happy family. 2 wonderful kids. I certainly used to envy Carl. Still do, as a matter of fact. They're my idea of a typical American family.
How old are the kids?
Well, with daughter Mary, she was 10. Used to be 12 or 13 now. Tony, I guess he's in high school. Must be about 16 or 17.
Yeah, I guess it's a good life.
I don't even know if they still live in Springfield. I'm going to phone Carl as soon as we get in.
Jordan Company.
Say, I'm calling to Mr. Carl Brady. Does he still work there?
Yes, he does. I'll connect you.
Brady speaking. Carl! It's good to hear your voice. Who is this? Midwestern University, class of 26. And best man at your wedding.
Tom, where are you?
I'm here in Springfield.
That's fine, Tom. Look, can you come to dinner tonight around 6:30?
Fine, I'll be there. You still live at the same place?
Yeah, I do. I'll see you then. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the rush?
Look, I can't talk to you now. I'll see you at dinner. Goodbye.
Martha.
Hello, Tom. Come in.
Martha, it's good to see you.
Oh, thank you. Carl just phoned from the office. He'll be here in a few minutes. Please sit down.
Thank you.
I wish I'd known earlier that you were coming. I could have fixed something special for you.
Oh, that wouldn't have been necessary.
Well, let's see. When were you here last?
Oh, it's been almost 3 years. This is the first time I've been back in the States. Everything seems so quiet.
Yes, there have been changes. Oh, that must be Carl.
Good evening, dear.
Hello, dear.
Yes. Oh, hey, Tom.
Oh, good to see you, Tom.
Oh, what a pleasure. Thank you so much for asking me over.
Tom, I'm sorry I was so abrupt with you on the phone, but one never knows who's listening in.
What's this in your lapel, Carl?
The Communist Party button.
You, a communist?
Tom, you've been gone for a long time. You don't know how hard it is just to live. My mother had an expression she used. You've got to howl with the wolves or they'll devour you.
And that's what I'm doing. Howling with the wolves. But I don't have to like it. Not at home, at least.
Oh, it's not that bad. Things could be worse.
Yeah. Where are the children, Martha?
Oh, Mary will be here any minute. Tony won't be home until later. This is Tuesday.
Tuesday?
You know, political education.
Oh, that.
Let's all sit down.
Yes. Political education. 3 times a week. The boy hasn't even got a free evening anymore. Sundays he has to go out with the brigades, working on farms or building roads. Political education.
Well, it's orders. Everybody does it, and Carl knows it, but he just won't bring himself to realize that times have changed.
Oh, Martha, please.
Well, I'd better go see about my pie. Do you still like apple pie, Tom? Green apples, cinnamon, and fresh cheese?
Sounds delicious. I've thought of your pies many times.
Good. I'll get you a drink.
Well, Tom, tell me about yourself.
Oh, well, there's not much to tell. You know I was working for the oil company in South America when the communists took over.
Yeah.
They kept us all there on the job. Took over the supervision, of course. But the more I see of things here, the more I realize how much better off we were there.
No restriction?
Oh, we're still subject to the communist rules and the laws. They closed the plant down there and ordered us all back. Told us to register at our homes and find new jobs.
I see you've got a lot to learn about living in an occupied country.
Here's everything you need for drinks. Will you mix them, Carl?
Yes. Tom, still scotch and water?
Well, that's what I drink when I'm able to get it.
And this is our last bottle of imported scotch.
Well, if you'd only stop finding fault and try to make the best of things, you could have all the scotch you want. Party members have priority, don't they?
Oh, now, Martha, I've told you time and again that I joined the party on account of my job, and not so that I could beg favors from some pompous stooge. See what, Tom?
Thank you.
Martha,
Thank
you
you,
are. Well, Tom, let's drink to your return into the old days.
Very good. Very good. Well, who's this?
Good evening, Father.
No.
Mother.
Hello, dear.
Mary Brady, how you've grown. Well, don't you remember me?
Yes, of course. Good evening.
Oh, come now. How about a smile? You've become a very pretty girl.
Thank you.
Well, what's new in school?
We had more trouble with that reactionary history teacher of ours, Miss Garson. She wanted us to hang a picture of George Washington in the classroom under the Ritter and Stalin pictures.
Who's Ritter?
He's a local commissar, head of the State Action Committee. So what about Miss Garson, Mary?
Why, I had to bring it up before the Pupils Committee, of course.
Oh, of course.
Forgive my question, but I'm a little behind on these various organizations. This Pupils Committee.
Every class has a committee. We elect members of the class to make special studies of political education, sports, newspapers, lectures, economics, and history. That's Miss Garson. Naturally, she was voted down 6-1. What do we need a picture of George Washington for?
Mary, you shouldn't say things like that.
Mary, we wouldn't have had this democracy without George Washington.
That's not true, and I can prove it. The chapter in our history connected with Washington is now closed. Today, the United States is marching toward Russia and socialism.
Where'd you pick that up?
Mr. Hastings. He says that Washington and Lincoln, all of the so-called American heroes, are nothing but bourgeois swine.
I've told you time and again you're to stay away from Mr. Hastings. Now, I'm sure that you can find a more fitting associate than the janitor of an apartment building.
Mr. Hastings has very high standing with the Action Committee. He's one of our finest party members.
Well, Mary, look, don't you think you're a little too young to understand what George Washington did for this country?
Are you in the party?
Mary, Tom is our guest.
Are you in the party?
No, I'm not, but...
So, another of Father's reactionary friends. Even now he's being watched and checked. And so will you be when Mr. Hastings finds out.
Mary, leave the room. Leave the room!
Carl, Mary, please.
I'll be happy to leave. Excuse me.
Not outside. Go to your room.
I'm going to talk to Mr. Hastings.
Mary, you'll do as I say. Go to your... 12 years old. What are girls of that age supposed to be interested in? Books, games, dolls? I don't know. She doesn't care for any of them. The walls of her room are covered with pictures of Russian marshals.
Well, she must have some other interests.
Yes. Our janitor, Hastings. The local party stool pigeon. Oh, Tom, you would have seen this happen sooner or later, but I'm sorry it had to be here.
Oh, what do you mean?
Oh, the spying and the rest of it. Your room will be searched. You'll be followed. Possibly even arrested, unless you're very careful.
Well, this sounds like something out of a 10-cent novel.
Yes, I told you have much to learn.
I'd better go see to my dinner.
Martha, I think I've lost my appetite after listening to my daughter.
I wish you wouldn't keep antagonizing the child, Carl.
I'm going to thrash that nonsense out of her head.
Someday she's going to tell her teacher that
Don't be an idiot. Oh. Martha, I'm sorry. I never used to lose my self-control.
Well, you lose it often these days.
Honey, it's cold in here. Can't we have some heat?
Heat's rationed, you know, dear. Why don't you come into the kitchen? It's warmer in there.
A good idea. Come on, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Sit there, Tom.
Thank you. Well, what's new? What do you do in your spare time?
Spare time? There is no such animal. First of all, everybody who works for a nationalized industry has to learn Russian and pass an examination in it if he wants to keep his job. So does everybody who works for the city or national government and even professional people, too.
Well, that seems a little ridiculous.
People laugh and say we must all learn Russian so we'll be able to get along when they send us to the camps in Siberia. Some joke. Twice a week I have to attend a course in political education, just like Tony, my son.
This is impossible.
I no longer have time to read the travel books and novels that I like because I have to study the writings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and all the rest. And the children. Tom, that's what I'm really worried about. They learn the communist theories in school, and when they come home, their parents tell them something different. And after a while, the poor kids don't know whether they're coming or going. They get confused and frightened. Everybody's frightened. I was frightened coming home on the streetcar tonight. A man sitting across from me gave me a funny look. Then the questions came to my mind.
What questions?
You become afraid your doubts and intentions show in your face. I looked at this man and I said to myself, now where does he belong? He's not wearing a party badge, then he's not a communist. But on the other hand, he may be such an important one that he doesn't have to wear a badge. He may be a member of the Central Committee or the secret police. Or maybe he's a reactionary. Does he know that I'm an opportunist? Why does he keep looking at me? Have I done anything that might get me into trouble? Today, yesterday, last week, last year? Could it be because a stranger called me on the telephone?
Oh, see, I'm sorry
No,
about that, Carl.
Don't worry, Tom. I'm just trying to explain the nationwide anxiety neurosis. You go to bed with fear in your bones, and when you get up in the morning, it's still there. It's brother against brother. They take you to the prison, and when you get there, your fellow countrymen, your own people, beat you up. That's what's so hard to take. You walk up to a shop window where two women are talking, and as you approach, they become silent and back away. They're afraid of you. They think you're a secret one.
Carl, would you open this jar?
Oh, let me have it, Martha. How's dinner coming, Martha?
It's ready pretty soon.
Here you are.
Thanks. Oh, did I tell you Jane's coming over for dinner?
Did you have to invite her tonight?
No one ever invites Jane. You know my darling sister as well as I do. She probably was downtown all day looking at dresses, and then she got home and discovered there was nothing to eat. You've met her, haven't you, Tom?
Yes, I remember her. Vivacious, headstrong, handsome Jane. Always being thrown out of a job. She was hopelessly generous. Always giving things away.
And she was habitually in debt.
Yes, but she was honest.
And stupidly impulsive. She's divorced, and her daughter is 6 years old now.
Well, I hope you two won't fight all evening long.
I don't fight. It's Jane who starts the argument. She's a reactionary just like you and can't see the times have changed. Life is no longer merely a nice evening at a nightclub.
Well, Jane doesn't go to nightclubs anymore.
Well, she used to, all the time.
Hi, folks.
Oh, I didn't hear.
Tom!
Well, Tony, you remember me, huh?
Sure I do. Well, how is South America? I sure wish I was there.
Tony.
For a visit, I mean.
Tony, I wish you could live there. At least you'd be safe.
Come.
I'm sorry, Martha. Do we have time for another drink before dinner?
I think so.
I hear our new liberators have been keeping you busy, Tony.
Yeah, political classes, learning Russian. Not much fun.
Well, from what I've heard, I guess I'd have been better off if I'd stayed in South America.
Oh, don't let Comrade Mary hear you. I saw her downstairs plotting with Hastings when I came in.
Don't talk that way about your sister.
Can I have a drink, Dad?
Oh, sure, Tony. The milk's in the refrigerator.
Oh. I guess I'll go to my room instead. See you at dinner.
I never thought the day would come when we'd have political arguments in our family. The whole thing makes me sick.
Well, that must be Jane.
Well, she's on time for a change.
You are listening to Springfield Revisited, A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Well, let's go back in the living room. I'll let Jane in.
Okay.
Mix the drink for her, will you, Carl?
All right, dear.
Hello, Martha. How are you? God bless America, Tommy. How are you? Good to see you.
Jane, you look wonderful.
Well, thank you.
That dress, you're really dressed to kill.
Jane always manages to look beautiful while every other woman looks like a scrub woman.
Here you are, Jane.
Oh, thanks, Carl. Oh, that's nice. Good to see you, Tom. Oh, this is my daughter, Anne. Say hello to Tom, dear. Hello.
Hello there.
Oh, I'm so tired. I've been all over town trying to find a pair of shoes.
Didn't I tell you?
Shoes for my daughter. Babe, you heard the latest joke about the wife of Commissar Callan? Somebody asked her if she was going to the marriage of Figaro. She said, no, I'm too busy, but I'm going to send them a telegram.
Jokes. We've lost our freedom and our self-respect, and what are we doing? Cracking jokes.
And go play with Mary.
I don't want to play with Mary. She's a communist.
You should be ashamed to teach her those things. Anne is 6 and she talks like a grown-up.
Well, what she says is true, isn't it? Mary and her Russian marshals.
Well, Mary's still a young girl. She'll get over this.
Get over it. Why do you permit her to associate with this rat Hastings?
Oh, he's not so bad. He's only a janitor.
He's a full-fledged Communist Party spy, and you know it. He's been directly allied with every purge that's happened in this neighborhood. And I know that your daughter has been a great help to him, too.
Jane, how can you say such a thing?
How can you be so blind? How did she happen to know so much about the governor when he was killed?
He wasn't killed. He committed suicide.
Oh, sure, he committed suicide. Just this morning I was discussing the very thing with the clerk at the shoe store.
Someday you're going to talk to the wrong person, and then you'll be in trouble. You're crazy to talk and act as you do.
I don't change my loyalty every year.
Well, just the same, it's not prudent. Someday you'll get yourself in trouble.
You mean someday I'll get you all into trouble? Well, don't worry, I won't. If anything should happen to me, I'll make it perfectly clear that all the members of my family are loyal worshippers at the altar of Commissar Callan. Besides, you're Mary's mother. You can't lose.
Oh, for Pete's sake, stop fighting, you two. We have a guest tonight.
Tom is no guest, he's a friend. Let him find out what goes on in a family in occupied America. The same thing is going on in practically every house in this country. People sit at home and stare at each other and are afraid of each other. Children fight their parents. The parents are afraid of them. I wanted to take Anne to see the revival of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. But they told her in school she ought to go only to Russian pictures. Who wants to see those tractors and wheat fields and the wonderful life on a collective farm? They're so happy there, why didn't they stay there?
Some Russian pictures are very good.
Well, you should know. You've seen them all. Does Hastings give you orders to go, the dirty informer?
If everyone you call an informer was one, half the nation would be sitting in prison today.
Well, they are, aren't they?
Oh, be quiet. You talk like a fascist.
And what are you, if I may ask?
I'm a Democrat.
Oh, quiet, both of you, please. I'm sick and tired of your squabbling. Let's have dinner.
I'll go and see if it's ready.
I'd better go and help Martha. Come on, Anne.
Now they'll have a good cry out there and they'll make up. But in 5 minutes, the same thing will start all over again.
Well, you've managed to keep pretty well in the middle, I see.
Well, Martha gets cross with me because I don't take sides with her. But I can't help respecting Jane, even though she often talks nonsense. She could marry a very, very high-ranking communist official. He was an organizer in this very state way back before World War II. Now, Jane could have a nice house, clothes, a car, but she won't even go out to dinner with this man or even a nightclub. And you know what that means to Jane. Have another drink, huh, Tom?
Yeah, sure. Well, she makes it very hard for herself.
Yeah. But I certainly wish I had her strength of character.
Yeah. Here you are. Thank you. Sure, but you have a wife and 2 kids.
You know, Tom, at night when I'm lying in the dark, I try to remember what my life was like before all this happened. My worst problems were seeing Tony through an attack of pneumonia and making Martha stick to her budget. I never used to wonder, as I do now, whether I would wake up as usual in the morning or whether they would come and get me before.
It's amazing the way they've kept all this such a big secret. I had no idea what conditions were like before I came here today.
Carl, dinner's ready. We'll leave the kitchen.
All right.
Tony, go get your sister. Dinner's ready.
Never mind, I can.
Now, you here, Tom.
Oh, thank you.
Jane, over there with Anne. Carl, will you serve the soup, please?
Yes, boy, this looks good. Hey, what's that book you've been reading, Tony?
It's a grammar book. Russian. It's required in school. Oh, by the way, Dad, they finally found Harry Wayne.
In the same place?
Yeah. His mother went there today to give him a change of underwear and a little extra food, but they wouldn't let her see him.
I hope you weren't mixed up in this, Tony. Your mother cried all one night last week, and she was so upset about it.
I've asked you to be careful, Tony.
There's nothing to be mixed up in, Mother.
Well, just the same, I wish you'd keep away from those boys and stick to your work.
Does Tom know what this is all about?
Oh, no. Forgive us, Tom. 3 weeks ago, 2 of Tony's classmates suddenly disappeared. Their parents were frantic, of course. Then last week, word came from one of them. He was in a cell at police headquarters. You can imagine what that means. Now it seems that the other boy, the one we're talking about, is there too. Probably has been questioned somewhere for days about anti-state activities.
Anti-state activities. The fellas found some pre-invasion literature on anti-communism and passed it around the classroom. The Latin teacher saw them. That's all there was to it. That teacher pretends to be a reactionary, but we think he's just a stool pigeon for the police.
He's a very good teacher.
What do you know about it?
I know plenty. He reported that song you've been singing.
Song? What song?
My brother and the rest of his reactionaries in his class have a song. They sing it just to cause trouble.
Why shouldn't we? Half our class is against the communists.
Tony, you should be more careful.
I am careful, Dad, but what's the use? You can't fool them. They know I'm anti-communist. Ask the little Russian flower, my sister.
Mommy?
Yes, dear?
I don't want to sit by Mary. She's a communist.
All right, dear. I'll change places with you.
Oh, Jane, why do you encourage her like that?
I don't blame her. How is the handsome Marshal Callan tonight? Have you told Tom of your love for the commissar?
Stupid reactionary.
Mary, Tony, you will both stop this instant.
You'll regret your attitude before very long. I warn you.
Mary Brady, your own brother.
You didn't believe me.
Oh, she threatened to denounce me before.
And if you think I won't,
Pastor.
Mary is a communist. Mary is a...
Oh, you
stupid reactionary.
Stop it, I say! Mary, go to your room. Do you hear me? Go to your room.
All right, I'm going.
Now, let us all sit back and enjoy our bitter daily bread. How about some brandy, Tom?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Martha, where is it?
You know where it is, Carl.
You still make a delicious pie, Martha.
Oh, thank you. I'm afraid the meal was rather plain.
Well, it's good, healthy food.
What there is of it. Carl's pretty upset. Something should be done about that girl.
What can be done?
I don't know. But I'm going to have a talk with her and find out just what her status is. This thing is getting out of hand.
Oh, please, Jane, don't. Oh, here comes Carl. Please, let's change the subject.
Well, now I feel better. There. Here's some brandy. Let's all have a drink.
Well, from the looks of that bottle, you must have had yours in the kitchen.
Who's that?
Oh, dear.
I'll see. Don't worry, Carl. Hello.
Good evening. Mrs. Brady. Mr. Brady,
Oh, come on. Speak up, Comrade Hastings.
Well, I was just wondering...
Wondering?
Whether you'll take your guest down when he leaves and lock the door after him.
Well, of course I'll take him down. I always escort our guests down, and I always lock the door after them, as you well know, Comrade Hastings.
It's regulations, Comrade. They don't want to have to worry about the doors being left open, especially if there are strangers around.
But Tom is no stranger. He's been here before.
How about a glass of brandy, Comrade Hastings?
A good idea. Is Tony at home?
Why, yes. He's studying in his room. Did you want to see him?
No.
Here you are.
Thank you. Just wondering if he was in. Let's drink to our new freedom. Well, I'm going to bed. Be sure to lock the door, Comrade Brady.
Yeah.
He's gone. The dirty informer. Be sure and lock the door. Surely even someone as stupid as he is could have thought up a better excuse.
Yeah. Tomorrow, the right people will know that you were here, Tom. For the next few weeks, be very careful what you say, where you go. Why do you ask about Tony? They have very little in common.
How about another brandy, Tom?
No, thanks. I think I'd better be going.
Well, it was nice having you. You must come again.
Yes, that would be nice.
Goodbye, Tom. Maybe we... Goodbye.
I'll see you out, Tom.
Thank you, Carl. Good night, Martha, Jane, and many thanks.
Well, I suppose all this has been somewhat of a shock to you.
Yes, it has.
I don't know how long I'll be able to stand this life. Another year, 18 months at the most. My savings will be gone. They'll throw us out of the house. Maybe they'll throw us out before. Maybe we'll all split up.
Thanks again, Carl. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah. I gotta go up now.
Is this the place?
Yes, it's on the third floor, number... Oh, Father!
Mary, I thought you were in your room.
I went for a walk.
Well, who are these men?
We'll ask the questions. Who are you?
I'm Carl Brady. I'm this girl's father.
Oh, well, she's a fine girl. We're looking for Tony Brady.
Excuse me, please. I must go in.
Tony? What do you want with him? He's my son.
Oh, I'm sorry. Will you please lead us to your apartment?
But why? What's wrong?
You ask too many questions. It's been reported that one Tony Brady is guilty of action against the state. We've been sent to pick him up. He's under arrest.
You have just heard the story of what happens to an average family under a communist regime. You have just heard what would happen to any American family if communism took over. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Czechoslovakia. It did happen in the family of Mr. Jan Hus, address 722 Kossuth Street, near Liberty Square, Prague, Czechoslovakia. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Jay Novello as Carl Brady in Springfield Revisited. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Springfield Revisited was written for If Freedom Failed by Henry Covell, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
October 1940. Suddenly, peace was abroad. From overseas, the agony of the innocent massacred was rising, darkening the light of the world, making a mockery out of the wily stratagems of temporal political alliances. To me, the issue became a simple one: freedom. I wrote a play, and the distinguished actor Raymond Burr said, "Yes, of course I'll do it, anywhere, anytime." But the radio network said, "Sorry, we're not at war. We have no enemy. We still do business with all customers." So Mr. Massey and I flew to New York from California, pounded on tables until the microphones were given us in small surrender.
Every Man's Theater, written especially for radio by Arch Obler. Tonight, our star is the celebrated actor of stage and screen, Mr. Raymond Massey, in an adventure of our times, This Precious Freedom, the second of an exciting series of plays especially written for radio and brought to you each Friday at this time and over this station by Oxidol. And now, Mr. Obler to tell you more about tonight's program in Every Man's Theater.
This is a fictional story, a play about a tomorrow which would never happen here.
Morgan?
Yes, sir?
Can't you make this crate of mine go faster?
Sorry, Mr. Stevenson. We're bucking a pretty stiff headwind.
Come now, don't tell me the heavens are conspiring to keep me from getting back to work. Open her up, Morgan. I've had enough vacation.
Yes, sir?
That's better. You know, Morgan, I should think you'd be as eager to get back to the city as I am. After all, a young fellow like you, month up in the woods with nothing around but those overstuffed squaws. Well, I, for one, am going to be glad to get back in harness again. Of course, I'm not going to admit that to Mrs. Stevenson. I talked to her for the last 10 years about cutting myself off from civilization, having a real vacation, and...
Morgan, what's the matter? Oil line open.
By George.
All right, take it easy, Mr. Stevenson. We're okay. Just fasten your safety belt.
Where are you going to land?
The field ahead. Hold on. Don't be afraid.
Don't be a fool. I've been in forced landings before. All I want to do is to get down there fast. I've got to get to the city. Got to get back to my business.
Yeah, guess there's no one home, Mr. Stevenson.
No one in the fields and no one to help us. Fine end to a vacation.
I guess we'd better try to flag a ride into town.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Someone coming. Well, how do you do? We just had a forced landing out in one of your fields.
What do you want?
But I'm trying to tell you. We had a forced landing out there in your field. Could I use your telephone?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I don't see what earthly difference that makes. All I want is to use your telephone. Why, you... Morgan, did you see that? Slam the door in my face.
Yeah.
In my face, infernal fool.
Mr. Stevenson, you know, that guy was awful scared.
This is the main road, isn't it?
Well, that's what the sign says.
Then where's the traffic? We've stood here for an hour. Doesn't make sense, that, on a main road.
Hey, wait, Mr. Stevenson. Here comes a truck.
Well, about time.
If he don't stop...
We'll make him stop. Driver! Driver!
Driver! Hey, driver, stop!
Driver, stop! Stop! Driver, my plane. I had a forced landing out here. Could you drive me into the city? Did you hear me? I'll give you $25.
Okay. Jump in.
Morgan, you better stay here with the plane. I'll send someone back.
Yes, sir.
I hope you're a fast driver.
Fast enough.
Well, for a while there, I thought there weren't any trucks on the road anymore.
Not many.
But this is the main highway. Now it's practically empty. Why?
Mister, I'm just a driver.
Some sort of labor disturbance, eh?
You kidding me?
What are you talking about?
I'm not talking, mister. You are.
Look here, I've been vacationing up in the woods for weeks. I deliberately haven't read a newspaper or heard a radio in all that time. But now that I'm back, I might as well start taking it again. What's up? Well, why don't you answer me?
Mister, I'm just driving.
What is this anyway? All I want is a civil answer.
I don't know any answers, mister. You'll find them out for yourself.
$15, $20, $25. There you are.
Okay.
Well, I certainly didn't get any conversation for my money.
Are you getting off, mister?
Yes, of course. Manners certainly haven't improved while I've been away. Goodbye.
Paper? Paper, mister, paper?
Yes, of course, boys. Let me have one of each.
Huh?
I said one of each. Each newspaper.
Who are you kidding?
Say, what's come over everyone? Here, give me a Tribune, a News, Times, all of them. Well, don't stand there. I'm in a hurry.
Mister, don't you know?
Know what? What? Boy, come back here. Where are you going? Come back here. At least my office is still here. Door stuck. Fine business. Can't get even into my own office. Well, open up. Open up. No one in there? Door locked. Where's my key? Nice business. 11:30 and they haven't even opened the office. That's loyalty for you. Didn't expect me back so soon, I suppose. Entire office staff decided to take a vacation. Well, what in the desk? Files gone. Office empty. Where in the...
Are you looking for something, mister?
What? Regan.
Huh?
Regan.
Who are you?
Regan, don't you know me? What's going on here?
Well, Mr. Stevenson.
What's happened to my office? Where are all my things? What's going on here? Don't stand there with your mouth open. Tell me.
Dead? I thought you was dead.
What are you talking about? Everyone knew I was going on a vacation. What's happened to my things? Where are all my people? Answer me.
You don't know?
Know what? Talk words, man. What's happened to my business?
Mr. Stevenson, I can't tell you.
What do you mean you can't tell me? You're the manager of the building. Who moved out my office? Where are all my things? Answer me.
You're hurting me.
Answer me.
You can't ask questions, Mr. Stevenson.
What?
Go home, Mr. Stevenson, please. Go home quick.
Jean? Where are you? Jean? Jean?
Looking for somebody, fella?
Who?
Stand still. Frisk him, Joe. Yeah.
Who in the devil?
Keep your mouth shut.
How dare you? Get out of my house.
Start walking, fella.
Walking? What do you mean?
Somebody wants to talk to you.
What are you? Police?
Sure. Start moving.
But why?
Mister, get going.
No. If you're police, where are your warrants? Yes, where are your warrants?
Here.
No, don't! Head. Room. Where? What? old man. What did he...
You all right?
Yes.
No. You better not try to stand up. Take it easy.
Are they police?
Yeah, in a way.
Someone made a mistake.
No mistake, Mr. Stevenson.
My name. You know it.
Yeah. And I used to do business with your company once. Always treated me fine.
Who are you?
Me? Oh, nobody. Just sort of clean up.
Where am I?
Well, Mr. Stevenson, there are some things I can't tell you.
Mistake. Horrible mistake. I'm John Stevenson. I'm a respectable citizen. My wife. I've got to get in touch with Jean. She'll be worried. She wasn't home.
Now, take it easy.
No,
Mr.
wait, the mayor. Yes, the mayor.
No.
He's a friend of mine.
Mr.
Got to get the
Stevenson,
telephone
please, keep your
tell the
voice
mayor
down.
what's happened.
If they come in here again...
Let them come in. I've got nothing to be afraid of. I've done nothing. Come into my house without a warrant. They've got no right.
Now, Mr. Stevenson, you don't understand. Please, Mr. Stevens.
Understand what? Tell me.
Things are different.
Different? What do you mean? What's it got to do with this? With me?
Mr. Stevenson, it's something I don't understand. Where have you been?
Been? Out of the city, in the woods. Don't waste time, man. Call up the mayor. Tell him...
But that won't do any good.
Why not? There's been a mistake.
There's been no mistake, Mr. Stevenson. I guess maybe you're the only one in the whole country don't know about
Talk
it.
sense, man.
Well, I'm trying to. I don't know exactly how to say it.
Well?
Well, first that part of the Constitution, they threw it out.
Part of... What the devil are you talking about?
That part of the Constitution. You know about rights. Threw it out. The way I got it figured out, when others ganged up on us, all them battleships and airplanes, well, there wasn't much we could do now, was there? Had to sort of, throw in the towel.
Are you trying to tell me that while I was away, there's been an invasion?
Invasion? Well, they ain't gone all the way. I mean, just this piece of the coast.
Get out of here.
What?
You heard me. Get out. Haven't I had enough today without listening to you, you crazy old fool?
But, Mr. Stevens...
Get out, I tell you. Listen, someone out there, get this crazy old fool out of here. If this is a jail, get me my lawyer. What am I being held here for? What are the charges? Get me my lawyer. Get me my lawyer.
So, you still insist on having a lawyer?
Certainly. If there's some criminal charge against me, I have a right to have a lawyer.
Right. What right are you talking about?
You're obviously some sort of police official. Well, let me tell you, a horrible mistake has been made. I'm no criminal. I'm John Stevenson, an ordinary businessman. Call Mayor Alden. He'll tell you.
He'll tell us nothing. The man is of no importance.
No importance? But the mayor.
The mayor of what? The Worms?
Worms?
The man is dead.
Oh.
But that, too, is of no importance. What is important to me is you and your activities.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Your so-called vacation trip. Whom did you meet?
Meet? What do you...
Don't ask questions. Answer them. You've been out of the city for weeks. Suddenly you return. Where were you?
On my vacation, of course. Is there any law against that?
For the last time, don't try to be clever with me.
Once and for all, will you tell me what the charges are against me? There's been some kind of terrible mistake, all right. But tell me what the charges are. Give me a chance to clear myself.
I have wasted quite enough time with you, Mr. Stevenson.
Let me post bond. Let me call my lawyer. You've no right to keep me here. My wife, she wasn't home when I was taken away.
Yes,
She'd be worried.
Yes, of course, your wife. Have you any idea where your wife is, Mr. Stevenson?
Why, home, I suppose. Yes, she must be there now. If you'll hand me the phone.
She is not home, believe me.
Why do you say that?
All right, Sergeant.
In there.
Jean, what are you doing here? What is it? Jean, stop crying. I'm all right. There's been some crazy mistake, but... Jean, why should you cry like this? You never cry. Jean, the children. Are they all right? Jean, talk to me. Stop crying and talk to me.
She knows better.
Better? What are you talking about? Jean, lift your face. What's happened? What's wrong?
Take her away.
No, she'll stay here. Jean, you tell me what this is about. Has everyone gone crazy? What? No, let go of her, you bastard! John! Let go of me! Bring her back here! Bring her back here! I'll kill you! Jean! Jean!
You will be quite calm now, eh, Mr. Stevenson? Yes, I'm sure you will. We have quite a technique for calming down unreasonable people, haven't we? So you still persist in talking. So, discipline. That is the first lesson you must learn in this new state of ours. Discipline. Always discipline. It is very strange, Mr. Stevenson. You've been here now over an hour, and yet there is very little fear in your face. I wonder why. Astonishment? Yes, a sort of astonished wonder in your face, as if you can't believe. Could you possibly be ignorant of the facts? This glorious new state that we are planting here. This fulfillment of the dreams some of us have had since the day we heard a voice telling us of our destiny. A dream that will come true. This will soon be our nation now, Mr. Stevenson. Ours, all of it. Your men are fighting, yes, but we will win. Wonder in your face? Yes. Sometimes I ask myself, can it be true? The wonder of it, yet no wonder of it. The plan, Mr. Stevenson, the plan, always it was there and always we followed it. We poured our propaganda in on you. Yes, we used your own weaknesses against you. We cried, let us speak, it is our right. How simple it was to use your own rights against you, so now you have no right, Stevenson. No one has right but we who are leaders. I was quite carried away, wasn't I? I must not forget to let you speak. We want to know many things. Every detail of your airplane trip, whom you saw, which of our enemies are hiding up there where you were. I warn you. Answer quickly, Stevenson. Who were your friends? Which of our enemies did you meet? Who were your friends? Whom did you meet? Where did you go? Whom did you meet? Where did you go?
Put him here.
Yeah. Dead yet?
No, not yet.
Dead yet? No, not yet. Who said that? I can't see. All mixed up. Vacation. Enemies of the state. Airplane. I don't know. All mixed up. No. Got to stop. Got to think. Oh, pain. No. Got to think things out. What's happened to me? What?
Our glorious new state.
We who are the leaders.
This will be our nation soon.
Voices in my head. All mixed up. Think things out. I've got to go crazy. From the start. Yes, from the start. Vacation. Coming back from my vacation. Landed plane.
Go away.
Yes, that farmer.
That guy was awful scared. Awful scared.
Yes, Morgan, you said that.
I don't know any answers. You'll find them out for yourself.
Yes, truck driver.
Mister, don't you know? Mister, don't you know?
Yes, newsboy, he too.
You can't ask questions, Mr. Stevens. Things are different. You can't ask questions, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, they said that. Everyone said that. Everyone talking to me, trying to tell me. I didn't know. I don't know.
This will soon be our nation.
It isn't true. No. It's all in my head. Jean. Jean. Where are you? Jean. Where are the children? Jean. Did I just cry out? Cry out? Why should I cry out? My name is John Stevenson. I have a business in the Central Building. I have a house in Arcade Street. I have a wife, 2 children, a boy and a girl. We have a good life. A good life.
Is he dead?
Not yet.
Dead? Dead? Dead?
Why do I keep thinking that? Who said it to me?
Dead? Dead? Dead?
Yes. I know. I remember. Going to kill me. I'm an enemy of the state.
Our glorious new state.
But it's so funny. John Stevenson, 832 Arcade Street, enemy of the state. I went on a vacation. I came home, and I'm an enemy of the state. Yes. My wife. The children, that's what he said. Everyone, enemies of the new state. No. It's madness. I'm me. I can do what I want. I can get up out of here. Yes, I will get out of here. I'm John Stevenson. You hurt me. Blood. No, I will get out of here. You can't accuse me and not give me a trial. You can't come into my house. You can't take away my business. I'm a free man. I'm an American.
This will be our nation soon. Ours. Ours.
How could that be?
Seeing as we weren't ready, there wasn't much we could do now, was there? Let's mind our own business. Nothing to do with us.
Who said that?
Let's mind our own business. Nothing to do with us.
I remember. I said that. Yes. All the time. I said that.
Men have no rights.
None of my business?
We spit on freedom.
None of my business?
Right is right.
None of my business?
Our leader, our people, our world.
None of my business? How could I? Why did I?
Don't antagonize them. We'll have to do business with them. Let them talk. Mind our own business. Don't antagonize them. We'll have to do business.
All the things I said.
Seeing as we weren't ready, there wasn't much we could do now, was there?
Our glorious new state!
Dead yet? He will be. Dead yet? He will be.
I do understand now.
He will be.
I wanted everything, and I didn't want to risk anything to keep what I had. What I had. What I had.
Your home is your kingdom. Your own God is your God. Say what you want to say. Write what you want to write. Trial by jury. Sanctity of person. Due process of law.
What I had.
John!
Gee, is that you? No, in my head. So dark. There's blood in my... So dark.
Dead yet? He will be. Dead yet? He will be.
Gene, I'll tell you something very funny. I'm not afraid to die. No. I'm afraid to go on living. If all this isn't really a dream, bad dream, then I don't want to go on living. Everywhere I'd turn, they'd be there.
Shut your mouth. You can't do that. Come with us. We accuse you. Shut your mouth. Give us that. Keep moving. Attention. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
No, I can't live with that. All my life, I lived with freedom. Gene, we didn't know it was freedom, did we? Living in our house, a good life. Our neighbors. Not hating anybody. And driving in the country with the kids wherever we wanted to go. And feeling sure of the future for the kids because whatever was wrong here, we ourselves could fix with work and with our votes and with what we knew was right in our hearts. I never said, this is freedom. But it was. It was. When they talked to me about losing it, I said, don't be fools. No one will take it from us. I thought freedom was like the air, always with me as long as I lived. I thought I didn't have to do anything about it. Gene, I was wrong. I've got the words now to say it. What I had wasn't a gift. It was a victory. And I can't live without it. Do you hear me out there? I won't live without it. To say what I think is right. To do what I think is right. That's the only life I want. It is life. I'll live for it. I'll fight for it. This precious freedom.
This is Arch Obler. May I present the leading actor of our play tonight, Mr. Raymond Massey.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. At the opening of tonight's drama, Arch Obler said, "This is a play of a tomorrow which should never happen." I know all of you agree with me that this kind of a tomorrow must never happen. And it can never happen, as long as we all dedicate ourselves to live for the freedom of our fathers and the future freedom of our children.
Every Man's Theater, written especially for radio by Arch Obler.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is a story about the medical profession, about how hospitals are run under a communist regime. David Bryan stars in Prescription for Murder.
Dr. Brooks' office? Yes. Yes, Mrs. Marlowe. All right, we can give you an appointment at 3:30 next Friday. Yes. Goodbye. Mr. Crane?
Yes?
Dr. Brooks will see you now. The door on the left.
Thank you.
Dr. Brooks? Well, Mr. Crane. Didn't expect to see you back so soon. How are you feeling?
Lousy.
Oh, come on now. You were coming along nicely the last time you were here. Unbutton your shirt, please.
Still got some pains in my chest. And my throat hurts.
Now, breathe deeply. All right. Now, exhale. In again. Let it out. Now, cough. Let me see your tongue. Wider, please. All right.
Well, Doctor?
Well, I can't understand it, Crane. Didn't you take the medicine I prescribed?
No.
What?
I said I didn't take it.
Mr. Crane, I can't help you if you don't want to help yourself. Oromycin is the one thing that can help you. You'd have been cured by now.
Dr. Brooks, have you tried to have a prescription filled lately?
I know. I have sample supplies here. Why?
I'm not a member of the Communist Party.
What difference does that make?
Look, Doctor, we're under a new form of government here in America, communism. It's becoming increasingly difficult for anyone who isn't a communist to get anything. Food, clothing, and medicine.
You mean to tell me they refuse to give you the oromycin that I prescribed?
No. No, not exactly.
When I presented a prescription, they asked me for my party card. That's common procedure now, you know. When I told them I wasn't a member, they suddenly discovered they didn't have any oromycin. They gave me these instead.
What are they?
You asking me?
Oh? Would you mind leaving them with me? I'll have them analyzed.
I'm glad to. They're not doing me any good.
But you can't go in there. Dr. Brooke has a patient.
I have no time to wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. He wouldn't wait.
That's all right, Kathy. Kathy, do you have a duplicate of the prescription I gave Mr. Crane last week?
Yes, I do, Doctor.
Give him a few capsules from our stock.
Yes, sir.
Crane, check back with me at the end of the week. Kathy will give you an appointment.
Thanks, Doctor.
Mr. Stark, I believe, the police.
That's right. I was in last week.
Yes, I recall. Bronchitis, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see your throat. Yeah, seems perfectly clear. Let's try your pulse.
I think it's all cleared up, Doctor. I feel fine.
Yes, you seem all right. I'm somewhat surprised.
Don't you have faith in your own curative powers, Doctor?
Of course, but without the medicine I prescribed, I don't see how you managed to recover so fully.
What do you mean without the medicine? I took the capsules as you directed.
You mean your prescription was filled?
Of course. I received an ample supply of, whatever you call them.
Oromycin.
Yeah.
Well, that's strange. The man who just left here said he couldn't get any. The supply was gone.
Oh, him. Well, you forget, I'm an officer in the party.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, there are all sorts of advantages to being a party member, Doctor. Now, a famous surgeon like yourself, you could go far.
No, thanks, Mr. Stark. I'm quite contented as I am.
Oh, that's too bad. Then you won't like the news that I bring.
Now what?
As head of the local division of the police, I must tell you that the Ministry of Public Health has asked you to be transferred to Springfield Hospital. We feel that your private practice is not in keeping with our program of controlled medical care.
I am quite familiar with that program, and I am not interested in it. Now, if you don't mind, I have a great many appointments today.
Please report to Dr. Holmes at the hospital on Monday when you begin your work there.
I said I have no desire.
They'll be expecting you. See that all of your equipment is moved over to the hospital at that time, or it'll be moved for you.
I'll see.
If you don't comply with the report, your license to practice medicine will be revoked, and you may find yourself in grave trouble. Good day, Dr. Brooks.
I'd like to see Dr. Holmes.
Your name, please.
Dr. Brooks. Gilbert Brooks.
Oh, yes, Doctor. Please go right in. He's expecting you.
Dr. Holmes?
Yes, come in.
I'm Dr. Brooks. I understand that I am now on the staff of this hospital.
Oh, yes. You're the one the Ministry of Health recommended. We need good surgeons here. Critical shortage of capable men. Glad you decided to join us.
I didn't decide to join you.
Well, whatever the reason, it no longer matters. Now, I want you to listen to me and understand me. You are no longer in private practice. You are working in a state hospital, and I am the director of the hospital. Your orders will come from me. You will do what I tell you, when I tell you, and how I tell you. Is that clear?
Dr. Holmes, if that's a sample of your attitude, I don't think
Precisely. You don't think. From now on, I shall do your thinking for you. Your days of society medicine are over. From now on, you're working for the people.
May I please know my assignment, Dr. Holmes?
Yes. For the time being, you'll be an advisor on the staff.
Advisor? But I'm a practicing surgeon.
You may make suggestions which the staff may act on if they desire. You may also give some lectures.
Dr. Holmes, I don't claim to be a great surgeon, but as you well know, I'm the only specialist in my field in this part of the country. There are some cases which not every doctor is capable of handling. I certainly feel I should be given the opportunity
If you wish, you may look through the hospital now. Anything you wish to do or to say, you will clear with me first. Good day.
This is the inpatient waiting room, Doctor. This is where we receive our cases each day. Examining rooms are down the hall there.
I'm afraid I don't understand. We've already visited an inpatient room.
Well, the first one is for members of the party and a few selected officials. There's a list of persons who may be treated through that part of the hospital. I'll see that you get a copy.
Collins, sickness doesn't choose the people it will strike. I see no reason why...
I don't make policy in the hospital, Doctor, and incidentally, I strongly suggest that you learn to follow the procedures as they are outlined. I don't think that you can change our whole operating procedure simply because you were privileged to pursue your own practice.
Collins, I'll thank you to remember you're an intern. You're talking to a surgeon.
Now, don't give me that.
The idea that doctors and surgeons are gods went out of vogue 10 years ago. Communism has put you in your proper place, and don't you forget it.
You are the material from which the state expects to make a doctor. You haven't as much chance...
Now, don't let that concern you, Doctor. I'll have my MD by the end of this month.
Collins, I'm not as stupid as you think. I happen to know that your medical exam was one of the worst of the lot. You missed more than half the questions, even with the revised test, which any druggist could pass.
Well, now, there's something you don't know. I passed the political education exam without a hitch, and that's what counts. Well, I don't have time to gossip with you. The tour is over. If you have any problems, give me a buzz.
Dr. Brooke.
Kathy, what are you doing here?
Please, let's get out of this hall. I'm not supposed to talk with you.
Yeah, let's step into one of these examining rooms. What's the matter?
Doctor, it's just terrible. I've been assigned to the nursing staff here. I didn't want to come, but they made me.
I'm sorry, Kathy. I know how you feel. I didn't realize how badly a hospital could deteriorate. And all it took was 5 years under the Communist Ministry of Health.
You haven't seen the worst of it. The operating room, it's terrible.
Collins took me through, but there wasn't anything going on.
They operate only 2 days a week, and then they operate all at once.
But that's impossible. They certainly can't put septic and aseptic cases together.
Yes, they do. And the sanitation, it's horrible. I've been here only a week, but it's a nightmare. You'll understand when you begin your work.
I don't know when that'll be. Dr. Holmes tells me I'm to be an advisor and a teacher. I'm getting my instructions this afternoon.
Dr. Brooke, you've met Mr. Collins?
Yes. Yes, I have.
And we'll get down to business. As you know, the medical school is located here in the hospital. That makes it easier for the students to get a close-hand picture of our work. Now, the course takes 18 months.
18 months?
Yes, 18 months. The classes, which you will conduct, begin at 8:30 in the morning till 11. On the 2 days that we operate, they are permitted to watch the operations. So the actual time you'll spend in instruction will be 2.5 hours a day, 3 days a week.
May I ask the exact qualifications for a medical degree and how the tests are conducted?
Mr. Collins, if you please.
Well, 20 medical questions are given the students about a week in advance of the tests. We ask them 8 of the questions. The time limit is 15 minutes.
Is that all?
Well, then, of course, there's the political education test, which usually lasts 4 hours.
There's one more thing, Brooke. From time to time, some of the students will miss a few of the medical questions.
Do you mean to tell me that a student receives his test paper a week in advance and still cannot answer 8 questions?
Occasionally it happens. The political education does not leave much time for outside study. In the event a student should miss some of the medical questions, you will wait until the results of the political tests are published.
And then?
If he passes in political education, he will be graduated.
Come in. Kathy, come in.
Dr. Brooke, you must help me.
What is it, Kathy?
This hospital, I can't stand it any longer. Look at me. Look at my uniform.
Why don't you get a clean one?
Every doctor and nurse is entitled to one clean uniform each day. We use the same gowns, the same gloves for all the operations.
Kathy, there's not much I can do. I'd like to help you, but I'm...
Dr. Brooke, Nurse, what are you doing here?
Why,
I sent for Dr. Holmes.
Nurses are not permitted contact with the doctors without express permission of the head nurse.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Brooke, I'm taking you out of the school. You will begin tomorrow to show some of our doctors some of the more advanced technical operations, so they may widen their scope in this field.
How long will this course be?
There won't be any course. You will show them the techniques of various major operations as they come up, and they will handle them after that.
Am I to understand that they are to perform an operation after watching me only once?
That is correct. You will begin tomorrow morning in the operating room at 6 a.m.
I'd like to see the patient first.
That won't be necessary.
Won't be necessary? How do you expect me to operate without examining the patient first? And what is the nature of the operation?
As a matter of fact, I can't tell you that either. I don't know who you'll operate on or for what. Never can tell what will crop up.
But I must know what instruments to order, and I must
in the operating room tomorrow morning at 6, ready to operate.
They don't bother much with formalities here, do they?
Much worse than you think. But if it's any consolation to you, I'm on duty in the operating room tomorrow. I'll find out what I can about your patient.
Good morning, nurse. Where's Dr. Brooke?
I don't know. He isn't here yet.
No, of course he's not. And his patient's on the last table there.
Nurse,
Yes, Doctor.
what's that, please?
Here you are, Doctor.
Here's another case. Put him over near the end.
We need more sutures.
There aren't any more sutures. Use something else. Where's Dr. Brooke?
I'm here. Which is my patient?
Here comes another patient. The nurse will help you.
It's a goiter case, the last on the table over there.
Yeah, let's go take a look at her. By the way, are you assigned to me?
I'm assigned to everybody. I'm the only nurse on duty.
One nurse for 5 doctors?
Yes.
Good. And where are my instruments?
All the doctors use the same ones. They're on the table.
Nurse, please.
Coming, Doctor. Here's your patient. You'd better get started, Doctor. I'll help you all I can.
Good morning. How do you feel?
Not very good, Doctor. Will I be all right?
Oh, I think so. Open wide, please. Nurse?
Minute, please.
It pains so, Doctor. Yes, Doctor.
There's no charge for this woman. I'll give you her pulse and respiration. You write it down for me.
I can't do that, Doctor. The doctors have to take care of all that. See, here come the other 2 doctors. My hands are full.
I don't believe it. This is a nightmare.
Nurse, oxygen here.
How can they operate on 5 people at one time in one room with one nurse?
Do the best you can. We have 15 more cases to operate on by 1 o'clock.
Nurse, get over here. Get this oxygen going.
Yes, I'm coming. Doctor, I'm scared. What's wrong?
There's nothing to worry about. Here, I'll hold this over your nose. You count till you reach 100.
Oh, Doctor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Kathy, quick, give me an intestinal needle.
Doctor, they're all broken.
Broken?
Yes. Dr. Baird tried to use what we had, but they were the wrong kind. He broke them all, trying to force them into the tissue of the patient.
Well, I must have some immediately. Surely there must be some spares.
They only keep enough in the operating room for just 1 day. I'll try to get some from the storeroom.
Well, hurry.
Dr. Brooke, are you still here?
Well, that's a stupid question, even from you.
Oh, come now. You're overworked. I forgot this is your first day.
Yes, my first day. And what a day.
I've looked over some of the patients you operated on. Not bad work.
Not bad work. It's pure butchery. Look at this man. His stomach is wide open. And we ran out of intestinal needles. I hope the anesthetic holds until we can get some.
Oh, you worry too much. None of the patients we've had are of any importance. I don't even know why we bother with them.
You will lead your lives and practice your art in uprightness and honor.
What's that?
A line from Hippocrates. But I don't suppose you'd remember.
Something seems to be wrong with your patient, Doctor.
Quick, give me one of those needles.
Doctor, we can't get the needles until we fill out this form.
It's all right, Kathy. We don't need them now.
You are listening to Prescription for Murder, starring David Bryan. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
I don't know what's the matter with him. His name was on the call sheet to operate yesterday, and he didn't come in. I talked to him, and he said he refused to operate.
Refused to operate. Well, see about that.
Yes, Doctor?
Send in Dr. Brooke.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps it will take some time for him to get used to conditions here. Come in, Dr. Brooke.
Good morning.
Now, what seems to be the trouble? I'm told you refused to do any operations yesterday or today.
That is correct. And I intend to do no more until some changes are made.
Put your suggestions in writing. I will consider them, but you must continue to work.
Nobody can order me to commit murder. And to operate under the conditions in your surgical department is pure murder.
You've always had a private practice. You just do not understand the workings of a large hospital.
Who is responsible if an accident occurs and the patient dies?
You are. Do you refuse to cooperate?
Yes. But since this is a communist hospital, let's call a meeting of the whole staff and I'll present my ideas. Then we can decide by vote whether they can be tried out.
We do not call meetings to present wishes or demand changes. We call meetings to decide how we can best obey orders and to criticize our faults. Now, you do as I suggest. Put your ideas in writing and I will consider them. In the meantime, you will continue on in the operating room, effective immediately.
Kathy, what are you doing here?
I'm sorry, but I had to come here, Doctor. I have Mr. Crane with me.
Who? My good heavens. Come inside, both of you. Bring him into the living room. Now, here, on the sofa. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, can you hear me?
You remember me, Doc?
Yes, of course. Here, drink this. You'll feel better.
That's good. Help me up.
Here, put this pillow behind you. There. Oh, Doctor, I hate to break in on you in your home, but I didn't know what else to do.
Get my kit over there on the desk. Let's get your pulse. Crane, what's this all about?
Doc, I've been trying to get to see you for weeks. They wouldn't let me.
Who wouldn't?
Interns at the hospital. I don't have a party card. They said
Here you are, Doctor.
Get the thermometer. Go on, Crane.
After I saw you last, 2-3 months ago, I kept getting worse. My wife took care of me as well as she could. Now she's gone.
Put this in your mouth.
They sent her someplace.
Don't talk. Kathy, come into the hall a moment.
Will he be all right, do you think?
He's half dead. Advanced liver pneumonia. I could see it when he walked in. He should be in a hospital.
The Springfield Hospital?
Yes. Oh, I don't know, Kathy.
Well, isn't there anything we can do for him?
I don't know. I don't have any supplies here. They took them all. Where's his wife?
She died last week in childbirth at our hospital.
Where did you find him?
At the hospital. He's been in the waiting room day after day, trying to get in to see his wife and to get himself taken care of.
Well, maybe I can get him in. At least I'll be able to keep an eye on him. Let's go see him. Well, you're looking better already. Let's see your temperature. Pour another drink, Kathy.
Why did my wife die, Doctor?
I don't know. I didn't know she was in the hospital.
They called me in. They asked me if I wanted them to use penicillin to save her. I told them to do anything they could to save her.
Go on, Crane.
You know what they wanted? A card. Are you a member of the Communist Party, they asked me. No, I told them I wasn't. They said I'd have to pay for the penicillin. $500, they said.
500?
I told them I'd get what I could. Every day I brought them a little more money. I worked. I stole. I even killed a man, Doctor. Then I ran into your nurse and she told me. My wife died over a week ago. Died. She's dead.
Kathy, do you know who the men are who took that money from him?
I think so. One of them was Collins. The other's a new doctor there.
A grisly business. Kathy, take him to my room and make him as comfortable as you can. All this butchery has gone far enough. I'm going to see that something is done about it.